Story number 1. The Black Santa's Party. I never imagined that a desperate plea for help would lead me to the most terrifying night of my life. It was a bitterly cold December evening when a weathered flyer slipped under my door changed everything. As someone who had spent years on the streets of Chicago, I was no stranger to hardship, but nothing could have prepared me for what awaited at the mysterious charity Christmas party advertised on that faded piece of paper. The flyer was simple. Join us for a Christmas celebration. Warm food, shelter, and hope. Midnight at the Evergreen Hall. No logo, no contact information, just an invitation that seemed too good to be true. Skeptical yet intrigued, I decided to attend, hoping for a respite from the relentless cold and the unforgiving streets. When I arrived at Evergreen Hall, an old, abandoned community center repurposed for events, I was surprised by the warm glow emanating from its windows. The scent of roasting meat and pine filled the air, mingling with the sound of cheerful laughter and festive music. The entrance was guarded by a man dressed in an immaculate Santa suit, his presence both welcoming and unnerving. "Welcome," he greeted, his voice smooth and unsettling. "Come in. Make yourselves comfortable." Inside, the hall was transformed into a winter paradise. Twinkling lights adorned the ceiling, and a towering Christmas tree stood proudly in the center, its branches heavy with ornaments and shimmering tinsel. Tables laden with delicious food and steaming drinks were scattered throughout the room, and a fire crackled warmly in the grand fireplace. A diverse group of people, all clearly struggling with homelessness, mingled and shared stories, their faces lighting up with genuine smiles. It was a stark contrast to the usual despair that clung to us all year round. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe that this was indeed a genuine act of kindness. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere remained jovial. Music played softly in the background, and the sense of community was palpable. It wasn't until the clock struck midnight that the true nature of the party began to reveal itself. The lights dimmed, and the cheerful music slowed to a haunting melody. The man in the Santa suit stepped onto a small stage, his smile unwavering but his eyes cold and calculating. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice taking on a more authoritative tone. "Thank you for joining us tonight. We hope you've enjoyed the festivities. But now, it's time for a little game." A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. "A game?" I echoed, exchanging uneasy glances with those around me. "Yes," Santa continued, his smile never faltering. "A survival game, for those who choose to participate. The rules are simple. You will face challenges that test your strength, wit, and will to survive. Those who fail will disappear without a trace." Panic began to set in. "Disappear?" someone whispered loudly, eyes darting around the room. "Don't worry," Santa assured us, though his tone offered no comfort. "It's all in good fun. Think of it as a way to earn your place in the world." Before anyone could react further, the room seemed to shift. The once cozy hall now felt oppressive, the air thick with tension. A series of lights flickered on, casting sharp shadows that danced menacingly across the walls. "Let the games begin," Santa declared, stepping back as hidden doors opened, revealing dark corridors and ominous chambers. Those who dared to participate stepped forward, their faces set with determination or fear. The rest of us were left to watch, the reality of the situation sinking in. This wasn't a charity event anymore. It was a twisted spectacle of survival. I felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with fear. I had nothing left to lose, yet the thought of playing meant risking everything I had left. My eyes met those of a few others, and without a word, we all knew the unspoken decision was made. We would play. The first challenge was announced. A maze of darkness and confusion. Participants were led into the labyrinth, the doors slamming shut behind them. From the outside, we could hear their struggles, the sounds of frantic footsteps and desperate pleas echoing through the hall. Minutes felt like hours as we waited, the tension in the room mounting. Finally, the door reopened, and one by one, The participants emerged. Some were visibly shaken. Others had no trace of their former selves. The ones who remained stood silently, their eyes hollow, their spirits seemingly crushed. The next challenge was even more sinister, a test of strength and endurance. Participants were forced to lift heavy objects or endure extreme conditions, all while Santa watched with a dispassionate gaze. Each failure was met with a sudden disappearance, as if the person had been erased from existence. By the time the final challenge was announced, a psychological test designed to break the mind, the remaining participants were few and far between. The air was thick with fear, and the sight of those who had vanished was a stark reminder of the stakes at play. "You have one last challenge," Santa intoned, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Confront your deepest fears. Only those who can overcome them will earn their freedom." The challenge was unclear, leaving us to face whatever horrors our minds could conjure. Memories, regrets, and nightmares surfaced, each one more terrifying than the last. The room seemed to close in around us, the weight of our pasts bearing down heavily. As I struggled to maintain my composure, the memories of my time on the streets resurfaced, days filled with hunger, nights spent huddling in the cold, the constant fear of being forgotten. The fear of losing everything had become ingrained in me, a survival mechanism that now threatened to consume me entirely. "Find the door," Santa's voice echoed through the chamber, the bright light of a single spotlight casting stark shadows. "Find the door and escape your fears." Desperation drove me forward. I stumbled through the darkness, the scent of smoke and burning wood filling my nostrils. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the darkness, and I found myself standing before a radiant doorway. It seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, beckoning me to cross. But as I reached out to touch it, a surge of fear surged through me. What if stepping through meant leaving everything behind? What if the door led to an eternal prison? Or worse, complete oblivion? The decision tore at me, the weight of my fears threatening to paralyze me. But the thought of those who had vanished, the faces of the lost haunting my mind, pushed me forward. I had to believe that there was a way out. With trembling hands, I pushed open the door and stepped through. Instantly, the world shifted. I was engulfed in a blinding white light, the sounds of the party fading away. I felt a sense of weightlessness, as if I were floating in an endless void. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the light dimmed, and I found myself standing outside Evergreen Hall. The cold December air greeted me, the snow gently falling around me. I looked back at the manor, now silent and still, the warm lights extinguished. It was as if nothing had ever happened, the horrors of the night erased from memory. But something was wrong. I turned around, and my friends stood beside me, their eyes vacant, their faces pale and drawn. They looked like shadows of their former selves, the ordeal having left an indelible mark on their souls. "We did it," Jake whispered, his voice hollow. "We're free." But the freedom was a lie. As I glanced back at Evergreen Hall, I noticed the faint outline of a figure standing in the window, Santa, his presence a lingering reminder of the night's true nature. Days turned into weeks, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. The experience left us all changed, haunted by the memories that refused to fade. The flyer was gone, as if it had never existed, but the scars remained. One Christmas Eve, years later, I found myself drawn back to Evergreen Hall. The memory of that night had never left me, the unanswered questions gnawing at my sanity. As I approached the manor, the air grew colder, the snow crunching beneath my feet. I entered, the familiar sights of the Christmas decorations now long gone, replaced by shadows and silence. The grand hall stood empty, the memory of the party a ghostly echo. I wandered through the halls, the weight of the past pressing down on me, until I reached the grand fireplace. There, amidst the ashes, lay a single, blood-red ornament, a dark reminder of the Black Santa's twisted game. As I reached out to touch it, a chill ran down my spine, and the sound of faint laughter echoed through the halls. "You can't escape," Santa's voice whispered, a sinister promise that hung in the air. I backed away, the ornament slipping from my grasp and shattering on the floor. The room darkened, the shadows lengthening as if reaching for me. Panic surged through me as the realization set in. I was trapped once more. The never-ending nightmare of the Black Santa's party coming full circle. Desperately, I searched for a way out, but the manor seemed to shift and change. Corridors leading to nowhere and doors that disappeared before my eyes. The screams of the lost echoed around me, their faces twisted in eternal torment. In a final act of desperation, I closed my eyes and forced myself to confront my deepest fears, the memories of loss, the pain of survival, the haunting question of whether escaping was even possible. The weight of my past bore down on me, threatening to consume me entirely. When I opened my eyes, I was standing outside Evergreen Hall once more, the manor silent and still under the moonlit sky. But this time, something was different. The snow had stopped falling, and a sense of peace settled over the landscape. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the horrors of that night finally fading into the background. As I walked away, I glanced back one last time. The manor stood as a solemn reminder of the darkness that had once consumed it, the legacy of the Black Santa's party lingering like a shadow on the soul. And though I believed I had escaped, the memory of that night would forever haunt me, a testament to the thin line between hope and despair. Story number 2. The Blackwood Masquerade. I never believed in ghosts. Growing up in a small town in Massachusetts, ghost stories were just that, stories to thrill and scare. But standing before the decrepit facade of Blackwood Manor on a chilly December night, my skepticism was about to be brutally shattered. Blackwood Manor had always been the subject of local legends. Built in the late 1800s, it was the home of the Blackwood family, renowned for their extravagant Christmas parties. The manor was a marvel of Victorian architecture, with sprawling gardens and intricate woodwork. But in 1895, during one fateful Christmas Eve, the entire family vanished without a trace. The manor was left untouched, the grand dining table set for a feast that would never be eaten. Since then, the townsfolk spoke of eerie laughter, flickering lights, and shadowy figures glimpsed through the windows every Christmas night. As a journalist for the Boston Chronicle, I was always on the lookout for a good story. When I heard about Blackwood Manor, I saw an opportunity to debunk the myths once and for all. Equipped with my camera, voice recorder, and a healthy dose of skepticism, I decided to spend Christmas Eve in the manor. The drive from Boston was long, the winding roads illuminated only by the pale glow of the moon. As I approached the manor, a sense of unease settled over me. The manor stood imposingly against the dark sky, its windows like hollow eyes staring into my soul. The iron gates creaked ominously as I pushed them open, revealing a path overgrown with weeds and shadowed by towering oak trees. I parked my car a safe distance away, not wanting to disturb whatever restless spirits might reside within. Taking a deep breath, I began the walk toward the entrance. The air was unnaturally cold, each step crunching on the frost-covered ground. The manor's grandeur was marred by neglect, paint peeled from the walls, and the once immaculate gardens were now a tangled mess. As I reached the massive front doors, they stood slightly ajar, as if inviting me in. Heart pounding, I pushed them open, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was cloaked in darkness, the only light emanating from the moonlight filtering through the stained glass windows. Dust danced in the beams, and the scent of decay hung heavy in the air. I switched on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom. The grand foyer stretched before me, adorned with a sweeping staircase and faded portraits of the Blackwood ancestors. My footsteps echoed as I made my way deeper into the manor, each room telling a story of opulence now lost to time. I reached the grand dining hall, the centerpiece of the Blackwood parties. The room was dominated by a massive table, set meticulously with silverware, fine china, and candlelit centerpieces. The fireplace roared with an undying flame, casting flickering shadows that danced along the walls. It was as if the scene had been frozen in time. I set up my equipment, hoping to capture any paranormal activity. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant sound of what could be faint laughter. Shaking off the chill, I decided to explore the rest of the manor, eager to gather more evidence. As I wandered through the dimly lit corridors, the sense of being watched grew stronger. Portraits seemed to follow my movements with their lifeless eyes, and the air grew colder with each step. I entered a grand library, the shelves lined with dusty tomes and forgotten memories. Sitting at the center was an old writing desk, its surface cluttered with yellowed papers and a tarnished quill. I picked up one of the papers, its ink faded but legible. It was a diary entry from 1895, detailing the preparations for the Christmas feast. The writer, presumably a member of the Blackwood family, expressed excitement and anticipation, but as the entries progressed, the tone darkened, hinting at unease and unexplained occurrences. The last entry was abrupt, ending mid-sentence with a frantic scrawl. "Something terrible is happening. We must leave." A sudden chill swept through the room, and the candles flickered violently. My flashlight flickered, and in the brief darkness, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Heart racing, I turned to find nothing but shadows playing tricks on my mind. Determined to press on, I made my way to the attic. Rumored to be the epicenter of the manor's hauntings, the staircase creaked under my weight, each step a symphony of old wood protesting my intrusion. Reaching the top, I found a heavy wooden door, slightly ajar. Pushing it open, I entered a vast space filled with antique furniture covered in white sheets and forgotten relics of the past. In the center stood a large mirror, ornate and gilded, reflecting the room with uncanny clarity. As I approached, the temperature dropped further, my breath visible in the frigid air. Suddenly, the reflection in the mirror shifted. Instead of my own image, I saw the dining hall, the table set and the shadows of people gathered around it. Their faces were obscured by darkness, but their presence was unmistakably human. A voice echoed through the attic, soft yet commanding. "Join us." I spun around, flashlight beam darting through the room, but saw no one. The mirror's reflection remained, showing the spectral banquet. The laughter grew louder, a cacophony of voices blending into an unsettling harmony. My skin prickled as I felt an invisible force pulling me toward the mirror. "No," I whispered to myself, trying to resist, but the pull was relentless, my feet moving of their own accord. I reached out to touch the mirror, the surface cold and unyielding. As my fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through me, and the room around me began to dissolve. I was no longer in the attic but standing at the head of the grand dining table. The figures from the mirror sat around me, their eyes hidden in the darkness of their masks. The room was alive with the warmth of the fire and the aroma of a feast ready to be enjoyed. It was Christmas Eve, 1895. "Welcome," a voice intoned, and I realized it was coming from me. Panic surged as I tried to move, but my body was frozen in place. The guests began to speak, their voices merging into a disorienting chorus. "Stay with us," they insisted. "Never leave." The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was trapped in the manor's curse. Reliving the night the Blackwoods disappeared. Desperation clawed at my mind as I struggled to break free, but the spectral embrace held me tight. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, different from the others. It was a woman, her presence commanding and sorrowful. Her eyes, though hidden, conveyed a deep sadness. "Help us," she pleaded. "Find peace for our souls." I focused on her, willing myself to understand. Memories began to surface, whispers of betrayal, secrets kept within the manor's walls, and a festering resentment that led to the family's demise. The Blackwoods had hidden something, a dark secret that bound them to the manor, condemning them to an eternal feast. "I need to release you," I declared, finding strength in my determination. "Tell me what you need." The woman nodded, and the room seemed to shift. Images of the past played out before me: furtive meetings, forbidden rituals, and the night of disappearance. The final moments were chaotic, a culmination of greed and desperation, leading to the family's tragic end. With newfound understanding, I knew what had to be done. I needed to expose the truth, to lay the Blackwood's secrets bare so their souls could finally find peace. Gathering the fragmented memories, I began to piece together the narrative, each revelation a step toward breaking the curse. As I spoke the final words, the manor trembled, the spectral figures fading as the weight of their secrets lifted. The mirror cracked, shards falling away to reveal my reflection once more. I felt the oppressive force release its grip, and the room returned to its original state. Breathing heavily, I found myself back in the attic, the mirror now silent and still. The temperature began to rise, warmth replacing the cold that had enveloped me. I knew the Blackwoods were free, their spirits no longer bound to the manor. Exiting the manor at dawn, I glanced back to see the first light of Christmas morning breaking through the fog. The manor, once a place of fear, now stood serene, as if the passage of time had finally granted it peace. Returning to Boston, I penned the story of Blackwood Manor, unveiling the truth behind the legends. The Boston Chronicle ran the piece, and the town finally acknowledged the tragedy that had haunted them for over a century. Visitors came not to witness the supernatural, but to honor the memory of the Blackwood family, ensuring their story would never be forgotten. Yet, every Christmas Eve, as I sit by my fireplace, I sometimes hear faint laughter and catch a glimpse of shadows at the edge of my vision, a reminder that some stories never truly end, and some spirits linger, bound by memories and the echoes of the past. I never believed in ghosts, but Blackwood Manor taught me otherwise, and as the years pass, I find myself haunted not by fear, but by the lingering presence of a family that once lived, loved, and ultimately vanished into the annals of history, leaving behind a legacy of mystery and sorrow. Story number 3. The Bloodied Christmas Tree. I still remember the warmth of that December night in 1920, the flickering lights casting playful shadows on the grand halls of the Whitmore estate. Growing up in the countryside, stories of the Whitmore family's opulent Christmas celebrations were the stuff of local legend. They were known for their extravagant parties, the centerpiece always a colossal Christmas tree adorned with the finest ornaments and twinkling lights. But that year, the merriment turned into a nightmare that would haunt the town for generations. I was 16, eager to prove myself as a responsible young man. My father had been entrusted with helping organize the annual Whitmore Christmas party, a duty he took great pride in. As we approached the sprawling manor, the scent of pine and roasted chestnuts filled the air, mingling with the crisp winter breeze. The estate was a marvel, its architecture a testament to old-world grandeur, with towering windows and intricate stonework that seemed to glow under the moonlight. The evening began with laughter and joy, the sound of clinking glasses and cheerful conversation echoing through the vast rooms. Guests arrived in their finest attire, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight and the vibrant colors of the Christmas decorations. My father moved gracefully among the guests, ensuring every detail was perfect, while I busied myself with various tasks, from serving drinks to managing the decorations. The tree, a magnificent specimen standing nearly 20 feet tall, was the pride of the Whitmore collection. It was draped in silk ribbons, glass baubles, and delicate tinsel that shimmered like ice in the candlelight. At the top, a golden star sparkled, casting a warm glow that seemed to envelop the entire room. It was a sight to behold, a symbol of hope and celebration during the darkest days of winter. As midnight approached, the festivities reached their peak. My father gathered the guests for a toast, his voice steady and filled with genuine happiness. We raised our glasses, the room filled with a harmonious chorus of cheers, The night was perfect until the unthinkable happened. Without warning, the grand tree began to crackle and spark. At first, it was a subtle flicker, barely noticeable amidst the bustling party. But within seconds, flames erupted from the branches, spreading rapidly through the delicate decorations. Panic ensued as guests scrambled to extinguish the fire, but the flames were relentless, consuming everything in their path. The once beautiful tree became a towering inferno, the heat overwhelming and suffocating. My father shouted for everyone to stay calm, his authoritative voice cutting through the chaos. We rushed to help evacuate the guests, guiding them towards the exits and away from the burning tree. But it was too late. The fire spread with unnatural speed, engulfing the manor in a matter of minutes. Screams of terror filled the air as the flames devoured the grand halls, trapping many inside. I found myself separated from my father amidst the turmoil, the smoke thick and choking. Desperately, I searched for him, my lungs burning with each breath, the acrid scent of burning wood filling my nostrils. The heat was unbearable, the structure of the manor crumbling around me as the fire consumed everything I had ever known. In those final moments, as the flames reached my chest, I caught a glimpse of the tree one last time. It stood there, a monstrous entity of fire and destruction, its once beautiful ornaments now nothing more than burning embers. A sense of dread washed over me, a feeling that this was no ordinary fire, but something far more sinister. When I awoke, the world was silent and still. The manor lay in ruins, the grand Christmas tree nothing more than a smoldering pile of ashes. The town was in shock, mourning the loss of so many lives in the tragic blaze. But there was something else, something that lingered in the cold winter air, a feeling of unease, as if the spirits of those who perished were still trapped within the ashes of that cursed tree. Years passed, and the Whitmore estate became a haunted relic, avoided by the townsfolk and shrouded in mystery. They said that every Christmas, the screams and the scent of burning wood would return, a grim reminder of that fateful night. The tree, though reduced to ashes, was believed to be cursed, the spirit forever bound to the manor. I never spoke of that night to anyone, the memories too painful and the guilt too heavy. But the legends persisted, growing with each retelling. The abandoned manor stood as a testament to the horrors that unfolded within its walls, a place where the past refused to remain buried. One Christmas Eve, many years later, I found myself standing before the ruins of the Whitmore estate. The snow had blanketed the ground, muffling the sounds of the night and adding a layer of quiet solemnity to the desolate landscape. The moon hung high, casting a ghostly light over the remnants of the once grand home. Compelled by a mix of curiosity and unresolved guilt, I approached the site. The air was cold, the silence broken only by the distant howling of the wind. As I stood there, the temperature seemed to drop even further, and the faint sound of crackling fire reached my ears. I turned towards the remnants of the tree, now just a charred skeleton amidst the rubble. Suddenly, the air grew thick with the scent of smoke and burning pine. The sound of anguished screams filled my mind, transporting me back to that tragic night. I saw flashes of the past, flames engulfing the tree, the terrified faces of the guests, the desperate attempts to escape. It was as if the manor itself was reaching out, trying to relive its darkest moments. A cold wind swept through the ruins, and for a moment, I thought I saw shadows moving among the ashes. Ghostly apparitions of the guests flickered before me, their eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. They reached out, their silent pleas echoing in my soul, begging for release from the eternal nightmare of that cursed Christmas. Terrified, I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. The screams intensified, blending with the crackling of the fire, creating a cacophony of pain and regret. I turned to flee, but my legs felt rooted to the ground, the weight of the past anchoring me in place. In that moment, I realized that some tragedies leave scars too deep to heal, binding the spirits to the places of their suffering. The Whitmore estate was not just a site of physical destruction. but a beacon for restless souls, forever trapped in the echoes of that bloodied Christmas tree. As I finally managed to break free from the invisible hold, I glanced back one last time. The ruins stood silent once more, the spirits of the past fading into the night. But the memory of that night lingered, a haunting reminder that some curses are never truly broken, and some trees will forever bear the blood of Christmas past. I left the estate behind, the snow crunching beneath my feet as I walked away. But the whispers of that night followed me, a constant reminder of the darkness that once consumed the Whitmore family's grand celebration. And every Christmas thereafter, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, in the heart of those ruins, the bloody tree awaited its next unwitting guest, ready to relive its tragic story once more. Story number 4. The Cryptic Invitation. I never considered myself the superstitious type. Growing up in Chicago, surrounded by the relentless hustle and the bright lights, ghosts and spirits were nothing more than stories to entertain restless kids on sleepless nights. But receiving that invitation changed everything I thought I knew about reality. It was a chilly November afternoon when the letter arrived. The envelope was thick, made of high-quality parchment, and sealed with a deep crimson wax emblem depicting a castle. There was no return address, only my name elegantly handwritten on the front. Intrigued, I carefully broke the seal and unfolded the letter inside. Dear Jonathan, it has been far too long since our last meeting. I cordially invite you to join us for a Christmas celebration at Ashford Castle this December 24th. Your presence would be greatly appreciated. Warm regards, Edward Ashford. Edward Ashford had been my college friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Back then, we were inseparable, sharing dreams and secrets under the vast expanse of the Midwest sky. Life, as it often does, took us on different paths. His sudden disappearance 5 years ago had been a mystery that lingered in my mind, never fully resolved. Despite the years and the unanswered questions, something about the invitation felt off. There was an urgency in his handwriting, a desperation that I couldn't ignore. Perhaps it was the allure of reconnecting with an old friend, or maybe the inexplicable pull I felt toward the castle. Whatever the reason, I found myself making arrangements to attend. The journey to Ashford Castle was long, spanning several states and winding through dense forests that seemed to close in around me as I drove. By the time I arrived, dusk had settled, casting long shadows over the sprawling estate. The castle was an imposing structure, its stone walls weathered by time and nature, surrounded by overgrown gardens and towering pines that whispered secrets in the wind. A gravel path led me to the massive wooden doors, intricately carved with symbols I couldn't decipher. Taking a deep breath, I knocked, the sound echoing ominously in the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, the doors creaked open, revealing a grand foyer bathed in the soft glow of candlelight. Jonathan, it's been too long. A voice called out, filled with warmth and an undercurrent of something unspoken. I stepped inside, the door shutting behind me with a heavy thud. Edward stood at the center of the room, his presence as commanding as I remembered. Yet there was a hardness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Edward, it's been years, I replied, feeling a mix of relief and unease. He smiled, motioning me to join the others. The grand hall was beautifully decorated for Christmas, with a towering tree adorned with twinkling lights and ornaments that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Tables laden with sumptuous feasts lined the room, and guests mingled, their laughter and conversation filling the space with a festive spirit. As the evening progressed, I noticed a few peculiarities. The guests, though polite and engaging, seemed to possess an otherworldly quality. Their eyes held depths of sorrow, and their smiles never quite reached them. Conversations often drifted to topics of memory and loss, as if each person carried a burden they couldn't escape. After dinner, Edward stood to make a toast. To old friends and new beginnings, he declared, raising his glass. May this Christmas bring us closer, even in the face of time and distance. We clinked glasses, and for a moment, everything felt right. But as the night wore on, palpable tension began to build. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the flickering candlelight cast unsettling shadows that danced along the walls. The laughter of the guests seemed to fade, replaced by an oppressive silence that weighed heavily on the room. Around midnight, the first disappearance occurred. A woman I hadn't spoken to before simply vanished into thin air, her glass still held in hand. Panic ensued as others began to realize their friends and acquaintances were disappearing one by one. Screams echoed through the castle as chaos erupted, guests scrambling to find each other in the dimly lit corridors. I found myself alone in a grand hallway, the festive decorations now twisted and grotesque in the flickering light. Desperately, I searched for Edward, but he was nowhere to be found. The walls seemed to close in, and the air grew thick with an unnatural presence. Whispers echoed around me, indistinct voices that spoke of regrets and unfinished business. As I stumbled through the maze-like corridors, memories of Edward's disappearance resurfaced. He had been searching for something he couldn't quite articulate. Now, it felt like the castle itself was hunting for lost souls, trapping them in an eternal cycle of celebration and sorrow. Finally, I reached the grand ballroom, the heart of the castle. There, I found Edward, standing at the center of the room, surrounded by the apparitions of those who had vanished. His eyes met mine, and I saw a reflection of my own fear mirrored in his gaze. "Jonathan," he whispered, his voice hollow, "you shouldn't have come." Before I could respond, the room shifted, the walls faded away, revealing a vast, dark void filled with countless souls trapped in a never-ending celebration. Faces twisted in anguish stared back at me, their cries for release echoing through the emptiness. Edward stepped closer, his form becoming more ethereal. "This is what happened to us," he explained. "We were bound by our past, unable to move on. The castle feeds on our memories, our regrets. Each year, claims more souls, trapping them here forever." Desperation surged through me as I realized the gravity of the situation. "How do we escape?" I demanded, searching for any sign of hope. Edward looked away, his expression one of profound sorrow. "There is no escape. Once you're here, you're part of the castle's legacy." But as he spoke, a flicker of determination ignited within me. "There has to be a way. There must be something we can do." Edward's form wavered, uncertainty replacing his initial resignation. "Perhaps, but it would require facing our deepest fears, confronting the very things that bind us to this place." Taking a deep breath, I nodded. "I'm willing to try." The apparitions began to close in, their presence suffocating. Memories of my own past mistakes and lost opportunities flooded my mind, threatening to overwhelm me, but I pushed forward, focusing on the task at hand. I had to find a way to break the curse that held us captive. Edward led me to a hidden chamber, its entrance concealed behind a tapestry depicting a snowy landscape. Inside, the room was filled with artifacts and relics, each holding a piece of the castle's dark history. At the center stood an ornate mirror, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. "This mirror holds the key," Edward explained. "It reflects not just our appearances, but our souls. To break free, we must confront our reflections and let go of the burdens that tie us to this realm." Summoning all my courage, I approached the mirror. My reflection stared back at me, eyes wide with fear and determination. "I release you," I whispered, thinking of all the regrets and sorrows that weighed me down. The mirror rippled, and the apparitions began to fade, their forms dissolving into the ether. Edward stepped forward, placing a hand on my shoulder. "You did it, Jonathan. You've freed yourself and given us a chance to move on." As the last of the spirits vanished, the castle began to crumble around me. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a serene calm. I found myself standing alone in the grand ballroom, the festive decorations now ordinary and unthreatening. The heavy doors opened, allowing a bright light to flood the room. Stepping outside, I looked back at Ashford Castle. It stood silent and still, the darkness that once enveloped it now replaced by the warm glow of Christmas lights. The nightmare was over, but the memory lingered, a stark reminder of the thin line between reality and the supernatural. Driving back to Chicago, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the echoes of that night haunting my every thought. The invitation had been a test, a journey into the depths of fear and redemption. And while I had escaped, I knew that the castle's legacy would remain with me forever. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, but the experience has left an indelible mark on my soul. I often wonder about the other souls still trapped in places like Ashford Castle, bound by their pasts and yearning for release. The world is full of mysteries, and some invitations are better left unopened. But despite the lingering fear, I carry a newfound respect for the unknown. Life is fragile, and the bonds we form can transcend even death itself. And as Christmas approaches each year, I remember the night I confronted my fears and faced the darkness, knowing that sometimes the greatest horror lies not in what we see, but in what we dare to uncover. Story number 5. The Dead's Holiday Gathering. I never thought a simple Christmas party would unravel the thin veil between our world and the next. Growing up in the heart of Boston, the idea of spending Christmas in an old Edinburgh house seemed both exotic and exciting. When my friends Jess, Mike, Sarah, and Tom suggested renting the Hawthorne Manor for our holiday celebration, I didn't hesitate. Little did I know, that decision would haunt me long after the decorations were packed away. The Hawthorne Manor stood on the outskirts of Edinburgh, a sprawling Victorian house with ivy-clad walls and windows that seemed to peer into your soul. It was the perfect setting for our group of college friends to escape the hustle and bustle of city life and immerse ourselves in festive cheer. We arrived on a snowy Friday afternoon, the manor's imposing facade softened by the delicate fall of snowflakes. Inside, the house was a relic of a bygone era. Grand fireplaces dominated each room, and the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and lingering memories. We spent the first day unpacking, hanging lights, and setting up our makeshift Christmas tree in the grand foyer. As night fell, the manor transformed into a cozy haven, its creaks and groans adding to the charm. After dinner, with mugs of mulled wine warming our hands, Jess suggested we play a game to add some excitement to the evening. Ouija. I had always been skeptical of such things, dismissing them as mere superstition, but the allure of a ghost story in a haunted house was too tempting to resist. We gathered in the dining room, where the large table was already set with our drinks and the Ouija board we'd brought along. The room was dimly lit by candlelight, casting flickering shadows that danced on the ornate wallpaper. Jess placed her hands on the planchette first, followed by Mike, Sarah, Tom, and finally me. "Is anyone here with us?" Jess asked, her voice wavering slightly. The planchette moved slowly to yes. A chill ran down my spine, but I brushed it off as the draft from the open window. Encouraged, Jess continued, "What is your name?" The planchette spelled out Elizabeth. "Elizabeth, are you here to communicate with us?" Mike asked. The planchette moved again, spelling out yes. I felt a growing unease, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. "Why are you here, Elizabeth?" I dared to ask. Silence filled the room for what felt like an eternity before the planchette responded. "Trapped." Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath became visible in the icy air, and the candles flickered violently. Jess tried to laugh it off, but her nervousness was palpable. "We're here to help you, Elizabeth," Sarah said softly. The lights began to flicker uncontrollably, casting the room into intermittent darkness. The sound of distant laughter echoed through the halls, sending shivers down my spine. Then, out of nowhere, the room seemed to come alive. Plates slid off the table, wine glasses shattered against the floor, and chairs scraped violently as if an unseen force was rearranging our setup. Panic set in as we realized this wasn't just a game gone wrong. Tom, always the skeptic, tried to regain control. Everyone, calm down. It's probably just the wind or something. But as he spoke, I noticed scratches appearing on his arms, thin, red lines that seemed to burn just beneath the surface. Tom, what the hell? Jess exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear. Tom shook his head, his voice strained. I don't know. I didn't move. The planchette began to move again, faster this time. Leave. A deafening silence followed, broken only by the sound of our heavy breathing. The room had settled back into an eerie calm, but the damage was done. Tom looked at his arms. Confusion and fear etched on his face. We need to stop, Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Before anyone could react, the room plunged into complete darkness. The temperature dropped further, and a sense of dread enveloped us. In the pitch-black room, I felt a presence, an oppressive force pressing down on my chest. The sound of footsteps echoed around us, slow and deliberate, approaching from all sides. Who are you? Jess called out, her voice barely above a whisper. A cold, raspy voice responded. I'm Elizabeth, trapped forever. The candles reignited on their own, illuminating the room to reveal shadowy figures standing at the corners. Ghostly apparitions of people dressed in Victorian attire, their faces obscured by shadows. They moved toward us, their presence filling the room with an unspoken menace. We didn't mean to disturb you, pleaded, trying to keep my voice steady, but the spirits only advanced, their movements synchronized and deliberate. One of them reached out, and I felt a sharp pain as claws, no claws made of pure darkness, scratched across my back. The pain was excruciating, yet strangely numb. I stumbled forward, desperate to escape the spectral assault. Tom fell to the ground, clutching his arms where the scratches had deepened into gashes. Blood seeped through his clothes, and he whimpered in pain. We have to go, he gasped. As we scrambled to our feet, the house seemed to resist our every move. Doors slammed shut in our faces, windows locked themselves, and the path back to the entrance became a maze of shifting corridors and endless rooms. The spirits continued their relentless pursuit, their whispers filling the air with incomprehensible words. Jess grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with terror. We need to stick together. Don't split up. We made our way through the manor, the oppressive atmosphere making each step feel like a mile. The once beautiful house was now a labyrinth of horror, every room a new nightmare. We tried to find the main entrance, but the house seemed to change around us, corridors stretching longer, doors leading to nowhere. Finally, we reached the grand foyer, the very place where it all began. The fireplace roared to life, and the flames took on an unnatural hue, deep crimson, almost black. The spirits converged upon us, their numbers seemingly infinite. Elizabeth stood at the center, her form more defined, her presence commanding. Why are you here? I demanded, my voice breaking. Elizabeth's voice echoed through the room. We are bound to this place, our souls trapped by betrayal and sorrow. You disturbed our eternal vigil. I swallowed hard, searching for answers. What do you want from us? She stepped forward, her form wavering like smoke. To be remembered, to have our stories told, so we may find peace. A glimmer of hope sparked within me. Tell us how we can help. Elizabeth nodded, the shadows around her swirling. Expose the truth. Let the world know of our plight, so our memories do not fade into oblivion. The spirits began to dissipate, their forms dissolving into the air like mist under the morning sun. The oppressive weight lifted, and the temperature began to rise. The manor seemed to sigh, the tension ebbing away as if a burden had been lifted. We staggered out of the manor as dawn broke, the first light of Christmas morning casting a serene glow over the landscape. The house stood silent and still, its dark secrets momentarily laid to rest. Exhausted and battered, we made our way back to Edinburgh, the horrors of the night etched into our minds. In the weeks that followed, I took to writing, I poured my experiences into a detailed account, ensuring that the story of Hawthorne Manor and the trapped souls of Elizabeth and her family would not be forgotten. The article was published in a local newspaper, sparking interest and concern among the community. True to Elizabeth's words, the manor slowly faded from the forefront of local lore, its spirits finding peace through our efforts. However, the memory of that night lingered, a stark reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead. Every Christmas, I find myself drawn to the stories of haunted houses and restless spirits, a newfound respect for the unknown filling me. The scratches on Tom's arms healed, but the psychological scars remained, a constant reminder of the price we paid for curiosity. The Hawthorne Manor was eventually condemned and left to the elements, its legacy a testament to the power of forgotten souls seeking remembrance. But sometimes, late at night, I hear faint whispers on the wind, ghostly echoes of a Christmas long past, reminding me that some gatherings are meant to remain undisturbed. I never thought a Christmas party would lead me to confront the dead, but Hawthorne Manor taught me that some spirits linger not out of malice, but out of a desperate need to be remembered. And as the years go by, I carry their stories with me, ensuring that the dead's holiday gathering is never forgotten. Story number 6. The Never-Ending Party. I still remember the icy December air biting at my cheeks as we approached the old Whitmore Hotel, nestled on the outskirts of our small town. The once grand establishment had long been abandoned, its windows darkened and ivy crawling up its faded facade. When Jake found the invitation to the secret Christmas party tucked inside a library book, none of us questioned its origin. After all, who wouldn't want to attend the year's most exclusive event? Our group of 5, Jake, Sarah, Emily, Mark, and me, had always thrived on the thrill of the unknown. The promise of a most secret party was irresistible, especially during the bleak winter months. As we pushed open the heavy oak doors, a rush of warm, festive air enveloped us, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. The lobby was transformed into a winter wonderland. Twinkling lights adorned the ceilings, and a towering Christmas tree stood majestically in the center, its ornaments shimmering under the glow of countless bulbs. Soft music played in the background, mingling with the clinking of glasses and cheerful laughter. The scent of pine and spice cider filled the air, making the space feel inviting despite the hotel's dilapidated exterior. "Wow!" Sarah breathed, her eyes wide with amazement. "I can't believe this place. It's incredible." We made our way to the main ballroom, where the real festivities were in full swing. Tables laden with delicious food and overflowing drinks stretched as far as the eye could see. Guests mingled effortlessly, their conversations animated and joyous. It was as if the hotel had been magically transformed overnight, a haven of holiday cheer amidst its crumbling surroundings. Jake, always the social butterfly, quickly made friends with a group near the bar. Emily and Mark gravitated toward the dessert table, sampling treats and sharing bites with newfound acquaintances. Sarah and I found a cozy corner by the fireplace, sipping our drinks and soaking in the atmosphere. As the night progressed, the party's energy only intensified. More guests arrived, each one seemingly more vibrant than the last. The room buzzed with laughter, music, and the occasional burst of singing as someone took to the makeshift stage for an impromptu carol. It was perfect, or so we thought. About an hour into the festivities, I felt a nagging urge to leave. The cozy warmth of the ballroom was beginning to feel claustrophobic, and a sense of unease settled in the pit of my stomach. "Guys, I think I'm going to head out," I announced, trying to mask my discomfort. "Already?" Emily asked, concerned. "We just got here." Mark nodded in agreement. "Yeah, what's up?" I shrugged, forcing a smile. "Just feeling a bit overwhelmed. Maybe some fresh air." Jake, never one to let an opportunity slip, chimed in. "Well, if you guys want to go, let's all leave together. It's getting late." We excused ourselves and made our way toward the exit, the festive sounds fading behind us. As we reached the grand double doors, I reached for the handle, expecting the cool night air to greet us once again. But the doors wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, my frustration mounting. What the hell? Why won't these open? Sarah joined me, her hand gripping mine. It's locked. Maybe it's automatic or something. Mark tried the side doors, but they were just as unyielding. This is weird. There should be a way out. Jake stepped forward, examining the door closely. I didn't see any locks earlier. Let me try pushing from the inside. He pressed against the door with all his might, but it barely budged. Nothing. It's like sealed shut. Panic began to creep into our minds. Guys, maybe we should go back inside and look for another way out, Jake suggested, his voice tinged with worry. Reluctantly, we turned back toward the ballroom. The once inviting lights now seemed dim and foreboding. The cheerful music had transformed into an eerie, distorted melody that echoed through the halls. As we re-entered the room, the atmosphere had shifted. The laughter was muted, and the vibrant decorations appeared tarnished, as if time itself was deteriorating the festive facade. Something's not right, Emily whispered, clutching her glass tightly. It's like the whole place has changed. We moved cautiously through the ballroom, searching for any sign of another exit. But the room seemed endless, the doors and windows blending seamlessly into the decaying walls. As we ventured deeper, the other guests began to disappear, their joyful faces replaced by blank stares and hollow eyes. The cheerful chatter dwindled, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed down on us. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness. The lights flickered and died, leaving us enveloped in pitch blackness. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight to illuminate our immediate surroundings. The beam revealed the ballroom in disarray, tables overturned, decorations strewn about, and shadows dancing menacingly on the walls. What's happening? Mark demanded, his voice trembling. Why is everything changing? Before we could process his words, a guttural sound echoed through the room. It was a low, raspy chuckle that sent shivers down my spine. Did you guys hear that? Yeah, Jake replied, his voice barely audible. Something's wrong. As we tried to regain our bearings, the guests around us began to transform, their bodies contorted, limbs elongating unnaturally, faces twisting into grotesque masks of bone and sinew. Skeletons emerged where flesh once was, their hollow eyes fixed on us with an otherworldly intensity. The cheerful facade had been stripped away, revealing the true horror beneath. Emily screamed, backing away from a guest whose jaw had dislocated to form a permanent, sinister grin. We need to get out of here now. Desperately, we searched for another exit, but the ballroom had become a labyrinth of shifting corridors and endless hallways. Each door we opened led to more distorted versions of the party. Rooms filled with skeletal dancers twirling in an eternal, macabre ballet, or dining areas where skeletons feasted on decaying food, their bony hands reaching out to grab us. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Minutes felt like hours as we navigated the twisted hotel, our minds teetering on the brink of madness. The oppressive silence was intermittently broken by the haunting echoes of our footsteps and the distant, hollow laughter of the skeletal guests. At one point, we stumbled upon a grand staircase, its steps leading to a darkened second floor. Determined to find a way out, we ascended, each step groaning under our weight. The upper level was even more disorienting, corridors looping back on themselves and doors that led to nowhere. The festive decorations were now in shambles, torn tinsel hanging limply from the ceiling and shattered glass glittering on the floor like malevolent stars. Jake, look! Sarah pointed to a large mirror hanging on the wall. But instead of our reflections, the mirror displayed the ballroom in its distorted state, the skeletal guests frozen in a grotesque tableau. Is this some kind of trap? Mark wondered aloud, his voice echoing in the empty hallway. Before anyone could respond, the mirror rippled like water, and a skeletal hand reached out from the glass. grasping at our reflections. We recoiled in horror as the hand seemed to pull at us, the boundary between reality and the mirror blurring. "Run!" Jake shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling me away from the cursed reflection. We sprinted down the hallway, the sound of our pursuers growing louder with each step. The walls seemed to close in around us, the air thick with the stench of decay and the whispers of lost souls. Desperate to escape, we turned a corner and found ourselves back in the ballroom, now a nightmarish version of its former self. The skeletal guests moved with predatory intent, their hollow eyes fixed on us as they closed in. "We're trapped," Emily cried, tears streaming down her face. "There's no way out." Just as all hope seemed lost, a door at the far end of the room swung open, revealing a blinding light. "There!" I pointed, my voice shaking. "Maybe that leads outside." We rushed toward the door, pushing past the skeletal guests who reached out with bony fingers to grab us. As we crossed the threshold, the doors slammed shut behind us, plunging us back into darkness. The light had vanished, and the room began to distort once more, time slowing to a crawl. "We can't stay here," Mark insisted, his eyes wide with fear. "We need to find another way." But as we searched frantically for an exit, the room seemed to mock our efforts. Each door led back to the ballroom. Each window revealed the same nightmarish scene. It was as if we were caught in an endless loop, the never-ending party trapping us in a cycle of terror. Hours, or was it days, passed as we wandered the cursed hotel, our sanity fraying with each passing moment. Sleep eluded us, our minds consumed by the haunting images of skeletal faces and the oppressive sense of being watched. We clung to each other, our bond the only thing keeping us from descending into madness. One night, or what felt like night, we stumbled upon an old elevator in a forgotten corner of the hotel. The doors were rusty and dented, but it seemed like our best chance for escape. With no other options, we pressed the call button, hoping against hope that it would lead us to freedom. The elevator creaked to life, its lights flickering as it began to descend. We held our breaths, the tension in the air palpable. But as we reached the ground floor, the doors refused to open. The skeletal guests surrounded us, their hollow eyes glowing with malevolent intent. "We're not going anywhere," Jake declared, trying to muster courage. "We have to fight." But our attempts were futile. The skeletal figures moved with unnatural speed, their bony hands reaching for us as the room closed in around us. Desperation overwhelmed us as we realized the grim truth. We were doomed to remain in this never-ending party, our souls trapped in the decaying hotel forever. As I stand here, recounting the horrors of that night, the memories haunt me like restless spirits. The abandoned Whitmore Hotel still stands, a sinister beacon in the snowy landscape, its windows reflecting the eternal torment of those who dared to attend the never-ending party. And sometimes, on cold December nights, I swear I can hear the faint strains of cheerful music, a chilling reminder that some invitations should never be accepted. Story number 7. The Unseen Guests of Pine Hollow. I still remember the chill in the air that December evening of 1977. A night that forever altered the quiet rhythm of Pine Hollow, nestled deep in the heart of rural America. Our town was the kind where everyone knew everyone, and secrets were as rare as a summer snow. Our family had always taken pride in hosting the annual Christmas party, a tradition that brought warmth and laughter to our modest home on Maple Street. That year, my parents decided to invite not just our immediate neighbors but the entire community. It was a gesture of unity, especially after the harsh winter had tested everyone's resilience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the snow-covered landscape, preparations were in full swing. The scent of pine and freshly baked cookies filled the house, mingling with the sound of cheerful chatter and the crackling of the fireplace. I was busy setting up the dining table, meticulously arranging the silverware and fine china that had been passed down through generations. My younger sister, Emily, hung colorful ornaments on the evergreen in the corner, her laughter ringing like bells. My parents moved gracefully between the kitchen and the living room, ensuring everything was perfect for our guests. The first wave of neighbors arrived punctually. The Johnsons from 2 houses down, Mrs. Thompson from the bakery, and the Carters who ran the local hardware store. Their presence added to the festive atmosphere, and the night was off to a splendid start. We shared stories, exchanged gifts, and enjoyed the hearty meal my mother had prepared with love. As the evening progressed, more guests trickled in, some unfamiliar faces that I hadn't seen before. They were polite, engaging in conversations with ease, and their smiles were warm and genuine. It wasn't until later that night, around midnight, that things began to take a strange turn. The lights flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. The room seemed to grow colder, and an unsettling silence fell over the party. My father, ever the pragmatist, dismissed it as a power surge, but a sense of unease settled over me. I glanced around the room, noticing that some of the strangers hadn't interacted with anyone else before. They seemed oddly detached, as if they were observing rather than participating. Despite the growing discomfort, the party continued. Music played softly in the background, and conversations picked up once more. But there was an underlying tension, a feeling that something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, the lights went out completely, plunging us into darkness. Gasps and murmurs filled the room as people tried to adjust to the sudden blackout. Before anyone could react, the strangers sprang into action. They moved with an unsettling synchronicity, their actions swift and precise. Plates began to slide off tables, glasses shattered against the floor, and decorations were ripped down with aggressive force. Panic erupted as guests scrambled to find their way in the dark. But the strangers remained eerily calm, their eyes devoid of any emotion. My father tried to restore order, but the chaos only intensified. Furniture toppled over, and the once festive atmosphere turned into a nightmare. Emily screamed as one of the strangers lunged toward her, leaving deep scratch marks across her arms. Blood stained her clothes, and tears streamed down her face as she cried out for help. Desperate to escape, my parents and I fled to the back door, only to find it locked from the outside. The house seemed to come alive, walls closing in, corridors stretching into infinity. We were trapped, surrounded by these faceless invaders who moved with malevolent intent. The air was thick with fear, and the oppressive silence was broken only by the sound of our ragged breathing and the distant echoes of the strangers' actions. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the lights flickered back on. The room was in shambles, tables overturned, decorations destroyed, and Emily lying on the floor, her injuries severe. The strangers had vanished as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving behind nothing but devastation and unanswered questions. In the aftermath, we surveyed the damage, trying to make sense of the night's horrors. My mother picked up a discarded camera from the living room, hoping to capture any evidence of what had transpired. As we reviewed the photos, a cold dread settled over us. In every image taken that night, the strangers were present, but their faces were blurred, indistinct shadows where features should have been. It was as if they were never meant to be seen clearly, their true forms hidden from our perception. The next morning, the town was abuzz with confusion and fear. When my parents recounted the events, no one else seemed to remember the strangers at all. Neighbors who attended the party had no recollection of the unfamiliar guests, and none of the photographs taken by others showed their presence. It was as if the strangers had been erased from everyone's memories except ours. We tried to rationalize the experience, attributing it to stress or perhaps a collective hallucination brought on by the cold and isolation. But the evidence was undeniable. The scratched marks on Emily's arms were real. The broken glass and torn decorations bore witness to the night's chaos. And the haunting images on the camera were impossible to ignore. As days turned into weeks, Pine Hollow began to change. The house on Maple Street, once a symbol of community and warmth, became a place of fear and suspicion. Friends and neighbors avoided it, whispering theories about curses or dark spirits that had been awakened. The photograph with the blurred faces circulated, becoming a local legend that spoke of unseen horrors lurking beneath the surface of our idyllic town. My family struggled to move on, haunted by the memories of that night. Emily's recovery was slow, both physically and emotionally, and the bond we shared became strained under the weight of our shared trauma. My parents became reclusive, avoiding social gatherings and the very traditions that once brought them joy. The annual Christmas party was never the same, a shadow of its former self overshadowed by the lingering fear of what might return. Years later, I often find myself staring at that photograph, the blurred faces a constant reminder of the inexplicable events that tore our lives apart. Pine Hollow returned to its peaceful existence, but the scars of that night remained etched in our hearts and minds. I learned that some secrets are better left undiscovered, and that the veneer of normalcy can hide the darkest of truths. On quiet nights, especially around Christmas, I sometimes feel a presence watching from the shadows, a silent reminder that the strangers could return at any moment. The house on Maple Street stands as a testament to that eerie night, a beacon of unresolved mysteries and unspoken fears. And as the snow falls gently outside, I can't help but wonder if the spirits of those faceless strangers still roam our town, forever trapped in a cycle of darkness and despair. I never thought our small-town Christmas party would become the stuff of nightmares. But Pine Hollow taught me that evil can lurk where you least expect it, waiting for the right moment to emerge from the shadows and turn your world upside down. And as I walk through the quiet streets, I remain ever vigilant, knowing that some ghosts are not content to remain unseen, and that the true horror lies in the things we cannot comprehend or forget. Story number 8. Echoes from the basement. I still wake up in a cold sweat every Christmas morning, the memory of that night in 2015 replaying in my mind like a haunting melody. Growing up in the serene countryside of Scotland, our family home was nestled among rolling hills and dense forests, a picturesque setting that seemed plucked from a storybook. Every December, my parents, siblings, and I would gather for our traditional Christmas dinner, a time of joy, laughter, and cherished traditions. But that year, the festive spirit was shattered by an unsettling mystery that would forever change our lives. It was a crisp December evening, the air filled with the scent of pine from the towering Christmas tree that stood proudly in our spacious living room. The fireplace crackled warmly, casting a golden glow that danced across the faces of my family members. My father carved the turkey with practiced ease, while my mother arranged the side dishes, her movements graceful and precise. My younger sister, Emily, was busy decorating gingerbread houses, her laughter ringing out like chimes in the night. As we sat down to enjoy our meal, the room was alive with conversation and the clinking of silverware against plates. The joy of the season enveloped us, creating an atmosphere of pure contentment. Little did we know, something dark and inexplicable was about to intrude upon our idyllic celebration. It was just after midnight when we first heard it, the faintest sound of singing, carried on a breeze that seemed to slip through the cracks of our old house. At first, we thought it was a prank played by the neighborhood kids, perhaps a misguided attempt to add some excitement to our dinner. But as the minutes passed, the singing grew louder, more melodic, and undeniably sorrowful. "Did you hear that?" I asked my brother, Liam, who was engrossed in a game on his phone. He looked up, a puzzled expression on his face. "Hear what?" The singing persisted, its haunting tune echoing through the halls of our home. My parents exchanged uneasy glances, their smiles fading as the melody continued. The song was unfamiliar, unlike any Christmas carol we knew, carrying a melancholic undertone that sent shivers down our spines. "Maybe it's just the wind," my father suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. I decided to investigate, driven by a mix of curiosity and unease. Quietly, I made my way towards the basement door, the source of the eerie singing. The basement had always been a place of mystery for me. Dark, cool, and filled with forgotten relics from years past. I reached out to pull the door open, the hinges creaking softly in protest. As I descended the narrow staircase, the singing grew louder, more distinct. It was a beautiful yet haunting melody, one that seemed to tug at the very fabric of my soul. The basement was dimly lit, shadows dancing on the walls as I moved deeper into the space. Rows of old furniture, boxes of forgotten belongings, and the remnants of past holidays filled the room. But there was no sign of anyone or anything else. I paused, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to locate the source of the singing. It seemed to emanate from the far end of the basement, near the old and used fireplace. I approached cautiously, the notes of the song wrapping around me like a ghostly embrace. As I drew closer, the singing ceased abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. Confused and unnerved, I turned to leave, but the basement door slammed shut with a force that reverberated through the room. Panic surged through me as I reached for the handle, only to find it immovable. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath visible in the frigid air, and the darkness seemed to press in on all sides. "Help!" I called out, my voice echoing through the basement. But no one answered. The singing had returned, now louder and more urgent, as if beckoning me to stay. I felt a presence behind me, a cold breath on my neck, and the unmistakable sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. I spun around, my flashlight flickering wildly, revealing nothing but the empty basement. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice shaking. The singing swelled, and for a moment, the shadows in the room seemed to coalesce into the form of a woman in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was obscured by darkness, but her presence was undeniable, haunting, sorrowful, and filled with an unspoken plea. "Why are you here?" I whispered, my fear giving way to a desperate need for answers. The figure raised her hand, a spectral finger pointing towards the old fireplace. "Help me," she murmured, her voice echoing like a distant memory. "Release me." Before I could respond, the room began to shift. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting as the temperature plummeted further. My flashlight flickered again, and in the brief darkness, I saw her face, hollow eyes filled with anguish and desperation. "Find the relic," she urged, her voice fading into a whisper. "Only then can I be free." With that, the apparition vanished, leaving me alone in the oppressive silence of the basement. I frantically tried to open the door, but it remained firmly shut. The only way out was through the darkness, and I had no idea where to begin searching. Summoning all my courage, I began to explore the basement, guided only by the dim beam of my flashlight. The singing had stopped, replaced by the eerie stillness that clung to the room like a heavy blanket. As I moved deeper into the basement, I stumbled upon a hidden door behind a stack of old boxes. It was small, almost inconspicuous, but something about it seemed important. I reached out to push the door open, the hinges creaking loudly in the silent basement. Inside, I found a small storage room, cluttered with old furniture and dusty relics. In the center of the room stood an ornate wooden chest, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the faint light. My heart raced as I approached it, feeling the weight of the unseen presence that had urged me to find the relic. With trembling hands, I opened the chest, revealing a collection of old photographs, letters, and a small, ornate mirror. The mirror stood out, its frame adorned with delicate engravings and a single, blood-red ribbon tied around the base. As I picked it up, the reflection staring back at me was not my own but the image of the little girl in the white dress, her eyes filled with sorrow. I realized then that this mirror was the relic the apparition had spoken of, a conduit between our world and the spirits that lingered in our home. Determined to help her find peace, I knew what I had to do. I carefully placed the mirror back in the chest, understanding that it needed to be honored and respected. Returning to the main part of the basement, I felt a presence behind me, the spectral figure of the woman in white appearing once more. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now filled with gratitude and relief. "You have set me free." As she faded into the shadows, the temperature began to rise, the oppressive cold lifting as suddenly as it had descended. The basement door creaked open, the way back to the living room now clear and unobstructed. Exhausted but relieved, I made my way upstairs, the remnants of the eerie encounter lingering in my mind. The following day, I decided to check the security cameras we had installed after our move. As I reviewed the footage, I froze in horror at what I saw. The image of the little girl in white sat at the table, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. Even though no one had ever seen her before, her presence was undeniable, a haunting reminder of the night's events. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into our family's history, speaking with relatives and researching old records. I discovered that the previous owners of our home had also experienced similar phenomena, voices, apparitions, and unexplained occurrences that plagued their Christmas celebrations. The story of the woman in white seemed to be a recurring tragedy, a spirit bound by sorrow and longing for remembrance. I realized that the mirror was not just a relic but a focal point of the unresolved grief that had haunted our home for decades. To truly help her find peace, we needed to honor her memory and acknowledge the pain that had kept her spirit tethered to our world. That Christmas, we decided to hold a memorial dinner, inviting friends and family to join us in remembering the woman in white. We placed the mirror in a place of honor, surrounded by photos and mementos of past Christmases, a tribute to the spirit that had longed to be seen and remembered. As we gathered around the table, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of unity and purpose. We shared stories of those we had lost, our voices mingling with the flickering candlelight. The room felt warmer, the shadows less oppressive, as if our collective remembrance was healing the wounds that had bound the spirit to our home. Just as we concluded the evening, a soft, melodic singing filled the room, blending seamlessly with the festive music. We looked around, but there was no one else present. The little girl in white appeared once more, her presence now gentle and serene. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with peace and gratitude. "I can finally rest." As she faded away, the room seemed to glow with a comforting light, the oppressive shadows dissipating into the night. The mirror no longer reflected her sorrowful gaze, but instead showed the joyful faces of our family, united in love and remembrance. In the years that followed, our Christmas celebrations continued with a renewed sense of purpose. The memory of that night served as a reminder of the importance of honoring those we had lost and the enduring power of family and love. The singing no longer echoed through our home, replaced by the harmonious sounds of laughter and joy. But sometimes, late on Christmas nights, I still feel a gentle warmth in the air and hear the faint strains of a beautiful melody, a lingering echo of the spirit that once sought our remembrance. It serves as a comforting reminder that even in the darkest of times, love and memory can bridge the gap between the living and the dead, ensuring that no soul is ever truly forgotten. And so, as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family, I cherish the memory of that haunting night, knowing that we have honored her spirit and allowed her to find the peace she so desperately sought. The echoes from the basement have faded, but the lessons learned and the bonds strengthened remain, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of love. Story number 9. Knocking in the night. I still remember that Christmas in 1986 as if it happened yesterday, despite the years that have passed. Growing up in the quiet countryside of Germany, the Bauer family Christmas dinners were the highlight of the year. Our old farmhouse, nestled among snow-covered pines, was transformed into a haven of warmth and festivity every December. Little did we know, that particular Christmas would leave an indelible mark on our lives. Shrouded in mystery and fear, I was 12 at the time, sitting at the head of the long wooden table with my parents, grandparents, and two younger siblings. The aroma of roasted goose, spiced mulled wine, and freshly baked stollen filled the air, mingling with the scent of pine from the towering Christmas tree that stood proudly in the corner. Laughter and cheerful conversation echoed through the halls, the sound of holiday music adding to the joyous atmosphere. As midnight approached, the family began to settle into the final courses of our meal. We exchanged gifts, shared stories, and basked in the glow of the crackling fireplace. My grandfather, a stern yet kind man, raised his glass for a toast to family, to love, and to many more Christmases together. He proclaimed, his voice steady and filled with emotion. The clinking of glasses followed, and we all took a sip, the rich flavors warming us from the inside out. It was during this moment of togetherness that the first knock echoed through the house, a soft, tentative tapping that seemed out of place amidst the merriment. "Who's that?" my father asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. We glanced toward the kitchen door, where the sound had originated, but no one was there. The door was securely closed, and the kitchen was bustling with activity as my mother prepared the last of the desserts. "Probably just the wind," my father suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. The night was clear, with no storm in sight, but the knocking persisted, growing slightly more insistent with each passing minute. Grandmother Eleanor, always the most composed, tried to reassure us. "It's probably just a neighbor, or maybe a delivery person. Don't worry, dear." We continued our dinner, though the knocking remained a constant, eerie backdrop. As we reached for the final servings of plum pudding, the tapping intensified, now rhythmic and deliberate, almost as if someone was trying to get our attention. "All right, that's enough," my father declared, standing up from his seat. "I'll go check it out." The room fell silent as he approached the kitchen door, his steps measured and cautious. He reached out to open it, only to find it firmly shut. No signs of forced entry. He gave it another push, but it wouldn't budge. "Strange," he muttered, turning back to face us. "The door seems to be locked from the inside." Before we could react, the knocking grew louder, more frantic, echoing through the house like a persistent ghost. My heart raced as the atmosphere shifted, the warmth of the evening giving way to a chill that seemed to seep into our bones. "Maybe we should all check together," my mother suggested, her voice trembling slightly, "just to make sure." Reluctantly, we agreed, gathering around the kitchen door. My younger sister, Anna, clung to my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "Do we have to?" "We have to," my father replied firmly. "It's probably nothing, but better safe than sorry." Together, we attempted to open the door once more, but it remained unyielding. The knocking continued, now accompanied by a low, mournful moan that sent shivers down our spines. It was as if the house itself was alive, responding to our attempts to reach out. "What's happening?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the relentless tapping. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness as the power went out, leaving us in complete blackness. Gasps and murmurs filled the air as we fumbled for our flashlights, the beam of light cutting through the inky blackness. The knocking had stopped abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed down on us. "Everyone, stay calm," my father instructed, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "I'll go upstairs and see if I can find the breaker." As he ascended the staircase, the rest of us huddled together in the dining room, the only sound our ragged breathing and the distant ticking of the grandfather clock. Minutes felt like hours as we waited, the uncertainty gnawing at our nerves. Finally, my father returned, a weary expression on his face. "The breaker was tripped. I reset it, but I don't know why it went out." Relief washed over us as the lights flickered back on, restoring the familiar warmth to the room. We sighed collectively, the tension easing as the festive atmosphere resumed. We tried to brush off the unsettling events, attributing them to a power surge or an overzealous neighbor. But a lingering sense of unease remained. That night, sleep eluded me as I lay in bed, the memory of the knocking replaying in my mind, the image of the empty kitchen door, the persistent tapping, and the sudden darkness haunted my thoughts, a reminder that something was terribly wrong. The following morning, we discovered that Grandma Eleanor had been found unconscious on the kitchen floor. A half-eaten slice of bread lodged in her throat. She had choked during the night, her life slipping away in a silent, tragic moment, despite our frantic efforts to save her. She passed away that morning, leaving our family shattered and grief-stricken. In the days that followed, the events of that Christmas began to unravel in unsettling ways. Neighbors reported strange occurrences in our home, flickering lights, unexplained noises, and the feeling of being watched. We tried to maintain normalcy, but the shadow of loss hung heavy over us, exacerbating the strange happenings. One evening, a year after Grandma Eleanor's death, we decided to hold another Christmas dinner, hoping to honor her memory and find some semblance of closure. The house was decorated as always, the dining table set with care, and the empty chair at the head placed with reverence. It was a somber tribute to her absence, a silent reminder of the tragedy that had befallen us. As we sat down to eat, the atmosphere was thick with emotion, our conversations tinged with sadness and remembrance. The room was quieter than usual, the festive spirit subdued by the weight of our grief. Yet, amidst the somber mood, a familiar sensation began to creep into the room, the sense of an unseen presence watching over us. As the evening progressed, the knocking returned, soft at first, then growing more insistent. My heart pounded as I glanced toward the kitchen door, now standing wide open as if inviting something or someone inside. The door creaked on its hinges, and the cold draft of winter air swept into the room, extinguishing some of the candles and sending shivers down our spines. "Not again," my father muttered, rising from his seat. "This isn't right." We approached the door cautiously, the sound of knocking echoing through the silent house. My father reached out to close it, but his hand passed through the air, as if there was no barrier between us and the outside world. The knocking continued, more frantic and desperate than before, accompanied by the faint sound of scraping against wood. Suddenly, the door swung open with a violent force, and a gust of icy wind swept into the room. Standing in the doorway was the little girl from that fateful night, her dress now pristine and shimmering under the candlelight. Her eyes were hollow, filled with an unspoken sorrow that seemed to pierce through my very soul. "Why did you leave me?" she whispered, her voice ethereal and haunting. Terror gripped me as I stared into her empty gaze. "We didn't mean to. We miss you, Grandma," I stammered, the realization dawning on me that the little girl was a manifestation of her spirit, unable to find peace after her untimely death. The room grew colder, the shadows lengthening as her presence enveloped us. My mother stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. "Grandma Eleanor, please find peace. We love you and remember you always." The little girl's form began to shimmer, her sorrowful expression softening. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice fading as a gentle light enveloped her. With one final, lingering glance, she vanished, leaving behind a profound sense of calm and closure. As the night settled into a peaceful silence, we sat together, the weight of our loss now accompanied by a sense of understanding and acceptance. The knocking had ceased, replaced by the comforting sounds of our family gathered in unity and love. Years have passed since that Christmas, and our family has grown and changed. But the memory of that night remains a poignant reminder of the fragile line between life and death, and the enduring power of love and remembrance. The old farmhouse still stands, its walls echoing with the laughter and tears of generations past, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of tragedy. Every Christmas, we leave an extra plate at the head of the table, a silent invitation for Grandma Eleanor to join us once more. And though we never hear the knocking again, The presence of her spirit lingers, a comforting reminder that she is always with us, watching over our family and ensuring that the bonds we share transcend even the darkest of nights. And so, as the snow falls softly outside and the glow of the Christmas tree lights fills our home, we celebrate not just the holiday, but the enduring love that binds us together, forever cherishing the memories of those we have lost and the hope that their spirits find peace in our hearts. Story number 10. The Empty Chair. I never thought that a simple family tradition could unravel the fabric of our lives. But that December in 1990 proved me utterly wrong. Growing up in the quaint village of Elmwood in England, Christmas was always a time of warmth, laughter, and togetherness. Our family was no exception, and every year, my parents hosted a grand Christmas dinner that brought together relatives from near and far. But this year, something was different, something sinister lurking in the shadows of our cherished tradition. The Whitaker family had always been the heart of Elmwood. My grandfather, Edward Whitaker, was a beloved patriarch who had passed away 5 years earlier. Despite his absence, his memory was kept alive through stories, photographs, and, most notably, the tradition of leaving one chair empty at every Christmas dinner, a gesture of respect and remembrance. I was 16, on the cusp of adulthood, and this year's dinner held a particular significance for me. My older brother, James, was getting married the following spring, and our parents wanted everything to be perfect. As I helped my mother prepare the feast in the sprawling kitchen, the aroma of roasted turkey, spiced cider, and freshly baked pies filled the air, creating an inviting atmosphere that belied the unease that would soon descend upon us. The dining room was adorned with festive decorations, garlands of evergreen, twinkling lights, and a magnificent Christmas tree that stood proudly in the corner, its branches heavy with ornaments and sparkling tinsel. At the head of the table, where Grandfather Edward's seat usually resided, there was a solitary empty chair draped in a fine lace cloth, a small photo of him placed delicately on the seat. As relatives began to arrive, the room buzzed with excitement and chatter. Cousins laughed, aunts shared stories, and uncles recounted tales of Christmases past. The atmosphere was joyful, a testament to the Whitaker family's enduring bond. But as the evening wore on, an undercurrent of tension began to weave itself into the festivities. It started subtly, during dessert, as we savored rich plum puddings and sipped on steaming cups of tea. I noticed my cousin Lily casting frequent glances toward the empty chair. "Grandpa Edward always loved being part of our dinners," she remarked with a wistful smile. "It's not the same without him." James, ever the skeptic, chuckled. "Come on, Lily. Grandpa would be happy seeing us all together." But Lily's eyes held a flicker of something else, something unspoken. As the night deepened and the fire crackled in the hearth, the room seemed to grow colder, the shadows lengthening and dancing along the walls. It was during the final course of our meal that the true unease began to manifest. We were all seated, plates nearly empty, when a sudden, sharp chill swept through the room. The lights flickered, casting eerie patterns of light and dark across the table. The cheerful music from the radio stuttered and died, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. It was then that a soft sigh echoed through the room, a barely audible sound that seemed to emanate from the empty chair. "Did you hear that?" whispered my Aunt Margaret, her hand instinctively reaching for mine. "Probably just the wind," my father replied, trying to maintain a semblance of calm. "It's a bit drafty tonight." But the sounds didn't stop. Another sigh, followed by the distinct clinking of a spoon against a glass, echoed through the room. The family exchanged uneasy glances, the jovial atmosphere now thick with apprehension. "Maybe someone moved the chair," suggested my Uncle Henry, though his voice lacked conviction. "I don't think so," my mother said softly. "Grandpa Edward never moved his chair." The room seemed to grow colder still, the fire's warmth failing to dispel the creeping dread that settled over us. My heart pounded in my chest as the sounds continued, soft sighs, the gentle clink of silverware, and an almost imperceptible whispering that seemed to come from all around us. "Someone's here," I muttered under my breath, my eyes darting nervously around the room. Before anyone could respond, the room plunged into darkness. The power had gone out, leaving us bathed in the dim glow of candlelight that flickered uneasily. Panic began to rise as the sounds grew louder, more insistent. The whispers turned into muffled voices, indistinct yet filled with sorrow and longing. "Grandpa Edward," a voice called out, barely audible over the cacophony of whispers. I froze, the name hitting me like a physical blow. My father's hand tightened around mine, his knuckles whitening. "Everyone, stay calm," he urged, though his voice wavered slightly. Suddenly, the empty chair began to move, creaked as if someone were shifting their weight, the lace cloth rustling softly. The room held its breath, the family too terrified to react as the chair slowly pulled back, as if inviting an unseen presence to join us. The whispers intensified, growing louder and more frantic. "Join us," they seemed to implore, the voices overlapping in a dissonant symphony of despair. A piercing shriek shattered the tension, causing everyone to jump. The lights flickered back on, and for a split second, the room was bathed in bright light. But when my eyes adjusted, the chair was once again empty, and the whispers had faded into an unsettling silence. "Did anyone see that?" I asked, my voice trembling. No one responded, too stunned to speak. We sat in tense silence, the weight of what had just transpired hanging heavily in the air. My brother James finally broke the silence, his face pale. "Maybe we should call it a night," he suggested, though his voice lacked its usual bravado. As we began to clear the table, the atmosphere remained thick with unease. No one dared to discuss what had happened, each person lost in their own thoughts and fears. We retired to the living room, the laughter and warmth of earlier now replaced by a cold, oppressive stillness. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that Grandfather Edward's spirit lingered, unable to find peace. Sleep eluded me as I lay in bed, the events of the evening replaying in my mind like a never-ending nightmare. The next morning, the house was quiet, the horrors of the previous night seeming almost surreal. Over breakfast, the family tentatively began to discuss what had happened. Lily was visibly shaken, her eyes haunted. "I felt him there," she confessed. "I could sense his presence." My father sighed, rubbing his temples. "Perhaps it's time we let go, accept that he's gone." But Lily shook her head. "I don't think he wants to be forgotten. Maybe we need to do something to help him rest." As the day progressed, we sought answers, delving into old family records and speaking with relatives who remembered Grandfather Edward well. It was my grandmother who provided the most insight, her eyes distant as she recounted stories of Edward's unwavering dedication to our family and his deep love for Christmas. "He was a devout man," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Christmas was his favorite time of year. He believed in the spirit of giving and the importance of family. Losing him was devastating for all of us." Armed with this knowledge, we decided to honor his memory in a more profound way. That evening, we returned to the dining room, determined to perform a small ceremony to help ease his restless spirit. Candles were lit, a photo of Edward was placed back on the empty chair, and we gathered around, holding hands in a circle of unity and love. "Grandfather Edward," my mother began, her voice steady. "We remember you today with love and gratitude. Please find peace, knowing that your legacy lives on in each of us." As we spoke the words, a sense of calm began to wash over the room. The air grew warmer, the oppressive cold lifting as if in response to our heartfelt plea. The whispers returned, but this time, they were gentle, almost comforting. "Thank you," they seemed to say, before fading into silence. For the first time in years, I felt a sense of closure, a belief that Edward had finally found peace. The empty chair no longer felt like a haunting presence, but a cherished memory that bound us together. That Christmas, the Whitaker family found solace in our shared experience. Our bond strengthened by the supernatural ordeal we had endured. We knew that Grandpa Edward's spirit would always be a part of our celebrations. But now, it was a presence of love and remembrance rather than fear. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the memory of that night still lingers, a reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead. Every year, we leave an empty chair at our dinner table, not out of obligation, but as a symbol of the enduring love that connects us across the realms of life and death. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint sound of clinking glasses and soft whispers, a comforting reminder that Grandpa Edward is still with us, watching over our family and ensuring that the spirit of Christmas remains alive in our hearts. And as I sit alone during the quiet hours of the night, I can't help but feel grateful for the haunting presence that taught us the true meaning of family, love, and the unbreakable bonds that transcend even death itself. Story number 11. The last meal. I still wake up every Christmas morning with a sense of unease, a lingering shadow from the night that forever changed our family. It was 1978, a time when the world seemed simpler, yet darkness hid in the most unexpected places. Our home in rural Texas was a picture of warmth and tradition, especially during the holidays. My parents, grandparents, and siblings gathered around the dining table each year, celebrating with hearty meals and heartfelt laughter. But that Christmas, everything changed. Grandma Eleanor was the heart of our family. At 72, her presence was a comforting constant, her stories weaving the fabric of our shared history. She was known for her baking, especially her famous bread rolls that everyone looked forward to each Christmas. That year, however, there was a subtle tension in the air, an unspoken worry that none of us could quite place. The evening began like any other. The house was filled with the aroma of roasted turkey, mashed potatoes, and Grandma's freshly baked bread. The dining table was set meticulously, every place adorned with festive decorations and candles that cast a warm glow. We gathered around, exchanging stories and enjoying each other's company. As we settled into our meal, Grandma Eleanor took her usual seat at the head of the table. Her silver hair gleamed under the candlelight, and her eyes sparkled with the joy of the season. I sat beside her, sharing a joke with my younger brother, Tommy, who was eagerly awaiting his slice of pumpkin pie. The conversation flowed smoothly until a sudden, sharp gasp pierced the room. Grandma Eleanor clutched her throat, her face contorted in pain. Panic erupted as my father jumped up, his chair clattering to the floor. "Grandma!" he shouted, rushing to her side. We watched in horror as she struggled to breathe, her hands clawing at her throat. My mother immediately called for an ambulance, while the rest of us tried to comfort her. But it was clear she was in grave distress. The room filled with frantic voices and the sound of her labored breathing. But nothing we did could alleviate her suffering. Within minutes, the paramedics arrived, working desperately to save her. They transported her to the nearest hospital, where we awaited news with bated breath. Hours passed, the night deepening around us, until finally, a somber doctor emerged. "I'm sorry," he said softly. She choked on a piece of bread. We did everything we could. The weight of his words settled over us like a heavy blanket. Grandma Eleanor was gone, taken from us by a simple, tragic accident. The following year, our family grappled with grief, trying to find solace in each other and the traditions that now felt hollow without her. Christmas 1979 arrived, a year after Grandma's untimely death. My parents decided to hold another dinner, determined to honor her memory and keep her spirit alive in our hearts. The house was decorated as always, the dining table set with care, and the empty chair at the head still draped in a delicate lace cloth, a silent tribute to her absence. The night began with a mix of joy and sorrow. My father raised a glass, toasting to Grandma Eleanor and the love she had given us. We shared stories, some happy memories, others tinged with sadness. As the meal progressed, the air grew thick with unspoken emotions. The absence of Grandma Eleanor felt more palpable than ever. As dessert was served, a rich, creamy pudding that was one of Grandma's favorites, I glanced towards the empty chair. It stood there, an island of silence amidst the bustling activity. My heart ached with the void her absence had created. But we pressed on, determined to find comfort in each other's presence. Just as we were about to clear the plates, a chill swept through the room. The candles flickered violently, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The warmth that had filled the room seemed to dissipate, replaced by an unnatural cold. My mother shivered, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. "Did anyone else feel that?" Tommy asked, his voice trembling. Before anyone could respond, the sound of scraping cut through the silence. It was faint at first, like the gentle tapping of a spoon against a glass, coming from the direction of the empty chair. We all froze, eyes darting towards it, but no one moved, probably just the wind. My father tried to reassure us, though his voice lacked conviction. But then, the scraping intensified, growing louder and more insistent. The table seemed to tilt, dishes and cutlery rattling ominously as if an unseen force was manipulating them. The candles flickered wildly, casting grotesque shapes that seemed to reach out towards us. A voice, barely more than a whisper, echoed through the room. "Why did you leave me?" We stared in disbelief, the voice sending a shiver down my spine. The room fell silent again, the only sound our ragged breathing and the faint crackling of the fireplace. My heart pounded in my chest as the realization sank in. We were not alone. "Who's there?" my mother demanded, her voice steady despite the fear evident in her eyes. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the empty chair began to move, creaked as if someone were shifting their weight, the delicate lace cloth rustling softly. We watched in horror as the chair pulled back, revealing a figure, a little girl in a flowing white dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. "Grandma," I whispered, the word tasting foreign on my tongue. The figure remained silent, her presence both haunting and heart-wrenching. She slowly raised her hand, pointing towards the kitchen door, now ajar as if someone had hastily exited. A sense of dread washed over me as memories of the previous year's tragedy resurfaced. My father took a deep breath, stepping towards the door. "We need to find out what's happening," he said firmly, though his voice wavered slightly. As he approached, the room seemed to grow colder, the shadows deepening ominously. He reached out to close the door, but his hand passed through it as if it were made of smoke. "Dad," I called, my voice breaking. He turned, his eyes meeting mine with a mix of fear and determination. "Stay here. I'm going to see what's going on." With that, he stepped through the door, disappearing into the darkness beyond. The house fell silent once more, the figure in white fading away until only the empty chair remained. Minutes felt like hours as we waited, the tension palpable. Finally, the sound of footsteps echoed through the hallways, and my father returned, his face pale and eyes haunted. He found something," he stammered, collapsing into his chair. "There was an old kitchen, long abandoned. I found her diary." A collective gasp filled the room. "Her diary?" my mother asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "He was the original owner of this house," my father continued, struggling to gather his thoughts. "Grandma Eleanor told us stories about his daughter, Emily. She died tragically a year after moving in, and he never recovered. He kept a diary, detailing his grief and his inability to let go." We listened intently as my father recounted the diary's contents. Emily's favorite foods, her love for Christmas, and her growing sorrow after the accident that took her life. It was clear that her spirit was trapped in our home, unable to find peace after the sudden loss. Determined to help, we decided to perform a ceremony to honor her memory and allow her spirit to rest. The following Christmas, we gathered once more around the dining table, the empty chair now a focal point of our collective grief and hope. We lit candles, placed flowers on the empty seat, and read aloud passages from her diary, sharing stories of Emily's laughter and love. As we spoke, the air seemed to lighten, the oppressive cold lifting as if our words were reaching out to her. As midnight approached, the room was filled with a serene stillness. We held hands, united in our intention to help Emily find peace. The candles burned brightly, casting a warm glow that enveloped us in comfort. For a moment, the atmosphere was perfect until the clock struck 12. The scraping sound returned, louder this time, accompanied by a soft sigh. The empty chair began to move once more, but instead of a ghostly figure, we saw a small, ethereal light hovering above it. The light pulsed gently, casting a soothing radiance that filled the room. "Thank you," the voice whispered, clearer this time. "I can finally rest." The light expanded, enveloping the entire room in a brilliant glow. The air grew warm, the shadows dissipating as peace settled over us. We watched in awe as the light descended to the empty chair, gently lifting and carrying it away, leaving no trace of its presence. Tears welled up in my eyes as I felt a profound sense of relief and closure. Emily was free, her spirit no longer bound to our home by sorrow and regret. The weight that had burdened our family for so long was lifted, replaced by a renewed sense of hope and unity. In the years that followed, Christmas dinners continued with the same warmth and joy, the empty chair now a cherished symbol of love and remembrance. We never saw Emily again, but her presence was felt in the traditions we upheld and the memories we cherished. But sometimes, late at night, I still feel a gentle breeze and hear the faint sound of laughter, a reminder of the little girl in the white dress who once watched over our family. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, I hold onto the belief that love and remembrance can transcend even the darkest of losses, ensuring that no spirit is ever truly forgotten. The house in rural Texas remains a beacon of holiday warmth, its walls echoing with the laughter and love of generations past. And every Christmas, as we gather around the table, we honor not just those who have left us, but also those who remain in our hearts, forever a part of our enduring family legacy. Story number 12. The Man in the Mirror. I still remember that Christmas dinner in 2013 as if it happened yesterday. Despite the years that have passed, our home in New York, an old Victorian nestled in a quiet neighborhood, had always been the centerpiece of our holiday celebrations. My parents, grandparents, and siblings would gather around the dining table every year, sharing stories, laughter, and delicious meals that filled the house with warmth and joy. But that Christmas, something changed, something dark and unsettling that would forever alter our perception of family gatherings. I was 16, perched on the cusp of adulthood, grappling with the usual teenage angst and the lingering sorrow of losing my younger brother, Ethan. 3 years earlier, Christmas had always been bittersweet, a reminder of what we had lost. My parents tried their best to maintain the festive spirit, decorating the house meticulously and preparing an array of dishes that smelled heavenly. Yet beneath the surface, the air was thick with unspoken grief. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across our living room, the first guests began to arrive. Mrs. Thompson from next door, Mr. and Mrs. Davis from 2 blocks over, and the Martins from the end of the street, all greeted warmly by my parents. Laughter and conversation filled the room, the sound of clinking glasses mingling with the soft strains of Christmas carols playing in the background. I took a seat at the head of the table, my place of honor as the eldest child. My parents sat beside me, exchanging smiles with each new arrival. The dining room was a sight to behold. A large mahogany table set with our finest china, gleaming silverware, and an impressive centerpiece, a towering Christmas tree adorned with sparkling ornaments and twinkling lights. As we settled into our meal, The warmth of the family and friends around me provided a temporary respite from the heavy memories that weighed on my heart. We shared stories, exchanged gifts, and reveled in the joyous atmosphere. It was during dessert, a rich chocolate Yule log, that things began to take an unsettling turn. I glanced around the table, noticing a small, empty seat at the far end, draped with a delicate lace cloth. It was always reserved for my grandfather, who had passed away a few years earlier. His absence was keenly felt, and leaving his place empty was a silent tribute to his memory. But tonight, something felt different. The empty chair seemed to draw attention, almost beckoning. Just as I was about to return to my own plate, I caught sight of her, a little girl in a flowing white dress, standing motionlessly in the corner of the room. She was petite, with long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and her dress was pristine, untouched by the dust of neglect that had settled over our home. Her presence was both out of place and hauntingly familiar. "Did anyone else see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The table fell silent as everyone glanced toward the corner. No one seemed to notice her. Confusion rippled through the room. "See what?" Mrs. Davis asked, her brow furrowed in concern. "I saw a little girl in a white dress standing over there," I explained, pointing toward the corner. There was a collective moment of silence before one of the guests, Mrs. Martin, hesitantly responded, "I didn't see anyone. Maybe it was just a trick of the light," my father suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. But Lily's eyes held a flicker of something else, something unspoken. As the night deepened and the fire crackled in the hearth, the room seemed to grow colder, the shadows in the corners deepening unnaturally. It was as if she was waiting for something, or someone. My heart raced, and a sense of unease settled over me like a heavy blanket. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere shifted subtly. The cheerful chatter grew subdued, and the once warm and inviting room felt colder, the shadows in the corners deepening unnaturally. I kept glancing towards the girl, but she remained motionless, a silent sentinel in our midst. After dinner, my parents suggested moving to the living room for after-dinner drinks and more relaxed conversation. We did so, the transition seamless yet marked by the lingering tension. The little girl was nowhere to be seen, and the empty chair had returned to its solemn vigil at the head of the table. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. As I sat with my family, the room was filled with tension, the joyous atmosphere now overshadowed by an invisible presence. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The cheerful music from the radio stuttered and died, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. It was then that a soft sigh echoed through the room, a barely audible sound that seemed to emanate from the empty chair. "Help me," the voice whispered, sending a chill down my spine. The atmosphere grew colder, the shadows lengthening as if responding to the voice. My heart pounded in my chest as the realization sank in. We were not alone. "Who's there?" my mother demanded, her voice steady despite the fear evident in her eyes. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the empty chair began to move, creaked as if someone were shifting their weight, the delicate lace cloth rustling softly. We watched in horror as the chair pulled back, revealing a figure, a little girl in a flowing white dress, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. "Grandma," I whispered, the word tasting foreign on my tongue. The figure remained silent, her presence both haunting and heart-wrenching. She slowly raised her hand, pointing toward the kitchen door, now ajar as if someone had hastily exited. A sense of dread washed over me as memories of the previous year's tragedy resurfaced. My father took a deep breath, stepping towards the door. "We need to find out what's happening," he said firmly, though his voice wavered slightly. As he approached, the room seemed to grow colder, the shadows deepening ominously. He reached out to close the door, but his hand passed through it as if it were made of smoke. The knocking continued, more frantic and desperate than before, accompanied by the faint sound of scraping against wood. Stay calm, my father instructed, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. There must be a way to end this. But our attempts were futile. The little girl in white stood before us, her form shimmering with an otherworldly light. "Help me," she whispered again, her voice filled with sorrow and longing. Desperation fueled my father's actions. "What can we do? How can we help you?" The room grew colder, the presence of the little girl intensifying. "Find the lost relic," she whispered, her voice filled with a haunting urgency. "It holds the key to my release. Only then can I move on." With that, the little girl began to fade, her figure dissolving into the shadows until she was nothing more than a lingering echo of sorrow. The room's oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly, but the task ahead weighed heavily on us. Determined to help, we set out to uncover the mystery behind the lost relic. The following days were filled with research and exploration, delving into old family records and speaking with relatives who might have known more about our past. We scoured old journals, letters, and photographs, piecing together the fragments of a forgotten history. It wasn't long before I stumbled upon a series of old letters and journals belonging to my grandfather, Edward Whittaker. One entry, in particular, caught my eye. It was dated Christmas 1980, exactly 5 years before his passing, and detailed a hauntingly familiar scene. My grandfather had written about a little girl in a white dress who would appear during Christmas dinners, watching silently from the corner of the room. He described her as a spirit of sorrow, a reminder of a tragedy that had befallen our family decades earlier. According to the entry, Edward had lost his own daughter, Emily, in a car accident on Christmas Eve. The little girl in the white dress was Emily's spirit, forever bound to our home, seeking solace and remembrance during the holiday season. The empty chair at the head of the table was meant to honor her memory, a place where she could feel her presence and remain a part of our celebrations. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I felt a mixture of sorrow and responsibility. It was clear that Emily's spirit was still searching for peace, her unresolved grief preventing her from moving on. Determined to help, I shared my findings with my parents, who were moved by the depth of my discovery. That Christmas, we decided to honor Emily in a more meaningful way. Instead of simply leaving the chair empty, we created a special place for her, decorated with her favorite ornaments, a small photo of her smiling at a Christmas party, and a candle to symbolize her enduring light in our lives. We gathered as a family, sharing stories of Emily and celebrating her memory with tears and laughter intertwined. As we spoke the words, the air seemed to lighten, the oppressive cold lifting as if in response to our heartfelt plea. The whispers returned, but this time, they were gentle, almost comforting. "Thank you," they seemed to say, before fading into silence. For the first time in years, I felt a sense of closure, a belief that Emily had finally found peace. The empty chair no longer felt like a haunting presence, but a cherished memory that bound us together. But every Christmas, as I sit by the window watching the snowfall, I can't help but glance at the empty chair, a silent reminder of the night when the past reached out to touch our present. It serves as a testament to the power of remembrance and the importance of facing our fears, ensuring that even the most haunted of spirits can find their way to peace. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the memory of that night still lingers, a poignant reminder of the fragile line between life and death, and the enduring power of love and remembrance. The old farmhouse still stands, its walls echoing with the laughter and tears of generations past, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of tragedy. Every Christmas, we leave an extra plate at the head of the table, not out of obligation, but as a symbol of the enduring love that connects us across the realms of life and death. And though we never see Emily again, her presence is felt in the traditions we uphold and the memories we cherish. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint sound of clinking glasses and soft whispers, a comforting reminder that Emily is still with us, watching over our family and ensuring that the spirit of Christmas remains alive in our hearts. Story number 13. The Uninvited Guest. I still wake up every Christmas morning with a chill running down my spine, even though the holiday has been a part of my family's traditions longer than I can remember. It's 2013, and this year's Christmas in our small Ohio town has already taken a turn that no one could have anticipated. Our house, an old Victorian with creaky floors and stained glass windows, had always been the centerpiece of our neighborhood's holiday spirit. Every year, my parents hosted a grand Christmas dinner, inviting relatives and close friends to share in the festivities. It was a time of joy, laughter, and the comforting aroma of my mother's famous roast turkey. But this year, something felt different from the moment I stepped through the front door. It was the morning of Christmas Day. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside my window, the sunlight filtering through the curtains and casting warm patterns on my bedroom floor. I stretched, feeling a rare sense of peace. Downstairs, the smell of cinnamon and pine filled the air, mingling with the scent of freshly brewed coffee. I grabbed a quick breakfast before heading to the living room, where the rest of the family was already bustling about, putting the finishing touches on decorations and setting the table. As I descended the staircase, I noticed something odd. The kitchen door was wide open. It was unlike my father to leave it ajar, especially on Christmas morning. I called out, "Dad? Mom?" but received no immediate response. The kitchen was usually the heart of our home during the holidays, filled with the sounds of sizzling pans and cheerful conversation. Today, it was eerily silent except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. "Dad, Mom," I repeated, stepping into the kitchen. The room was immaculate, every utensil in its place. Yet the door remained open as if someone had rushed in and left without a trace. A sense of unease settled over me. I went back to the living room to find my parents and siblings already seated at the table, their faces animated with excitement. "Morning, sweetheart." My mother greeted me with a warm smile. "We're just about to start dinner. Help yourself." I nodded, trying to shake off the strange feeling. As I took a seat, my younger sister, Lily, looked up at me with wide eyes. "Did you see the kitchen door? It was open when I came in." My father chuckled, waving off her concern. "Probably just left it open for some fresh air. Nothing to worry about." We began our meal, the conversation flowing effortlessly as we shared stories and passed around dishes. The room was filled with laughter and the clinking of silverware against plates. But as the evening progressed, a subtle tension began to weave itself into the fabric of our celebration. It was during dessert, a rich chocolate pudding topped with whipped cream, that things started to take a strange turn. As we enjoyed our sweet treats, I noticed a figure standing by the large bay window in the kitchen. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light or perhaps a reflection. But as I focused my gaze, the figure became clearer. It was a man dressed in tattered red clothes, his attire reminiscent of a holiday outfit but worn and frayed, giving him a ghostly appearance. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. "Did anyone else see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The room fell silent, all eyes darting toward the window. My parents glanced up briefly, then quickly returned to their conversation, offering no reassurance. Lily clutched her plate tightly, her eyes wide with fear. "Maybe it's just someone lost," she whispered. But no one else seemed to notice the man any further. We continued our meal, though the image of the stranger lingered in my mind, a dark cloud overshadowing our joyful gathering. As the night wore on, the feeling of being watched intensified, a cold presence lurking just beyond our sight. Later that evening, after the dishes were cleared and the family retired to the living room for after-dinner drinks, I couldn't shake the sense of unease. I decided to investigate, driven by a mixture of fear and curiosity. Stepping back into the kitchen, I scanned the room for any sign of the mysterious figure. The space was still and silent, the only sound the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Just as I was about to dismiss it as my imagination, I heard a soft, raspy whisper, "Join us." The voice was barely audible, carried on a cold breeze that sent shivers down my spine. I spun around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing there. The kitchen door, now firmly closed, seemed to swallow any trace of movement. I hurried back to the living room, my heart racing. My parents were sitting with my brother, Tom, who had stayed up late working on his laptop. "Is everything okay?" my mother asked. Noticing my distressed expression, I hesitated before speaking. "I think there was someone in the kitchen, a man in red." She exchanged a concerned glance with my father. "Are you sure? Maybe you just saw a reflection." Before I could respond, the room grew inexplicably cold. The fire in the hearth crackled, sending sparks dancing into the air. The temperature dropped further, and my breath became visible in the frigid air. My parents and Tom looked around, confusion and fear etching their faces. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the room was plunged into darkness. The only illumination came from the glowing embers in the fireplace, casting long, eerie shadows across the walls. A low, mournful moan echoed through the room, growing louder and more intense. The shadows seemed to twist and contort, taking on the shape of ghostly figures. "Who's there?" my father demanded, his voice firm despite the fear evident in his eyes. The moaning intensified, transforming into anguished cries. Out of the darkness, the figure of the man in red materialized, his face obscured by shadows, eyes hollow and empty. He moved towards us with an otherworldly grace, each step echoing ominously in the silent room. "Leave this place," he whispered, his voice carrying a haunting sorrow. "You should not have summoned me." Panic erupted as the family scrambled to react. My mother grabbed Tom's arm, pulling him toward the exit. But the doors and windows were no longer responsive. Locked tight as if by an unseen force, the man in red advanced, his presence overwhelming and suffocating. "We have to stay calm," my father instructed, though his voice betrayed his fear. "There must be a way to end this." As he spoke, the room began to shift, the shadows swirling around us like a vortex. Memories of the man's presence flashed through my mind, visions of tattered red clothes, empty spaces where he should have been, and the lingering sense of loss that clung to him like a second skin. It was as if he was bound to our home, a restless spirit trapped by some unresolved grievance. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What do you want from us?" The man paused, his figure wavering like smoke. "I am bound by sorrow and regret. My existence is tied to this house, to the Christmases I once cherished. But darkness took me from my joy, leaving me to wander in eternal anguish." Tears welled up in my mother's eyes as she stepped forward, reaching out a tentative hand. "We're sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you. Please, let us help." The man in red hesitated, his form flickering between solidity and shadow. "Help me find peace," he implored. "Release me from this torment." Desperation fueled my father's actions. "What can we do? How can we help you?" The air grew colder, the presence of the man intensifying. "Find the lost relic," he whispered, his voice filled with a haunting urgency. "It holds the key to my release. Only then can I move on." With that, the man began to fade, his figure dissolving into the shadows until he was nothing more than a lingering echo of sorrow. The room's oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly, but the task ahead weighed heavily on us. Determined to help, we set out to uncover the mystery behind the lost relic. The following days were filled with research and exploration, delving into the history of our family and the old Whitaker estate that had been in our possession for generations. We scoured old journals, letters, and photographs, piecing together the fragments of a forgotten past. It was in an old attic chest that we found it, a small, ornate box adorned with intricate carvings and a deep red ribbon. Inside lay a delicate silver locket, tarnished with age but still beautifully crafted. Alongside it was a faded photograph of a man who bore a striking resemblance to the stranger we had encountered. It must be his, my father concluded, holding the locket reverently. This locket was mine grandfather's. He always kept it close, especially during Christmas. We realized that the locket held the key to the man's release. It was a symbol of love and remembrance, a relic of happier times now tainted by sorrow and loss. Determined to fulfill the stranger's request, we planned a ceremonial return of the locket to its rightful place. On Christmas Eve, we gathered in the kitchen once more, the empty chair standing solemnly at the head of the table. The atmosphere was tense, the memory of the previous encounter lingering in the air. My mother held the locket, her hands trembling slightly as she prepared to complete the ritual. "Grandfather Edward," she began, her voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at her. "We honor your memory and seek to release your spirit from this place. May this relic bring you the peace you deserve." As she placed the locket on the empty chair, the room seemed to hold its breath. The temperature dropped, and the shadows lengthened, converging around us in a tight circle. A soft, glowing light emanated from the locket, filling the room with a warm, golden hue. The man in red reappeared, his presence now less menacing and more serene. His hollow eyes softened, and a genuine smile graced his features. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "You have set me free." With that, his figure began to dissolve, the light enveloping him until he was nothing more than a memory, a fleeting shadow of the sorrow he once carried. The room returned to its normal state. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by the comforting warmth of family and tradition. In the days that followed, the Whitaker house felt lighter, the lingering presence of sorrow replaced by a renewed sense of hope and unity. We knew that by honoring our past and addressing the unresolved grief, we had not only helped a restless spirit find peace, but also strengthened the bonds that held our family together. But every Christmas, as I sit by the window watching the snowfall, I can't help but glance at the empty chair, a silent reminder of the night when the past reached out to touch our present. It serves as a testament to the power of remembrance and the importance of facing our fears, ensuring that even the most haunted of spirits can find their way to peace. And as the years go by, the story of the uninvited guest becomes a cherished family legend, a reminder that sometimes the most profound connections are forged in the face of fear and uncertainty. The empty chair no longer symbolizes loss, but rather the enduring love that binds us across the boundaries of life and death, ensuring that no one is ever truly forgotten. Story number 14. The white dress. I still remember that Christmas dinner in 2007 like it was yesterday. The snow had fallen thickly over our small town in Ontario, blanketing the streets in a pristine white layer that reflected the twinkling holiday lights. Our house, a cozy two-story nestled among towering pines, had always been the heart of neighborhood festivities. That year, my parents decided to host a grand Christmas meal, inviting every family on our block. It was meant to be a celebration of community and togetherness, a way to bring warmth during the long, cold winter nights. I was 16 then, perched on the edge of adolescence, grappling with the usual teenage angst and the lingering sadness of losing my younger brother, Ethan. 3 years prior, Christmas had always been bittersweet, a reminder of what we had lost. My parents tried their best to maintain the festive spirit, decorating the house meticulously and preparing an array of dishes that smelled heavenly. But underneath the surface, the air was thick with unspoken grief. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across our living room, the first guests began to arrive. Mrs. Thompson from next door, Mr. and Mrs. Davis from 2 blocks over, and the Martins from the end of the street, all greeted warmly by my parents. Laughter and conversation filled the room, the sound of clinking glasses mingling with the soft strains of Christmas carols playing in the background. I took a seat at the head of the table, my place of honor as the eldest child. My parents sat beside me, exchanging smiles with each new arrival. The dining room was a sight to behold. A large mahogany table set with our finest china, gleaming silverware, and an impressive centerpiece. A towering Christmas tree adorned with sparkling ornaments and twinkling lights. As we settled into the meal, the warmth of the family and friends around me provided a temporary respite from the heavy memories that weighed on my heart. We shared stories, exchanged gifts, and reveled in the joyous atmosphere. It was during dessert, a rich chocolate Yule log, that things began to take an unsettling turn. I glanced around the table, noticing a small, empty seat at the far end, draped with a delicate lace cloth. It was always reserved for my grandfather, who had passed away a few years earlier. His absence was keenly felt, and leaving his place empty was a silent tribute to his memory. But tonight, something felt different. The empty chair seemed to draw attention, almost beckoning. Just as I was about to return to my own plate, I caught sight of her, a little girl in a flowing white dress, standing motionlessly in the corner of the room. She was petite, with long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and her dress was pristine, untouched by the dust of neglect that had settled over our home. Her presence was both out of place and hauntingly familiar. "Did anyone else see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The table fell silent as everyone glanced towards the corner. No one seemed to notice her. Confusion rippled through the room. "See what?" Mrs. Davis asked, her brow furrowed in concern. "I saw a little girl in a white dress standing over there," I explained, pointing towards the corner. There was a collective moment of silence before one of the guests, Mrs. Martin, hesitantly responded, "I didn't see anyone. Maybe it was just a trick of the light," my father suggested, though his voice lacked its usual assurance. We tried to brush it off, continuing our conversation, but the image of the girl lingered in my mind. Her eyes were fixed on us, unblinking and sorrowful, as if she was waiting for something or someone. My heart raced, and a sense of unease settled over me like a heavy blanket. As the night wore on, the atmosphere shifted subtly. The cheerful chatter grew subdued, and the once warm and inviting room felt colder, the shadows in the corners deepening unnaturally. I kept glancing towards the girl, but she remained motionless, a silent sentinel in our midst. After dinner, my parents suggested moving to the living room for after-dinner drinks and more relaxed conversation. We did so, the transition seamless yet marked by the lingering tension. The little girl was nowhere to be seen, and the empty chair had returned to its solemn vigil at the head of the table. I excused myself to grab a cup of tea, needing a moment alone to process the unsettling experience. As I entered the kitchen, I felt a chill run down my spine. The room was dark except for the soft glow of the refrigerator light. I noticed the kitchen door was slightly ajar, just as it had been when I first arrived. My heart pounded in my chest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I turned to leave when I heard a faint whisper, barely audible over the ticking of the clock. "Help me!" The words sent a shiver through me, and I spun around, flashlight in hand. But there was nothing there. The kitchen was empty, save for the usual clutter and the lingering scent of our meal. Determined to find some explanation, I returned to the living room, where my parents and siblings were engaged in subdued conversation. I sat down, trying to push the eerie sensations to the back of my mind. But as the night deepened, the whispers returned, growing slightly louder and more insistent. "Help me!" I glanced around the room, my eyes finally resting on the empty chair. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the warmth replaced by an oppressive heaviness. It was then that I noticed her again, the little girl in the white dress, standing in the corner, her eyes meeting mine. "Help me," she whispered again, her voice filled with sorrow. I froze, unable to move or speak, as the room seemed to hold its breath. My parents and siblings stared in confusion, oblivious to the apparition that stood before me. "Who's there?" I managed to choke out, my voice shaking. The girl didn't respond, her expression one of profound sadness. Slowly, she began to fade, her form dissolving into the air like mist. The room returned to normal, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as abruptly as it had descended. The empty chair stood silently at the head of the table, untouched and still. The rest of the evening passed in uneasy silence, the memory of the girl haunting me like a persistent shadow. That night, couldn't sleep, the whispers echoing in my mind, their plea for help a constant reminder of the unresolved sorrow that lingered in our home. The following morning, the incident was met with skepticism and disbelief. When I recounted what had happened, my family exchanged confused glances. "I didn't see anything," my father said firmly. "Maybe you were just stressed from all the planning." But deep down, I knew what I had seen was real, determined to uncover the truth. I began researching our family's history, delving into old photo albums and speaking with relatives who might have known more about our past. It wasn't long before I stumbled upon a series of old letters and journals belonging to my grandfather, Edward Whittaker. One entry, in particular, caught my eye. It was dated Christmas 1980, exactly 5 years before his passing, and detailed a hauntingly familiar scene. My grandfather had written about a little girl in a white dress who would appear during Christmas dinners, watching silently from the corner of the room. He described her as a spirit of sorrow, a reminder of a tragedy that had befallen our family decades earlier. According to the entry, Edward had lost his own daughter, Emily, in a car accident on Christmas Eve. The little girl in the white dress was Emily's spirit, forever bound to our family, seeking solace and remembrance during the holiday season. The empty chair at the head of the table was meant to honor her memory, a place where she could feel her presence and remain a part of our celebrations. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I felt a mixture of sorrow and responsibility. It was clear that Emily's spirit was still searching for peace, her unresolved grief preventing her from moving on. Determined to help, I shared my findings with my parents, who were moved by the depth of my discovery. That Christmas, we decided to honor Emily in a more meaningful way. Instead of simply leaving the chair empty, we created a special place for her, decorated with her favorite ornaments, a small photo of her smiling at a Christmas party, and a candle to symbolize her enduring light in our lives. We gathered as a family, sharing stories of Emily and celebrating her memory with tears and laughter intertwined. As we did, the room felt lighter, the oppressive tension replaced by a sense of warmth and closure. The whispers faded, and the presence of the little girl in the white dress became less intrusive, her sorrow now acknowledged and honored. It was as if by recognizing her pain and remembering her, we had finally helped her find the peace she had been seeking for so long. In the years that followed, the visits from Emily became less frequent, her presence a comforting reminder of the love that transcends even death. Our Christmas dinners continued to be filled with joy and remembrance, the empty chair now a cherished symbol of our family's resilience and enduring bond. But every now and then, late on Christmas night, I still feel a gentle chill in the air and catch a fleeting glimpse of a little girl in a white dress standing in the corner. And though I no longer fear her presence, I remain ever mindful of the fragility of life and the importance of holding onto the memories of those we love, ensuring that no spirit, no matter how sorrowful, is ever truly forgotten. Story number 15. An uninvited guest. I've always loved Christmas. The lights, the laughter, the warmth of family coming together. It was the one time of year when our busy lives slowed down, and we could truly savor the moment. But Christmas 2014 was different. It was the year my family's cozy New York apartment became the stage for something none of us could explain, something that still chills me to this day. The evening began like any other holiday celebration. My wife, Emily, had outdone herself with the decorations, garlands wrapped around the banisters, candles flickering on every surface, and a magnificent Christmas tree standing proudly in the corner of our living room. The scent of roasted turkey and freshly baked pies filled the air, mingling with the cheerful sound of Christmas carols playing softly in the background. Our guests arrived one by one: Emily's parents, my brother Daniel and his wife, and a handful of close friends. We were a small but lively group, laughing and chatting as we settled around the dinner table. Our daughter, Lily, was especially excited. 6 years old, she was the life of the party, giggling as she showed off her favorite Christmas dress and eagerly awaiting her turn to open presents. As the evening progressed, everything seemed perfect. We raised our glasses for a toast, sharing our hopes for the coming year. When it happened, the front door, which we had firmly locked earlier, swung open with a sudden, forceful creak. The room fell silent, every pair of eyes snapping toward the entrance. A gust of cold air rushed in, extinguishing several candles and sending a shiver through the room. We stared at the open door, half expecting someone to walk in, but the doorway remained empty. Maybe the wind? Emily offered weakly, already rising to close it, but Lily's voice stopped her mid-step. "Wait," Lily said, her small finger pointing toward the empty chair at the far end of the table. "There's someone sitting there." A hush fell over the room. We all turned to look at the chair. It was empty completely, undeniably empty, but Lily was adamant, her innocent eyes wide with certainty. "A little boy," she whispered. "He's sitting right there." "Sweetheart, there's no one there," I said gently, trying to keep my voice calm, but the way Lily stared at that chair, unblinking and serious, sent a chill crawling up my spine. The tension in the room was palpable as Emily quietly closed the door and locked it again. We tried to move on, returning to our conversations, but the atmosphere had shifted. It was as if an invisible weight had settled over the room, pressing down on us. As the evening wore on, the unease grew. Lily kept glancing at the chair, occasionally tilting her head as if listening to someone we couldn't hear. When I asked her what was wrong, she simply shrugged and said, "He's just watching." By the time the guests left, the air in the apartment felt heavy, the kind of oppressive stillness that makes your skin prickle. After cleaning up, Emily and I tucked Lily into bed, assuring her that everything was fine. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. That night, I woke to the sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it was Lily, wandering to the kitchen for a glass of water. But as I lay in bed, listening, I realized the steps were too light, too irregular, like the hesitant patter of small feet. They moved through the apartment, pausing near the living room before continuing toward Lily's room. Heart pounding, I climbed out of bed and crept down the hallway. The apartment was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the Christmas tree. As I approached Lily's room, I heard it, a soft, childlike giggle, echoing faintly from behind her door. I pushed the door open and found Lily sound asleep, her small chest rising and falling peacefully. But her rocking horse, which we'd placed in the corner of her room earlier, was swaying gently back and forth, its rhythmic creak cutting through the silence. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Slowly, I walked over and stopped the rocking horse, my fingers trembling as I touched its wooden surface. The room was icy cold, and for a brief moment, I felt the unmistakable sensation of someone standing behind me. But when I turned, there was no one there. The strange occurrences didn't stop. Over the next few nights, we heard more footsteps, whispers that seemed to come from the walls, and occasional bursts of soft, high-pitched laughter. Objects would move inexplicably. A toy car rolling across the floor on its own, a chair slightly out of place, the Christmas lights flickering despite being brand new. Lily spoke of the boy often, describing him as pale and quiet, with dark eyes that seemed sad. "He doesn't talk much," she said one morning over breakfast, "but he likes to watch." Emily and I were at a loss. We considered calling a professional. But how do you explain something like this without sounding crazy? It wasn't until Lily mentioned the boy's name, "His name is Peter," she said casually, that we decided to investigate further. A search through local records revealed a chilling connection. Decades ago, A boy named Peter had lived in our building with his family. On Christmas Eve in 1947, he had fallen down the building's central staircase while chasing a toy train. He died instantly. The tragedy had shaken the community. But over time, the story had faded into obscurity. The discovery left us shaken. Had Peter somehow returned, drawn to our Christmas celebration? And if so, what did he want? On Christmas Eve, exactly 1 week after the initial incident, we decided to address the spirit directly, following advice we found online. We lit a candle in the living room and placed one of Lily's toys, the rocking horse, near the Christmas tree as an offering. "Peter," Emily said softly, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "If you're here, we want you to know that you're welcome to stay, but we also want you to find peace. You don't have to stay here anymore." For a moment, nothing happened. The room was silent. The candles flamed steady. Then, the rocking horse began to move, its gentle creak filling the room. A faint, cold breeze brushed past us, and Lily smiled. "He's happy now," she said simply. The footsteps and whispers stopped after that night. The house grew warm again, the oppressive energy replaced by a sense of calm. We kept the rocking horse in the living room as a tribute to Peter, and every Christmas since, we light a candle in his memory. Though the experience left us shaken, it also taught us the importance of empathy and understanding. Peter's story became a part of our family's history, a reminder that even in death, we are drawn to love, warmth, and connection. And every Christmas Eve, as the candle flickers softly on the mantel, I like to think Peter is still watching, his spirit finally at peace. Story number 16. Shadows of Christmas Past. I never thought of myself as superstitious. Ghost stories, hauntings, and tales of restless spirits had always seemed like nothing more than a distraction for the overly imaginative. But one Christmas in London changed all that. A night I'll never forget, no matter how hard I try. It was December 2015, and my family had gathered to celebrate the holiday season at the ancestral home of my wife, Margaret. The house, a sprawling Georgian manor in the quiet outskirts of London, had been in her family for generations. It was the kind of place you'd expect to find on the cover of a Gothic novel: tall, narrow windows, ivy creeping along the stone facade, and the faint creak of ancient wood with every step. Margaret's family had always been proud of the house's history, even if parts of it were tinged with tragedy. One of the oldest tales involved a young maid named Elizabeth, who had worked for the family more than a century ago. According to local lore, Elizabeth had been murdered on Christmas Eve by an unknown assailant. Her body was discovered in the servants' quarters, and though the police investigated, the crime was never solved. Some said her spirit never left, but the family had long since dismissed the story as nothing more than a grim legend. We arrived at the manor in the early afternoon, greeted by the warm glow of candlelight and the enticing aroma of roasted meats and spiced wine. The dining room was magnificent, its long table adorned with holly, ivy, and flickering candelabras. A crackling fire roared in the grand hearth, filling the room with an inviting warmth. For all its age and creaky charm, the house felt alive with holiday cheer. As we sat down to dinner, the conversation flowed easily, a mix of laughter and shared memories. Margaret's brother, James, regaled us with stories of past Christmases in the house, his voice animated as he described the grand feasts their grandparents used to host. For a moment, felt like we were stepping back in time, part of a tradition that had lasted for centuries. But then, the atmosphere began to change. It started subtly, an inexplicable chill that seemed to seep into the room despite the roaring fire. First, we ignored it, chalking it up to the draftiness of the old house. But as the meal progressed, the temperature dropped further, and a sense of unease began to settle over the table. "Does anyone else feel that?" James finally asked, his breath visible in the frosty air. Margaret frowned, glancing toward the fireplace. "The fire's burning strong. It doesn't make sense." I tried to brush it off, cracking a joke about old houses and bad insulation. But the unease was growing. The candle flames flickered erratically, casting dancing shadows on the ornate walls. One of the shadows, longer and darker than the others, seemed to linger in the corner of the room. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but the figure in the corner was unmistakably real. She was a young woman, dressed in a maid's uniform straight out of the Victorian era. Her face was pale, her expression blank, and her dark eyes seemed to pierce right through me. She stood motionless, her hands clasped in front of her, as though she were waiting for instructions. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Margaret, my voice trembling. "See what?" she asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "In the corner," I said, pointing toward the figure. But by the time she turned to look, the maid was gone. The rest of the dinner passed in a haze. I couldn't shake the image of the maid from my mind, nor could I explain the sense of foreboding that hung over the room. After dessert, we moved to the parlor for drinks, but the unease followed us. The fire refused to provide warmth, and the flickering candles seemed to cast shadows that didn't belong. As the evening wore on, strange things began to happen. Margaret's mother, Eleanor, complained of hearing faint whispers, as though someone were speaking just out of earshot. James swore he felt a hand brush against his shoulder, though no one was standing near him. And then there were the footsteps, soft, deliberate, and coming from the direction of the servants' quarters. "Enough," Margaret finally said, her voice firm but tinged with fear. "Let's get to the bottom of this." Reluctantly, we made our way toward the servants' quarters, guided by the dim light of a lantern. The corridor was cold and dark, the walls lined with faded portraits of long-forgotten family members. As we approached the door to what had once been Elizabeth's room, the air grew heavier, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Margaret pushed the door open, and we stepped inside. The room was exactly as you'd expect for a servant's quarters. Small, sparsely furnished, and shrouded in an air of melancholy. A single candle flickered on the windowsill. Though none of us had lit it, the temperature plummeted further, and the whispers Eleanor had described grew louder, filling the room with an eerie chorus. And then we saw her again. Elizabeth stood at the foot of the narrow bed, her head bowed and her hands clasped tightly. This time, there was no mistaking her presence. Her form was solid, her features etched with sadness. She lifted her head slowly, her dark eyes locking onto mine. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow, as though I were witnessing a tragedy too great to bear. "She's trying to tell us something," Margaret whispered, her voice trembling. Before any of us could respond, Elizabeth raised her hand and pointed toward a loose floorboard near the bed. The gesture was deliberate, her intention clear. With shaking hands, James knelt down and pried the board loose. Beneath it, we found a small, tarnished locket. Inside was a faded photograph of a young man and a note written in elegant cursive. The note read, "My dearest Thomas, if you find this, know that I forgive you. Yours forever, Elizabeth." We stared at the locket in stunned silence, the weight of the discovery sinking in. It was clear that Elizabeth had loved this Thomas. But what had happened between them, and why had she hidden this locket? As we pieced the story together, the whispers grew softer, fading into the stillness of the room. Elizabeth's form began to dissolve, her features softening as a faint smile crossed her lips. She nodded once, a gesture of gratitude, before vanishing completely. The room grew warm again, and the oppressive energy lifted. It was as though a great weight had been lifted from the house, and a sense of peace settled over us. In the days that followed, we researched Elizabeth's story. We discovered that Thomas had been a stable boy who worked at the manor, and their love had been forbidden by the strict social norms of the time. On Christmas Eve, Thomas had been caught sneaking into the servants' quarters to see Elizabeth, and in the ensuing confrontation, Elizabeth had been fatally wounded. Her death had been ruled an accident, but her spirit had lingered, trapped by her unresolved grief. By finding her locket and learning her story, we had given Elizabeth the closure she needed. That Christmas, we placed the locket on the mantel as a reminder of her and the power of love and forgiveness. The house, once cold and haunted, now felt warm and welcoming, the shadows no longer threatening. Years later, I still think of Elizabeth every Christmas. Her story serves as a poignant reminder of the past, a haunting yet beautiful tale of love, loss, and redemption. The shadows of Christmas past may linger, but they also teach us to cherish the present and honor those who came before us. And so, the legacy of Elizabeth lives on, not as a ghostly figure haunting the halls, but as a symbol of resilience and the enduring power of the human spirit. Story number 17. The Chandelier's Whisper. Texas in December is unlike anywhere else during the holidays. There's a strange contrast between the mild, crisp air and the warm, flickering lights that adorn every home. For my family, 2015 was our first Christmas in our new house, a sprawling, rustic home on the outskirts of Austin. It was everything we'd ever dreamed of. A large kitchen perfect for hosting dinners, a wide porch overlooking a wooded backyard, and a dining room dominated by a beautiful, vintage chandelier. The house had history, charm, and, as we'd soon learn, secrets. The evening began like any other holiday gathering. My wife, Laura, had outdone herself with the decorations. Garlands draped along the banisters, a Christmas tree twinkling in the corner, and a dining table set with red and gold accents. We'd invited a small group of friends and family for dinner, and the house buzzed with laughter and the clinking of glasses. The chandelier above the dining table was the crown jewel of the house, made of intricate wrought iron and adorned with crystal pendants, cast a warm, golden glow over the room. It was the first thing we'd noticed during the open house, and its grandeur had sealed the deal. That night, it sparkled beautifully, its light refracting through the crystals, adding a magical touch to our celebration. As dinner progressed, everything seemed perfect. Plates were passed around, stories were shared, and the house felt alive with holiday spirit. But then, as Laura was serving dessert, it happened. The chandelier began to sway. At first, it was subtle, a gentle movement that barely caught my attention. I assumed it was the vibration of footsteps or the hum of conversation. But within moments, the swaying grew more pronounced, the crystals clinking together like wind chimes in a storm. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the light fixture as it swung back and forth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. "There's no draft," Laura whispered, her voice trembling. "It's not even windy outside. It's probably just the house settling." I offered weakly, though I didn't believe it myself. The movement was too deliberate, too unnatural. Then Lisa, a close friend of ours, gasped. She was sitting closest to the chandelier, her hand clutching the edge of the table. Something touched me," she stammered, her face pale. It was cold, like ice. The mood shifted instantly. Laughter and chatter gave way to a tense, uneasy silence. Lisa's husband, Mark, put an arm around her, his eyes darting nervously around the room. "Are you sure?" he asked, though his voice lacked conviction. Lisa nodded, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion. "It felt like a hand. Right here." She gestured to her shoulder, rubbing it as if trying to erase the sensation. I tried to shake off the growing unease. "Maybe it was your imagination," I said, forcing a smile. "This house is old, things creak. Drafts move things around. It's nothing." But even as I spoke, I could feel it too, the subtle shift in the air, the weight of something unseen pressing down on the room. The chandelier had stopped swaying, but its crystals continued to tremble, catching the light in a way that felt almost menacing. After dinner, we decided to move to the living room, hoping to shake off the strange incident with drinks and Christmas music. But the unease lingered. a shadow that refused to lift. As the evening wore on, more strange occurrences began to unfold. The lights flickered intermittently, and the Christmas tree seemed to dim and brighten on its own, as if it had its own heartbeat. At one point, Laura swore she heard faint whispers coming from the dining room, but when I went to check, it was empty. "It's just the old wiring," I said, more to convince myself than anyone else. But the looks on our guests' faces told me they weren't buying it. The breaking point came when Mark decided to investigate the chandelier. "It's probably loose," he said, grabbing a chair to stand on. "Let me take a look." As he reached up to touch it, the room grew eerily silent. The air felt heavy, charged with an almost electric tension. Mark's fingers barely brushed the iron frame when the chandelier shuddered violently, sending a cascade of crystals crashing to the table below. Everyone screamed, leaping back as shards of glass scattered across the floor. Mark scrambled down, his face pale. "What the hell was that?" he demanded, his voice shaking. No one had an answer. After the guests left, Laura and I cleaned up in tense silence. The chandelier hung ominously above us, its remaining crystals glinting like eyes in the dim light. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, though every glance over my shoulder revealed nothing but shadows. That night, as we lay in bed, Laura turned to me, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think it's haunted?" I wanted to laugh, to dismiss the idea as absurd, but the events of the evening had shaken me more than I cared to admit. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but something's not right." The next morning, I decided to do some research on the house's history. I reached out to the local historical society and spent hours poring over old records and newspaper clippings. What I found was both fascinating and chilling. In the 1930s, the house had belonged to a family named the Harpers. On Christmas Eve, 1935, a fire had broken out during their holiday dinner, trapping the entire family inside. The chandelier had fallen during the blaze, killing the father instantly. The rest of the family perished shortly after, their attempts to escape thwarted by locked doors and windows. The tragedy had made headlines at the time, but as the years passed, the story faded into obscurity. The dining room, turned out, had been the epicenter of the fire. That evening, I shared what I'd learned with Laura. Her face turned ashen as I recounted the details. "Do you think it's them?" she asked. I didn't know what to think, but as we sat there in the living room, the house seemed to come alive around us. The lights dimmed, the air grew cold, and from the dining room came the faint sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, and impossibly heavy. "We need to do something," Laura said, her voice trembling. We decided to reach out to a local paranormal investigator. When she arrived, she immediately sensed the house's oppressive energy. "There's a presence here," she said. "It's tied to the chandelier and the events of that night." She suggested a cleansing ritual to help the spirits move on. Together, we lit candles in the dining room and placed a wreath beneath the chandelier, a symbol of peace and remembrance. As we stood in a circle, the investigator spoke softly, addressing the spirits directly. "We acknowledge your pain and your loss," she said. "This house is no longer yours, but we honor your memory. It's time to let go." The air seemed to shift, growing colder before suddenly warming again. The chandelier trembled once more, but this time felt less menacing, as if it were saying goodbye. Since that night, the house has been quiet. The chandelier no longer sways, the lights no longer flicker, and the whispers have ceased. But every Christmas, as we gather in the dining room, I can't help but glance up at the chandelier, half expecting it to move again. I like to think the Harpers found peace, their spirits finally free from the tragedy that bound them. But part of me knows that the past is never truly gone. It lingers, waiting in the shadows, a reminder that some places never forget. Story number 18. The Empty Chair. Boston is a city of tradition, with its cobblestone streets, historic brownstones, and centuries-old charm. It's a place that holds onto its past like an old friend. My family has lived here for generations. And Christmas in our Beacon Hill home has always been the highlight of the year. But one Christmas, in 2018, became a memory I wish I could forget. A night when the past came calling in a way I could never have imagined. That year, the snow fell early, blanketing the streets in a pristine, postcard-perfect scene. My wife, Julia, and I were hosting Christmas dinner for a small group of family and friends. Our dining room was aglow with candlelight, the long wooden table adorned with garlands of pine and red berries. The tree in the corner sparkled with ornaments passed down through generations, and the air smelled of roasted ham, mulled cider, and gingerbread cookies. As the guests began to arrive, the house filled with laughter and warmth. My mother-in-law, Nancy, was already scolding my brother, Paul, for sneaking a piece of pie before dinner, and our daughter, Lily, was eagerly showing off the handmade ornaments she'd crafted in school. It was shaping up to be another perfect Christmas. Then came the knock at the door. It was a single, sharp rap that echoed through the house, cutting through the chatter. I exchanged a puzzled glance with Julia. Everyone we'd invited was already here. When I opened the door, a gust of cold air swept in, carrying with it the scent of snow and something else, something faintly metallic. Standing on the stoop was a man, his shoulders hunched against the chill. He was older, perhaps in his late 60s, with a lined face and piercing blue eyes. His clothes were tattered but clean, and his gloved hands clutched a threadbare cap. "I'm sorry to bother you," he said, his voice soft and gravelly. "I was just passing through and saw the lights. Thought I'd ask if there might be a spare plate." For a moment, I hesitated, but it was Christmas, and the man's tired eyes carried a weight of loneliness that I couldn't ignore. "Of course," I said, stepping aside. "Come in and warm up." The man's face lit up with gratitude as he stepped into the foyer. He removed his cap, revealing thinning silver hair, and I noticed a faint scar that ran along his jawline. "Thank you," he said simply. Julia, ever the gracious hostess, didn't bat an eye. She set an extra place at the table, and the man introduced himself as Jack. He spoke little, but when he did, his words were thoughtful and kind. He complimented Julia's cooking, listened intently to Nancy's stories, and even laughed at Paul's terrible jokes. He seemed genuinely grateful to be there, and as the evening went on, his presence felt less like an intrusion and more like a reminder of what the season was truly about. After dinner, Jack stood to leave. "I can't thank you enough," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "You've made this old man feel like part of a family again." "Stay for dessert," Julia urged, but Jack shook his head. "I should be on my way," he said, "but Merry Christmas to you all." With that, he slipped out into the snowy night, his figure quickly swallowed by the darkness. It wasn't until the next morning that the unease began to creep in. Julia and I were sipping coffee in the living room, the house quiet except for the hum of the heater. As we scrolled through the photos from the night before, I noticed something strange. "Where's Jack?" I asked, pointing to the screen. Julia leaned in, frowning. "What do you mean?" I flipped through photo after photo, each one capturing the laughter and warmth of the evening. There was Paul gesturing wildly as he told a story, Nancy rolling her eyes, Lily grinning with frosting on her nose. But in every picture, the chair where Jack had sat was empty. "That's not possible," Julia said, her voice tinged with confusion. "He was sitting right there." I nodded slowly, my mind racing. Maybe he moved when the pictures were taken? But the rationalizations felt hollow. In every photo, the chair was vacant, the space around it untouched. Even the plate in front of it was empty, as though it had never been used. The strangeness didn't end there. That evening, as the snow began to fall again, a knock echoed through the house. The same single, sharp rap as the night before. When I opened the door, the stoop was empty, the street silent save for the whisper of falling snow. My chest tightened. a creeping unease settling over me. Julia was in the kitchen when she called out, "Tom, did you leave the back door open?" "No," I said, hurrying to join her. The back door stood ajar, snowflakes swirling into the kitchen. Beyond it, footprints led away from the house, disappearing into the woods behind our property. Over the next few days, the house felt different. It was subtle at first, shadows that seemed to linger too long, the faint sound of footsteps in empty rooms. Julia dismissed it as nerves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The final piece of the puzzle came from Nancy. Of all people, she'd been listening to the local news and called us. Her voice urgent. "Did you hear about the man who died on Oak Street years ago?" she asked. "No," I said, confused. "What are you talking about?" "A man named Jack Harris," she said. "He was homeless, I think. Got hit by a car on Christmas Eve. Right near your house. They said he used to knock on doors, asking for food." My blood ran cold. "When did this happen?" 15 years ago, I think," Nancy said. "Why?" I didn't answer her. I didn't need to. That night, as the snow fell in thick, heavy flakes, I found myself standing at the front door, staring out into the darkness. I thought of Jack, his kind eyes, his quiet gratitude, the way he'd seemed so at home despite being a stranger. "Thank you," I whispered, my breath fogging the glass, "for spending Christmas with us." The house was silent for a moment. Then, faintly, I heard it, the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow, retreating into the night. Jack was gone, but I like to think he found what he was looking for. A moment of warmth, place to belong, even if only for one night. And every Christmas since, we set an extra plate at the table, just in case he decides to come back. Story number 19. The Silent Hands. Moving to Colorado was supposed to be the start of something new for us. A fresh chapter in a quieter, more peaceful setting. The small mountain town of Windermere, nestled in the foothills of the Rockies, seemed like the perfect place to begin again. My wife, Claire, and I had fallen in love with the house immediately. A charming two-story cabin with exposed wood beams, large windows, and just enough history to make it interesting. We moved in late November, and by the time Christmas rolled around, the house finally felt like home. To celebrate, we decided to host a holiday dinner with a few close friends. It was our way of christening the new place and sharing its rustic charm with the people we cared about most. The night of the dinner, the snow began falling just as the first guests arrived. The house glowed warmly against the cold, its windows casting golden light onto the white-covered yard. Inside, the air smelled of roast beef, mulled wine, and freshly baked bread. Claire had gone all out with the decorations, stringing garlands and lights across every surface. The Christmas tree stood proudly in the corner of the living room, its ornaments shimmering in the firelight. Our friends arrived one by one: Greg and his wife, Susan, followed by James, who had flown in from Denver just for the evening. The conversation was lively as we gathered around the table, raising glasses to new beginnings and reminiscing about old memories. But then came the sound that changed everything. It was faint at first, barely audible over the laughter and clinking of silverware. A soft, rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from upstairs. I froze, my fork halfway to my mouth, and glanced at Claire. She heard it too. I could see the confusion in her eyes. "Probably just the house settling," Greg said, trying to sound casual. "Old places like this make all sorts of noises." I nodded, though the sound didn't feel like the house settling. It felt deliberate. We tried to dismiss it, returning to our meal and conversation. But the tapping persisted, growing louder and more insistent. By the time dessert was served, it had escalated into a series of sharp, heavy knocks that echoed through the house. "Okay, that's not the house settling," James said, setting his glass down. "You sure you don't have raccoons or something up there?" "Maybe," I said, though I doubted it. We hadn't noticed any signs of animals since moving in. and the noise seemed too precise, too deliberate, to be wildlife. "I'll check it out," Greg volunteered, pushing back his chair. "Could be something stuck in the attic." Before I could protest, he was already heading for the stairs. We all watched as he disappeared up the creaky wooden steps, his footsteps fading as he reached the second floor. A heavy silence settled over the room, broken only by the crackling of the fireplace. 5 minutes passed, then 10. "Greg," Susan called out, her voice tinged with nervous laughter. "Are you okay up there?" No response. "Greg, quit messing around," she called again, louder this time. Still, nothing. "I'll go check," I said, standing up. Claire grabbed my arm, her face pale. "Wait," she whispered. What if it's not an animal?" I didn't know what to say. The thought had crossed my mind too, but I didn't want to admit it. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the flashlight we kept by the kitchen door and started up the stairs. The air grew colder as I climbed, the warm glow of the living room giving way to the shadows of the second floor. I reached the landing and called out, "Greg!" Silence. The hallway stretched before me, its wooden floorboards groaning under my weight. At the end of the hall was the guest room, a room we hadn't used since moving in. The door was slightly ajar, and as I approached, I noticed something odd. The faint outline of handprints on the walls, smudged and uneven, as though someone had been pressing their palms against the surface. Pushing the door open, I stepped into the room. It was freezing, the kind of cold that cuts straight through you. The flashlight beam danced across the walls, revealing more handprints, hundreds of them, covering every inch of the room. Some were small, like those of a child, while others were large and claw-like, the fingers elongated and jagged. In the corner of the room, something caught my eye, a dark, shadowy shape crouched low to the ground. I aimed the flashlight at it, and my stomach dropped. It was Greg's shoe, just his shoe. No sign of Greg. I backed out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. As I turned to leave, I heard it again, the knocking, but now it was coming from the walls, moving from one side of the hallway to the other as if something was following me. I bolted down the stairs, nearly tripping in my haste. Everyone looked up as I burst into the living room, my face pale and my breathing ragged. "Greg's gone," I managed to say. There's something up there." Panic set in. Susan began crying, and James looked like he was about to bolt out the door. Claire grabbed my hand, her grip tight. "What do you mean he's gone?" she demanded. "I mean he's not there," I said. "There's handprints all over the walls, and his shoe, just his shoe." "Call the police," James said. "Now." Claire grabbed her phone and dialed, her hands shaking. While we waited, I locked the doors and windows, trying to reassure everyone that we were safe. But deep down, I wasn't sure. The police arrived within 20 minutes. 2 officers stepping into the house with a calm professionalism that did little to ease our nerves. They searched the upstairs thoroughly but found no trace of Greg. They did, however, notice the handprints. "I've seen some weird things in my time," one of the officers muttered, running a gloved hand over the smudged prints. "But this," they took our statements and promised to conduct a wider search of the area. But as they left, I couldn't shake the feeling that Greg wasn't outside. He was still in the house. The rest of the night passed in a blur. No one slept. The knocking continued intermittently, always coming from a different part of the house. By morning, we were all exhausted, our nerves frayed. The police never found Greg. Weeks turned into months, and his disappearance remained a mystery. Susan moved away shortly after, unable to stay in a place that held so many unanswered questions. As for Claire and me, we sold the house within a year. We couldn't bear to stay. The memories of that night lingered like a dark shadow, the handprints and the knocking forever etched into our minds. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder what really happened to Greg. Did he stumble upon something he wasn't supposed to? Did the house itself claim him? As absurd as that sounds, one thing is certain: I'll never forget the sound of those knocks, echoing through the halls, and the cold, empty room with its silent, desperate handprints. Whatever it was that took Greg is still out there, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to come knocking. Story number 20. The Silent Hour. I've always thought of Christmas as a season of comfort, a time when the world slows down, and the warmth of family fills the chill of winter nights. But Christmas Eve of 2016, in a quiet house tucked deep within the snow-blanketed woods of Vermont, shattered that illusion for me. That was the night time itself stopped, and I came face to face with a silence that was anything but peaceful. My wife, Sarah, our 10-year-old son, Jacob, and I had moved to Vermont earlier that year, seeking respite from the noise of city life. Our house was a charming old farmhouse, surrounded by pines that stood like silent sentinels against the cold. It had quirks, creaky floors, drafty windows, and an ancient grandfather clock in the hallway that chimed faithfully on the hour. But we loved it. Felt like a place where memories could be made. That Christmas Eve, the snow was falling softly, muffling the world in a serene white hush. The house smelled of roasted ham, cinnamon, and pine, and the fireplace crackled warmly in the living room. We had spent the day decorating the tree, wrapping presents, and preparing the perfect Christmas dinner. As the clock struck 7 p.m., we sat down at the dining table, ready to enjoy the feast Sarah had spent hours preparing. The three of us talked and laughed as we passed dishes around. Jacob was particularly animated, recounting a school story with the kind of energy only a child possesses. The sound of his laughter filled the room, mixing with the clink of cutlery and the soft hum of the grandfather clock. And then, at precisely 8 p.m., everything stopped. The first thing I noticed was the silence. It wasn't just the absence of noise, it was a thick, oppressive quiet that pressed down on me, as though the air itself had been drained of life. I turned to Sarah, ready to ask if she'd noticed it too. But when I opened my mouth, no sound came out. My voice was gone. Jacob looked at me, his wide eyes filled with confusion and fear. His lips moved, forming the word "Dad." But I couldn't hear him. I couldn't hear anything. Not the clock, not the fire, not even the faint whistle of wind against the windows. Panic began to set in. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor in a gesture that should have been deafening but was utterly silent. Sarah reached for my hand, her grip tight, and pointed toward the clock in the hallway. The hands were frozen at 8 o'clock, the pendulum hanging motionless. I tried to move, to shout, to do something, anything, but it was as if the air itself resisted me, thick and unyielding. The room grew colder, the warmth of the fire replaced by an icy chill that seemed to seep into my bones. The lights above us flickered, casting long, twisting shadows on the walls. And then I felt it, a presence. It wasn't something I could see, but I knew it was there. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and every instinct screamed at me to run, to grab Sarah and Jacob and flee. But I couldn't move. My body felt heavy, as though unseen hands were holding me in place. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the shadows on the wall shift, moving in ways that didn't align with the flickering flames. One shadow, darker and more defined than the others, stretched across the room, creeping closer to the table. It had no source, no object or figure to cast it, yet it moved with purpose. Jacob clutched Sarah's arm, his face pale. Tears welled in his eyes, and I could see his chest rising and falling in rapid, shallow breaths. I wanted to comfort him, to tell him everything would be okay. But the words were trapped inside me. The shadow reached the center of the table and stopped. For a moment, the room was utterly still, and then, slowly, the plates and glasses began to tremble. One by one, they slid toward the edge of the table, as though pushed by invisible hands. A glass toppled and shattered on the floor, its soundless fragments glinting in the dim light. Just as suddenly as it began, it ended. The warmth returned. The oppressive silence lifted. and the clock in the hallway resumed its steady ticking. The hands now read 8:10, as if the lost 10 minutes had never existed. I collapsed into my chair, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. Sarah was shaking, her face pale. What just happened?" she whispered, her voice hoarse. Jacob buried his face in her shoulder, sobbing quietly. "It was here," he said, his voice muffled. "I saw it." "What did you see?" I asked, my own voice trembling. Jacob hesitated, his small body trembling. "A man," he said finally. "Or something like a man. It was watching us." The rest of the night passed in a haze of fear and confusion. None of us could sleep. We stayed together in the living room, the fireplace blazing as if its warmth could ward off whatever had invaded our home. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside, set us on edge. The next morning, I began searching for answers. I called the previous owners, hoping they could shed some light on what we'd experienced. At first, they were reluctant to talk, but eventually, the truth came out. Decades ago, the house had belonged to a family much like ours, a couple with a young daughter. One Christmas Eve, a fire broke out in the middle of the night. The family never made it out. The neighbors said the fire started in the dining room, near the grandfather clock. Ever since, strange occurrences had plagued the house, always around Christmas. "It's the house's way of remembering," the previous owner said, his voice heavy. "Or maybe it's them, trying to make sure no one forgets." We stayed in the house for another year, but things were never the same. Every Christmas Eve, at exactly 8 p.m., the clocks would stop, and the silence would return. We never saw the shadow again, but the memory of that night lingered, a reminder that some things cannot be explained. Eventually, we sold the house and moved back to the city. But every Christmas, when the clock strikes 8 o'clock, I find myself holding my breath, listening for a silence that feels heavier than any sound. Story number 21. The Turkey on Oakwood Lane. I always loved Christmas. The food, the family, the warmth of a home filled with laughter. It was the kind of holiday you cherished, a time to put aside the stresses of life and bask in the glow of togetherness. But the Christmas of 2012 in Kansas would forever haunt me. It was the year my family's holiday turned into something out of a nightmare. We'd recently moved into a charming old house on Oakwood Lane, a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Wichita. The house had a certain rustic charm, with its wide front porch, creaking wooden floors, and stone fireplace. It had been a dream come true for us, a place where my wife, Lisa, and I could raise our 2 kids, Sophie and Ben. That Christmas, we decided to host dinner for the first time in the new house. Lisa went all out with the decorations, stringing lights along the eaves and filling every corner with garlands and ornaments. The centerpiece of the celebration was to be her famous turkey pie, a family recipe passed down through generations, stuffed with savory fillings and baked to golden perfection. It was tradition, and Lisa had spent all day preparing it. Our guests arrived as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and purple. The house was alive with the sounds of laughter and Christmas carols. The air smelled of cinnamon, roasted chestnuts, and, of course, the turkey pie baking in the oven. By the time we all sat down at the table, the mood was festive, the conversation flowing easily. When Lisa brought out the pie, it looked perfect. The crust was golden, the aroma mouth-watering. We passed it around, each taking a generous slice. Couldn't wait to dig in. But the moment my knife sank into the pie, I felt resistance, something hard and unyielding beneath the tender layers of meat and pastry. "Must be a bone," I muttered, pulling the knife free. I reached into the slice, fishing out the obstruction. My fingers closed around something cold and jagged. It wasn't a bone. At least, not a turkey bone. The room fell silent as I held it up to the light. It was small, no longer than my pinky finger, and distinctly human. A sickening realization washed over me. "What the hell is this?" I asked, my voice shaking. Lisa stared at it, her face pale. It, it can't be," she stammered. "I cleaned everything before cooking. I swear." I pushed my plate away, my appetite replaced by a growing sense of dread. The others followed suit, their unease palpable. "Maybe it's a mistake," Lisa said weakly, but her voice betrayed her disbelief. It wasn't just the bone. As we inspected the pie, we found more fragments, splinters of ribs, a piece of what looked like a jawbone, even a small, cracked tooth. Each discovery deepened the horror, and soon, no one could eat another bite. That night, after our guests had left, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Lisa was distraught, replaying every step of the preparation process in her head, searching for answers. "I bought the turkey from the usual butcher," she insisted. "I don't understand how this could happen." But as the hours ticked by, our questions remained unanswered. We decided to dispose of the pie, wrapping it tightly and tossing it into the trash bin outside. I figured that would be the end of it, that we could move on and forget the incident. Couldn't have been more wrong. The first sign that something was wrong came the next evening. I was sitting in the living room, reading, when I heard it, a faint knock at the front door. It was soft, almost hesitant, but persistent. Thinking it was a neighbor, I got up and opened the door. No one was there. The street was quiet, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the winter wind. I shrugged it off, assuming it was kids playing a prank, and went back inside. But the knocking returned, louder this time, and more insistent. When I opened the door again, there was nothing but the empty street staring back at me. That night, as we lay in bed, Lisa and I both heard it, footsteps, light and deliberate, pacing just outside our bedroom door. I grabbed a baseball bat and yanked the door open, but the hallway was empty. Still, the footsteps continued, fading into the distance as if retreating down the stairs. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences multiplied. Sophie and Ben complained of cold drafts in their rooms. Even though the heat was cranked up, lights flickered inexplicably, and doors opened and closed on their own. At night, we heard laughter, soft, high-pitched, and chilling, echoing through the house. The sense of being watched was inescapable. Like unseen eyes followed our every move. One evening, as we huddled in the living room, Sophie pointed to the window. "There's someone out there," she said, her voice trembling. I rushed to the window, but saw only darkness. "There's no one, sweetheart," I said, trying to reassure her. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. Desperate for answers, I began researching the house's history. What I found sent a chill down my spine. Decades ago, a young girl named Clara had disappeared from the neighborhood. She was last seen playing in her backyard, just 2 houses down from ours. Despite an extensive search, she was never found. Rumors swirled that she had been kidnapped. Or worse, the case remained unsolved. The more I read, the more I became convinced that Clara's spirit was tied to the house, or, more specifically, to that cursed turkey pie. But why? And how? The breakthrough came when I spoke to an elderly neighbor, Mrs. Harris, who had lived on Oakwood Lane her entire life. When I mentioned Clara, her face darkened. "Poor girl," she said. "They never found her, you know." But there were whispers, rumors that her remains had been hidden. "Hidden where?" I asked. Mrs. Harris hesitated before answering. "Some said the butcher's shop." That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being haunted not by random misfortune, but by a vengeful spirit seeking justice. I decided to confront it directly, following advice I found in an old book about hauntings. We set up a makeshift seance in the living room. Lisa was skeptical, but she agreed to help. We lit candles, placed a photo of Clara we had found online in the center of the table, and called out to her. "Clara," I said, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "If you're here, we want to help. Tell us what you want." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, The room grew cold, colder than I'd ever felt before. The candles flickered wildly, and a faint figure began to materialize in the corner of the room. It was a girl, no older than 10, her face pale and her eyes filled with sorrow. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "They never found me." Lisa clutched my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "What do you want us to do?" I asked. The girl pointed toward the backyard, her translucent hand trembling. We followed her direction, stepping out into the frigid night with flashlights in hand. Clara's presence guided us to an overgrown patch of earth near the old oak tree. We dug. What we unearthed confirmed our worst fears: fragments of bone, buried deep beneath the soil. It was Clara's final resting place, hidden for decades, her story forgotten. The next day, we contacted the authorities, who reopened the case. The discovery made headlines, and Clara's family, long since passed, was finally given closure. As for the haunting, it stopped after that night. The house grew warm again, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as if a great weight had been removed. But every Christmas since, we light a candle in Clara's memory, honoring the spirit that found its way to us, seeking justice and peace. I still think about that turkey pie sometimes, about the sinister connection that brought Clara's story back to light. And every time I do, I'm reminded that even in death, some souls refuse to be forgotten. Story number 22. Krampus visit. When I was a boy, the elders in our small Bavarian village would gather us around the fire on frigid December nights to share stories of Krampus. They would speak of his twisted horns, his cloven hooves, and the rattle of chains as he stalked the streets in search of naughty children. At the time, I dismissed the tales as mere folklore, a tool for keeping unruly kids in line during the holiday season. But there's a difference between a story and a warning. I learned that the hard way on a December night long ago, when the snow fell heavy and the wind howled through the Alps like a chorus of lost souls. It was Christmas Eve, 1992, and I had returned to my childhood village to spend the holidays with my family. After years of living in Munich, I had grown detached from the simple traditions of home. My parents were overjoyed to have me back, but the nostalgia I expected didn't come. Instead, I felt out of place, like an outsider looking in. That evening, the snowstorm rolled in with a ferocity I hadn't seen since I was a child. By nightfall, the village was blanketed in white, and the only sounds were the crackle of the fire and the occasional gust of wind rattling the shutters. My younger cousin, Matthias, was especially restless. At 8 years old, he was too old for bedtime stories but too young to appreciate the warmth of an idle evening by the hearth. "Tell me about Krampus," he whispered, his wide eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Is he real?" I chuckled and ruffled his hair. "Krampus is just a story, Matthias. He's not real." My grandmother, seated in her old rocking chair, frowned at me. "You shouldn't dismiss him so lightly," she said, her voice low and steady. "Krampus may not come for you, but for children who misbehave." Her gaze lingered on Matthias, who squirmed under the weight of her words. "I've been good," he insisted, though the nervous edge in his voice betrayed him. Grandmother said nothing more, but the tension in the room was palpable. I tried to laugh it off, but deep down, I felt a flicker of unease. The storm outside seemed to grow louder, the wind carrying with it a faint, rhythmic clinking sound, like the rattle of chains. That night, couldn't sleep. My room was cold despite the fire we'd kept roaring all evening, and the sound of the wind outside was relentless. Somewhere in the distance, a dog howled, a mournful, eerie cry that made my skin crawl. I got out of bed and went to the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of the storm's fury. What I saw instead chilled me to my core. A dark figure stood at the edge of the village square, partially obscured by the swirling snow. It was tall, inhumanly so, and hunched, its broad shoulders draped in what looked like a tattered cloak of fur. Long curved horns jutted from its head, and in one clawed hand, It clutched a bundle of chains that gleamed faintly in the moonlight. For a moment, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then it moved. The creature began to prowl through the square, its movements deliberate and unnervingly silent. As it approached the houses, I saw it peer into windows, its glowing red eyes scanning the interiors. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding, as it paused outside my window. For what felt like an eternity, it stood there, its breath steaming in the cold air. Then, with a low growl, it turned and disappeared into the night. I wanted to convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the storm, but the sound of the chains still echoed in my ears. Gathering my courage, I crept downstairs to check on Matthias. The door to his room was ajar, and I peeked inside. The bed was empty. Panic surged through me as I raced outside, shouting his name. The snow was knee-deep, and the icy wind bit into my skin. But I didn't care. I followed a trail of small footprints leading away from the house, toward the forest at the edge of the village. The woods were dark and oppressive, the towering pines casting long shadows across the snow. The footprints led deeper and deeper, and with each step, my dread grew. I called out for Matthias again and again, but the only response was the wind. And then I heard it, the clinking of chains, louder now, accompanied by a deep, guttural growl. The trail ended in a small clearing, where the snow was disturbed as if something large had thrashed about. In the center of the clearing stood a tree, its gnarled branches heavy with icicles. Hanging from one of the branches was a sack, an old, weathered thing that writhed as though something inside was struggling. "Matthias!" I shouted, running toward it. The moment I touched the sack, the growling stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I tore it open, my hands shaking, and found Matthias curled inside, his face pale and streaked with tears. He clung to me, sobbing, as I carried him back toward the village. But as we left the clearing, I glanced back and saw the creature watching us from the shadows. It didn't follow. It simply stood there, its glowing eyes burning into my soul. We returned to the house, where my frantic parents and grandmother enveloped Matthias in a flurry of blankets and questions. He refused to speak of what had happened, but later that night, as I tucked him into bed, he whispered for words that made my blood run cold. He said, "I'm next." I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and by morning, the storm had passed. The village square was bustling with life once more, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Years have passed since that night, but the memory lingers like a scar. Every Christmas Eve, I stay indoors, the doors locked and the windows shuttered, listening for the sound of chains rattling in the distance, because I know Krampus is still out there, stalking the snow-covered villages, searching for the next child to add to his collection. And he never forgets. Story number 23. The Haunting of the Lawson Farm. I first heard about the Lawson family massacre during a road trip through North Carolina. It was a chilly December evening, and I had stopped at a roadside diner near Germantown. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, was the one who brought it up. She'd noticed my out-of-state plates and asked if I was passing through or staying for the holidays. "Neither," I replied. "I'm just exploring." She smiled faintly and leaned against the counter. "If you're into stories, you might want to check out the old Lawson farm. But fair warning, it's not for the faint of heart." I raised an eyebrow. "What's the story?" Her smile faded. "It's where a man killed his whole family on Christmas Day back in 1929. They say the place is cursed, haunted by the ones he left behind." She wasn't lying. I arrived at the Lawson farm just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow-dusted fields. The farmhouse stood alone at the edge of the property, its windows dark and lifeless. The air was still, too still, as if the land itself was holding its breath. There was no wind, no rustling of trees, only the crunch of my boots on frozen ground. The house hadn't been lived in for decades, but it looked as though it had been frozen in time. The white clapboard exterior was weathered but intact, and a Christmas wreath still hung crookedly on the front door, its once green needles now brittle and brown. I hesitated before stepping inside. The story had unsettled me more than I cared to admit, but curiosity pushed me forward. I wasn't afraid of ghosts, or so I thought. The interior was cold and silent. Dust coated every surface, and cobwebs hung like tinsel from the rafters. A single photograph sat on the mantelpiece above the fireplace, the Lawson family Christmas portrait. They stood stiffly in their Sunday best, their expressions solemn. Charles Lawson, the patriarch, stood at the center, his eyes dark and piercing. Beside him were his wife, Fanny, and their 6 children, ranging in age from 4 months to 17 years. There was something unsettling about the photo, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. The children's smiles, what little there were, felt forced, their eyes hollow. It was as if they knew what was coming. The massacre had taken place in this very house. Charles had killed them all one by one with a shotgun, starting with his daughters near the barn and ending with his wife and baby inside the home. Afterward, he'd walked into the woods and taken his own life. As I stood there, staring at their faces, the room seemed to grow colder. A faint sound reached my ears, a soft, distant sobbing. I froze, my pulse quickening. It was coming from upstairs. I told myself it was just the wind, though deep down, I knew better. The stairs creaked under my weight as I climbed to the 2nd floor, the sound of sobbing growing louder with each step. It led me to a small bedroom at the end of the hall. The door was ajar, and beyond it, the air felt heavy, oppressive. Inside, the room was empty, save for a small rocking chair by the window. It swayed gently, as if someone had just been sitting in it. The sobbing stopped the moment I stepped inside, replaced by a suffocating silence. Then I noticed the faint outline of footprints in the dust on the floor, small, barefoot prints leading to the chair. I backed out of the room, my heart hammering in my chest. Something wasn't right. The air felt charged, as if the house itself was alive, watching me. I made my way back downstairs, intending to leave, but as I reached the living room, the front door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, my breath fogging in the cold air. The room seemed darker now, the shadows deeper. The photograph on the mantelpiece had changed. Charles Lawson's face was still there, but his eyes were fixed directly on me. His lips curled into a faint, menacing smile. The faint sound of footsteps echoed through the house, soft, deliberate, circling around me. Then came the whispers, low and guttural. They seemed to come from all directions at once. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was clear. I wasn't welcome. I bolted for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as the air around me turned frigid. The walls seemed to close in, and for a moment, I thought I saw figures moving in the shadows, children, their faces pale and empty, their eyes accusing. "You shouldn't have come here." The voice was loud and unmistakable, coming from directly behind me. I turned, but there was no one there, only the photograph, now completely blank except for Charles Lawson's face. His eyes burned with malevolence, and his smile widened into a grotesque grin. I don't remember how I got out of that house. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the snow, my breath ragged and my heart racing. The farmhouse loomed behind me, its windows dark and empty once more. But as I stared at it, I thought I saw movement, a flicker of light, like a candle burning in the upstairs bedroom. I didn't wait to find out. I ran back to my car and drove away, the sound of whispers still ringing in my ears. I never told anyone what happened that night. The Lawson farm remains abandoned, a relic of a tragedy that refuses to be forgotten. Some say it's just an old house, the shadows no different from any other. But I know better. The Lawsons are still there, trapped in a cycle of violence and grief, their souls unable to move on. And Charles, the man who took it all from them, he's still watching, waiting for his next visitor. So if you ever find yourself near Germantown on a cold December night, Stay far away from the Lawson farm, because some doors are better left closed. Story number 24. The House of Eternal Light. It was supposed to be a harmless adventure, a way to escape the suffocating quiet of our small Icelandic village during Christmas. The year was 1983, and our group of 5, Asa, Ellen, Jarton, Arner, and me were restless teenagers looking for anything to make the holiday memorable. The idea to explore the old abandoned house on the edge of the lava fields wasn't mine. But when Jarton brought it up, there was an instant buzz of excitement among us. The house had been empty for decades, its previous owners long gone under circumstances no one seemed willing to discuss. Locals avoided it, and children told stories about seeing strange lights glowing from the windows at night. To us, it was the perfect mix of mystery and danger. We set out after dinner, wrapped in heavy coats and scarves against the biting wind. The northern lights danced faintly in the sky as we trudged through the snow-covered fields, our boots crunching against the frozen ground. The house came into view slowly, a dark silhouette against the endless white. And then we saw it, a faint, eerie glow emanating from the windows. Probably just moonlight, Arner said, though his voice lacked conviction. No one else spoke. The glow wasn't steady. It pulsed, like the flicker of a candle fighting against a draft. My stomach tightened, but I pushed the feeling aside. We had come too far to back out now. The closer we got, the stranger the glow became. It wasn't the warm yellow of firelight or the cold white of the moon. It was something in between, pale, unnatural luminescence that seemed to shift and shimmer with every step we took. When we reached the porch, Jarton was the first to push open the creaking door. The light spilled out into the snow, bathing us in its strange glow. It wasn't warm. In fact, the air felt even colder inside, as if the house itself was leaching the warmth from our bodies. The interior was surprisingly intact. Old furniture covered in sheets stood like ghosts in the corners, and the wooden floor groaned under our weight. But what caught our attention immediately was the portrait hanging above the stone fireplace. It was a large painting of a woman, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a simple white dress, but her expression was anything but simple. Her eyes were sharp, almost predatory, and her lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. As I stared at the painting, I could have sworn her eyes flicked toward me. Did she just move? Asa asked, her voice barely above a whisper. No one answered, but we all felt it. The eyes in the portrait seemed alive, following us as we moved around the room. Let's keep going, Jarton said, his bravado faltering slightly. He led the way deeper into the house, but the rest of us hesitated. Something about the painting felt wrong, as if it were watching not just our movements, but our thoughts. The whispers started when we reached the dining room. At first, I thought it was the wind, but as we stood there, the sound grew clearer, soft, disjointed murmurs that seemed to come from every corner of the room. Ellen clutched my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "We shouldn't be here," she said. The light grew brighter, bathing the room in its unnatural glow. Shadows danced along the walls, twisting and writhing like living things. One of the chairs at the long dining table tipped over with a crash, though none of us had touched it. "We need to leave," I said, my voice trembling, but Jarton shook his head. "Let's check upstairs first," he said, though even he looked scared now. Reluctantly, we followed him up the narrow staircase. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if the house itself was warning us to turn back. When we reached the second floor, the light dimmed, leaving us in an eerie half-darkness. The hallway was lined with doors, each one slightly ajar. As we passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was standing just beyond the threshold, watching us. The air was thick with an oppressive stillness, broken only by the sound of our footsteps and the occasional creak of the floorboards. At the end of the hallway was a single closed door. Jarton hesitated, his hand hovering over the doorknob. The whispers stopped, and then, suddenly, The door slammed open. We all screamed as the glow from inside the room flooded the hallway. It was blinding, more intense than anything we'd seen before. For a moment, I thought I saw figures in the light, vague, humanoid shapes that flickered like dying flames. The air was filled with a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Run!" Arner shouted, and we didn't need to be told twice. We stumbled down the stairs, tripping over each other in our desperation to escape. The whispers returned, louder and angrier, chasing us as we burst out into the freezing night. We didn't stop running until we were back in the village, gasping for breath and trembling with fear. When we finally looked back, the house was dark again, its glow extinguished as if it had never been there. The next morning, we tried to convince ourselves it had all been a bad dream. But when Kjartan went back to retrieve his scarf, he returned pale and shaking. The house was gone. Where it had stood, there was only a patch of bare, undisturbed snow. To this day, none of us can explain what happened that night. We've told the story to others, but no one believes us. The house, the painting, the whispers, they've all become part of local legend, dismissed as the overactive imaginations of bored teenagers. But I know what I saw, and every Christmas, when the nights are long and the snow lies thick on the ground, I think about that house and the terrible light that filled it. I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for another group of curious souls to stumble across it. And I pray they have the sense to stay away. Story number 25. The Laugh in the Basement. Christmas of 1998 was meant to be a new beginning for my family. My parents had recently moved us from our cramped apartment in downtown Toronto to a spacious suburban home. It was the kind of house I'd only seen in Christmas movies, 2 stories, a yard big enough to build snowmen, and a massive spruce tree perfect for stringing lights. Everything about the house seemed perfect, except for the basement. It wasn't anything dramatic, like a boarded-up door or bloodstains on the walls. In fact, the basement was unfinished but otherwise ordinary: a concrete floor, exposed beams, and a single bulb dangling from the ceiling. But from the moment we moved in, I felt uneasy about it. The air down there was colder than the rest of the house, and it always smelled faintly of damp earth. No matter how much my mom cleaned, I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just a kid's overactive imagination. But that changed on Christmas Eve. The evening started like any other holiday. Mom cooked a feast, Dad brought out the eggnog, and my little sister, Emily, insisted on opening one present before bed. We were all laughing and relaxed, enjoying the kind of warmth that only comes during the holidays. Then, just as we were finishing dessert, we heard it, a laugh. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a high-pitched, giggling sound that echoed up from the basement. We all froze. Mom looked at Dad, her fork halfway to her mouth. "Did you hear that?" Dad nodded, his expression tightening. "Probably just the wind," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. But it wasn't the wind. The laugh came again, louder this time, and unmistakably coming from below. Dad stood, grabbing the flashlight he kept in the kitchen drawer. "Stay here," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Mom clutched Emily, who had gone pale, and I followed Dad to the basement door despite his warning. He opened the door slowly, and a rush of icy air spilled into the hallway. The laugh had stopped, but the silence was somehow worse. Felt heavy, oppressive, like the house itself was holding its breath. I said stay upstairs, Dad muttered, but he didn't push me away. We descended the wooden steps together, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The basement was empty, just as I expected. No intruders, no animals, no explanation for the noise. But as Dad swept the light across the room, the beam landed on something that made my stomach flip. The rocking chair. It had come with the house. An old wooden thing with chipped paint and frayed cushions. It had been shoved into a corner when we moved in. But now it sat in the middle of the room, and it was moving, back and forth, creaking softly as it rocked on the concrete floor. "Must have been a draft," Dad said, though his voice was shaky. He reached out and stopped the chair, his hand lingering on the worn armrest as if testing its weight. "Nothing to worry about." We returned upstairs, but the festive mood had been shattered. Mom tried to distract us with carols and cocoa, but every sound, the creak of the floorboards, the whistle of the wind outside, set me on edge. When it was finally time for bed, I hesitated, lingering near the basement door. "Don't worry," Dad said, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. I locked it. That night, I dreamed of the rocking chair. I saw it moving on its own, faster and faster, until it tipped over with a deafening crash. I woke with a start, my heart racing, and realized it wasn't just the dream that had woken me. There was a sound coming from the basement, a low, rhythmic thumping, like someone tapping their fingers against the wall. I lay frozen in bed, my breath shallow, straining to hear. The tapping grew louder, then stopped abruptly, replaced by the soft creak of the rocking chair. And then the laugh returned. I wanted to scream, to wake my parents, but my voice wouldn't come. Instead, I pulled the covers over my head and prayed for it to stop. When morning came, I convinced myself it had all been a dream. But as we gathered around the tree to open presents, I noticed Dad was unusually quiet. His eyes kept drifting toward the basement door, his jaw clenched tight. That afternoon, when Mom took Emily to visit our grandparents, Dad pulled me aside. "You heard it, didn't you?" he asked. I nodded, my throat dry. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I thought it was just the wind, or maybe mice. But I went down there again last night after you all went to bed. The chair, it was rocking again, by itself." We decided to investigate together, this time in broad daylight. Armed with flashlights and a crowbar, we descended into the basement, determined to find some rational explanation. But no matter how thoroughly we searched, we found nothing. No drafts, no loose beams, no signs of rodents. And yet, the rocking chair had moved again. It now faced the stairs, as if watching us. Dad tried to laugh it off, but the sound was forced. He grabbed the chair and hauled it up the steps, muttering about donating it to a thrift store. That night, for the first time since we moved in, I fell asleep without hearing the laugh. But the peace didn't last. The next morning, the chair was back. It sat in the middle of the basement, its worn cushions sagging as if someone had been sitting in it all night. Dad swore he had left it at the curb for pickup, but there it was, as if it had never left. We didn't know what to do. Mom suggested burning it, but Dad refused, saying he didn't want to risk starting a fire. Instead, he moved it to the garage, chaining it to the wall like some kind of prisoner. For a while, things returned to normal. The house felt warm again, alive with the sounds of family and laughter. But I could never quite shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the rocking chair was waiting for us to let our guard down. Months later, when the snow had melted and the world seemed brighter, a moving truck arrived at our neighbor's house. The family who moved in had a little boy about Emily's age. I saw him playing in the yard one afternoon, and for a moment, I felt a pang of jealousy at his carefree innocence. Then I saw it. Sitting on their porch, facing the street, was the rocking chair, and I swear, as I turned away, I heard it creak. Story number 26. The Midnight Hymn. I wasn't supposed to be there that night. My family had moved to the small English village of East Haven just a month before Christmas in 1909, and the townsfolk were eager to welcome us. My mother insisted I join the midnight mass at St. Bridget's, the ancient stone church at the edge of the village. I wasn't much for religion, but the prospect of sitting through hours of solemn hymns and sermons seemed a small price to pay for fitting into our new home. The church was breathtaking, even in its disrepair. Its towering spires reached toward the heavens, the stained glass windows casting fractured light across the snow-covered grounds. Yet, there was an unease about it, a weight in the air that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The townsfolk whispered about St. Bridget's, though they never spoke openly. A few muttered about old curses, others about strange occurrences during Christmas masses. But when I pressed for details, their faces would pale, and they'd mutter prayers under their breath. The mass began at 10 p.m., and I arrived late, slipping into a pew near the back. Candles flickered along the aisles, casting long shadows that danced across the stone walls. The priest's voice echoed through the cavernous space as he led the congregation in hymns and prayers. For a time, everything felt normal, until midnight, when the church bells struck 12. A chill swept through the room. The candles flickered violently, and the priest faltered mid-sentence, his voice trailing off into silence. That's when we heard it. The singing came from the back of the church, a hauntingly beautiful melody that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't part of the mass. This was something else entirely. The voice was high and pure, like that of a young girl, and it echoed through the church as if carried by the wind. Everyone turned to look, but there was no one there, at least, not at first. Then I saw it, a figure standing in the shadows at the far end of the nave, just beyond the last row of pews. It was a girl, or at least it looked like one. She wore a white dress that seemed to shimmer in the dim light, and her long, dark hair hung loose around her face. She stood perfectly still, her head bowed as she continued to sing. No one moved, no one spoke. The only sound was her song, growing louder and more sorrowful with each passing second. It was mesmerizing, yet deeply unsettling, like hearing a lullaby sung at a funeral. One of the parishioners, a man named Mr. Carver, finally broke the spell. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice trembling. He stood and took a hesitant step toward her. The girl stopped singing. She lifted her head, and I felt my stomach drop. Her face was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were black pits of emptiness. When she looked at us, it was as if she saw through us, as if we were nothing more than shadows to her. Then she smiled. It was a small, faint smile, but it sent a wave of terror through the room. Without a word, she turned and began walking toward the altar. The sound of her footsteps echoed unnaturally loud, like the tolling of a distant bell. Several people whispered prayers, clutching their rosaries tightly, but no one dared to move. When she reached the altar, she stopped and turned to face us once more. Her lips parted, and she began to sing again, this time in a language I didn't recognize. The words were sharp and guttural, and they seemed to twist the air around her. The candles dimmed, and the temperature dropped so low I could see my breath. Mr. Carver stepped forward again, his face pale but determined. "This is a house of God," he said, his voice trembling but firm. "Whatever you are, you have no place here." The girl tilted her head, as if considering his words. Then she raised one hand and pointed at him. The air filled with an ear-splitting scream, though none of us opened our mouths. It was as if the church itself was crying out in pain. Mr. Carver clutched his chest and collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing violently. The congregation erupted into chaos, people screaming and pushing toward the doors. I stood frozen in place, unable to tear my eyes away from the girl. She was laughing now, a sound that sent icy tendrils of fear creeping down my spine. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I thought she was coming for me. But then she vanished. The candles flared back to life, and the warmth returned to the room. The silence was deafening. Mr. Carver's body lay still on the floor, his face twisted in a mask of terror. The priest knelt beside him, whispering prayers, but it was clear he was gone. The remaining parishioners fled the church, their faces pale and drawn. I lingered near the door, unable to shake the feeling that something was still watching us. When I finally stepped outside, the snow had stopped, and the village was eerily quiet. St. Bridget's was closed the next day. The priest claimed it was out of respect for Mr. Carver, but whispers spread through the village of other reasons, of strange marks found on the altar, of the lingering smell of burnt candles that wouldn't fade. The church never reopened. Over time, the villagers stopped talking about that night altogether, as if pretending it hadn't happened would make it go away. But I've never forgotten. I can still hear her song in my dreams, haunting and beautiful, echoing through the corridors of my mind. And sometimes, late at night, I see her face in the shadows, a pale figure with black, empty eyes, waiting patiently for the stroke of midnight. Story number 27. The Silent Visitor. I've never liked Christmas. I think it's because of what happened in 1995. That was the year I stopped believing in the magic of the holiday. It was the year I realized that not every story about Christmas is a cheerful one. I was 8 years old, living with my parents in a small house in rural Texas. My dad worked long hours at a factory, and my mom was a nurse who often worked night shifts. That year, she'd promised to be home for Christmas Eve, but a last-minute call meant she wouldn't be back until morning. My dad tried to make up for it by letting me stay up late to watch a Christmas movie with him. By the time the credits rolled, I could barely keep my eyes open. "Time for bed, kiddo," Dad said, carrying me upstairs. I woke up a few hours later, startled by a sound I couldn't quite place. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a faint rustling, like someone moving around downstairs. I sat up in bed and rubbed my eyes, straining to hear. Came again, this time louder, the unmistakable creak of floorboards. "Dad," I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. My heart pounded as I slipped out of bed, the cold wooden floor sending a shiver up my spine. I tiptoed to the door and peeked out into the hallway. The house was silent, except for the faint ticking of the grandfather clock in the living room. I told myself I was imagining things, but curiosity got the better of me. The staircase groaned under my weight as I crept downstairs, clutching the banister tightly. The living room was bathed in the soft glow of Christmas lights, casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. At first, everything seemed normal. The stockings hung by the fireplace, and the tree sparkled with ornaments and tinsel. Then I saw him. He was standing near the fireplace, his back to me. At first, I thought it was my dad, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized this figure was taller, broader, too large to be my father. He wore a red suit, but it wasn't the cheerful, fluffy outfit you'd expect from Santa Claus. This one was faded and threadbare, as if it had been pulled from an attic after decades of neglect. "Santa," I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure turned slowly, and my breath caught in my throat. His face was pale, almost waxy, with hollow cheeks and eyes that didn't seem to blink. His mouth was twisted into a smile, too wide, too stiff, like it had been painted on. For a moment, he just stood there, staring at me. I wanted to run, to scream, but my legs wouldn't move. Then he took a step forward, and the wooden floor creaked under his heavy boots. His movements were slow, deliberate, almost mechanical. He raised a gloved hand and pointed at me, his smile never faltering. "Dad!" I finally managed to scream, my voice breaking the silence. I turned and bolted up the stairs, my heart racing as I scrambled back to my room. I slammed the door shut and threw myself under the covers, trembling uncontrollably. Footsteps echoed up the stairs, heavy and deliberate. I squeezed my eyes shut, clutching the blanket tightly, and prayed for it to stop. The footsteps reached my door and then nothing, just silence. When I finally opened my eyes, the house was still. The only sound was the faint hum of the heater kicking on. I lay there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move, until exhaustion finally pulled me into a restless sleep. The next morning, I told my dad what had happened. He laughed it off, saying I must have had a bad dream. But when we went downstairs, his smile faded. The front door was wide open, snow blowing into the entryway. We stepped outside, and that's when we saw them, footprints. They were massive, far too large to belong to my dad, and they started at the living room window. The snow beneath the window was undisturbed, as if whoever or whatever had entered had stepped through solid glass. The footprints led across the yard and into the woods, where they disappeared among the trees. My dad called the police, but they didn't find anything. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone in the area. They chalked it up to a prank or a drifter passing through. But I knew better. For weeks, couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind, sent me into a panic. I kept the lights on, and I refused to go near the living room at night. My parents tried to reassure me, but they couldn't explain the footprints, or why the snow outside the window hadn't been disturbed. Years later, I still think about that night. I've tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that it was just a bad dream or a trick of the light. But I can't forget the way he moved, the way his smile never faltered, the way his hollow eyes seemed to pierce right through me. Every Christmas, I wonder if he'll come back, if I'll wake up to find him standing in the corner of my room, smiling that terrible, frozen smile. And every Christmas, I sleep with the lights on, just in case. Story number 28. The Snowman. It was the winter of 1957, and our little village in the heart of Siberia was locked in an icy grip. Snowdrifts towered over fences, and the air was so cold that your breath crystallized the moment it escaped your lips. But it was Christmas, and no amount of frostbite could dim the holiday spirit. My father, always one to embrace the season, suggested we make a snowman after dinner. It was a simple, joyous act, one that brought a bit of warmth to the bitter cold. My younger sister, Nadia, and I helped roll the snow into 3 massive balls, stacking them carefully until the figure stood nearly as tall as my father. We gave it button eyes made from chunks of coal, a crooked carrot for a nose, and twigs for arms. My mother tied an old scarf around its neck, and Nadia insisted on giving it her favorite red cap. When we stepped back to admire our work, it almost seemed alive. That was before everything went wrong. The first sign that something was off came later that night. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees, and the snow outside glittered under a pale moon. I was lying in bed, struggling to sleep, when I heard a noise, a soft crunching, like footsteps in the snow. I sat up and peered out the window, expecting to see my father checking on the livestock. Instead, I saw the snowman. It stood exactly where we had built it, at the edge of the yard, but its head was tilted. The coal eyes, which had been staring blankly into the distance, now seemed to be looking directly at the house, directly at my window. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. For a moment, I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Maybe the wind had shifted the snow, or the scarf had tugged it slightly out of place. But then I saw the footprints. They were deep and distinct, leading from the snowman to our front porch. The path stopped there, at the door, but there were no prints leading away. I wanted to scream, to run and wake my parents, but fear kept me rooted in place. Instead, I crept back under my blankets and squeezed my eyes shut, praying for morning to come. When dawn finally broke, the footprints were gone, erased by fresh snowfall. I hesitated to say anything, worried my parents would dismiss it as a bad dream. Nadia, however, wasn't as restrained. Over breakfast, she announced that she'd heard someone tapping on her window during the night. It was probably the wind, my father said, though his brow furrowed. This old house creaks and groans in weather like this. But Nadia shook her head. It wasn't the wind. It sounded like fingers. That day, we tried to go about our usual routine, but something felt wrong. Even the animals seemed uneasy. The dogs refused to go outside, and the chickens huddled together in their coop, refusing to leave even when my father scattered feed. When night fell, the unease turned to dread. I lay awake, listening for the crunch of footsteps or the rattle of the wind. Just as I began to drift off, the sound came again, soft at first, then louder. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the house. I crept to the window and peeked through a crack in the frost-covered glass. The snowman was still there, but its head was tilted further now, as if straining to look at something just out of sight. The red cap was gone, and in its place was a jagged hole where the snow had been disturbed. And then I saw it. A shadow moved across the yard, tall and thin, dragging something behind it. I couldn't make out the details, but I knew it wasn't my father. The figure moved with an unnatural grace, its limbs jerking in strange, inhuman motions. It stopped at Nadia's window. I don't remember running to her room, only that I was suddenly there, throwing open the door and shaking her awake. She looked at me with bleary eyes, confused and annoyed, until we both heard it, a faint tapping, like knuckles rapping against glass. Nadia's face went pale, and she grabbed my arm. Together, we crept to the window and peeked outside. The snowman was gone. The yard was empty, save for a set of long, dragging footprints that led toward the forest. By morning, my father had had enough. He dismissed our stories as childish nonsense, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. He took a shovel and marched out into the snow, determined to destroy the snowman once and for all. But when we reached the yard, there was nothing to destroy. The snowman was gone, leaving behind only a strange indentation in the snow where it had stood. The coal eyes and carrot nose were scattered nearby, as if they'd been ripped away. "See?" my father said, forcing a laugh. "It's just snow. It probably collapsed under its own weight." But I knew better. The snowman hadn't collapsed. It had walked away. The days that followed were a blur of fear and sleepless nights. The strange noises continued, the footsteps, the tapping, the low, guttural whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. My mother burned the scarf and hat, hoping it would break whatever curse had settled over us. But it didn't help. One by one, the villagers began to notice things as well. Livestock went missing, their pens splattered with blood. A farmer claimed he saw a figure standing in his field at dusk, its coal eyes glowing red in the fading light. And then Nadia fell ill. It started with a fever, followed by strange, fitful dreams. She muttered in her sleep, words I couldn't understand, and her skin grew pale and cold as the snow outside. My mother wept, and my father prayed, but nothing seemed to help. And then, one night, she was gone. I woke to find her bed empty, the blankets thrown aside as if she'd left in a hurry. The window was open, snow drifting onto the sill, and outside, I saw her footprints leading toward the forest. I followed them, calling her name, but the wind swallowed my voice. The trees closed in around me, their branches heavy with snow. And then, in a small clearing, I saw it, the snowman. It was taller now, its body misshapen and uneven. The coal eyes had been replaced with something darker, something that gleamed in the moonlight, and atop its head was Nadia's red cap. I turned and ran, the sound of crunching snow echoing behind me. I didn't stop until I reached the house, slamming the door shut and collapsing onto the floor. My parents found me there hours later, trembling and incoherent. Nadia was never found. To this day, I don't know what we summoned that winter, what force had been awakened by our innocent play. The villagers avoid the forest now, and no one builds snowmen anymore. But on cold, quiet nights, when the wind howls through the trees, I swear I can still hear it, the soft crunch of footsteps, the rattle of coal in the snow, and I know it's watching. Story number 29. Frau Perkta's Shadow. Growing up in a small Bavarian village, Christmas wasn't just a season of joy, it was a time of caution. Every December, the older folks would gather in the market square to share tales of Frau Perkta, the belly-slitting witch of winter. She was said to roam the snowy nights of Christmastime, inspecting homes to see if children had been obedient and if families had followed the sacred traditions of the season. If she found fault, the punishment was unspeakable. Keep the house clean, eat your porridge, and respect the holiday customs. Oma would whisper to my sister Annalise and me, "If not, Frau Perkta will come for you." and she'll leave you stuffed with straw like a scarecrow. I thought it was just a story, an old wives' tale meant to keep kids in line. But the Christmas of 1997 changed that belief forever. Our family lived in an old farmhouse at the edge of the woods, far from the bustle of the village. My father worked long hours at the mill, and my mother spent her days cooking and tending to the house. Annalise, who was 8 at the time, was the mischievous one, always testing boundaries and shirking chores. 13. I was more reserved, though I'd be lying if I said I didn't have my moments of rebellion. That December was bitterly cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes the wind howl like a living thing. The snow came early and heavy, burying the fields and turning our home into an isolated island of warmth. The village felt far away, and the stories of Frau Perkta seemed closer than ever. The first sign came on the night of December 20th. We were gathered in the living room, the fire crackling in the hearth, when Annalise began complaining about her chores. "I hate scrubbing the floors," she said, kicking her feet against the chair. "Why do I have to do it?" "Because it's tradition," my mother replied sharply. "We must keep the house clean for the 12 nights of Christmas. You know that." Annalise rolled her eyes. "It's just a stupid story. Frau Perkta isn't real." Oma, who had been knitting by the fire, stopped abruptly, her eyes, sharp despite her age, fixed on my sister. "She is real," Oma said, her voice low, "and she punishes those who are lazy or disrespectful. You'd do well to remember that." Annalise scoffed, but I noticed a flicker of fear in her eyes. That night, as we went to bed, the wind outside seemed louder than usual, rattling the shutters and whistling through the cracks in the walls. And as I drifted off to sleep, I thought I heard something else, a faint, scratching sound, like nails against wood. The next morning, we woke to find strange footprints in the snow outside. They weren't human, too large and oddly shaped. With long, pointed toes, they circled the house, trailing from window to window, before disappearing into the woods. "It's just an animal," my father said when we showed him. "A deer, maybe." But deer didn't make footprints like that. Over the next few days, the tension in the house grew. Annalise became moodier, snapping at my parents and refusing to help with the holiday preparations. She skipped her chores and left her room in disarray, despite my mother's warnings. Oma watched her closely, her lips pressed into a thin line. On the night of December 24th, as we gathered for our Christmas Eve dinner, Oma stood at the head of the table and said a prayer. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and when she finished, she looked directly at Annalise. "Tonight is Frau Perkta's night," she said. "We must be vigilant. No one leaves their room after dark. Do you understand?" Annalise rolled her eyes but nodded. I noticed my parents exchange a worried glance. That night, I lay awake in bed, the words of Oma's warning echoing in my mind. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the floorboards and the soft sigh of the wind. I was just beginning to drift off when I heard it. A faint, rhythmic tapping. At first, I thought it was a branch against the window, but as I listened, the sound grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from the hallway. I sat up, my heart pounding. The tapping was followed by the soft creak of footsteps, slow and measured, as if someone or something was moving through the house. Then came the whispering. It was faint, almost inaudible, but I could make out fragments of words. A woman's voice, low and lilting, murmuring in a language I didn't understand. Summoning my courage, I crept out of bed and opened my door a crack. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the fire downstairs. The whispering grew louder, and I realized it was coming from Annalise's room. I stepped into the hallway, my bare feet cold against the wooden floor. The air felt heavy, charged with a strange energy that made my skin prickle. As I reached Annalise's door, the whispering stopped. I hesitated, then pushed the door open. The room was empty. Annalise's bed was unmade, her blanket trailing on the floor. The window was wide open, snow drifting in and pooling on the sill. And there, in the middle of the room, was a pile of straw. I ran to wake my parents. My father grabbed a lantern and we searched the house, calling Annalise's name, but there was no sign of her. Oma stood by the fire, her face pale and grim. "She's taken her," Oma said, her voice shaking. "Frau Perkta has taken her." "No," my father snapped. "It's not possible." But Oma pointed to the footprints in the snow, leading from Annalise's window into the woods. They were the same tracks we'd seen days earlier, too large and too strange to be human. We followed the tracks, the lantern casting long shadows on the snow. The forest was eerily silent, the trees pressing in around us like dark sentinels. The tracks led us to a clearing, where we found a strange, makeshift altar, a circle of stones surrounding a pile of straw and torn fabric that I recognized as Annalise's nightgown. And then we heard it, a scream, high-pitched and full of terror, echoing through the trees. "Annalise!" my father shouted. But the scream faded as quickly as it had come, leaving only the whisper of the wind. Oma knelt by the altar, her hands trembling as she murmured a prayer. "She is gone," Oma said, "taken to the other world." We never found Annalise. The villagers claimed she'd run away, that she'd gotten lost in the storm. But my family knew the truth. Frau Perkta had come for her, just as the stories warned. To this day, I can still hear the tapping, the whispering, the terrible sound of her scream. And every Christmas, I leave a bowl of porridge by the hearth, just as Oma taught me, because some traditions aren't meant to be broken. And Frau Perkta never forgets. Story number 30. Gryla's Feast. Iceland is a land of contrasts. Its endless expanses of snow and volcanic rock feel both breathtaking and desolate, a place where beauty hides menace. As an American expat living there, I found Christmas in this remote corner of the world enchanting. If not a little eerie, the Icelandic winter cloaked everything in darkness, save for the flicker of candles in windows and the glow of northern lights dancing in the sky. But one Christmas season, I learned just how thin the line is between tradition and terror. The year was 2017, and it was the first time I heard the name Gryla. My wife, Katrin, grew up in Iceland, and she loved telling me about the country's bizarre holiday folklore. There was the Christmas cat, a monstrous feline that ate anyone who didn't receive new clothes for Christmas. Then there were the Yule lads, 13 mischievous creatures who visited one by one in the days leading up to Christmas, leaving gifts or rotting potatoes in children's shoes. But it was Gryla, their mother, who haunted the dark corners of Icelandic tradition, a giantess who lived in a cave in the mountains. She could supposedly smell the bad behavior of children from miles away. On Christmas, she would descend to the villages, scoop up naughty kids, and carry them back to her lair to be stewed into her favorite dish. Of course, it's just a story, Katrin assured me one night as we sat by the fire, the snowstorm outside rattling the windows, a way to scare children into behaving. But as the days grew shorter and the nights darker, the stories started to feel less like folklore and more like warnings. It began with the sound of scratching. We lived in a small house at the edge of a village near Akureyri, surrounded by nothing but snow-covered fields and jagged mountains. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard it soft, deliberate, coming from the roof. At first, I thought it was the wind or perhaps a stray cat seeking shelter. But then came the footsteps, heavy, deliberate thuds that moved from one end of the house to the other. I nudged Katrin awake, but by the time she stirred, the sound was gone. "You're imagining things," she mumbled, pulling the blanket over her head. But I wasn't so sure. The next morning, we found tracks in the snow. They weren't like anything I'd seen before, huge, clawed footprints that circled the house before disappearing into the woods. Katrin stared at them, her face pale. "Probably a bear," I said, though I knew bears weren't native to Iceland. She didn't reply, just pulled her coat tighter around herself and went back inside. Over the next few days, Strange things started happening. Doors creaked open on their own. The firewood stack by the hearth would topple over for no reason. And the pantry was raided. Food scattered across the floor. Katrin laughed it off, saying it was probably the Yule lads playing tricks. But there was nothing playful about what happened next. On December 21st, Katrin left to visit her sister in the neighboring village. Leaving me alone for the night, the house felt unnaturally quiet, the wind outside howling like a living thing. I locked the doors, lit a few candles, and settled by the fire with a book, trying to ignore the oppressive darkness pressing against the windows. That's when I heard it again, the scratching. It started softly, almost imperceptible, before growing louder, more frantic. This time, it wasn't coming from the roof. It was coming from the front door. I froze, my heart pounding. The scratching turned to pounding, heavy and relentless, shaking the door on its hinges. Summoning my courage, I grabbed the fire poker and approached the door. "Who's there?" I called, my voice shaking. The pounding stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. And then, from the other side of the door, came a voice low, guttural, and inhuman. "Let me in." I stumbled back, my blood running cold. The voice came again, louder this time, rattling the windows. "I smell you, little one. Let me in." The candles flickered, their flames guttering as the room grew colder. I dropped the fire poker and bolted for the bedroom. Locking the door behind me, the pounding resumed, shaking the entire house. But I didn't dare go back. I huddled under the blankets, my breath fogging in the freezing air, and prayed for morning. When I finally ventured out, the house was eerily still. The front door hung open, snow drifting inside, and the floor was covered in muddy, clawed footprints. The pantry had been raided again, but this time, something else was missing. My boots. I stared at the empty spot by the door where I'd left them, my mind racing. A sickening realization crept over me. The Yule lads were said to take things, shoes, food, even livestock, but this didn't feel like their usual mischief. This felt like a warning. I told Katrin what had happened when she returned, but she dismissed it as paranoia. "It's the Yule season," she said. "Things always feel strange this time of year." But her voice lacked conviction, and I could see the fear in her eyes. That night, the storm returned, the wind wailing like a chorus of screams. As we lay in bed, I heard it again, the footsteps, heavier this time, like boulders being dragged across the roof. Katrin sat up, clutching my arm. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Before I could answer, there was a deafening crash, and the entire house shook. The fire went out, plunging us into darkness, and from somewhere above came a sound I'll never forget. A deep, guttural growl, followed by a scraping noise, like claws raking across wood. And then the voice, "You've been naughty." The roof groaned, and I heard the unmistakable sound of something massive climbing down the walls. We bolted for the door, but as we stepped outside, the wind snatched the breath from our lungs. Snow swirled around us, and through the blizzard, I saw her, Gryla. She towered over us, her hunched form shrouded in a tattered cloak. Her face was hideous, gnarled and twisted, with eyes that glowed like embers and a mouth full of jagged teeth. In one clawed hand, she held a sack that writhed and squirmed, the muffled cries of children echoing from within. "You've been naughty," she repeated, her voice like the grinding of stone. "And naughty children belong to me." We ran, the snow dragging at our feet as her laughter chased us into the woods. Behind us, the house groaned and splintered, as if being torn apart. We didn't stop until we reached the neighboring village, our lungs burning and our faces numb with cold. When we returned to the house the next day, it was empty. The roof had caved in, and the pantry was stripped bare. But what haunted me most were the footprints. Massive, clawed prints leading from the ruins into the mountains, where Gryla's cave was said to be. We left Iceland that spring, unable to shake the memory of that night. But every Christmas, when the wind howls and the darkness presses in. I remember her, and I wonder how many others hear her voice, calling from the shadows, because Gryla doesn't forget, and she's always hungry. Story number 31. The Frozen Silence of Clifton. I first heard about Joanna Yates the way most people did, through a grainy photo on the evening news. A smiling, blonde woman in her late 20s, her eyes sparkling with life, frozen forever in the memory of a world that would never know her full story. It was Christmas 2010, and I was living in Clifton, a suburb of Bristol where cobblestone streets met cozy pubs and Georgian architecture. It was the kind of place that felt timeless, its charm amplified by the snow that had fallen heavily that December. I rented a flat not far from Joanna's on Canninge Road. Though I didn't know her personally, our lives had brushed past each other in the way that happens in small neighborhoods. I'd seen her at the Tesco Express a few times, her arms full of groceries, or walking her cat, Bernard, on a leash, a sight that had always made me smile. When she disappeared, it felt like the snow-covered streets of Clifton grew colder, quieter, and when her body was found on Christmas Day, discarded in the frozen wilderness of Longwood Lane, the neighborhood seemed to exhale its collective dread. But what happened to me, made me wish I had never known her name. Joanna's murder dominated every conversation. The media dissected her life, her friends, her boyfriend, Greg, who had been away visiting family when she vanished. The police had no leads at first, but rumors spread quickly. People whispered about the creepy landlord, Christopher Jeffries, whose wild hair and eccentric manner made him an easy target for suspicion. I didn't think much of it beyond the usual unease that comes with such a tragedy happening so close to home. But then, strange things started happening in my flat. Little things. First, the smell came first, a faint, floral scent, like lilies left too long in a vase. It lingered near the windowsill, where the frost clung thick and white. I assumed it was my neighbor's perfume drifting through the thin walls of the building. But then I noticed it growing stronger, almost suffocating, at odd hours of the night. Then there were the noises, faint rustling, like paper being crumpled, and soft, hurried footsteps echoing in the hallway outside my flat. I'd open the door to find nothing but silence and the faint glow of the street lamp outside. The first time I saw her, I thought I was dreaming. It was 2 weeks after Christmas, and Clifton was still wrapped in a shroud of icy stillness. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I felt it, the weight of someone sitting on the edge of the mattress. My eyes flew open, and there she was, Joanna Yates. She looked as she did in her photos, blonde hair framing her pale face, her lips slightly parted, but her eyes were hollow, like they were searching for something they'd never find. She didn't speak, just sat there, staring out the window at the snow-covered street below. I wanted to scream, to move, but I was paralyzed. Then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone. I convinced myself it was a hallucination brought on by stress. Clifton was still buzzing with paranoia. The investigation had taken over the neighborhood, and everyone was on edge. But the sightings continued. I'd see her reflection in windows, her figure standing in the shadowy corners of my flat. She never spoke, but her presence carried a heaviness, an ache that settled deep into my chest. One night, I woke to find the floral scent overpowering, so thick it made my eyes water. My breath clouded in the cold air, and there she was, standing in the doorway. Her lips moved, forming silent words, but I couldn't understand them. I grabbed my phone, fumbling to turn on the flashlight, and when the light hit the door, she was gone. But the words she'd mouthed stayed with me, burned into my mind. Find him. The next day, I did something I'd never done before. I went to the police. I told them about the noises, the smells, the visions. The officer, a woman named D.S. Wilkes, looked at me with a mix of pity and skepticism. "You're not the first person to come in with something like this," she said. "This case has everyone spooked. But what if it's real?" I pressed. What if she's trying to tell me something? D.S. Wilkes sighed. Unless you have concrete information, there's nothing we can do. I suggest you talk to someone, maybe a counselor. I left the station feeling defeated, but as I walked back to my flat, a name popped into my head. Unbidden, Longwood Lane. I don't know what compelled me to go there that night. The air was sharp, the kind of cold that bites at your skin. But I bundled up and made the trek to the lane where Joanna's body had been found. The road was desolate, lined with bare trees that looked like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. The snow crunched beneath my boots, the only sound in the stillness. I almost missed it at first, a faint shimmer in the distance, like moonlight reflecting off glass. As I got closer, I saw it wasn't glass at all. It was Joanna. She was standing at the edge of the woods, her figure illuminated by the pale glow of the street lamp. Her head tilted slightly, and she raised one hand, pointing deeper into the forest. I followed her, the cold seeping into my bones. The deeper I went, the darker it became, the trees swallowing the light. Joanna's figure flickered like a candle flame, always just ahead of me. Finally, she stopped, standing beside a snow-covered mound. I hesitated, my breath clouding in the frigid air. "What is it?" I whispered. She didn't respond, just pointed at the ground. My hands shook as I brushed away the snow, revealing a patch of frozen earth. Something gleamed beneath the surface, a necklace, tangled and tarnished. It wasn't until I picked it up that I noticed the initials engraved on the pendant. CJ. The police arrested Christopher Jeffries a week later. Though it wasn't the necklace that led to his conviction, it was his DNA. Found on Joanna's scarf, the media had painted him as eccentric but harmless. And the truth was far darker. He'd been obsessed with her, watching her from his window, waiting for the moment to strike. I don't know if the necklace would have been found without Joanna's intervention. Part of me likes to think I gave her a voice, helped her find peace. But even now, years later, I still see her sometimes, standing in the shadows, her hollow eyes searching for something I'll never understand. Because some stories don't end. They linger, haunting the snow-covered streets of Clifton, and reminding us that even the brightest lives can be extinguished in the frozen silence of winter. Story number 32. The night of the Mari Lwyd. Wales in December feels like stepping into a storybook, with its rolling hills blanketed in frost and the air thick with the scent of chimney smoke. But it also has a weight to it, a history that lingers, filling the dark corners with whispers of old traditions and older fears. In the village of Langenwood, where I had rented a cottage for the holiday season, those whispers were louder than usual. The locals spoke in hushed tones about the Mari Lwyd, the skeletal horse that roamed the villages during Christmas time. On the surface, it was a quaint tradition. A group of revelers carrying a horse's skull draped in white cloth would go door to door, challenging homeowners to battles of rhyme in exchange for food and drink. But beneath the laughter and revelry, there was something else, something older, something darker. I didn't believe it at first, but by the end of that Christmas Eve, I would. The cottage sat at the edge of the village, a quaint little place with a thatched roof and ivy crawling up the stone walls. It was exactly what I'd imagined when I decided to spend the holidays alone, away from the noise and chaos of London. The first few days were idyllic. I spent my mornings walking the frost-covered trails and my evenings by the fire, reading by candlelight as the wind howled outside. It was on December 23rd that I first heard about the Mari Lwyd. I was in the village pub, nursing a pint, when an older man with a thick Welsh accent leaned over and said, "So, have you met the ghost horse yet?" I laughed, assuming he was joking, but his expression remained serious. "It's not just a game, you know," he said, his voice low. "The Mari Lwyd is older than Christmas, older than all of this. It doesn't just come for songs and ale. It comes to test you." "To test me?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "To test if you're strong enough to send it away," he replied. "And if you're not?" he trailed off, staring into his drink. I left the pub that night with a strange sense of unease. The wind had picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of rain. As I walked back to the cottage, the darkened streets felt less inviting, the shadows stretching longer than they should. On Christmas Eve, the village was alive with festivities. Children darted between the market stalls, their cheeks rosy from the cold, and a choir sang carols in the square. But as the sun set, the mood shifted. The streets emptied quickly, the shutters of the houses slamming shut as families retreated inside. By the time I returned to the cottage, the village was eerily silent. The only sound was the crunch of frost underfoot and the distant whistle of the wind. I bolted the door behind me, lit a fire, and tried to shake off the unease. And then, just as I was settling into bed, I heard it. A knock at the door. It wasn't a polite knock. It was heavy, deliberate, shaking the old wood in its frame. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The village was deserted. Who would be out this late? Especially on Christmas Eve? The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a voice. It was high and lilting, with an almost musical quality. But there was something off about it, something that made my skin crawl. Open the door. It sang, "Let us in, and let the games begin." My heart raced. The Mari Lwyd. It had to be a prank, a group of locals keeping the tradition alive. But when I peeked through the window, my blood ran cold. Standing on the frost-covered path was a figure draped in white. Its head was a bleached horse's skull, its empty eye sockets staring directly at me. The cloth billowed in the wind, giving it an almost spectral appearance. Behind it stood a small group of shadowy figures, their faces obscured by the darkness. "Let us in," the voice repeated, now deeper, more insistent. "Or we'll come in anyway." I backed away from the window, my hands shaking. The logical part of my brain told me to ignore it, to wait it out. But then the knocking started again, this time from the back door. And then the windows. The sound surrounded me, growing louder, more frantic. "Open the door," the voices chanted, overlapping in a haunting chorus. "Face the rhyme, or face the time." I grabbed my phone, intending to call the police, but the screen was dead. No signal. The lights flickered, and the fire sputtered, casting shadows that seemed to dance in time with the pounding on the walls. I had to do something. I opened the front door. The cold hit me like a wall, but it wasn't just the chill of the air. It was something deeper, more primal. The Mari Lwyd stood inches from the threshold, the skeletal grin somehow wider, more menacing. The figures behind it moved closer, their faces still hidden in shadow. "Will you play?" the Mari Lwyd asked, its voice echoing like a scream in an empty church. "Will you rhyme? Or will you fall?" "I'll play," I whispered, my voice trembling. The first rhyme was simple, a taunt about my cowardice, my inability to face the dark. I answered clumsily, my words stumbling over each other. The Mari Lwyd laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. The second rhyme was darker, cutting deeper. It spoke of secrets I'd buried, mistakes I'd tried to forget. My reply was weaker this time, my voice faltering under the weight of its words. By the third rhyme, I was shaking. The Mari Lwyd's voice had grown louder, more distorted, as if 100 voices were speaking through it. The shadows behind it loomed closer, their forms shifting and unnatural. "You're failing," it said, its empty eyes locking onto mine. "You're not strong enough." I don't remember how I finished the game. The words blurred together, the cold seeping into my bones as the world around me seemed to darken. But eventually, the Mari Lwyd stepped back. "You've won," it said, though there was no joy in its voice. This time, the shadows retreated, the figures melting into the night. The Mari Lwyd lingered for a moment longer, the skeletal grin etched into my mind, before turning and disappearing into the darkness. When I closed the door, the fire roared back to life, and the lights flickered on. The house was silent once more, but the sense of unease lingered. I didn't sleep that night. The image of the Mari Lwyd burned into my memory. The next morning, I found hoofprints in the frost outside the cottage, leading away into the hills, and on the doorstep was a single piece of white cloth, torn and frayed, stained with something dark. I left Langenwood that afternoon, vowing never to return. But every Christmas Eve, when the wind howls and the shadows stretch long, I hear the knocking, and I wonder if the Mari Lwyd is waiting to play again. Story number 33. The Portrait of Christmas Eve. The photograph was black and white, but its weight was anything but colorless. I first saw it during a road trip through North Carolina. It was in a dusty glass case at a roadside museum, surrounded by whispers of tragedy and the macabre. The Lawson family portrait. 7 faces stared out from the frame, frozen in time. The father, Charles Lawson, stood stiffly in the back, his expression unreadable. His wife, Fanny, sat beside their eldest daughter, Marie, while the younger children clung to their mother and each other. Baby Mary Lou rested in Fanny's arms, unaware of the horror her family would soon endure. I was captivated, unable to look away. Something about their eyes seemed wrong, too wide, too vacant, like they knew the end was coming. Tragic, isn't it? The museum curator's voice startled me. He was an older man with a slow, deliberate way of speaking. Charles Lawson killed them all. Christmas Day, 1929. I'd heard the story before. It was infamous in these parts. Charles, a struggling tobacco farmer, had inexplicably turned on his family. He'd led them into the woods one by one, killing them with a shotgun before returning to the house to finish off the rest. Then, he'd turned the gun on himself. No one knew why, but seeing their faces, those frozen, haunted expressions, made the story feel different. It wasn't just folklore. It was real, too real. They say the house is still out there, the curator said, leaning closer. Most folks stay away, but there are always a few curious ones. You know how that goes. I shouldn't have gone, but something about that photograph, about their hollow eyes, drew me in. 2 days later, I found myself driving down a narrow dirt road, the kind that seemed to get narrower and darker with each passing mile. The Lawson house wasn't on any map, but I'd found a blog post from someone who claimed to have visited it years ago. Their directions were vague, but enough to get me close. The woods were thick, their skeletal branches clawing at the car as I drove deeper. The road finally ended at a clearing, and there it was, the Lawson house. The house was more ruin than home. Its roof caved in and its windows shattered. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of damp wood and decay. I stepped out of the car, my boots crunching on the frosted ground. The silence was oppressive, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. I hesitated at the front door, his peeling paint hanging on by a thread. My heart pounded as I stepped inside. The interior was as decrepit as the outside, filled with broken furniture and the remnants of a life long abandoned. But it was the dining room that made me stop in my tracks. The table was still there, though warped with age. Plates and cutlery lay scattered across its surface, untouched since that fateful Christmas dinner. And on the far wall, above the crumbling fireplace, hung a photograph, the Lawson family portrait. It was the same one I'd seen at the museum, but something about it was different. The figures seemed sharper, almost alive, and their eyes, those hollow, vacant eyes, seemed to follow me as I moved. I turned to leave, but a sound stopped me. It was faint at first, a soft whisper that seemed to rise from the walls themselves. Why? I froze. The word was barely audible, but it was there. Why did he do it? The voice was louder now, unmistakably female. It seemed to echo from the very air around me. I spun around, but the room was empty. The house groaned, the sound of settling wood, or perhaps something else. Then came the laughter. It was high-pitched and childish, echoing through the empty halls. It sent chills racing down my spine. I turned back toward the door, but the hallway stretched longer than it had before, the exit impossibly far away. My breaths came faster, my chest tight with panic. And then I saw her. Marie Lawson, the eldest daughter, stood at the far end of the hall. She was dressed in the same clothes from the photograph, her face pale and her eyes wide. But her mouth was twisted into a grotesque smile, far too wide, revealing teeth stained red. "Why did he do it?" she whispered, her voice layered with something deeper, darker. I stumbled backward, my hands searching for something to steady myself. When I looked back, she was gone. The hallway was empty again, but the laughter remained, growing louder, more menacing. I ran, my feet pounding against the warped floorboards, but the house seemed to stretch around me, its walls closing in. I burst into the dining room again, my eyes darting to the family portrait. This time, it had changed. Charles Lawson's face was no longer blank. His eyes were wide, his mouth twisted into a scream of silent agony. The other family members stared out of the frame, their expressions a mix of anger and despair. And Marie was smiling. The whispers grew louder, overlapping into a cacophony of voices, words I couldn't understand, layered with sobs and screams. The walls seemed to pulse, the house alive with something malevolent. I turned and fled, the laughter chasing me into the woods. The air was thick, my breaths ragged as I stumbled through the trees. When I finally reached the car, I didn't look back. I sped down the dirt road, the trees blurring into darkness. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? But I can't forget the feeling of those eyes, watching me. I can't forget the sound of that laughter, or the way the house seemed to breathe around me. Every Christmas, I see their faces in my dreams, the hollow eyes, the twisted smiles, and I hear her voice, whispering from the darkness. Why did he do it? And I don't think I'll ever know. Story number 34. The Shadow of Christmas. When I was a child, Christmas wasn't just about presents and joy, it was about survival. My family, like many in our small, snow-covered Austrian village, didn't just celebrate St. Nicholas. We feared his darker counterpart, Krampus. Every December, the old stories would resurface. Krampus, the horned demon of Christmas, who punished the wicked and took the unruly, while St. Nicholas brought gifts to the good. Krampus brought terror to those who misbehaved. Most people dismissed the tales as folklore, meant to keep children in line. But my grandmother, Oma, always believed. "He's real," she would whisper to my sister Mia and me as we sat by the fire. "I saw him once, when I was your age. Stay good, or he'll come for you." I never believed her. Not until the winter of 1995, the year Krampus came to our house. That December, a storm blanketed the village in deep snow, trapping us in our home for days. Our parents, desperate to keep us entertained, turned the house into a Christmas haven. The tree sparkled with homemade ornaments, and the kitchen smelled of cinnamon and pine. But the festive cheer couldn't hide the tension. Dad had been struggling to keep the bakery open, and money was tight. He was short-tempered, snapping at Mia and me over the smallest things. And Mia, who was 8 and full of mischief, had been testing his patience more than usual. She'd taken to teasing me relentlessly, pulling pranks, and ignoring every warning. Oma noticed, too. She'd taken up her usual spot by the fire, knitting something we couldn't quite identify. Her sharp eyes followed Mia whenever she ran through the house. Her lips pursed in disapproval. "You must be careful," Oma said one night after Mia had dumped flour all over the kitchen. "Krampus sees everything. Stop scaring them." Dad snapped, but there was an edge to his voice. "It's just an old story." Oma didn't reply. She just stared into the fire, her needles clicking rhythmically. It started the night before St. Nicholas Day. The wind howled outside, rattling the shutters, and the snow fell in heavy drifts. Mia and I were supposed to be asleep, But the excitement of the holiday kept us awake. We lay in our shared room, whispering about what gifts St. Nicholas might bring. And then we heard it. A low, guttural growl. So faint I thought I imagined it. But when I turned to Mia, her wide eyes told me she'd heard it too. "What was that?" she whispered. "Probably the wind," I said, though my heart pounded in my chest. But the sound came again, louder this time, followed by the faint jingle of bells. Not the cheerful kind you'd hear on a sleigh. These were deep and mournful, like the tolling of a funeral chime. We crept to the window, our breath fogging the glass as we peered outside. First, we saw nothing but swirling snow. Then, in the distance, a shadow moved. It was massive, towering over the snowbanks, and its shape was wrong. It had long, spindly limbs, curling horns, and a hunched back that made it look like a monstrous beast. Mia gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The shadow froze, its head turning slowly toward us. Though its face was obscured by the storm, I felt its eyes lock onto mine, and then it began to move, lurching forward, the bells on its waist jangling with each step. "Mia, get away from the window," I hissed, dragging her back. We scrambled into bed, pulling the covers over our heads like they could protect us from whatever was out there. The growling continued, growing louder, closer, and then came the scratching. It started at the front door, a slow, deliberate scrape of claws against wood. My heart raced as the sound moved, traveling along the walls, stopping outside our window. For a moment, everything was silent, and then, a voice low, gravelly, and inhuman whispered, "Mia!" She screamed, and the sound brought Dad running. The scratching stopped as soon as he threw open the door, his face pale and furious. "What's going on?" he demanded. "There's something outside," Mia cried, clinging to me. "It said my name." Dad scowled and marched to the window, throwing open the shutters. "There's nothing out here," he snapped. "Go to sleep, both of you." But I saw the fear in his eyes as he looked out into the snow. The next morning, the storm had eased, but the tension in the house was palpable. Dad didn't mention the strange sounds, but he didn't scold Mia when she knocked over a mug of cocoa, either. Oma watched us closely, her knitting abandoned. That afternoon, while Dad was outside shoveling snow, Mia and I played in the living room. She just started stacking wooden blocks when a loud thud shook the house. We froze, staring at the front door. It opened slowly, creaking on its hinges. The cold rushed in, and with it, the scent of pine and something metallic, like blood. And then we saw it. Standing in the doorway was a figure straight out of Oma's stories. It was over 7 feet tall, with matted fur covering its body. Its horns curled like a ram's, and its face was a grotesque mix of goat and man, with a long, slithering tongue that flicked out like a snake. Its glowing red eyes burned with a malevolent light, and a sack slung over its shoulder squirmed as if something inside was struggling to get out. "Krampus!" Mia screamed and bolted for the stairs, but Krampus was faster. It lunged forward, its clawed hand snatching her by the ankle. She kicked and fought, but its grip was unrelenting. I grabbed the fireplace poker and swung it with all my strength, striking its arm. It roared, a sound that shook the very walls, and dropped Mia. We scrambled upstairs, slamming the door to our room and shoving a dresser in front of it. The growling and scratching began again, louder this time, more insistent. "Why is it here?" Mia sobbed. "You've been naughty." Oma's voice echoed in my mind. "Krampus sees everything." We stayed locked in that room until morning. When we finally dared to come out, the house was eerily quiet. The front door was wide open, snow drifting inside, and the sack Krampus had carried was lying empty in the middle of the living room. Claw marks raked the walls and floors, and the faint jingle of bells lingered in the air. Oma sat by the fire, her face pale and her hands trembling. "I warned you," she said softly. "You didn't listen." We left the village that spring, moving far away from the mountains and their dark legends. But I've never forgotten that night. Every December, when the bells toll and the snow begins to fall, I check the shadows and listen for the growl, because Krampus doesn't forget. Story number 35. The Shadow of the Yule Cat. Christmas in Iceland is not like Christmas anywhere else. It's not just the snow-covered landscapes, the crisp Arctic air, or the flicker of the northern lights. It's the traditions, the old stories that cling to every hearth and home, whispered over mulled wine and roasted lamb. They're meant to be harmless, lessons wrapped in folklore. But in December 2018, I learned just how dangerous a story can be. It started with the Yule Cat, or Jollikaturin. I hadn't heard of it until my first winter in Reykjavik. My boyfriend, Emil, grew up in a small Icelandic village and had always been fascinated by the country's dark holiday myths. The mischievous Yule lads, the terrifying Gryla, and, of course, the Yule Cat. It's simple, Emil had explained one night by the fire. If you don't get new clothes for Christmas, the Yule Cat will come for you. It's massive, bigger than a house, and it eats people who don't dress properly for the season. I laughed at the absurdity of it. A man-eating cat? Really? But Emil's expression remained serious. It's not just a story, he said. People in my village, they've seen it. By Christmas Eve, I'd forgotten all about the Yule Cat. Emil and I had rented a cabin in the countryside, far from the city lights. It was a beautiful, isolated place surrounded by snowfields and pine trees. We decorated a small tree, cooked a modest dinner, and exchanged gifts. Emil had given me a thick wool sweater, hand-knit in the traditional Icelandic style. "You'll need it," he said, his eyes twinkling. "You never know who's watching." I rolled my eyes but pulled it on, this heavy warmth wrapping around me like a hug. Outside, the wind howled, shaking the cabin's windows. But inside, it was cozy, the fire crackling as we sipped wine and listened to old Christmas songs. Around midnight, Emil suggested we go for a walk. The storm had eased, and the sky was clear, the stars twinkling like shards of glass. I hesitated, but he was insistent. "It's tradition," he said, grabbing our coats. "You'll see." The air outside was frigid, the snow crunching beneath our boots as we wandered through the woods. The world was eerily silent, the kind of stillness that makes you feel like you're being watched. Emil pointed out constellations, his breath clouding in the cold air, and I started to relax, until we heard the sound. It was faint at first, a low rumble that I mistook for the wind. But as we walked deeper into the woods, it grew louder, more distinct, a deep, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Emil nodded, his face pale. "Stay close." The growl came again, this time accompanied by the sound of something moving, something massive, crunching through the snow. The trees around us seemed to shudder, their branches swaying as if something was brushing past them. I glanced behind us, and that's when I saw it. It was a shadow at first, blending into the darkness of the forest. But as it moved closer, the moonlight illuminated its shape. A cat. No, not a cat. A monster. His fur was black as coal, his eyes glowing like molten gold. It was impossibly large, its shoulders brushing the treetops, its tail lashing through the air with enough force to snap branches. And its teeth, razor-sharp and glinting in the moonlight, were bared in a snarl. "It's the Yule Cat," Emil whispered, his voice trembling. "Run." We ran, our boots slipping on the icy ground as the creature let out a deafening roar. The sound was so loud it felt like the forest itself was screaming. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw it bounding after us, this massive paws sinking into the snow with each step. "This way," Emil shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward a narrow path. The trees closed in around us, their branches clawing at our clothes as we ran. The growls grew louder, closer, the sound of snapping branches and heavy breathing filling the air. My lungs burned, my legs screaming in protest. But I didn't stop, couldn't. The Yule Cat was so close I could feel the ground shake with each step it took. We burst into a clearing, the cabin just ahead, its windows glowing with the warmth of the fire. But as we sprinted toward it, Emil stumbled, falling to the ground. I turned to help him, but before I could reach him, the Yule Cat was there. This massive paw slammed down, pinning Emil to the ground. He screamed, thrashing against its weight. But it was no use. The creature's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I thought it would kill us both. But then it sniffed him, its glowing eyes narrowing. "Your sweater," Emil gasped, his voice barely audible. "Give me your sweater." I yanked it off, the cold biting into my skin, and threw it to him. He struggled to pull it on, his hands shaking, as the Yule Cat lowered its head, its teeth inches from his face. And then it stopped. The creature sniffed the sweater, its growls subsiding. It stepped back, its golden eyes watching us with an intelligence that made my blood run cold. For a moment, it just stood there, its massive form looming over us. And then it turned, disappearing into the woods with a flick of its tail. We didn't move for what felt like hours, the silence of the forest pressing down on us. Finally, Emil staggered to his feet, his face pale and his breath ragged. "Let's go," he said, his voice hoarse. "Now." We didn't speak as we made our way back to the cabin, our footsteps hurried and our eyes darting to the shadows. When we finally stepped inside, I collapsed by the fire, my entire body trembling. "What was that?" I whispered. "The Yule Cat," Emil said, his voice flat. "It's real." We left the cabin the next morning, the storm returning as we drove back to Reykjavik. Emil refused to talk about what had happened, and I didn't press him. But every Christmas since, I've made sure to buy new clothes for everyone I care about, because somewhere in the darkness, the Yule Cat is still watching, and it's always hungry. Story number 36. The Boy on the Bus. It was Christmas Eve, 2002. And the wind howled through the dark streets of a small Scottish town. The cold crept into every crevice, biting at exposed skin and frosting the edges of windows. I had been driving the night bus for years, and while I was used to the eerie stillness of the late shift, something about that night felt different. The streets were emptier than usual, and the silence was so profound it seemed to press against the bus like a living thing. It was just after 11 p.m. when I saw him. I was approaching a stop near the outskirts of town, a lonely place surrounded by barren fields and skeletal trees. There, under the flickering light of a solitary street lamp, stood a boy. He couldn't have been more than 10 years old, his small frame wrapped in a threadbare coat. Snowflakes dusted his dark hair, and his hands were shoved deep into his pockets. I slowed the bus and opened the door, the icy wind rushing in as I leaned out. "Where are you headed, lad?" I asked, my breath clouding in the freezing air. He didn't answer. Without a word, he climbed aboard, his boots squeaking softly against the floor. His silence unsettled me, but I told myself he was probably shy or cold. I watched him make his way to the back of the bus, his small figure swallowed by the shadows. He sat by the window, staring out into the snowy darkness. The boy's presence weighed heavily on me as I continued the route. He didn't move, didn't speak, didn't so much as glance my way. I checked the rearview mirror periodically, but all I could see was the faint outline of his figure against the frosted window. At the next stop, I called out to him. "This is Town Square. You getting off here?" Nothing. He didn't even turn his head. A chill that had nothing to do with the weather crawled down my spine. I told myself he was probably just tired, or maybe he was lost and too embarrassed to admit it. Either way, I couldn't leave him out here in the freezing cold, so I decided to let him ride until the end of the line. As the bus rumbled through the town, the uneasy feeling grew. The streets were utterly deserted, and the snow fell heavier, blanketing everything in a suffocating silence. I couldn't shake the sense that something was watching me, though I was alone save for the boy. At one point, I tried again to engage him. I parked at a stop and walked down the aisle. my boots echoing against the metal floor. "Hey, kid," I said, keeping my tone light. "You need help getting home?" He didn't respond. As I got closer, I noticed something strange. The seat around him was wet, the fabric dark and glistening. It wasn't just damp, it was soaked, as if he had been sitting in a puddle of melted snow. Yet his clothes were dry. I stepped back, my pulse quickening. The boy finally turned his head, and for the first time, I saw his face clearly. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes, oh, God, his eyes were empty, not blind, not milky or clouded, but utterly devoid of life, like the cold void of the snow-covered fields outside. I stumbled backward, gripping the seats for balance. Who are you?" I stammered, my voice barely audible. He didn't answer. His lips curved into the faintest hint of a smile, a chilling expression that seemed to freeze the air around him. And then, just as I blinked, he was gone. I stood there, staring at the empty seat. The puddle remained, glistening eerily in the dim light. My hands shook as I backed away, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The bus was silent again, but the silence was different now, thick and oppressive, pressing down on me like a weight. I hurried back to the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel as if it could anchor me to reality. The bus felt colder now, the frost creeping along the edges of the windows like ghostly fingers. I drove mechanically, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. When I reached the depot at the end of the line, I was met by my supervisor, a gruff man named Duncan. He frowned as he saw me stumble off the bus, pale and trembling. "What happened to you?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. "There was a boy," I began, my words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "He got on near the fields, but he disappeared. And the seat." Duncan's face darkened, and he held up a hand to stop me. "Did you say near the fields?" I nodded, confusion and fear twisting in my gut. He sighed heavily and motioned for me to follow him inside. In the break room, over a cup of hot tea that did little to calm my nerves, Duncan told me the story. Years ago, a young boy had gone missing on Christmas Eve while playing near the fields. He had wandered too far and gotten caught in a sudden snowstorm. By the time they found him, he was frozen solid, his small body buried beneath a layer of snow. His family never recovered from the tragedy, and the townsfolk had whispered about his ghost ever since. "They say he appears to travelers sometimes," Duncan said, his voice low. "Always on Christmas Eve, always near the fields. You're not the first to see him." I stared at him, my mind struggling to process what I just heard. The boy's pale face, his empty eyes, the chilling smile, they all came rushing back, vivid and haunting. "Did anyone ever try to help him?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Duncan shook his head. "There's no helping him. He's just lost." That night, I lay awake. The boy's image burned into my mind. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the window sent my heart racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, wandering the snowy fields, searching for something or someone. And every Christmas Eve since, as the snow falls and the wind howls, I find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a small figure standing under the flickering glow of a street lamp, waiting for a ride that will never take him home. Story number 37. The bus to nowhere. I still can't explain what happened that night. I've told the story 1,000 times, but no one believes me. They say I must have been hallucinating or overtired. But I know what I saw, what I felt, and every Christmas Eve, I feel that cold dread creeping back, reminding me it was all real. It started on December 24th, 1978. In Mexico City, the streets were unusually quiet for a holiday. The city had been blanketed in a strange, oppressive fog, and most people had already retreated to their homes for the night. But I had to get across town. My mother was waiting for me, and I had promised her I wouldn't be late. I was standing at the corner of Insurgentes Avenue. shivering slightly in the cool night air. The usual noise of the city was muted, replaced by the occasional hum of a distant engine or the faint echo of laughter from a nearby building. I checked my watch. 10:30 p.m. The bus was late. When I saw the headlights cutting through the fog, I felt an immense wave of relief. A weathered, old bus with faded paint and cracked windows pulled up to the curb. The doors creaked open, and I climbed aboard, brushing off the eerie sensation that something was off. The driver barely glanced at me as I paid my fare. His face was shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat, and he wore a coat that looked several sizes too big. I mumbled a gracias and moved toward the back. The air inside the bus was stale, carrying a faint metallic tang that made my nose wrinkle. The first thing I noticed was the passengers, or what I thought were passengers. There were about 10 of them, scattered throughout the bus, each wrapped in old, tattered clothing. No one looked up as I passed. They all sat rigidly, staring straight ahead. Their skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent, and their eyes, God, their eyes, empty, lifeless. I shook off the unease that was bubbling up in my chest and took a seat near the middle, clutching my bag tightly in my lap. The bus groaned to life, and we began to move. First, I tried to ignore the strangeness. Maybe the other passengers were just exhausted or lost in their thoughts. Maybe the dim, flickering light inside the bus was playing tricks on my mind. But as the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the growing sense of dread. The bus didn't stop. We passed stop after stop, each one marked by faint pools of light illuminating empty benches. No one got on. No one got off. I leaned forward, trying to catch a glimpse of the driver, but his face was obscured. He stared straight ahead, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. The road outside grew darker, the streetlights fading into the distance. "Excuse me," I said, my voice trembling slightly as I addressed the nearest passenger, a woman with stringy black hair that hung limply around her face. "Do you know when we'll reach the next stop?" She didn't respond. I reached out to touch her shoulder, and the moment my fingers brushed against her coat, she turned her head slowly, her eyes locked onto mine, and my breath caught in my throat. Her pupils were milky white, her skin mottled with patches of gray and blue. Her lips parted as if she were about to speak, but no sound came out, only a low, guttural rasp. I yanked my hand back, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hey!" I shouted, rising to my feet. "What's going on here? Driver, stop the bus." The driver didn't react. The other passengers remained motionless, their eerie stillness suffocating. I stumbled toward the front of the bus, gripping the seats for balance as the vehicle swayed and jolted. "Let me off!" I screamed. The driver finally turned his head, and my blood ran cold. His face was gaunt, his cheeks sunken, and his eyes, oh, God, his eyes were the same as hers, empty, hollow. "You shouldn't have gotten on," he said, his voice low and rasping, like the whisper of dry leaves in the wind. I didn't wait to hear anything else. I bolted toward the rear doors, slamming my fists against the glass. "Let me out! Let me out!" The bus groaned to a halt, and the doors creaked open. I didn't hesitate. I leapt out into the darkness, tumbling onto the cold, hard ground. When I looked back, the bus was already pulling away, its taillights vanishing into the fog. The sound of its engine faded, leaving behind an eerie silence. I stood there, gasping for breath, my hands trembling as I tried to process what had just happened. The next morning, I told my story to anyone who would listen. Most people dismissed it as a bad dream or a figment of my imagination. But an old man at the market pulled me aside, his face grave. "You said it was bus 666? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded. "That route hasn't run in years," he said. "There was an accident, a robbery gone wrong. They say the driver and all the passengers were killed. Some say the bus still runs, looking for lost souls to join them. I never took another bus after that. And every Christmas Eve, when the fog rolls in and the streets grow quiet, I think of that night. I think of the hollow eyes and the lifeless faces, of the driver's chilling words, and I pray that I never see those headlights again. Story number 38. The Ghost Bus of Cambridge Gardens. It was Christmas Eve in London, 1935. The city was cloaked in a thin veil of fog, the kind that muffled sound and blurred shapes until the familiar became strange. I was walking home after a long shift at the factory, my breath visible in the freezing air. The streets were eerily quiet, with most people tucked away in their warm homes, celebrating the holiday. I had missed the last tram and decided to wait for the night bus at the stop near Cambridge Gardens. It was a quiet corner of the city, a little too far from the bustling center. The gas lamps cast dim halos of light, barely penetrating the fog that seemed to thicken by the second. I stood there for what felt like hours, pacing to keep warm. The streets were deserted, and the only sound was the faint whistle of the wind. Just as I was beginning to think I'd have to walk the rest of the way, I saw headlights cutting through the fog. Relief washed over me as the bus appeared, its bulky shape emerging from the haze like a ship through rough seas. But something was off. The bus was moving too fast for a residential street, its engine roaring like a freight train. I stepped closer to the curb, raising my hand to signal the driver to stop. As it drew nearer, my stomach tightened. The bus wasn't slowing down. In fact, it seemed to be accelerating. The headlights grew brighter, almost blinding, and I could feel the vibration of its engine in the ground beneath my feet. I stepped back, waving frantically. It wasn't until the bus was almost upon me that I realized there was no driver. I froze, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. The driver's seat was empty, the wheel turning on its own as the vehicle barreled down the street. The interior lights flickered, revealing rows of empty seats that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. I jumped back just in time. The bus roared past me, its massive frame missing me by mere inches. The wind it created knocked me off balance, and I stumbled to the ground, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear anything else. The bus didn't stop. It didn't even slow down. Instead, it vanished into the fog as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the echo of its engine behind. I sat there on the pavement, struggling to catch my breath. Had I imagined it? The fog, the cold, and my exhaustion, it could all have been a trick of the mind. But when I looked down, I saw the proof. Long dark skid marks streaked the road, fresh and undeniable. I didn't sleep that night. The image of the empty bus haunted me, its phantom headlights blazing in my memory every time I closed my eyes. The next morning, I told a colleague about what I'd seen. He didn't laugh or call me crazy. Instead, his face went pale, and he leaned in close, his voice barely above a whisper. "You've seen the ghost bus," he said. The story was well known among the locals, though I had never heard it before. Years ago, on Christmas Eve, a driver had lost control of his bus on that very stretch of road. The vehicle had swerved wildly before crashing into the nearby embankment, killing everyone on board. Witnesses claimed the driver had been speeding, but the man's family insisted he had been a careful and responsible worker. Ever since that tragic night, there had been rumors of a phantom bus haunting the streets near Cambridge Gardens. It appeared only on foggy nights, always around Christmas, and always without a driver or passengers. I tried to brush it off as a tall tale, a ghost story to spook the superstitious. But as the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd seen was real. The skid marks on the road, the empty seats illuminated by flickering lights. It was all too vivid to be a product of my imagination. Weeks turned into months, and I began to convince myself that it had been a one-time encounter, a strange but explainable incident. Until the next Christmas, I was careful to avoid Cambridge Gardens that year, taking a longer route home even if it meant braving the biting cold. But fate had other plans. A last-minute errand brought me back to that cursed stretch of road late on Christmas Eve. The fog was thicker than I had ever seen it, so dense that the gas lamps barely cast any light. As I walked, a familiar sound reached my ears, the low rumble of an engine. growing louder with each passing second. My blood turned to ice. I knew what was coming before I even saw it. The headlights pierced the fog, and there it was again, the same bus, moving impossibly fast, its interior a flickering void of empty seats. This time, I didn't wait to see if it would stop. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. The roar of the engine seemed to follow me, growing louder and louder until it drowned out my thoughts. I could feel the heat of the headlights on my back, the vibration of the road beneath my feet. Just as I thought I couldn't run any further, the sound stopped. I turned, gasping for breath. But the street behind me was empty. The bus was gone. To this day, I don't know what I saw. I've tried to rationalize it, to find some logical explanation, but nothing fits. The ghost bus of Cambridge Gardens remains a mystery, one that I pray I never encounter again. Every Christmas, I avoid that stretch of road, no matter how inconvenient, but sometimes, late at night, I hear the faint hum of an engine in the distance, and I wonder if it's still out there, searching for someone foolish enough to wave it down. And I hope to God it isn't me. Story number 39. The laughs on the last bus. It was Christmas Eve, 1980, and the streets of Toronto were dusted with a fresh layer of snow. As a bus driver, I'd grown accustomed to the quiet loneliness of late-night shifts during the holidays. Most people were home with their families, and the few passengers I picked up were often headed to their own small gatherings. That night was no different, or so I thought. I was driving Route 17, the last run of the night, and the city was unusually serene. The streetlights cast soft glows on the snowy sidewalks, and the only sounds were the hum of my engine and the occasional crunch of snow beneath passing tires. My bus was empty, as it often was at this hour, and I settled into the rhythm of the quiet drive. It wasn't until I reached one of the final stops, near a stretch of old residential homes, that I saw them. A group of 6 or 7 people standing at the curb. They were dressed for a party, bright dresses, tuxedos, and jackets that seemed out of place in the frigid air. The sight of them caught me off guard, but I pulled the bus to a stop and opened the doors. "Evening," I said, offering a friendly nod. The first man stepped aboard, his polished shoes clicking against the metal floor. He was tall, with slicked-back hair and a charming grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Evening, driver," he replied, his voice warm yet distant. The others followed, chatting and laughing amongst themselves as they filed to the back of the bus. I caught snippets of their conversation, something about a party, drinks, and someone's awful dancing. Their laughter was infectious, and for the first time that night, I felt a spark of holiday cheer. As I continued driving, their voices grew louder, filling the empty bus with life. I glanced in the rearview mirror occasionally, catching glimpses of their animated gestures and bright smiles. They seemed like the kind of people who lit up a room just by entering it, the kind of people you couldn't help but envy for their carefree spirit. But as the miles ticked by, I noticed something strange. Despite the biting cold outside, the bus was growing warmer. The windows began to fog, and I could feel beads of sweat forming under my cap. I adjusted the heater, thinking it must have been set too high, but the warmth persisted. Then came the laughter. At first, it was faint, blending with their lively chatter. But as we drove further, it became sharper, louder, almost manic. The kind of laughter that prickles the back of your neck and makes your skin crawl. I glanced in the mirror again, and for a moment, it looked as though they were all staring at me. Their faces were illuminated by the dim overhead lights, and their eyes, too bright, too wide, seemed to follow my every move. I shook my head, chalking it up to exhaustion. It was late, after all, and I was ready for this shift to end. As we neared the final stop, the laughter stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. I glanced in the mirror again, but this time, I couldn't see them. The back of the bus was shrouded in shadows, the fogged windows obscuring any detail. "Last stop," I called, my voice echoing in the stillness. No one responded, My heart began to race as I pulled the bus to a halt. I turned in my seat, expecting to see them still gathered at the back. Perhaps too drunk or too engrossed in conversation to notice we'd arrived. But the bus was empty. My pulse quickened as I stood and walked down the aisle, peering into each row of seats. There was no sign of the group, no coats draped over seats, no lingering perfume or cologne. The air was cold again, biting and sterile, as if no one had been there at all. I stepped off the bus, scanning the snow-covered street. It was deserted, with no footprints leading away from the stop. The only marks in the snow were the tire tracks from my own bus. A chill ran down my spine as I climbed back aboard, shutting the doors with trembling hands. I reported the incident to my supervisor the next morning, expecting to be laughed at or dismissed. Instead, his face grew pale, and he leaned forward in his chair. "You said they got on near Birchwood Street?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded. "Yeah. Why?" He hesitated before speaking, his words slow and deliberate. "A few years back, a group of young people died in a car accident on Christmas Eve. They were heading home from a party near Birchwood Street." I stared at him, my mouth dry. "What are you saying?" He leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. "You're not the first driver to see them." I didn't know what to say. The thought of it, a group of spirits reliving their final moments, trapped in an endless loop of revelry and tragedy, made my stomach turn. I finished the rest of my shifts that week in a haze, avoiding Route 17 whenever I could. It's been years since that night, but I still think about it every Christmas Eve. I can still hear their laughter, echoing through the empty bus. Sometimes, when I drive past Birchwood Street, I swear I see them standing at the curb, waiting for a ride that never truly ends. And every time, I pray that no one stops to pick them up. Story number 40. The Silent Bus Ride. It was Christmas Eve, 1957, and New York City was unusually quiet. The snow had started falling earlier that evening, blanketing the city in a hush that muted even the honks and rumbles of the ever-bustling streets. I had been at work later than expected, finishing up some last-minute paperwork at the law office where I just started. By the time I left, the streets were nearly deserted. I hurried to the bus stop, my heels clicking against the icy pavement. The cold bit through my wool coat, and I pulled my scarf tighter around my neck. When I finally reached the stop, the only sound was the gentle hum of a street lamp above me. No one else was waiting, and for a fleeting moment, I considered walking the 20 blocks home. Then I heard it, the low growl of an engine, growing louder as it approached through the falling snow. The bus came into view, its headlights cutting through the darkness. It was one of the older models, with its worn-out paint and dim interior lights. I waved it down, relieved that I wouldn't have to trudge through the snow after all. The doors groaned open, and I stepped aboard. The driver didn't greet me, which struck me as odd. Bus drivers in New York weren't known for their cheerfulness, but they usually gave a nod or a grunt. This one stared straight ahead, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his cap. I shrugged it off and moved down the aisle, dropping my coins into the fare box. The bus was nearly full, but the passengers sat eerily still, their heads bowed as if in silent prayer. I found an empty seat near the middle and settled in, grateful for the warmth of the heater. The ride was quiet, too quiet. No one was talking, not even the teenagers I usually saw laughing and joking on the late-night buses. I glanced around, my unease growing. The passengers were oddly pale, their skin almost translucent in the dim light. They all seemed to be staring at their laps or out the windows, avoiding eye contact with one another. The bus lurched forward, its old engine groaning with the effort. I tried to shake off the strange atmosphere, telling myself it was just my imagination. I'd had a long day, and the cold had probably left me on edge. But then, the man sitting next to me turned his head. At first, I thought he was about to speak. His movements were slow, almost mechanical, as if it took a great effort just to look my way. But when his face came into view, my breath caught in my throat. His eyes, no. The place where his eyes should have been were hollow, smooth, pale skin stretched over empty sockets, and his mouth hung open slightly, as if he were trying to form words but couldn't. I froze, unable to look away. He tilted his head, his lips curling into a faint smile that was anything but comforting. "Get off," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the rumble of the bus. "Get off now." My heart was pounding as I scrambled to my feet, clutching my bag tightly. No one else on the bus seemed to notice what had just happened. The other passengers remained still, their heads bowed, their hands resting limply on their laps. I stumbled toward the front of the bus, gripping the poles for balance as the vehicle swayed through the snow-covered streets. The driver didn't react as I approached, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Stop the bus," I shouted, my voice breaking the heavy silence. Without a word, he pulled over, the doors creaking open to let in the icy wind. I didn't wait for the bus to come to a complete stop. I leapt off and landed awkwardly on the snow-covered sidewalk, nearly losing my balance. The bus didn't wait. It rumbled back onto the street and disappeared into the darkness, its taillights fading like the embers of a dying fire. I stood there, my breath clouding the air, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I was in an unfamiliar part of the city, the buildings looming tall and silent around me. There were no other pedestrians, no passing cars, just the soft crunch of snow beneath my boots as I started walking. My mind raced with questions. Had I imagined it? Was I so exhausted that my mind had played tricks on me? Then I saw the sign. It was an old wooden plaque, half buried in the snow, marking the corner of the street. The faded letters read, "Accident Site, December 24th, 1956. Beneath it, a smaller line of text caught my eye, "In memory of those lost in the 23rd Street bus tragedy." My stomach dropped. I had heard about the accident in passing. A bus skidded off an icy bridge last Christmas Eve, plunging into the freezing river below. All passengers, including the driver, had perished. The story had been on the front page of every newspaper for weeks, but I hadn't paid much attention at the time. My hands trembled as I pieced it together. The bus I had just been on, it couldn't have been real. The passengers, the driver, they weren't alive. They couldn't be. I turned to look back down the street, half expecting to see the bus idling in the distance, waiting for me to return. But there was nothing, just the empty road and the falling snow. I never spoke about that night to anyone. I couldn't bring myself to. Who would believe me? But every Christmas Eve, I think about the man with no eyes, the driver who never looked at me, and the silent passengers who seemed trapped in an endless journey. And I wonder if they're still out there, roaming the streets of New York, searching for someone to join them on their ghostly ride. Story number 41. The Silent Bus. I didn't think twice when I saw the headlights piercing through the icy darkness. Alaska winters have a way of making even the most familiar places feel alien. And that night in 1993, I was stranded on a lonely road outside of Anchorage. The snow was falling in thick, suffocating sheets, and the cold gnawed at my face despite the scarf wrapped tightly around it. So when the bus pulled up, I felt a flicker of relief. The vehicle looked old, its paint faded and streaked with grime, but it was warm, moving, and most importantly, heading toward town. I raised a hand, and the bus groaned to a stop. Its doors hissed open, spilling a blast of warm, stale air into the freezing night. "Thanks," I muttered, stepping aboard and fumbling in my pocket for change. The driver didn't respond. He simply nodded, his face obscured by the shadow of his cap, and gestured for me to take a seat. I didn't think much of it, after all. It was late, and everyone in Alaska has their own way of coping with the endless, punishing winter nights. I shuffled toward the back, the bus rocking gently beneath me. The interior was dimly lit, the overhead bulbs flickering faintly, casting long shadows that danced across the seats. At first glance, the bus seemed nearly full. with passengers scattered throughout, bundled in heavy coats and hats. But something felt off. The passengers were too still. They sat rigidly, staring straight ahead, their faces pale and expressionless. Not one of them spoke. Not one turned to glance at me as I passed. Even the sound of my boots against the metal floor seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. I found an empty seat near the back and sank into it, pulling my coat tighter around me. The air was heavy with the scent of damp wool and something faintly metallic. The bus groaned back into motion, its wheels crunching over the snow-covered road. Outside, the world was a blur of white and shadow. I stared out the window, watching the skeletal outlines of trees whip past, their branches weighed down by snow. I tried to shake the unease that had settled over me, telling myself that the silence was normal. It was late. People were tired. They probably just wanted to get home and out of the cold. But then I noticed something that made my stomach twist. No one got off. The bus passed stop after stop, each one marked by a faint glow from the streetlights. But not a single passenger moved. No one rang the bell or shuffled toward the doors. The bus didn't even slow down. It just kept going, its headlights carving through the storm. I glanced at the driver. His hands gripped the wheel tightly, his knuckles pale against the cracked leather gloves he wore. His face remained turned away, the brim of his cap low over his eyes. I thought about calling out to him, asking if we were on the right route. But something stopped me. The other passengers. Their stillness was unnerving, their silence suffocating. I glanced at the person sitting across the aisle from me. A woman in a long coat and a knit hat pulled low over her ears. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap, her head bowed slightly. "Excuse me," I said softly, my voice barely more than a whisper. She didn't react. "Ma'am." "Nothing." I leaned closer, my heart thudding against my ribs. The dim light from the overhead bulb caught her face, and I recoiled. Her skin was pale, too pale, and her lips were tinged with a bluish hue. Frost clung to her eyelashes and the edges of her hat. She wasn't breathing. I turned away, my pulse racing. My eyes darted to the other passengers, and the truth slammed into me like a freight train. None of them were breathing. I shot to my feet, gripping the back of the seat for balance as the bus swayed around a curve. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, fogging the air around me. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Driver!" The man didn't respond. He just kept driving, his shoulders hunched over the wheel. I stumbled toward the front of the bus, my boots slipping on the damp floor. The silence pressed against me, heavier than the storm outside. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The driver finally turned his head, and my blood ran cold. His face was skeletal, his hollow eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. His grin stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp, yellowed teeth. "You're not supposed to be here," he rasped, his voice like the whisper of wind through dead trees. I didn't wait for him to say anything else. I turned and bolted toward the rear doors, my heart hammering in my chest. The other passengers remained motionless, their lifeless eyes staring straight ahead. The doors wouldn't budge. "Let me out," I screamed, pounding on the glass. "Stop the bus." The driver let out a low, chilling laugh. "You shouldn't have gotten on." The bus lurched to a stop so abruptly that I was thrown against the doors. I scrambled to my feet, fumbling with the handle until it finally gave way. The frigid air hit me like a wall as I stumbled out into the snow. I turned back just in time to see the bus pull away, its taillights vanishing into the swirling white storm. The silence that followed was deafening. I stood there for what felt like hours, my breath freezing in the air. When I finally made it back to town the next morning, I told my story to anyone who would listen. Most people dismissed it as the ramblings of a man exhausted by the cold and the storm. But one old-timer at the diner nodded grimly when I mentioned the bus. "They say Route 13 went off the road in a blizzard years ago," he said, his voice low. "Driver lost control, and everyone on board froze before help could reach them. I felt a chill run down my spine. Sometimes, he added, his eyes narrowing, that bus still runs its route, picking up unlucky souls who don't know any better. I haven't taken a bus since. Story number 42. The Vanishing of Bus 375. It was the coldest Christmas Eve in Beijing's memory. 1995. The kind of bone-deep chill that crawls under your skin no matter how many layers you wear. I had worked late at the restaurant and missed the earlier buses. By the time I reached the bus stop near the Summer Palace, it was well past midnight. The streets were eerily quiet, and the only sound was the crunch of snow beneath my boots. The schedule at the stop showed one final bus for the night, Route 375. It would take me most of the way home. I shivered in the biting wind and hugged my coat closer, praying the bus wouldn't be delayed. As if on cue, headlights pierced through the foggy night. The bus emerged from the darkness like a ghostly silhouette, its windows fogged from the cold. I climbed aboard, dropping a few coins into the fare box, and looked around. There were only a few passengers, scattered across the dimly lit interior. I took a seat near the back, next to a window streaked with frost. The atmosphere was somber. No one spoke, and the hum of the engine was the only sound. The driver, a middle-aged man with a weary expression, kept his eyes fixed on the road. Next to him sat the ticket collector, a woman wrapped in a heavy scarf, her face barely visible. The bus made its first few stops without incident. A few more passengers boarded, their breaths visible in the freezing air. I tried to ignore the gnawing feeling of unease that had settled in my chest. Something about the bus felt wrong. It happened as we approached the outskirts of the city. The road stretched long and desolate, flanked by barren trees and the occasional flickering street lamp. The next stop was empty until two figures emerged from the shadows. They were men, tall and thin, dressed in long, flowing robes that seemed out of place for the modern streets of Beijing. Their faces were obscured by their low hoods, and they moved with an unnatural grace. A chill ran down my spine as they boarded the bus. The ticket collector hesitated for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at the two men. She asked for their fare, and one of them reached into his robe, pulling out a handful of old, tarnished coins. They jingled as he dropped them into her hand. The two men took seats near the front, their heads bowed, their faces hidden. The air in the bus seemed to grow colder. I noticed the other passengers shifting uncomfortably in their seats, but no one said a word. We continued on, the bus rattling through the empty streets. The ticket collector began her rounds, checking tickets and making small talk. When she reached the two men, she hesitated again. Something about them clearly unsettled her. She said something in a low voice, but I couldn't make it out over the hum of the engine. One of the men looked up. For the first time, I saw his face, or rather, what should have been his face. It was blank, featureless, like a mask of pale flesh stretched over a skull. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The ticket collector staggered back, her eyes wide with terror. The man's hood fell away, revealing more of his grotesque, inhuman features. The second man turned as well, his face identical to the first. A collective gasp rose from the passengers, followed by a panicked murmur. The driver slammed on the brakes, the bus screeching to a halt. "Get off my bus," he shouted, his voice trembling. The two men didn't move. Instead, they turned their heads in unison, their eyeless faces scanning the rest of us. Panic erupted. Passengers scrambled for the doors, pushing and shoving in their desperation to escape. I was frozen in place, my mind racing, my body paralyzed by fear. The lights in the bus flickered, then went out entirely. In the pitch-black darkness, the only sounds were the ragged breaths of the passengers and the low, guttural whispers of the two men. It sounded like they were chanting, their voices deep and otherworldly. When the lights came back on, the two men were gone, but so was the driver. The bus began to move, its engine roaring to life without anyone at the wheel. The ticket collector screamed, banging on the glass partition separating her from the driver's seat. "Stop the bus!" she yelled. But it was no use. The bus careened down the icy road, faster and faster, as if possessed by some malevolent force. I clung to my seat, my knuckles white as I braced for impact. The bus veered sharply, throwing passengers against the walls. One by one, the lights flickered out again, plunging us into darkness. The whispers returned, louder this time, filling the air with a sense of dread so palpable it felt like a weight on my chest. When the bus finally came to a stop, everything went silent. The doors hissed open, revealing a vast expanse of snow-covered emptiness. We were nowhere near the city. The landscape was barren, lit only by the pale glow of the moon. The ticket collector stepped off first, calling out into the void. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Her voice echoed, but there was no response. One by one, the passengers followed, too terrified to stay on the bus. I was the last to leave, my legs shaking as I stepped onto the frozen ground. The bus's headlights dimmed, then went out entirely, leaving us in near-total darkness. I turned to look back, but the bus was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there. The next morning, authorities found the bus abandoned in a remote field. Inside, every passenger, including the driver, was frozen solid, their faces contorted in expressions of terror. The bodies were so cold they shattered like glass when touched. To this day, no one knows what happened to Bus 375 that night. Some say it was cursed. Others believe it was a portal to another realm. All I know is that I was there, and I'll never forget the sight of those eyeless faces staring back at me. Not all passengers are meant to reach their destination. Story number 43. Echoes of Christmas. The murder at CCS Farm, Illinois. 1950s. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in 1950 haunting me, like the relentless whispers that echo through the silent fields of our family farm in rural Illinois. My name is Eleanor Carter, and the horrors that unfolded that night remain etched into my soul. A constant reminder of the thin line between festivity and unending terror. Our farm, nestled deep within the heartland of Illinois, had always been a place of solace and hard work. Charles C. Carter, my father, was a respected farmer, known for his dedication and unwavering integrity. Our family, my mother, Margaret, my younger brother, Tommy, and I lived a simple yet fulfilling life, bound together by love and the rhythm of the seasons. Christmas was our favorite time of year, a time when our farmhouse would transform into a beacon of warmth and joy, adorned with twinkling lights, fragrant pine trees, and decorations that held sentimental value. That Christmas Eve began like any other. The sun had set early, casting long shadows across the snowy landscape as we prepared for the festivities. The aroma of roasted turkey and freshly baked cookies filled the air, mingling with the scent of pine from our grand fir tree. My brother and I hung our handmade ornaments, carefully placing each one on the branches that had stood witness to countless holiday celebrations. As midnight approached, a fierce storm rolled in, the wind howling through the tall grasses and the snow piling higher against the windows. We sat around the fireplace, sipping hot cocoa and sharing stories, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on our faces. My father, ever the pragmatist, reassured us that the storm would pass and that our home was well prepared to withstand nature's fury. But as the clock struck 12, an unsettling silence descended upon the house, broken only by the relentless pounding of the storm outside. It was then that we heard it, a faint, rhythmic knocking coming from the front door. At first, we dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on our ears. But the knocking grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the empty halls with an eerie persistence. "Dad, did you hear that?" Tommy asked, his voice trembling with fear. Charles exchanged a worried glance with Margaret before cautiously approaching the door. "I'll check it out," he said, his voice steady despite the unease gripping us all. He made his way to the front door, leaving me and my mother to watch over Tommy. Minutes felt like hours as we waited, the knocking continuing unabated. Finally, Charles returned, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. "It's someone out there," he whispered. But when I opened the door, there was no one. Confusion and panic set in as we tried to make sense of the situation. "Maybe it's just the storm," Margaret suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. "Or someone lost in the blizzard." Before we could respond, another loud bang echoed through the house, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps ascending the staircase. The footsteps were deliberate, paced evenly as if someone were methodically searching our home. My heart raced as I realized that this was no ordinary intruder. We were dealing with something far more sinister. Charles grabbed a flashlight, his hands shaking as he descended the stairs, leaving me and Margaret to comfort Tommy. The living room was dimly lit by the flickering flames of the fireplace, casting long, eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. We sat huddled together, the fear of the unknown gripping us tightly. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged through us as the footsteps grew louder, more menacing, circling our house with relentless intent. A cold draft swept through the room, carrying with it the faint scent of burning wood and something else, something unidentifiable and deeply unsettling. "Who's there?" Charles demanded, his voice echoing through the silent house. There was no response, only the oppressive silence that seemed to press down on us like a physical weight. Just as I began to fear the worst, a loud crash echoed from the attic, followed by a blood-curdling scream that sent chills down my spine. Without thinking, Charles and I rushed towards the source of the noise, our hearts pounding in unison as we navigated through the darkness, the only light coming from the flickering fireplace. As we climbed the narrow staircase to the attic, the air grew thick with an unnatural chill, the temperature dropping to a level that made our breath visible in the frigid air. The attic door stood slightly ajar, creaking ominously as the wind pushed against it. We pushed the door open, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness to reveal the scene that would haunt me forever. Our grand fir tree, the centerpiece of our Christmas celebrations, was now engulfed in flames, the fire raging uncontrollably despite our attempts to extinguish it earlier. The decorations, once symbols of joy and festivity, now burned with a malevolent intensity, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the attic walls. In the midst of the inferno stood a figure, its form obscured by the flames but unmistakably humanoid, its eyes hollow voids that seemed to stare straight into my soul. "Run!" Charles shouted, grabbing my hand and pulling me towards the staircase. We sprinted down the attic steps, the sounds of crackling flames and anguished cries echoing through the house. As we reached the bottom, the entire attic seemed to come alive with the spectral presence of the past. The spirits of those who had perished in the fire now trapped in a cycle of eternal torment. But there was no time to lose. We gathered our children and fled the house, the storm outside now a raging beast that mirrored the chaos within. As we reached the safety of the snowy yard, the house began to collapse in on itself, the flames consuming everything in their path until nothing was left but ashes and charred remnants. In the days that followed, we tried to rebuild our lives amidst the grief and confusion that enveloped us. The authorities were baffled by the lack of evidence, unable to explain the strange phenomena that had occurred that Christmas Eve. We were left with only questions and the haunting memory of that night, the belief that something supernatural had intervened to claim what was rightfully theirs. Our neighbors whispered about curses and restless spirits, their superstitions fueled by the mysterious events that had transpired. Some believed that the spirit of a woman who had died in a similar fire the previous year was responsible, her anger and sorrow manifesting in the form of a malevolent ghost seeking vengeance on those who disturbed her peace. As the years passed, strange occurrences began to plague our family. Unexplained noises echoed through the empty house, objects moved on their own, and an overwhelming sense of dread settled over us. It was as if the spirits of our lost children were trying to reach out, unable to find peace in the afterlife. My parents became obsessed with the idea that their children were still alive, trapped somewhere between the living and the dead. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard the faint sound of children laughing and playing downstairs. Heart pounding, I crept out of my room, following the joyous noise to the living room. There, amidst the ashes and rubble, I saw them, my siblings and the Roberts children, their eyes empty voids staring back at me. They reached out, their hands cold and lifeless, beckoning me to join them. I stumbled back, terror coursing through my veins as the room seemed to warp and distort around me. The laughter turned into haunting cries, echoing through the remnants of our home. I realized then that we were not just dealing with a missing person case, but something far more malevolent and supernatural. The fire had not claimed them entirely. It had trapped their souls in a liminal space, a purgatory of eternal torment. Determined to free them, my father sought the help of local spiritualists and mediums, hoping to bridge the gap between our world and theirs. Together, we conducted rituals and seances, desperate to communicate with the trapped spirits. The results were terrifying visions of the night of the fire, whispers of betrayal and pain, and the overwhelming presence of an unseen force that refused to let go. As we delved deeper into the mystery, we uncovered dark secrets about our family's past. Unbeknownst to us, our ancestors had dabbled in forbidden rituals, seeking power and control over the spiritual realm. Their actions had awakened something ancient and vengeful, a force that now sought retribution through the suffering of our family. The fire was not just an accident, it was an act of supernatural retribution, a manifestation of the dark legacy we had inherited. The more we uncovered, the more our lives spiraled into chaos, the boundaries between reality and the supernatural blurred, our home becoming a battleground for the souls trapped within. My parents' obsession with finding the truth drove them to the brink of madness. Their once loving relationship strained under the weight of our shared trauma. My siblings' spirits grew more restless, their cries echoing through the night as they reached out for salvation. One stormy night, much like the one that had claimed our home, we performed one final ritual, hoping to appease the vengeful spirits and lay our children's souls to rest. The air grew thick with energy, the room pulsing with an otherworldly presence. As we chanted, the spirits of the Moore family and their guests stood before us, their eyes still empty voids but their expressions filled with sorrow and longing. "Please," my mother pleaded, her voice breaking, "help us find peace." The spirits reached out, their hands trembling as they accepted our offer of forgiveness and acknowledgement. A surge of light enveloped the room, the oppressive darkness lifting as the spirits began to fade, their anguish replaced by a serene stillness that enveloped our home. As dawn broke over the horizon, the oppressive weight that had held us captive was lifted, replaced by a sense of peace and closure. Our family stood together, the bond we shared strengthened by the ordeal we had endured. Years have passed since that Christmas Eve, but the memory of that night remains vivid in my mind. The farmhouse, though rebuilt and restored, continues to hold the echoes of our family's tragedy, a testament to the thin line between peace and terror. Neighbors speak in hushed tones of the lingering spirits and the strange occurrences that still manifest each Christmas, reinforcing the legend of our family's ordeal. I often find myself gazing at the old tree, now adorned with new decorations, and wonder if the spirits of our lost loved ones still watch over us. Their presence a reminder of the night when joy turned to horror. The whispers of that Christmas Eve echo in my dreams, a haunting reminder of the fragility of peace and the enduring power of love and forgiveness. And so, I warn others. Respect the traditions that bring light to our darkest nights. Honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some mysteries transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Illinois, amidst the silent fields and endless snow, lies a darkness that can consume even the brightest of celebrations, leaving behind only whispers and shadows in its wake. Story number 44. Echoes of the Solder House, West Virginia. 1945. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in 1945 haunting me like the relentless shadows that danced across the walls of our once warm and welcoming home. My name is Sarah Solder, the eldest daughter of the Solder family, and the events that unfolded that night remain etched into my soul. A constant reminder of the thin veil between peace and unending terror. It was Christmas Eve, 1945, a time when our house at 272 West 5th Avenue in Fayetteville, West Virginia, brimmed with joy and anticipation. The scent of pine from the towering Christmas tree mingled with the aroma of my mother's freshly baked cookies, creating an atmosphere of pure, unadulterated happiness. My siblings and I were eagerly awaiting the arrival of our friends, the Roberts family, who were joining us for the holiday festivities. The evening was perfect. Laughter echoed through the halls as we exchanged gifts and shared stories by the fireplace. My father, John Solder, was the pillar of our family, his booming voice and hearty laugh filling every corner of our home. My mother, Agnes, moved gracefully between the kitchen and the living room, ensuring that every detail was just right. Life was good, or so we believed. As midnight approached, the first signs of an impending storm began to surface. Dark clouds rolled in swiftly, casting an ominous shadow over our festive gathering. The wind picked up, howling through the trees and rattling the windows with an intensity that suggested it was more than just a passing squall. My father, ever the pragmatist, dismissed our concerns with a reassuring smile. "It's just a little storm, nothing to worry about," he said, though the unease in his eyes betrayed his calm facade. The Roberts family decided to leave early, their car struggling against the growing wind and thickening snow. We bid them farewell, the warmth of their departure leaving a hollow feeling in the room. As the storm intensified, my parents decided it was best to prepare for the worst. We retreated to the attic, a temporary shelter my father had prepared for emergencies. Blankets and canned food were stored there, a lifeline should the storm render our home uninhabitable. Minutes turned into hours as the storm raged on, the sounds of the tempest drowning out any semblance of normalcy. The power flickered before plunging us into complete darkness, the only light coming from the fireplace casting long, dancing shadows across the attic walls. My siblings and I huddled together, the fear of the unknown gripping our hearts tightly. Then, just as dawn began to break, we heard it, a loud bang from downstairs, followed by the unmistakable sound of crackling flames. Panic ensued as we realized our worst fears had come true. Our house was on fire. We scrambled out of the attic, the heat of the flames searing our skin as we navigated through smoke-filled corridors. My father led the way, his face set in determination as he guided us to safety. My mother, though visibly shaken, remained composed, ensuring that none of us were left behind. We made our way outside, the sight before us both terrifying and surreal. The entire house was engulfed in flames, the fire consuming everything in its path. Rescue teams arrived swiftly, but the damage was done. Our home was reduced to ashes within hours, leaving behind only charred remnants and the bitter smell of smoke. The firefighters were baffled. 5 of our children and 2 guests were missing, with no trace of their whereabouts. The only clue was a lone pair of shoes and a child's blanket, left untouched amidst the destruction. In the aftermath, the community rallied around us, offering support and solace. But the pain of losing my siblings weighed heavily on our hearts. We clung to the hope that they had somehow survived, that they were out there somewhere, lost but alive. Yet, as days turned into weeks, no signs of them emerged. The authorities found no evidence of their existence beyond the initial reports, leaving us with nothing but questions and an unbearable void. Desperate for answers, my father refused to accept that his children were gone. He delved into investigating the night of the fire, uncovering inconsistencies and unanswered questions that only deepened the mystery. Neighbors recalled seeing figures moving near our property during the storm, but no one could explain what they had witnessed. Theories ranged from tragic accidents to sinister foul play, but nothing concrete ever surfaced. As the years passed, strange occurrences began to plague our family. Unexplained noises echoed through the empty house. Objects moved on their own, and an overwhelming sense of dread settled over us. It was as if the spirits of our lost children were trying to reach out. Unable to find peace in the afterlife, my parents became obsessed with the idea that their children were still alive, trapped somewhere between the living and the dead. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard the faint sound of children laughing and playing downstairs. Heart pounding, I crept out of my room, following the joyous noise to the living room. There, amidst the ashes and rubble, I saw them, my siblings and the Roberts children. Their eyes empty voids staring back at me. They reached out, their hands cold and lifeless, beckoning me to join them. I stumbled back, terror coursing through my veins as the room seemed to warp and distort around me. The laughter turned into haunting cries, echoing through the remnants of our home. I realized then that we were not just dealing with a missing person case, but something far more malevolent and supernatural. The fire had not claimed them entirely. It had trapped their souls in a liminal space, a purgatory of eternal torment. Determined to free them, my father sought the help of local spiritualists and mediums, hoping to bridge the gap between our world and theirs. Together, we conducted rituals and seances, desperate to communicate with the trapped spirits. The results were terrifying visions of the night of the fire, whispers of betrayal and pain, and the overwhelming presence of an unseen force that refused to let go. As we delved deeper into the mystery, we uncovered dark secrets about our family's past. Unbeknownst to us, our ancestors had dabbled in forbidden rituals, seeking power and control over the spiritual realm. Their actions had awakened something ancient and vengeful, a force that now sought retribution through the suffering of our family. The fire was not just an accident, it was an act of supernatural retribution, a manifestation of the dark legacy we had inherited. The more we uncovered, the more our lives spiraled into chaos. The boundaries between reality and the supernatural blurred, our home becoming a battleground for the souls trapped within. My parents' obsession with finding the truth drove them to the brink of madness. Their once loving relationship strained under the weight of our shared trauma. My siblings' spirits grew more restless, their cries echoing through the night as they reached out for salvation. One stormy night, much like the one that had claimed our home, we performed one final ritual, hoping to appease the vengeful spirits and lay our children's souls to rest. The air grew thick with energy, the room pulsing with an otherworldly presence. As we chanted, the spirits materialized before us, their eyes still empty voids but their expressions filled with sorrow and longing. "Please," my mother pleaded, her voice breaking, "help us find peace." The spirits reached out, their hands trembling as they accepted our offer of forgiveness and acknowledgement. A surge of light enveloped the room, the oppressive darkness lifting as the spirits began to fade, their anguish replaced by a serene stillness. The fire outside subsided, the storm passing as dawn broke over our shattered home. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences ceased, the spirits finally finding the peace they had been denied for so long. Our family began to heal, the wounds of the past slowly mending under the warm embrace of community and love. But the memory of that night remains, a haunting reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of family bonds that transcend even death itself. Years have passed since that tragic Christmas Eve, but the legacy of the Sauter family and the mystery of the missing children continue to linger in the annals of West Virginia folklore. Our story serves as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the lengths to which a family will go to protect and honor their loved ones. The echoes of our lost children still whisper in the winds, a reminder that some mysteries are best left to the shadows, their truths forever hidden in the depths of our darkest fears. And so, I warn others, respect the boundaries of the unknown, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some secrets lie beyond our comprehension. For in the heart of West Virginia, amidst the silent woods and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us towards redemption and eternal peace. Story number 45. Shadows of Krampus. A Christmas Nightmare, USA. Present day. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that frigid December evening lingering in my mind like the persistent chill that once enveloped our home. My name is Laura Mitchell, and the horrors that unfolded during one unforgettable Christmas have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin line between festivity and terror. It was Christmas Eve, 2023. And our family had decided to celebrate the holidays at our secluded cabin nestled deep within the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. The decision was driven by a desire to escape the hustle and bustle of city life, to find solace in the tranquil embrace of nature. Little did we know, the tranquility we sought would be shattered by ancient legends and malevolent forces beyond our comprehension. Our cabin was a charming, rustic retreat, surrounded by towering pines and blanketed in fresh snow. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine needles and the faint aroma of roasting chestnuts. Inside, the fireplace crackled warmly, casting a golden glow that danced across the wooden walls. My husband, Mark, our two children, Emma and Jake, and I settled in for a night of family bonding, enjoying hot cocoa and exchanging gifts by the fire. As the evening progressed, the storm outside intensified, the wind howling through the trees and the snow piling higher against the windows. The power flickered intermittently, adding an eerie ambience to our cozy gathering. We laughed and shared stories, the warmth of the fire a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. It was the perfect Christmas night, or so we thought. Around midnight, as the clock struck 12, an unsettling silence descended upon the cabin. The storm seemed to pause. The wind's fury momentarily abated. My husband suggested we take a moment to reflect on the year's blessings. But before we could respond, a loud knock echoed through the cabin. Sharp and insistent, Mark exchanged a worried glance with me before cautiously approaching the front door. "Stay here," he instructed softly, his voice betraying a hint of fear. I nodded, watching as he opened the door to reveal a figure cloaked in darkness, the outlines of a hulking form barely discernible against the snowstorm raging outside. The figure stepped inside without a word, the door swinging shut behind him with a force that rattled the windows. His presence was imposing, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "Who are you?" Mark demanded, his hand instinctively reaching for the axe we kept for emergencies. The man remained silent, his breath visible in the frigid air. He moved with a purposeful stride, heading straight for the fireplace. As he approached, the air grew colder, the warmth from the fire fading as if absorbed by an unseen force. Suddenly, he removed a mask from his face, revealing a grotesque visage, half man, half goat, with hollow, black eyes that seemed to pierce through my very soul. "Krampus," Mark breathed, his voice barely a whisper. The legends had spoken of him, an ancient creature born from dark folklore, tasked with punishing the naughty and terrifying the innocent. We had dismissed them as mere stories, but standing before us was proof that some legends are better left unexplored. Emma and Jake huddled together, their wide eyes reflecting the fear that gripped us all. Krampus advanced, his presence oppressive and malevolent. "You have been warned," he growled, his voice a guttural blend of human and beast. "The spirit of Christmas is sacred, and those who taunt it shall face the consequences." Mark stepped forward, trying to maintain composure despite the terror coursing through him. "We mean no harm. We're just celebrating the holiday with our family." Krampus paused, his black eyes boring into ours. "Your frivolity has angered the spirits. Balance must be restored." Before we could react, the cabin was plunged into darkness as the power cut out completely. The only light came from the fireplace, now casting long, sinister shadows that twisted and contorted around us. The temperature plummeted further, frost forming on the edges of the windows and the air thick with an unnatural chill. Suddenly, the room was filled with a cacophony of whispers and cries, voices of the past intertwining with the present in a haunting symphony. Shadows moved independently of any source, taking on grotesque forms that seemed to reach out for us with clawed hands. Emma and Jake screamed, clutching each other as the apparitions closed in, their presence a terrifying reminder of Krampus's wrath. Mark grabbed the axe, his hands shaking as he faced Krampus head-on. "Leave us alone. We didn't deserve this." Krampus let out a bone-chilling laugh, the sound echoing through the cabin like the tolling of a death knell. Deserve is a human concept. Balance is eternal. In a flash, the room erupted into chaos. Objects flew across the cabin, thrown by unseen forces, and the shadows lunged at us with ferocious intent. Mark swung the axe desperately, but Krampus moved with inhuman speed, dodging each strike effortlessly. The whispers grew louder, morphing into screams of anguish and despair that threatened to drive us mad. Desperate to protect my family, I grabbed a heavy lantern from the mantel and swung it at Krampus. The glass shattering upon impact, the creature recoiled, momentarily distracted by the sudden burst of light. Seizing the opportunity, Mark and I gathered Emma and Jake, sprinting towards the back door. But as we reached the exit, the door slammed shut, the hinges groaning under the weight of an unseen force. Krampus reappeared, his presence a relentless force that we couldn't escape. "There is no escape," he declared, his voice now a blend of sorrow and fury. "The balance must be maintained." Panic set in as we realized our only chance for survival was to confront the ancient evil head-on. With no other options, Mark and I stood our ground, shielding our children as Krampus advanced once more. The whispers and screams crescendoed, the spirits of the past merging with the present in a horrifying display of supernatural power. As Krampus reached out to claim us, a blinding light filled the cabin. The oppressive darkness lifted in an instant. The creature let out a final, anguished roar before dissolving into the air, the shadows retreating back into the corners of the room. Silence enveloped us once more, the storm outside subsiding as dawn broke over the horizon. Breathing heavily, we looked around the now peaceful cabin, the horrors of the night fading into the light of day. Emma and Jake clung to us, their fear slowly giving way to relief. Mark and I exchanged a weary glance, knowing that our encounter with Krampus was a reminder that some legends hold truths that are better left undisturbed. In the days that followed, we left the cabin behind, our hearts heavy with the memories of that terrifying Christmas Eve. The experience left us forever changed, a testament to the enduring power of folklore and the supernatural forces that linger just beyond the veil of our understanding. Years have passed since that night, but the memory remains vivid, a haunting echo that serves as a warning to those who dare to challenge the ancient traditions and spirits that protect them. The legend of Krampus continues to thrive, a chilling reminder that the spirit of Christmas is sacred, and those who disrupt its balance may find themselves facing the wrath of dark forces beyond comprehension. And so, I warn others, respect the traditions and the unseen forces that guard them. Honor the innocence of the season, and understand that some legends are born from truths too terrifying to confront. For in the heart of darkness, amidst the shadows of ancient folklore, lies a menace that can consume even the most steadfast of souls, leaving behind only whispers and memories of a Christmas night that should never be forgotten. Story number 46. The Christmas Eve Ghost, North Carolina, 1920s. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 1927 haunting me like the relentless echoes that once reverberated through our old farmhouse in rural North Carolina. My name is Clara Mitchell, and the events that unfolded that night have left an indelible mark on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin line between festivity and fear. Our family had always cherished Christmas, the season a time of togetherness, joy, and the simple pleasures of life. We lived in a modest farmhouse surrounded by dense pine forests, the kind that whispered secrets with every gust of wind. The house, though humble, was filled with warmth and love, thanks to my parents, Henry and Margaret, and our two children, Eleanor and Tommy. The aroma of freshly baked cookies and the soft glow of candlelight created an atmosphere of pure, unadulterated happiness. That particular Christmas Eve began like any other. The sun had set early, casting long shadows across our yard as the first snowflakes of the season began to fall. We gathered around the fireplace, sipping hot cocoa and sharing stories, the laughter of our children echoing through the halls. My father hung the last ornament on our grand fir tree, a family heirloom passed down through generations, its branches heavy with memories. As midnight approached, a fierce storm rolled in, the wind howling through the trees and the snow piling higher against the windows. The storm was unlike anything we had ever experienced, the darkness outside seemingly swallowing the light. We decided to retire for the night, ensuring that the children were tucked safely into their beds, the flickering lights of the tree casting dancing shadows across their faces. But as the clock struck 12, an unsettling silence descended upon the house, broken only by the relentless pounding of the storm. It was then that we heard it, a faint, rhythmic knocking coming from the front door. At first, we dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on our ears, but the knocking grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the empty rooms with an eerie persistence. "Dad, did you hear that?" Tommy asked, his voice trembling with fear. Henry exchanged a worried glance with me before cautiously approaching the door. "I'll check it out," he said, his voice steady despite the unease gripping us all. He made his way to the front door, the sound of his footsteps muffled by the thick rug, leaving me to watch over Eleanor. Minutes felt like hours as we waited, the knocking continuing unabated. Finally, Henry returned, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. "It's someone out there," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But when I opened the door, there was no one. Confusion and panic set in as we tried to make sense of the situation. "Maybe it was just the wind," I suggested, though my voice lacked conviction. "Or someone lost in the storm." Eleanor clung to my side, her small hand wrapped tightly around mine. "I'm scared, Mom," she whispered, her eyes wide with terror. Before I could reassure her, another loud bang echoed through the house, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps ascending the staircase. The footsteps were deliberate, paced evenly as if someone were methodically searching our home. My heart raced as I realized that this was no ordinary intruder. We were dealing with something far more sinister. Henry grabbed a flashlight, his hands shaking as he descended the stairs, leaving me to comfort our children. The living room was dimly lit by the flickering flames of the fireplace, casting long, eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. We sat huddled together, the storm outside now a distant roar compared to the tension within our home. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged through us as the footsteps grew louder, more menacing, circling our house with relentless intent. A cold draft swept through the room, carrying with it the faint scent of burning wood and something else, something unidentifiable and deeply unsettling. "Who's there?" Henry demanded, his voice echoing through the silent house. There was no response, only the oppressive silence that seemed to press down on us like a physical weight. Just as I began to fear the worst, a loud crash echoed from the attic, followed by a blood-curdling scream that sent shivers down my spine. Without thinking, Henry and I rushed towards the source of the noise, our children following close behind, their eyes wide with fear, as we climbed the narrow staircase to the attic. The air grew thick with an unnatural chill, the temperature dropping to a level that made our breath visible in the frigid air. The attic door stood slightly ajar, creaking ominously as the wind pushed against it. We pushed the door open, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness to reveal the scene that would haunt me forever. Our grand fir tree, the centerpiece of our Christmas celebrations, was now engulfed in flames, the fire raging uncontrollably despite our attempts to extinguish it earlier. The decorations, once symbols of joy and festivity, now burned with a malevolent intensity, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the attic walls. In the midst of the inferno stood a figure, its form obscured by the flames but unmistakably humanoid, its eyes hollow voids that seemed to stare straight into my soul. "Run!" Henry shouted, grabbing my hand and pulling me towards the staircase. We sprinted down the attic steps, the sounds of crackling flames and anguished cries echoing through the house. As we reached the bottom, the entire attic seemed to come alive with the spectral presence of the past. The spirits of those who had perished in the fire, now trapped in a cycle of eternal torment. But there was no time to lose. We gathered our children and fled the house, the storm outside now a raging beast that mirrored the chaos within. As we reached the safety of the snowy yard, the house began to collapse in on itself, the flames consuming everything in their path until nothing was left but ashes and charred remnants. In the days that followed, we tried to rebuild our lives amidst the grief and confusion that enveloped us. The authorities were baffled by the lack of evidence, unable to explain the strange phenomena that had occurred that Christmas Eve. We were left with only questions and the haunting memory of that night, the belief that something supernatural had intervened to claim what was rightfully theirs. Our neighbors whispered about curses and restless spirits, their superstitions fueled by the mysterious events that had transpired. Some believed that the spirit of a woman who had died in a similar fire the previous year was responsible, her anger and sorrow manifesting in the form of a malevolent ghost seeking vengeance on those who disturbed her peace. As the years passed, the legend of the Christmas Eve ghost became a cautionary tale, a story told to scare children and warn adults of the dangers that lurked beyond the veil of the natural world. But for me, the memory remained vivid and personal, a reminder of the night when joy turned to terror and our lives were forever changed by forces beyond our understanding. I often find myself gazing out at the remnants of our old farmhouse, now rebuilt and restored, yet still carrying the scars of the past. The whispering winds through the surrounding pines seem to carry the echoes of that fateful night, the spirits of our lost loved ones still seeking the peace they were denied. And so, I warn others: respect the traditions that bring light to our darkest nights, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some mysteries transcend our understanding. For in the heart of North Carolina, amidst the silent forests and endless snow, lies a darkness that can consume even the brightest of celebrations, leaving behind only whispers and shadows in its wake. Story number 47. Whispers in the Shadows. The Villisca Axe Murders, Villisca, Iowa, 1912. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in 1912 haunting me like the relentless shadows that once danced across the walls of the Villisca home. My name is Emily Carter, a descendant of one of the survivors, and the events that unfolded that night remain etched into my soul, a constant reminder of the thin line between peace and unending terror. Villisca, Iowa, a quiet town nestled along the banks of the Iowa River, had always held a special place in my family's history. Stories passed down through generations spoke of the Villisca Axe murders, a night of unimaginable horror that forever changed the lives of the Moore family and their two guests. As a child, I listened wide-eyed to my grandmother's tales, the images of the blood-soaked scene and the eerie silence that followed forever imprinted in my mind. Determined to uncover the truth behind the legends and to understand the lingering presence that seemed to grip the town, I decided to visit Villisca, armed with old family journals, newspaper clippings, and a healthy dose of skepticism. I set out to explore the remnants of that tragic night. The town had changed little since then. The main street retained its early 20th century charm, with quaint shops and homes standing as silent witnesses to the passage of time. Yet, there was an undeniable tension in the air. a palpable sense of history that hung heavy over the community. Locals greeted me with cautious smiles, their eyes betraying a mixture of sorrow and wariness. My destination was the site of the Moore family home, now reduced to a modest two-story house surrounded by overgrown gardens and tall, unkempt hedges. The house stood as a stark reminder of the brutality that had once occurred within its walls. As I approached, the sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the property. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, the sounds of crickets and distant owl calls creating a symphony of the night. Stepping inside, I felt a chill run down my spine. The interior was sparsely furnished, much like it had been on that tragic night. Dust covered the surfaces, and the remnants of past lives lingered in the form of faded photographs and worn furniture. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the silence around me oppressive and heavy. I made my way to the attic, the same place where the Moore family had sought refuge during the fire. The narrow staircase creaked under my weight, each step echoing ominously in the confined space. The attic was cluttered with old trunks and discarded belongings, the remnants of a life abruptly ended by violence and chaos. As I rummaged through the trunks, I found journals and letters that provided a glimpse into the lives of those who had been present that night. The Moore family's love for each other was evident, their hopes and dreams captured in the ink of their handwritten notes. But amidst the warmth of their words, there was an undercurrent of fear, a sense that something was amiss even before the storm hit. The storm had arrived suddenly, its fury matching the turmoil brewing within the Moore household. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain pelted the windows with relentless intensity. Inside, tensions ran high as the family and their guests grappled with the rising chaos outside. It was then that the night took a dark turn, culminating in the horrific murders that would forever stain the history of Villisca. As night fell, the house was plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the flickering fireplace and the occasional flash of lightning that illuminated the room with an eerie glow. The sound of footsteps echoed through the halls, a slow, deliberate pacing that sent shivers down my spine. My heart raced as I realized that the same sounds that had terrified the Moore family were now echoing around me. Suddenly, the temperature in the attic plummeted, the air growing thick and cold. I felt an invisible presence pressing down on me, the walls seeming to close in as whispers filled the space. "Leave, now," the voices seemed to murmur, their tone desperate and filled with sorrow. I froze, my breath visible in the frigid air. As the attic transformed before my eyes, spectral figures materialized around me, ghostly apparitions of the Moore family and their guests, their eyes hollow and filled with pain. The room twisted and warped, the boundaries between the living and the dead blurring into a nightmarish landscape. The spirit of John Moore, the patriarch of the family, stepped forward, his presence commanding yet sorrowful. "Why do you disturb our peace?" he asked, his voice echoing through the attic like a distant storm. "We are trapped, unable to find solace in death." I swallowed hard, mustering the courage to respond. "I came to understand, to help you find peace." John's ghostly form seemed to waver, his eyes searching mine for any sign of sincerity. "It is not so simple," he replied. "The darkness that claimed us still lingers, feeding on our sorrow and pain." As he spoke, the attic was engulfed in a swirling vortex of shadows and light, the spectral figures around me beginning to fade and reform in an endless cycle of torment. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of anguish that threatened to overwhelm my senses. I felt a connection to their suffering, a shared sense of loss and desperation that transcended time and space. Determined to break the cycle, I delved deeper into the history of the Villisca axe murders, uncovering dark secrets that had long been buried beneath layers of fear and superstition. Theories ranged from gruesome family feuds to sinister cult activities, but none could fully explain the inexplicable disappearance of the children and the brutal killings that had shocked the nation. One night, as I sat by the fireplace in the attic, poring over old records and piecing together fragments of the past, I felt the presence of the spirits intensify. The air grew thick with energy. The line between the physical and the supernatural blurring once more. The whispers coalesced into a single, unified voice, filled with both hope and desperation. "We need your help," it implored. "Only you can free us from this eternal night." I knew what I had to do. Armed with the knowledge I had gathered and the unwavering determination to bring peace to the tortured souls of Veliska, I began to perform a ritual of remembrance and acknowledgement. Drawing upon the ancient practices of the region and the heartfelt stories of the Moore family, I chanted the words that would bridge the gap between our worlds. As I spoke, the attic transformed once more, the shadows receding as light filled the space. The spirits of the Moore family and their guests stood before me, their expressions softening as the pain that had bound them began to lift. John Moore stepped forward once more, his ghostly form now radiating a sense of peace. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "You have given us the closure we so desperately needed." One by one, the spirits faded, their forms dissolving into the light that now filled the attic. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by a serene stillness that enveloped the room. I felt a sense of calm wash over me, the weight of the past lifting as the spirits found the peace they had been denied for so long. As dawn broke over Veliska, the storm finally subsided, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the remnants of the night. I stepped outside, the air fresh and filled with the promise of a new day. The house stood silent, its history now a part of the peaceful town that had once been marred by tragedy. In the years that followed, I continued to research and write about the Veliska axe murders, sharing the story of the Moore family and the supernatural forces that had intertwined with their lives. The town of Veliska began to heal, the legend of the haunted house evolving into a tale of redemption and the enduring power of compassion. But the memory of that night remains with me, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of our past. I often find myself gazing at the old house, now rebuilt and restored, the scars of the past serving as a reminder of the thin line between peace and terror. And so, I warn others, respect the stories of those who came before, honor their memories, and understand that some mysteries transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Iowa, amidst the silent whispers of Veliska, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward healing and eternal peace. Story number 48. Whispers of the Fir, the Horror of the Christmas Tree, Michigan. 1950s. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 1954, lingering in my mind like the persistent crackle of the fireplace that once filled our home with warmth and light. My name is Margaret Sullivan, and the events that unfolded that night have forever blurred the lines between joy and unending terror, a testament to the fragile boundary between festivity and fear. Our family had always cherished Christmas, the season a time of togetherness, laughter, and the magic of holiday traditions. Living in a quaint farmhouse nestled in the snowy landscapes of rural Michigan, we embraced the simplicity and serenity that the winter months brought. My husband, Thomas, and I had worked hard to create a warm, inviting home for our two children, Emily and Jack. Every year, we decorated our grand fir tree with care, adorning it with twinkling lights, delicate ornaments, and a star that seemed to hold a special place in our hearts. That particular Christmas Eve began like any other, with the promise of a peaceful night filled with family togetherness. The storm outside had been brewing all afternoon, dark clouds rolling in from the horizon, bringing with them a fierce wind and heavy snowfall. Despite the impending tempest, we remained hopeful, believing that our well-prepared home would shield us from nature's fury. As dusk settled, we busied ourselves with the final touches to our decorations. The tree stood proudly in the corner of our living room, its branches heavy with ornaments that shimmered in the soft glow of the candlelight. Emily and Jack hung their favorite ornaments, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Thomas and I shared a quiet moment, marveling at the beauty of the tree and the happiness it brought to our family. Around 11 p.m., the storm reached its peak, the wind howling like a chorus of ghosts outside our windows. The power flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced across the room. Undeterred, we gathered around the tree, sipping hot cocoa and sharing stories that filled the air with laughter. It was a moment of pure bliss, one that we hoped would last forever. But as midnight approached, a sense of unease began to settle over us. The storm outside intensified, the howling wind now accompanied by the sharp cracks of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of our home. Suddenly, the candles flickered violently before extinguishing themselves, plunging the room into darkness. We sat in stunned silence, the only sound the relentless pounding of the storm. "Don't worry, I'll check the fuse box," Thomas said, attempting to mask his growing anxiety. He made his way to the basement, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously through the silent house. Moments later, a loud crash reverberated from downstairs, followed by a piercing scream that sent chills down my spine. I rushed to wake Thomas and the children, our hearts pounding in unison as we navigated through the darkness, the only light coming from the flickering moonlight that streamed through the windows. We found Thomas lying on the floor, a look of sheer terror etched on his face, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "What happened?" I demanded, my voice shaky with fear. I don't know," he stammered, his eyes darting around the room. "The fuse box, it's gone." Confusion and panic surged through us as we tried to make sense of the situation. The fuse box, a sturdy metal structure that had always stood as a symbol of our home's resilience, was now nothing more than a pile of twisted metal and charred remnants. We were left in the darkness, our sanctuary reduced to ashes in an instant. Desperate for answers, we made our way back to the living room, the eerie silence broken only by the distant roar of the storm. As our eyes adjusted to the dim light, we realized that something was terribly wrong with our beloved Christmas tree. The once vibrant decorations now seemed twisted and malformed, their colors dulled by the fire's touch. The lights that had once shimmered with joy now flickered erratically, casting sinister shadows that danced across the walls. Emily and Jack huddled together, their innocent faces contorted with fear. "Mom, Dad, what's happening?" Emily whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm's fury. Before we could respond, the tree began to move, slowly, almost imperceptibly. The branches twisted and contorted, reaching out like skeletal fingers. The ornaments clattered to the ground, the once cheerful decorations now grotesque remnants of their former selves. The air grew thick with an unnatural chill, and the room seemed to pulse with a dark, malevolent energy. Thomas stepped forward, his determination unwavering despite the terror that gripped us all. "Stay back," he commanded, his voice steady as he approached the tree. But before he could reach it, a guttural growl echoed through the room, the sound reverberating off the walls like a death knell. From the center of the tree, a figure began to emerge, a monstrous apparition with hollow, black eyes and skin that seemed to writhe and twist like living shadows. It was the embodiment of our darkest fears, a creature born from the very essence of the nightmarish storm that had consumed our home. "Why are you here?" Thomas demanded, his grip tightening on his jacket as he faced the entity head-on. The creature let out a bone-chilling laugh, the sound devoid of any humanity. "I am the spirit of the storm," it hissed, its voice a blend of wind and wrath. "I have come to claim what is mine." We stood frozen, the terror of the moment overwhelming our senses. The creature reached out with its elongated limbs, the touch sending waves of icy fear through our bodies. "You have disturbed the balance," it continued, its eyes boring into ours. "Now you must face the consequences." In a desperate attempt to protect my family, I grabbed a nearby ornament and hurled it at the creature, the glass shattering upon impact. The creature recoiled, its form wavering as the light of the moon pierced through the storm's darkness. Seizing the moment, Thomas and I led Emily and Jack towards the window, our only chance of escape. But as we reached the window, the creature's grip tightened around us, his presence suffocating and relentless. The room seemed to warp and distort, the boundaries between our world and the supernatural blurring into a nightmarish landscape. The whispers of the storm intertwined with the creature's growls, creating a symphony of fear that threatened to consume us entirely. Just as all hope seemed lost, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the room, the sheer intensity of the light breaking through the darkness. The creature let out a final, anguished roar before dissipating into the night, the oppressive weight lifting as the storm began to subside. Breathing heavily, we stood amidst the remnants of our shattered home, the devastation around us a stark reminder of the night's horrors. The tree, now silent and still, stood as a twisted monument to the darkness that had once consumed us. The storm had passed, leaving behind a sense of uneasy calm that belied the terror we had endured. In the days that followed, we sought solace in the support of our community, the bonds of family and friendship helping us to heal from the trauma of that fateful night. Yet, the memory of the creature and the storm's wrath remained, a constant reminder of the thin line between festivity and fear. Years have passed since that Christmas Eve, but the scars of that night still linger, etched into our hearts and minds like the memories of a haunting nightmare. The farmhouse, once a symbol of warmth and love, now stands as a silent witness to the supernatural forces that once tore through our lives. Neighbors speak in hushed tones of the horrors that unfolded, the legend of our family's ordeal becoming a cautionary tale for those who dare to challenge the balance of nature. I often find myself gazing at our old Christmas tree, now a mere memory of its former glory, and wonder if the spirit of the storm still lurks in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting family to disrupt its eternal balance. The whispers of that night echo in my dreams, a haunting reminder of the fragility of peace and the ever-present darkness that lies just beyond the edge of our understanding. And so, I warn others, respect the forces of nature, honor the traditions that bring light to our darkest nights, and understand that some storms carry more than just wind and rain. For in the heart of Michigan, amidst the silent forests and endless snow, lies a darkness that can consume even the most joyous of celebrations, leaving behind only whispers and shadows in its wake. Story number 49. Whispers of the Old Mill, a Christmas haunting, Pennsylvania. 1880s. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in 1885 lingering in my mind like the persistent fog that rolls in from the river every winter. My name is Samuel Green, and the horrors that unfolded at the old mill have left an indelible mark on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin line between reality and the supernatural. Our town, Riverton, Pennsylvania, was a small, tight-knit community nestled alongside the roaring Susquehanna River. The old mill, a once thriving establishment, had been abandoned for nearly a decade, its towering silhouette a haunting reminder of better days. Built in the early 1800s, the mill had been the lifeblood of our town, its grinding stones turning grain into flour and providing livelihoods for countless families. But tragedy struck one bitterly cold Christmas Eve, forever tarnishing its legacy. I was just 17 when the accident occurred. My father, Thomas Green, was one of the mill's most skilled workers, known for his unwavering dedication and meticulous craftsmanship. That Christmas Eve, as the town celebrated the holiday with warmth and cheer, an unforeseen disaster unfolded within the mill's walls. A massive explosion ripped through the building, igniting the dry timber and sending flames billowing into the night sky. 17 men, including my father, perished in the inferno, their lives consumed by the merciless fire. In the aftermath, whispers of foul play and supernatural involvement began to circulate. Some claimed the spirits of the fallen workers roamed the mill, their restless souls unable to find peace. Others spoke of a malevolent presence, a ghostly figure seen lurking in the shadows, his hollow eyes burning with sorrow and anger. As years passed, these stories became a part of Rivorton's folklore, warning children to stay away from the cursed mill, especially on Christmas Eve. Now, decades later, I find myself drawn back to that night, compelled by a mixture of unresolved grief and a desire to uncover the truth behind the legends. The old mill stood silent and imposing, its windows dark and broken, the once vibrant machinery now corroded by time. The air around it was thick with the scent of decay and the lingering remnants of smoke from the long-extinguished fire. Determined to confront my past, I decided to spend Christmas Eve at the mill, hoping to communicate with the spirits and lay them to rest. Armed with nothing but a lantern, a notebook, and the memories of that tragic night, I ventured into the heart of the old structure as dusk settled, the sky painted in hues of orange and purple. Inside, the mill was a labyrinth of shattered glass and twisted metal, the silence oppressive and unbroken except for the distant howl of the winter wind. I made my way to the main hall, the very spot where the explosion had occurred, the floor still scarred by the force of the blast. As I set up my lantern, the flickering light cast eerie shadows that danced across the walls, making the place feel alive with unseen energy. Hours passed in tense anticipation, each minute stretching longer than the last. The clock struck midnight, and a palpable tension filled the air, the temperature dropping sharply as if the very essence of the mill had been drained of warmth. I began to recite prayers, hoping to offer peace to the restless souls trapped within these walls. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the silence, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps echoing through the vast expanse of the mill. My heart raced as I strained to listen, the sound growing louder, more distinct. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope. No response came, only the persistent tapping that seemed to circle around me, leading me deeper into the heart of the mill. As I followed the sound, the shadows around me seemed to shift and move, creating an illusion of movement where there was none. My lantern flickered, the light wavering as a cold draft swept through the room, carrying with it the faint scent of smoke and something else, something unidentifiable and deeply unsettling. Then, out of the darkness, a figure emerged, tall and imposing, clad in charred remnants of what once was a worker's uniform. His eyes were hollow voids, burning with a sorrow that seemed to pierce through my very being. It was my father, or what I believed to be his apparition, his presence both comforting and terrifying. "Dad," I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. "Is it really you?" The figure nodded slowly, his movements deliberate and heavy. "Samuel, you shouldn't be here," he intoned, his voice a hollow echo of his former self. "The balance has been disturbed." Before I could respond, another figure materialized beside him, a ghostly form of a fellow worker, his face contorted with pain and anger. The air around us grew thick with an oppressive energy, the spirits of the fallen workers manifesting before me in a haunting display of sorrow and rage. "Why have you come?" the second apparition demanded, his voice laced with bitterness. "Our suffering continues because the truth remains hidden." I took a step back, my mind racing to comprehend the situation. "I came to help," I replied, my voice barely audible over the storm of emotions swirling within me. "To understand what happened and to give you the peace you deserve." The apparitions exchanged glances, their ghostly forms wavering like smoke in the wind. "There are things you don't understand, things that bind us to this place." My father's ghost spoke again, his eyes pleading for understanding. "The explosion was no accident. Dark forces conspired to claim our lives, to trap us here in eternal torment." My heart sank as the weight of his words settled upon me. "What can I do to help?" I asked, desperate to find a way to free their souls from this cursed existence. The spirits began to fade, their presence dissipating like mist under the morning sun. "Seek the truth. Uncover the secrets buried within these walls," the first apparition instructed. "Only then can the balance be restored, and we can finally find peace." As the last remnants of their forms vanished, the oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a profound silence that enveloped the mill. I stood alone, the flickering lantern casting long shadows across the scarred floor, the echoes of that night reverberating through my mind. Determined to honor their wishes, I dedicated myself to uncovering the truth behind the old mill murders. My investigation led me down a path of dark secrets and forgotten histories, revealing a web of deceit and supernatural malevolence that had been carefully concealed for decades. The evidence pointed to a series of illegal dealings and cursed rituals performed by those in power, their actions intertwining with the tragic fate of the mill workers. Each discovery brought me closer to understanding the forces that had conspired against my father and his comrades, the dark magic that had bound their souls to the mill. The more I learned, the more I realized that the legends were not merely tales spun by frightened townsfolk, but echoes of a sinister reality that had long been buried beneath layers of fear and secrecy. One Christmas Eve, years after the tragic events, I returned to the old mill, now a historical site marked by a solemn plaque commemorating the fallen workers. Armed with the knowledge I had amassed and a renewed sense of purpose, I performed the rituals necessary to break the curse that had held the spirits captive for so long. As midnight approached, the familiar chill returned, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. I began the incantations, my voice steady as I recited the ancient words that would bridge the gap between our worlds. The air grew heavy, the temperature dropping as the spirits began to stir, their presence once more manifesting in the heart of the mill. "Dad, is this really happening?" I whispered, feeling a surge of hope and fear intertwine within me. The spirits of the fallen workers appeared before me, their hollow eyes now filled with a glimmer of gratitude. "Thank you, Samuel." My father's ghost spoke, his voice softer, less burdened by sorrow. "You have freed us from our eternal torment." One by one, the apparitions faded, their forms dissolving into the light that now filled the mill. The curse finally lifted, the oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by a serene stillness that enveloped the space. As dawn broke over Rivorton, the storm subsided, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the remnants of the night's horrors. Our town began to heal, the legends of the old mill evolving into a story of redemption and the enduring power of truth and compassion. The old mill, though still a relic of the past, stood as a symbol of resilience and the unbreakable bond between a father and his child. But the memory of that Christmas Eve remains vivid in my mind, a haunting reminder of the thin line between peace and terror, and the supernatural forces that can intertwine with our lives in the most unexpected ways. I often find myself gazing at the old mill, now peaceful and still, the echoes of the past whispering through the trees as a testament to the night when truth triumphed over darkness. And so, I warn others, respect the stories of those who came before, honor their memories, and understand that some mysteries transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Pennsylvania, amidst the silent whispers of the old mill, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward healing and eternal peace. Story number 50. Shadows Behind the Tree, a Christmas Haunting. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 1978 Virginia lingering in my mind like the persistent crackle of a dying fire. My name is Emily Thompson, and the night our family first encountered the shadowy figure behind the Christmas tree remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between celebration and terror, and the whispers that echo long after the lights go out. Growing up in the small town of Ashford, Virginia, our family home was the heart of holiday gatherings. The Thompson household was always filled with warmth, laughter, and the enchanting glow of the Christmas tree adorned with ornaments collected over generations. My parents, Robert and Linda, were pillars of the community, known for their generosity and unwavering faith. My older brother, Michael, and I were the apples of their eyes, our childhood filled with joyous traditions and the comforting presence of family. That year, 1978. Christmas Eve was no different, or so we thought. The air was crisp with winter's chill, and the scent of pine and cinnamon wafted through the house as relatives and friends gathered to celebrate. The fireplace crackled, casting dancing shadows across the room, while soft carols played in the background, adding to the festive ambience. We were preparing for the grand feast, laughter echoing from the kitchen as my mother orchestrated the meal with practiced ease. As the evening progressed, we settled around the tree, exchanging gifts and sharing stories. Michael and I marveled at the twinkling lights and the beautifully wrapped presents beneath the branches. It was a scene of perfect harmony, a moment frozen in time, until it wasn't. It was around midnight when it happened. My younger sister, Sarah, was the first to notice it. She was quietly humming a carol, her eyes fixed on the intricate decorations, when she suddenly froze. "Mom, Dad," she whispered, her voice trembling. "There's someone behind the tree." Before any of us could react, Sarah let out a blood-curdling scream, her small frame trembling with fear. My parents rushed to her side, their expressions shifting from joy to concern. We all turned to look, but there was no one there. The tree stood silent and still, its ornaments shimmering innocently under the soft glow of the lights. Confusion swept over the room as we searched for any sign of an intruder. The windows were all securely locked, and there were no open doors. We called out, our voices echoing through the house. But the only response was the gentle hum of the Christmas music and the crackling of the fire. Determined to quell Sarah's fear, my father reassured her. "You must have imagined it, sweetheart. There's no one here but us." But as we glanced back at the tree, unease settled over us. For a moment, in the flickering shadows, we thought we saw a faint outline of a man standing just behind the branches. His presence was barely noticeable, a silhouette blending seamlessly with the darkness. But the feeling of being watched was unmistakable. That night, sleep eluded us. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside, amplified our fears. My parents remained vigilant, checking every corner and crevice, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The mystery deepened the next morning when local news reported the tragic disappearance of our neighbor, Mr. Harold Jenkins, who had vanished without a trace a few years prior during the holiday season. His body was discovered weeks later near our property, a grim reminder of the darkness that sometimes lurks in the most unsuspecting places. As days turned into weeks, the memory of that Christmas Eve faded, but the unease lingered. It wasn't until the following year that the true horror began. Every Christmas Eve thereafter, a similar phenomenon occurred. Sarah would scream, claiming to see a shadowy figure behind the tree. Each time, we searched in vain, finding no trace of the apparition that haunted our celebrations. The town of Ashford began to whisper about the mysterious deaths that seemed to coincide with the holiday season. Some believed it was the restless spirit of Mr. Jenkins, unable to move on, seeking closure or revenge. Others thought it was a curse placed upon our family, a dark legacy that would never be broken. But no one could explain the recurring presence that loomed over our Christmases, turning joyous gatherings into nights of terror. In 1986, 8 years after that first haunting Christmas Eve, the phenomenon reached its peak. Our family was hosting another grand celebration, the house filled with the laughter of new guests and the warmth of shared memories. The tree stood tall, its lights shimmering like stars against the night. As midnight approached, the familiar tension began to build, an unspoken fear that the shadows would return. When Sarah let out her scream, the room fell silent. "Someone's behind the tree," she cried, her eyes wide with fear. We turned to look, hearts pounding. But once again, there was no one there. However, this time, something felt different. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper, and the feeling of being watched intensified. My father, sensing the escalation, decided to take action. "We need to confront this," he said firmly. "We can't let fear control our lives." With determination, we gathered around the tree, holding hands, and began to pray together, seeking protection and peace. The room was filled with the sound of our unified voices, a desperate plea for the darkness to leave us alone. As we prayed, the shadows seemed to shift and swirl, responding to our collective will. The air crackled with energy, and a chilling presence filled the room. Suddenly, the figure behind the tree materialized, clearer than ever before. It was Mr. Jenkins, his face twisted in agony, his eyes hollow with sorrow. "Why?" he whispered, his voice echoing through the room. "Why can't you see me?" Tears welled up in my parents' eyes as they reached out to him, their hearts aching with empathy. "We're sorry," my mother whispered. "We didn't mean to cause you pain." But the spirit remained, trapped in a perpetual state of torment, unable to find peace. Realizing that words alone couldn't free him, we sought the help of a local medium, a woman named Margaret, who was known for her ability to communicate with restless spirits. Together, we returned to the house, determined to break the cycle of fear and release the soul that haunted our Christmases. Margaret led us through ancient rituals, chanting prayers and burning sacred herbs to cleanse the house of its dark energy. As we performed the rites, the air grew thick with tension, the shadows recoiling from the light we were bringing into the room. The presence of Mr. Jenkins became more pronounced, his sorrow palpable as he reached out to us, yearning for release. With each passing moment, the barrier between our world and his began to weaken. The shadows thinned, the cold dissipated, and the oppressive weight lifted from our hearts. Finally, with a final chant, the spirit of Mr. Jenkins found peace, his form dissolving into a burst of radiant light that filled the room with warmth and hope. As dawn broke over Ashford, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the remnants of the night's ordeal, casting a golden glow on our family home. The tree stood as a symbol of resilience and love, no longer haunted by the shadows of the past. We had faced our fears, confronted the darkness, and emerged stronger as a family. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas Eve, and while the memory of those haunting shadows never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that we were able to confront and overcome the darkness that once threatened to consume us. The Thompson family legacy lives on, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring power of love to overcome even the most terrifying mysteries. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of our once haunted home, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love. Honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Virginia, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 51. Strange Lights in the Pines. A Christmas Haunting. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in 2006 Montana lingering in my mind like the persistent whisper of the wind through the pines. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and the night my husband and I encountered the mysterious lights in the forest remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between celebration and terror, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the bustling heart of Chicago, the idea of spending Christmas in a secluded cabin in Montana seemed like a dream come true. The prospect of escaping the city's relentless pace and immersing ourselves in the serene beauty of nature was enticing. My husband, Mark, and I had always cherished the tranquility that the countryside offered, and the small cabin we rented nestled on the outskirts of a vast, dense forest promised the perfect retreat. It was December 24th, 2006. A night when the world seemed to pause, holding its breath in anticipation of Christmas morning. The snow had fallen steadily throughout the week, blanketing the landscape in pristine white and silencing the usual sounds of wildlife. As we drove up the winding gravel path to the cabin, the trees stood tall and imposing, their branches heavy with snow, casting long, ghostly shadows in the moonlight. The cabin was quaint, with a rustic charm that immediately made us feel at home. Inside, the warmth from the fireplace embraced us, and the scent of pine mingled with the aroma of hot cocoa. We spent the afternoon decorating the Christmas tree, hanging ornaments that held sentimental value and stringing lights that twinkled like distant stars. Laughter filled the room as we reminisced about past holidays and made plans for the future. As night fell, we settled into our cozy living room, the soft glow of the fireplace dancing across our faces. Mark was engrossed in a book, while I sipped my cocoa, gazing out the window at the silent expanse of snow-covered trees. The world outside was still, save for the occasional rustle of branches swaying in the wind. Around midnight, as we were about to retire for the night, a sudden flicker of light caught my eye. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light or perhaps a reflection from the snowy ground. But then I saw it again, an unusual, pulsating glow emanating from deep within the forest. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, a vibrant mix of colors that seemed to dance and shift in the darkness. "Mark," I whispered, nudging him gently. "Do you see that?" He looked up from his book, his eyes following my gaze. "Yeah, I see it. That's strange. Maybe someone is camping out there." Concern flickered in his eyes. "I don't think so. It's too far to be anyone's campsite. And why would they come out in the middle of the night?" Curiosity overcame our initial apprehension. The light was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, pulling us towards it like moths to a flame. Without fully understanding why, we found ourselves drawn to the window, watching as the light moved closer, weaving between the trees with an eerie grace. As the minutes passed, the light seemed to take on a life of its own, darting and swirling through the forest. It was then that I heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking gently at the door. My heart raced as the sound grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the stillness of the night. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mark nodded, his expression tense. "Yeah, it's coming from outside." We exchanged uneasy glances, the festive spirit of the evening now overshadowed by a creeping sense of dread. The tapping continued, relentless and methodical, as if someone or something was trying to communicate with us. Against our better judgment, Mark grabbed a flashlight and the keys to the door. "I'm going to check it out," he said, trying to sound reassuring despite the fear evident in his voice. "Be careful," I urged, my instincts screaming to stay inside. He nodded and cautiously approached the front door, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. As he reached for the handle, the tapping abruptly stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, amplifying the tension that hung in the air. Mark opened the door slowly, peering out into the snow-covered landscape. There was no one there, only the thick forest stretching as far as the eye could see. The strange light was gone, leaving behind an unsettling void where it had once danced. He stepped outside, scanning the area with the flashlight, but found nothing out of the ordinary. "I don't see anyone," he reported, his voice shaky. "It's like they vanished into thin air." Relief mingled with lingering fear as he closed the door and returned to the warmth of the cabin. We tried to brush off the incident, attributing it to our imagination or perhaps the play of lights and shadows. But the memory of that night would forever be etched in our minds. The following morning, we awoke to find footprints in the fresh snow leading from the edge of the forest to our front door. They were small, almost childlike, and seemed to halt abruptly just before reaching the threshold. No sign of the person who had left them, and no explanation for their sudden appearance. Mark and I were both unnerved by the discovery. The footprints matched no one we knew, and there was no evidence to suggest foul play. It was as if someone had been there one moment and vanished the next, leaving behind only a trail of unanswered questions. As days turned into weeks, We couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Strange noises echoed through the cabin at night, whispers that seemed to come from the walls and shadows that moved just beyond the corners of our vision. Objects would be moved, items misplaced, and the sense of an unseen presence grew stronger with each passing day. Desperate for answers, we reached out to our neighbors and local authorities. But no one had experienced anything similar. The incident remained a local mystery, the disappearance of the mysterious woman during Christmas becoming a topic of hushed conversations and eerie speculation. In the years that followed, the memory of that Christmas Eve never faded. It haunted my dreams and lingered in the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of the thin line between reality and the supernatural. Mark and I eventually moved back to Chicago, but the shadows of that night in Montana continued to follow us, their presence a lingering echo of the mysteries that lie hidden in the darkness. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of that secluded cabin, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Montana, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 52. Stranger in the Christmas Night House. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 1973 Chicago etched into my mind like the persistent frost on my windowpane. My name is Laura Mitchell, and the night I first encountered the stranger in my home remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between warmth and fear, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the heart of Chicago, my family's modest home on Maple Street was always the centerpiece of holiday gatherings. Every December, we adorned the living room with twinkling lights and a beautifully decorated Christmas tree, the scent of pine and cinnamon permeating the air. My parents, Robert and Margaret, were the pillars of our tight-knit community, known for their generosity and unwavering faith. As the youngest of 3 siblings, I cherished the traditions that bound us together, the laughter echoing through our home a testament to our love and unity. That year, 1973, Christmas preparations began earlier than usual. The anticipation of the season had me buzzing with excitement, attending parties and decorating our home with an almost obsessive fervor. On Christmas Eve, after a delightful evening spent with friends, I returned home feeling content and grateful. The night was crisp, the sky a deep indigo studded with stars, and a gentle snowfall began to blanket the city in white silence. As I entered the house, the warmth from the fireplace embraced me, and the soft glow of the Christmas tree lights cast dancing shadows on the walls. I set down my coat and settled into my favorite armchair, ready to enjoy a quiet night with my family. But as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It started subtly, knocking sounds that seemed too deliberate, objects slightly out of place, but I dismissed them as the house settling or perhaps the distant sounds of the city outside. Around midnight, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a light sleep, lulled by the rhythmic crackle of the fire and the soft hum of holiday music playing from the record player. It was then that the nightmare began. A faint noise jolted me awake, the sound of footsteps echoing through the silent house. My heart pounded as I strained to listen, trying to discern the source. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, moving from room to room with an unsettling purpose. Panic surged through me as I realized I was alone. No one else was supposed to be home at this hour. I grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand and crept out of my room, the beam cutting through the darkness as I navigated the familiar halls. The footsteps seemed to grow louder, more insistent, yet every room I entered was empty. Desperation clawed at my chest as I moved from one room to the next, each step bringing me closer to the inexplicable presence that haunted my home. Finally, I found myself in the living room, standing before the Christmas tree. The ornaments shimmered in the dim light, untouched and pristine. But something was wrong. The tree had been moved slightly, leaning unnaturally to one side. My breath caught in my throat as I noticed something even more disturbing. A message scrawled across the wall in what appeared to be dried blood. The words "Merry Christmas for the last time," dripping ominously from the plaster. Tears welled in my eyes as I backed away, the gravity of the situation sinking in. My mind raced, grappling with the horror of an intruder who had never been seen or heard. I fumbled for my phone, but there was no signal. An eerie silence enveloped the house, as if the very walls were holding their breath. Summoning every ounce of courage, I dialed 911, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The operator's calm voice did little to ease my terror as I explained the situation, my voice breaking with fear. Moments later, the sound of sirens pierced the night, and police officers arrived swiftly, their presence a mix of authority and concern. They conducted a thorough search of the house, finding no signs of forced entry or the presence of another person. The only evidence was the chilling message on the wall, a sinister reminder of the night's events. The officers were baffled, their faces etched with uncertainty as they tried to make sense of the unexplained phenomenon. In the days that followed, the incident became the subject of hushed conversations and eerie speculation among our neighbors and friends. Some believed it was the work of a deranged individual, while others whispered about the restless spirit of a past victim seeking vengeance. The town buzzed with theories, but no definitive answers emerged, leaving us all to grapple with the terrifying mystery that had invaded our lives. As the years passed, the memory of that Christmas Eve never faded. Each holiday season brought a resurgence of fear, the shadows in our home seeming to grow longer and more oppressive. Robert and Margaret tried to maintain normalcy, but the atmosphere was forever altered. The once warm and inviting home now tainted by the haunting presence that had never fully departed. I sought solace in counseling, trying to unravel the psychological toll the incident had taken on me. The fear that had once been confined to that single night now permeated every aspect of my life, a constant undercurrent of anxiety that no amount of therapy could fully dispel. The unanswered questions gnawed at me, the lack of closure a wound that refused to heal. One particularly cold Christmas Eve, I found myself standing before the same Christmas tree, now aged and worn, the ornaments dulled by time. The house was silent, the memory of that night echoing in every corner. I reached out to touch the glass, the surface cool and smooth under my fingertips. It was then that I felt it, a cold breeze, despite the warmth of the room, and a familiar sense of dread washed over me. A shadow flickered in the corner of my eye, and I turned to see a figure standing behind the tree. He was dressed in a traditional Santa Claus suit, the red fabric stained and worn, his face obscured by a hood. His presence was cold and foreboding, a stark contrast to the jolly image we associate with the holiday. He stood silently, staring directly at me with eyes that seemed to pierce through my very soul. Frozen in fear, I watched as he began to move, the steps deliberate and unervingly slow. The ornaments shook on their branches, the lights flickering in response to his presence. "Why are you doing this?" I managed to whisper, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. He didn't respond, his gaze unwavering as he continued to approach. The air grew colder, the room darkening as if the shadows themselves were closing in. Desperation clawed at me as I realized the true horror of the situation. The spirit of the man who had died wearing the Santa suit, his unfinished business anchoring him to the world of the living. Summoning every ounce of strength, I turned and fled, the footsteps of the ghostly figure echoing behind me. I didn't stop until I reached the front door, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the lock. The figure remained at the window, his presence a haunting reminder of the night's terror. The police returned, finding no trace of the intruder once more. but the message on the wall remained, a constant testament to the haunting presence that had invaded our lives. The investigation yielded no answers, only more questions that deepened the mystery and the fear that had taken root in our home. Years turned into decades, and the story of that Christmas Eve became a local legend, a tale of terror whispered among the residents of Maple Street. Some believed the spirit had finally found peace. Others thought it still roamed our home, waiting for another chance to strike. But the truth remained elusive, the haunting presence a shadow that lingered in our memories and haunted our dreams. As I reflect on those dark nights, the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of the stranger behind the tree resonate deeply within me. Understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with a mix of fear and compassion. I've come to embrace the complexities of the supernatural, and so, I warn others. Cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Chicago, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 53. The Girl on the Way Home. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that frigid Christmas Eve in 1957 Pennsylvania lingering in my mind like the persistent echo of distant carols fading into the night. My name is Michael Donovan, and the night I encountered the ghostly girl on my way home remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the small town of Willow Creek, Pennsylvania, our family had always embraced the spirit of Christmas with fervor. My parents, Thomas and Eleanor, were pillars of our tight-knit community, known for their generosity and unwavering faith. My older brother, Jack, and I were the apples of their eyes, our childhood filled with joyous traditions and the comforting glow of the Christmas tree adorned with ornaments collected over generations. That year, 1957, Christmas Eve was no different, or so I thought. The air was crisp with winter's chill, and the scent of pine and cinnamon wafted through our home as relatives and friends gathered to celebrate. The living room was alive with the sounds of laughter, the crackling of the fireplace, and the soft strains of Silent Night playing from our old record player. We were preparing for the grand feast, the table laden with dishes that showcased my mother's culinary prowess. After a delightful evening spent with friends, I decided to drive home alone, eager to embrace the tranquility of our family's Christmas celebrations. The roads were slick with ice, and a snowstorm had begun to blanket the town in white silence. My car, a sturdy old Ford sedan, was my trusted companion on these cold winter nights, its heater battling against the biting cold outside. As I navigated the winding roads, the snowflakes danced in the headlights, creating an almost magical ambience. The radio played softly, a blend of holiday tunes and local news, providing a comforting backdrop to my solitary journey. My thoughts wandered to the joyous moments awaiting me at home, decorating the tree, exchanging gifts, and sharing stories by the fire. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, a young girl standing by the roadside, her thin frame shivering in the cold. She was dressed in a tattered Santa Claus suit, the red fabric worn and faded, her white beard singed at the edges. Her eyes, wide and pleading, met mine as she waved desperately for a ride. My heart ached at the sight of her, a lost soul seeking refuge on this frigid Christmas night. Without hesitation, I pulled over, my car coming to a slow stop against the snowy backdrop. The engine idled, providing a small oasis of warmth in the bitter cold. I rolled down the window, the sound of my voice breaking the stillness. "Are you all right, miss? Do you need a ride?" She stepped forward, her movements hesitant and almost ethereal, as if she were gliding rather than walking. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "I need to get home." I opened the door, gesturing for her to climb in. As she settled into the passenger seat, her presence was both comforting and unsettling. She didn't speak much, merely staring out the window with a vacant expression, her eyes distant and unfocused. I glanced at the dashboard clock. It was nearing midnight. "Where do you live?" I asked gently, trying to ease the tension that seemed to fill the car. She hesitated for a moment before responding, her voice quivering. "Elm Street." I nodded, adjusting the rearview mirror to keep an eye on her. "All right, Elm Street it is. Do you have a phone number or an address?" She shook her head slowly, her gaze never leaving the darkened road ahead. "I can't remember." A chill ran down my spine, an inexplicable sense of unease settling over me. It was as if her presence carried a weight beyond her physical form, a sorrow that clung to her like the winter's chill. I decided to proceed cautiously, driving slowly through the winding roads as we made our way toward Elm Street. The journey felt longer than usual, the storm intensifying as we ventured deeper into the night. The trees stood tall and imposing, their branches heavy with snow, casting long, ghostly shadows across the road. The snowstorm masked any familiar landmarks, making Elm Street seem like a distant, unreachable place. As we approached the edge of town, the roads grew narrower, the houses more sparsely spaced. Finally, I saw it, a modest home nestled among the snow-covered pines, its windows aglow with warm, inviting light. I parked the car in front of the house, the storm outside a relentless force against the sanctuary within. "Here we are," I said softly, turning to the girl. "Is this your home?" She nodded, her eyes finally meeting mine with a flicker of gratitude. "Thank you." I reached for my wallet, intending to confirm her identity, but when I looked back at the passenger seat, she was gone. Panic surged through me as I glanced around the empty car, her presence having vanished without a trace. My heart raced as I fumbled with the door handle, trying to open the door, but it wouldn't budge, locked from the outside. Desperation clawed at me as I realized the gravity of the situation. I called out to her, my voice cracking with fear, but there was no response. The car remained silent, the only sound the relentless storm outside. I pounded on the window, screaming for her to come back, but the reflection stared back at me empty-eyed and lifeless. Frantically, I tried to unlock the door, my hands trembling uncontrollably. Just as I began to lose hope, the door creaked open, and the girl stood before me, her expression now clearer, more defined. Her eyes bore into mine with a haunting sadness that sent shivers down my spine. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now carrying a weight of finality. "I can finally go home." Before I could respond, she faded into the night, the snow swirling around her like a spectral dance. I stood there, frozen, as the storm continued its relentless assault on the small town of Willow Creek. My mind raced, trying to comprehend the inexplicable events that had just transpired. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a serene blanket of snow and a sense of eerie calm. I returned home, my thoughts consumed by the ghostly encounter on that fateful Christmas Eve. When I arrived, the house was quiet, the familiar warmth now tinged with an unsettling stillness. I recounted the night's events to my parents, their faces etched with concern and disbelief. They listened intently, their expressions a mix of worry and skepticism. "It's probably just a lost child," my father suggested, though his eyes betrayed his uncertainty. Maybe she was confused or scared, but as days turned into weeks, the memory of the ghostly girl lingered, haunting my dreams and casting a shadow over the festive season. Determined to find answers, I delved into researching local records, uncovering a tragic story that matched the night's events. 10 years prior, on Christmas Eve of 1947, a young girl named Emily Jenkins had been involved in a fatal car accident near Elm Street. She had been on her way home from a holiday party when her car skidded on the icy roads, crashing into a tree. Despite the efforts of rescuers, Emily did not survive the ordeal. her spirit, bound to the place of her untimely death, was said to roam the roads each Christmas Eve, seeking the way home she never could. The revelation struck me hard, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. The girl I had picked up was none other than Emily Jenkins, her spirit forever tied to the roads of Willow Creek. The sense of sorrow and longing I had felt in her presence was a testament to the tragedy that had befallen her, a reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of the human spirit. In the years that followed, the legend of Emily Jenkins became a part of our town's folklore, a ghostly tale told with a mix of fear and reverence. Each Christmas Eve, drivers took extra precautions, wary of the spectral girl who wandered the roads, her presence a chilling reminder of the night's mysteries. I often find myself reflecting on that Christmas Eve, the night when the veil between the living and the dead was thinnest. The encounter with Emily was a harrowing experience, one that taught me about compassion, the weight of unresolved grief, and the enduring bonds that connect us beyond the realm of the living. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself recounting the tale to friends and family, urging them to cherish the moments they have with their loved ones and to remember those who have passed on. For in the heart of Pennsylvania, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 54. The haunting gaze of Santa Claus. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 1998 Oklahoma lingering in my mind like the persistent echo of carolers fading into the night. My name is Laura Thompson, and the night our family first encountered the eerie Santa Claus remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between joy and terror, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the small town of Pine Ridge, Oklahoma, Christmas was the highlight of the year. Our family home on Elm Street was always filled with warmth, laughter, and the enchanting glow of the Christmas tree adorned with ornaments collected over generations. My parents, Robert and Linda, were pillars of our tight-knit community, known for their generosity and unwavering faith. My older brother, Mike, and I were the apples of their eyes, our childhood filled with joyous traditions and the comforting presence of family. That year, 1998. Christmas Eve was no different, or so we thought. The air was crisp with winter's chill, and the scent of pine and cinnamon wafted through the house as relatives and friends gathered to celebrate. The living room was alive with the sounds of laughter, the crackling of the fireplace, and the soft strains of holiday music playing from my father's old stereo. We were preparing for the grand feast, the table laden with dishes that showcased my mother's culinary prowess. As midnight approached, the anticipation in the room grew. We gathered around the tree, exchanging gifts and sharing stories, our faces illuminated by the twinkling lights and the flickering flames of the fireplace. It was a scene of perfect harmony, a moment frozen in time, until it wasn't. It was around 12 o'clock when it happened. My younger sister, Emily, was the first to notice it. She was quietly humming a carol, her eyes fixed on the intricate decorations, when she suddenly froze. "Mom, Dad," she whispered, her voice trembling. "There's someone outside." Before any of us could react, Emily let out a blood-curdling scream, her small frame trembling with fear. My parents rushed to her side, their expressions shifting from joy to concern. We all turned to look out the window, but there was no one there, only the silent night and a blanket of fresh snow covering the ground. Confusion swept over the room as we searched for any sign of an intruder. The windows were all securely locked, and there were no open doors. We called out, our voices echoing through the house. But the only response was the gentle hum of the Christmas music and the crackling of the fire. But then, as if conjured by our collective fear, a figure appeared in the frosty air outside our window. A man dressed in a traditional Santa Claus suit stood just beyond the glass. His red coat and white beard immaculate. His presence both jolly and unsettling. He didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there, staring intently at our family through the window. My father, ever the protector, moved towards the door cautiously. "Who are you?" he called out. His voice steady despite the unease creeping into his eyes. The man didn't respond. Instead, he remained motionless, his gaze fixed on us with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. My mother reached out to open the door, her hand trembling slightly. As she swung it open, the man vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the cold night air and a lingering sense of dread. Puzzled and frightened, we stepped outside, searching the perimeter of our property for any sign of the mysterious visitor. But there was nothing, no footprints in the fresh snow, no trace of his presence. It was as if he had been nothing more than a ghostly apparition, leaving us bewildered and scared. The next morning, we learned from the local news that a man had died tragically the previous Christmas near our neighborhood. Harold Jenkins, a reclusive neighbor who had rarely been seen or heard from, had been found lifeless in the woods, dressed in a Santa Claus suit. The authorities ruled it a freak accident, but the circumstances were murky, leaving room for unsettling speculation. Rumors began to circulate that Harold's spirit still roamed the area each Christmas Eve, unable to find peace. Some said they had seen him wandering the snowy streets. Others claimed to hear his solitary laughter echoing through the night. But none had seen him at our doorstep, and the night we encountered him remained a haunting mystery. That Christmas Eve, our family struggled to shake off the eerie encounter. The festive cheer was overshadowed by an unshakable fear, a feeling that something malevolent had briefly touched our lives. We decided to keep the incident to ourselves, not wanting to spread fear or draw unwanted attention. Years passed, but the memory of that night never faded. Each Christmas Eve, the shadows seemed longer, the nights colder, and the feeling of being watched more intense. We fortified our home, installing additional locks and keeping a vigilant eye on our surroundings. Yet, the fear lingered, an invisible presence that whispered of unfinished business and restless spirits. One particularly cold Christmas Eve, as I sat by the fireplace reflecting on the past, a knock echoed through the house. My heart raced as I glanced around, remembering the night years ago. "It's probably just the wind," my father reassured me, though his eyes betrayed his own fear. But the knock came again, persistent and insistent. My parents exchanged worried glances before my father cautiously approached the door. With a deep breath, he opened it, only to find no one standing there. The snow swirled in the air, and the night was silent once more. As he closed the door, a chilling realization settled over us. We were being watched. The fear that had once been confined to that first Christmas Eve had now seeped into every corner of our lives. A constant reminder of the thin line between safety and fear. In an attempt to find closure, we sought the help of a local medium, a woman named Margaret, who was known for her ability to communicate with restless spirits. Together, we held a séance on Christmas Eve, hoping to reach out to Harold's spirit and offer him peace. The room was filled with the scent of burning sage and the flickering light of candles, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. As we chanted prayers and asked for Harold's forgiveness, the temperature in the room dropped sharply. The candles flickered violently, and the shadows seemed to come alive, twisting and contorting in response to our pleas. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness as the power went out, and an oppressive silence filled the air. Then, amidst the darkness, a voice whispered my name, soft, sorrowful, and filled with anguish. "Help me?" It echoed through the room, sending shivers down my spine. The air grew thick with sorrow, and the presence of Harold's spirit became palpable, his sorrow binding him to our world. Tears welled up in my eyes as I reached out, trying to offer comfort to the lost soul before us. "We're sorry," I whispered, my voice breaking. "We didn't mean to scare you. We just wanted to help." The sorrow in his voice deepened, his spirit yearning for release. "I can't find peace. I'm trapped," the voice pleaded, echoing through the room like a mournful wail. Determined to free Harold from his torment, we continued our prayers, chanting words of forgiveness and offering our support. The room began to glow with a warm, comforting light, dispelling the darkness and lifting the oppressive weight that had settled over us. The presence of Harold's spirit softened, his sorrow transforming into gratitude. As the final words of our prayer were spoken, a serene calm filled the room, and the flickering candles steadied, casting a gentle glow. The shadow of Harold's spirit faded, replaced by a sense of peace that enveloped us all. We had succeeded in helping him find the closure he so desperately needed. From that Christmas Eve onward, the shadows in our home seemed less menacing, the nights less cold. The fear that had once consumed us was replaced by a newfound sense of peace and understanding. We had faced our fears, confronted the unknown, and emerged stronger as a family. Years have passed since that haunting Christmas Eve, and while the memory of Harold's sorrow never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that we were able to help a lost soul find peace. Our family legacy lives on, a testament to the strength of love and the enduring power of compassion to overcome even the darkest of mysteries. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of Harold's spirit, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Oklahoma, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 55. The Silent Stalker, a Christmas tree haunting. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in 1983 Minnesota haunting my dreams like the persistent whisper of wind through barren pines. My name is David Mitchell, and the night our family first encountered the moving Christmas tree remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between joy and terror, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the quiet town of Maplewood, Minnesota, our family home on Evergreen Lane was the heart of our holiday celebrations. My parents, John and Mary, were the pillars of our tight-knit community, known for their generosity and unwavering faith. My older sister, Emily, and I were the apples of their eyes, our childhood filled with joyous traditions and the comforting glow of the Christmas tree adorned with ornaments collected over generations. That year, 1983, Christmas preparations began earlier than usual. John had decided to purchase a larger tree, a grand fir that stood taller and fuller than any we'd had before. The excitement in our home was palpable as we awaited the arrival of the majestic tree, dreaming of the festive nights to come. On a crisp December afternoon, we ventured to the local tree farm, the air thick with the scent of pine and the promise of holiday cheer. The tree we chose was perfect, its branches robust and evenly spaced, the green needles fresh and vibrant. We brought it home, carefully setting it up in the living room, draping it with strings of colorful lights and hanging ornaments that told the story of our family's Christmases past. As night fell and we gathered around the tree, the room was filled with laughter and the soft strains of holiday music playing from Mary's old record player. The fireplace crackled, casting dancing shadows that mingled with the twinkling lights, creating a magical atmosphere that seemed untouched by the outside world. The first few nights were idyllic. Emily and I played with our new decorations, and John and Mary reveled in the warmth of family togetherness. But as Christmas approached, subtle changes began to unsettle our peaceful routine. It started with slight movements, branches shifting ever so slightly, ornaments tilting without explanation. First, We dismissed it as the house settling or the playful antics of our cat, Whiskers, but the movements grew more pronounced. One evening, as I was reaching for a star atop the tree, I noticed a shadow flicker across the room, momentarily obscuring the lights. Startled, I glanced around, only to see the tree standing still once more. Emily mentioned hearing faint whispers, voices that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, soft and unintelligible, barely audible over the crackling fire. Concern began to creep into our hearts. Mary suggested we install a camera to monitor the tree at night, a precautionary measure to catch any unusual activity. John agreed, though he tried to mask his unease with practical reassurances. We set up the camera, positioning it to capture every angle of the living room, hoping to uncover the source of our growing fears. That Christmas Eve, the night everything changed, we gathered for our annual family dinner, the tree glowing warmly in the center of the room. After our meal, as we settled into our usual spots, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The clock struck midnight, and the house seemed to hold its breath. As I reviewed the footage from our camera, a sense of dread settled over me. The recording showed the tree as it stood, silent and still. Then, in the dead of night, a vague black shadow began to form near the corner of the room. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, its presence cold and foreboding. The shadow reached out, subtly dragging the base of the tree away from the wall. I watched in horror as the tree seemed to tilt unnaturally, the ornaments swaying in an unseen breeze. The shadow persisted, moving around the tree, its form never fully defined, always shrouded in darkness. It didn't speak or make any noise, just an oppressive silence that seemed to emanate from its very being. As the footage continued, the shadow vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving the tree back in its original position, untouched and unblemished. The next morning, the footage confirmed our worst fears. There were no signs of forced entry, no disturbances, only the unexplained movement captured on tape. We showed the recording to our neighbors, hoping for some rational explanation, but they were equally baffled. Whispers spread through Maplewood, tales of restless spirits and haunted homes, but nothing concrete to explain the sinister presence that had invaded our Christmas celebrations. In the days that followed, the shadows returned with increasing frequency. Every Christmas Eve, the tree would move, the black shadow lurking just out of sight, its intent malevolent and unrelenting. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if the tree itself was trying to communicate with us, its messages filled with sorrow and anger that chilled us to the bone. Desperate for answers, John delved into the history of our home, uncovering stories of previous owners who had also experienced unexplained phenomena during the holiday season. One story stood out: a family that had lost their son tragically on Christmas Eve, his spirit unable to find peace, forever tethered to the tree that had been his favorite. The realization hit us hard. We weren't alone in our suffering. The tree was a beacon for restless spirits, a conduit for the pain and loss that lingered in the air. Determined to break the cycle of fear, we sought the help of a local priest, Father Michael, known for his expertise in dealing with spiritual disturbances. Father Michael arrived at our home, his presence calm and reassuring. He conducted a series of prayers and blessings, attempting to cleanse our home of the dark energy that had taken hold. As he worked, the shadows intensified, the whispers turning into anguished cries that echoed through the house. The tree seemed to resist, its branches twisting as if in agony, the lights flickering in response to the spiritual battle raging within our home. In a final, desperate plea, Father Michael led us in a prayer of exorcism, his voice rising above the chaos as he invoked divine protection. The room was filled with an overwhelming sense of tension, the shadows recoiling from the light of our faith. Slowly, the oppressive presence began to lift, the whispers fading into silence as the tree stood still once more, no longer a vessel for sorrow and pain. The following Christmas Eves were different. The tree remained stationary, the shadows absent, the whispers silenced. Our home regained its warmth and joy, the horrors of the past now distant memories. We had confronted the darkness that had haunted us, freeing both our family and the spirits that had been trapped within the tree. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas, and while the memory of those terrifying nights never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that we were able to overcome the shadows that once threatened to consume us. Our family legacy lives on, a testament to the strength of love and the enduring power of faith to dispel even the darkest of mysteries. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of that once haunted tree, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Minnesota, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 56. Whispers Behind the Pines. The mysterious knock on Christmas night. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in 1992 New York lingering in my mind like the persistent echo of carolers fading into the winter night. My name is Jonathan Thompson, and the night my family first encountered the haunting knocks on our door remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between festivity and fear, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the heart of Brooklyn, our family home on Maple Street was the epitome of warmth and togetherness during the holidays. My parents, Robert and Linda, were the pillars of our tight-knit community, known for their generosity and unwavering faith. My older sister, Emily, and I were the apples of their eyes, our childhood filled with joyous traditions and the comforting glow of the Christmas tree adorned with ornaments collected over generations. That year, 1992, Christmas Eve was no different, or so we thought. The air was crisp with winter's chill, and the scent of pine and cinnamon wafted through the house as relatives and friends gathered to celebrate. The living room was alive with the sounds of laughter, the crackling of the fireplace, and the soft strains of holiday music playing from my father's antique record player. We were preparing for the grand feast, the table laden with dishes that showcased my mother's culinary prowess. As midnight approached, the anticipation in the room grew. We gathered around the tree, exchanging gifts and sharing stories, our faces illuminated by the twinkling lights and the flickering flames of the fireplace. It was a scene of perfect harmony, a moment frozen in time, until it wasn't. It was around 12 o'clock when the first knock echoed through the house. Sharp and insistent, startled, my younger sister, Sarah, looked up from her plate, her eyes wide with confusion. "Did anyone else hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. My father nodded, rising from his seat to investigate. "Probably just a neighbor," he reassured her, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. He walked to the front door, opened it cautiously, but no one was there, only the biting cold and a blanket of fresh snow covering the ground. He closed the door and returned to the table, offering a strained smile. "Nothing to worry about, Sarah. Let's get back to celebrating." But as the night wore on, the knocks persisted. 1, 2, 3 times, each knock more urgent than the last. Each time, my father would answer the door, finding nothing but the silent night and the swirling snowflakes. The family began to grow uneasy, the festive atmosphere tainted by the mysterious intrusions. By midnight, the knocks had become a relentless presence, echoing through the house like a ghostly refrain. My mother tried to maintain her composure, offering reassurances and trying to distract us with stories of Christmases past. But the tension in the room was palpable, the joyous celebrations overshadowed by the inexplicable disturbances. Unable to contain her fear any longer, Emily spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if someone is trying to come in? What do we do?" Before my father could respond, another knock shattered the silence, louder and more forceful than before. This time, when he answered the door, he found a trail of footprints in the fresh snow leading directly to our front porch. The footprints stopped abruptly, ending just shy of the doorstep, as if the person had vanished into thin air. Panic began to ripple through the family as we realized that something was terribly wrong. The police were called, and officers scoured the area, but there was no sign of an intruder or any evidence to suggest foul play. It was as if the person had dissolved into the night, leaving behind only unanswered questions and a lingering sense of dread. In the days that followed, the incident became the subject of hushed conversations and eerie speculation. Neighbors whispered about the tragic disappearance of our reclusive next-door neighbor, Mr. Harold Jenkins, who had vanished on Christmas Eve 5 years earlier. His body had been found days later near our property, a grim reminder of the darkness that sometimes lurked in the most unexpected places. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into researching local legends and the history of our neighborhood. I discovered that Mr. Jenkins had been a solitary man, rarely seen and even less heard. There were rumors of strange occurrences surrounding his disappearance, voices in the night, unexplained shadows, and sightings of a ghostly figure roaming the streets during the holiday season. Late one night, driven by a need for answers and fueled by the haunting memories of that Christmas Eve, I decided to return to the scene, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a notebook. I walked the snowy path to our front door, retracing the footsteps that had led to the mysterious knocks. As I stood on the porch, the wind howled through the trees, carrying with it a chill that pierced through my bones. The footprints in the snow were still faint, their presence a stark contrast against the white landscape. I knelt down, examining the trail closely, and noticed something I had missed before, a faint imprint of a handprint, pressing into the snow beside the footprints. A shiver ran down my spine as I felt a presence, an unseen force watching me from the shadows. The air grew colder, the silence pressing in around me like a physical weight. I glanced around, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing to be seen, only the empty streets and the whispering pines. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the night, barely audible over the wind. "Help us," it murmured, sending chills down my spine. I turned towards the sound, but once again, there was nothing there, no figure, no sign of life, just the endless night and the haunting whispers that seemed to emanate from the very shadows themselves. Determined not to be consumed by fear, I returned home, my mind racing with thoughts of the past and the mysterious presence that still lingered in the night. The following Christmas Eves continued to bring the same eerie knocks and ghostly footprints, each year deepening the mystery and the fear that gripped our family. Years passed, but the memory of that first chilling night never faded. I often found myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of a restless spirit seeking closure, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. One particularly cold Christmas Eve, as I sat by the fireplace, the room aglow with the soft light of the tree, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The haunting presence that had once tormented our family seemed to recede, the shadows that had danced menacingly now gentle and benign. It was as if the spirit had finally found the closure it so desperately sought, allowing our family to embrace the true spirit of Christmas without fear. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often share our story with others, cautioning them to cherish the moments they have with those they love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of New York, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 57. The Christmas Spirit at the Hotel. I had never planned on spending Christmas in a hotel, let alone one like the Windsor in Colorado. It was a last-minute decision, an impulse fueled by a last-minute flight, a canceled Christmas with family, and the overwhelming need to escape. The hotel had an old-world charm, the kind you don't see much anymore, the faded elegance of a bygone era, the creaking floors, the antique furniture that seemed to swallow the light. It was the kind of place where you expected to see a bellboy in a tweed suit, guiding you through a lobby filled with the smell of fresh pine and wood burning in an unseen fireplace. But it wasn't the hotel's charm that kept me there that night. It was the cold, the deep, unshakable chill that settled in the bones of the building, more intense than the freezing December air outside. Maybe it was just my nerves, or maybe it was something else, something older. I arrived late, a few hours after sunset, tired and irritable, my spirits already low. The clerk at the front desk greeted me with a practiced smile, too practiced, almost rehearsed, as if he had said the same thing to hundreds of people before me. "Welcome to the Windsor. We hope you enjoy your stay." I nodded, gave him a polite smile, and accepted the keycard. I could see it in his eyes. There was something he wasn't telling me, some dark knowledge buried in the back of his mind. But I was too tired to dig deeper, to push. The last thing I wanted was to hear stories about haunted hotels and ghostly visitors. Not tonight, not on Christmas Eve. The room was quiet, tucked away on the third floor, far from the lobby and any potential noise. The bed looked inviting, and I made quick work of undressing, slipping under the heavy covers. The warmth was a relief, even if the air still felt damp and heavy. Outside the window, the storm raged on, snow falling in soft, steady sheets, the occasional gust of wind making the glass rattle in its frame. I drifted off to sleep with the faint sound of a grandfather clock ticking somewhere in the hotel. Maybe it was the stress, or maybe the loneliness of being away from family on Christmas. But I was already half dreaming when the noise started. It was soft at first. Tap, tap, tap from somewhere down the hall. A footstep. Maybe. I rolled over, dismissing it as the usual creaks of an old hotel. But then it came again, louder this time. A slow, deliberate step. Step, step. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps weren't coming from the hallway outside my door. They were coming from inside the room. I sat up in bed, staring into the dark. The footsteps were now unmistakable, echoing through the silence of the room. Slowly, I stood, my feet cold against the hardwood floor. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I tiptoed toward the door. I couldn't explain it, but something about those footsteps felt wrong. Not just a passing sound, but a presence, an awareness. I reached the door and gently turned the handle, my hand shaking. The hallway outside was empty, silent as the grave. No sign of anyone, no other guest in sight, just the soft, flickering lights overhead, casting long, shadowy tendrils against the walls. But then I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of feet moving across the floor. It was coming from down the hallway, toward me, slowly, as though the person, or thing, was deliberately walking just out of sight. My pulse quickened. I stepped back, retreating into the room, my body stiff with the sensation of being watched. That's when I saw it. A shadow, thin and elongated, crossing the hallway. It passed beneath the light like a cloud moving over the moon, dark, intangible, but somehow real. I could feel my breath catch in my throat. My eyes were locked on the shadow, unable to look away. It was moving with a purpose, slowly, deliberately, the sound of its steps growing louder with every passing second. Step, 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 then silence. I didn't know how long I stood there, staring at the spot where the shadow had been. Minutes? Hours? Time seemed to stretch, and the temperature in the room had plummeted. I could see my breath fogging in the air. The hotel was still, too still, and I knew, without a doubt, that something was waiting for me. I returned to the bed, my mind racing, my pulse throbbing in my ears. I tried to close my eyes, tried to sleep, but the silence pressed down on me like a weight. And then, from somewhere deep within the hotel, came a sound that made my blood run cold. The unmistakable chime of a bell. Ding! The sound echoed down the hallway, from the far end of the building. It was like the tolling of a bell marking the passing of time. But it wasn't the clock that had chimed. It was something else. Something that shouldn't have been there. Something that couldn't be there. And then, I heard it again, closer this time. The footfalls. The steady, rhythmic sound of someone walking toward my room. But this time, there was no mistaking it. It wasn't just footsteps. It was a voice. A whisper. Barely audible, but clear enough. Come, join us. The words slithered through the cracks of the door like cold air, wrapping around my chest like icy fingers. I wanted to scream, to shout, but my voice was frozen, caught in the back of my throat. I could only stand there, rooted to the spot, waiting for whatever was on the other side. The door handle rattled, slowly, as though someone was trying to open it. I backed away, pressing my back against the wall, my legs trembling beneath me. The door shuddered, and I realized it was going to open. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I grabbed my coat and threw open the window, shivering as the cold air rushed in. There was no time to think, no time to wonder what was going on. All I knew was that I needed to escape. I climbed out onto the fire escape, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and that was when I saw it. The figure, standing in the shadow of the hotel, looking up at me with hollow eyes. It was a man, or something that looked like a man, dressed in a long, black coat, his face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. He stood motionless, like a statue, and I knew, without a doubt, that he was waiting for me. I didn't wait to find out who or what he was. I ran. I didn't stop running until I was far from the hotel, my heart pounding with every step, my legs burning with the effort. And when I looked back, the hotel was just a shadow in the distance, its windows dark and empty. But even now, every Christmas, when the first snow falls and the air turns cold, I hear those footsteps, in the dead of night, quiet at first, then louder, and the voice, always the voice. Come, join us. Somewhere, deep inside the Windsor, the spirits of those who had come before me still linger, waiting for their next guest. And as the bell tolls on Christmas Eve, I wonder if I'll ever truly escape them. Story number 58. The Christmas Eve Intruder. The first snowflakes of Christmas Eve drifted down like feathers in the cold Michigan night. The lights from the Christmas tree twinkled through the living room window, reflecting off the snow and casting a soft, almost magical glow throughout the house. It was a picture-perfect Christmas Eve, the kind of evening you dream about during the bitter months leading up to December. It was just us, me, my wife, Julie, and our two children, Emma and Lucas. The house was old, built in the 1930s, with creaking floorboards and narrow, crooked hallways, but it was ours, and it felt like home. We'd only moved in a few months before, just before Thanksgiving, and though the house had its quirks, we had grown accustomed to them. The strange groans of the wood at night, the rattling of the windows when the wind howled, the soft hiss of the radiator as it kicked on in the dead of night. These were the sounds of a home that had seen decades of history. That night, as we gathered around the tree, passing gifts and savoring the warmth of family, everything felt right. It was the perfect Christmas Eve until it wasn't. It started with the sound. It was a soft thud, like something or someone had dropped onto the floor above. I glanced up, my heart skipping a beat. Julie, always the calm one, smiled and reassured the kids that it was probably just the house settling. It was a comforting thought, but one that didn't sit quite right with me. The noise was too distinct, too deliberate. The thud was followed by a dragging sound, faint but unmistakable. Probably just the wind, I said, though I didn't believe it. Julie kissed me on the cheek and suggested I go upstairs and check things out. The kids are fine, and they're happy with their presence," she said. "Go on." I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen and headed up the stairs, trying to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The stairs creaked under my weight, the old wood groaning as I climbed to the second floor. The hallway was cold, and the air felt still, almost too still. The only sound was the faint ticking of the clock in the hallway and the muffled hum of the radiator. I checked the first bedroom, nothing. The second bedroom, nothing. But as I reached the third, the master bedroom, I noticed something strange. The window was wide open, the curtains billowing gently in the night air. I froze. It had been closed tightly just before we sat down for the Christmas celebration. I knew it because I had closed it myself. The cold air nipped at my face, and I felt a coldness creep down my spine. I glanced out the window. There, on the snow-covered ground below, were fresh footprints, large, deep prints that led from the back of the house to the window. No one had come in through the front door. It was locked, as it always was, and there was no sign of anyone leaving the house. I quickly shut the window and turned back, my heart pounding in my chest. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. I rushed downstairs, my mind racing with thoughts I didn't want to entertain. I tried to act normal, for Julie's sake, for the kids, but the house felt wrong. That night, we all slept fitfully. Julie had to comfort Emma after she woke up from a nightmare, her face pale and her eyes wide with fear. "Mom, I heard something," Emma whispered, trembling. "Someone was in the house." Julie reassured her, but my unease only grew. The next day, Christmas Day, was when the oddities truly began. We had breakfast together, but the lingering sense of something out of place was impossible to ignore. First, it was small things, items that had been moved overnight. A chair in the living room, which we had all left neatly arranged around the tree, was now askew. The coat hooks in the hallway, where we'd hung our outerwear the previous night, were empty, though I clearly remembered hanging my coat there. And then there was the laughter. It wasn't the children, who were playing quietly in the next room. It wasn't Julie or me, either. It was a low, soft giggle, almost childlike, that seemed to come from the kitchen. I froze. My blood ran cold. I went to the kitchen, my steps slow and deliberate. But the kitchen was empty, except for the sound of the old refrigerator humming in the corner. The air felt colder here, too, much colder. I turned back to see Lucas standing in the doorway. His face was pale, his eyes wide with confusion. "Dad, who's that?" he asked, his voice trembling. I glanced toward the spot where Lucas was pointing. There, standing just beyond the kitchen doorway, was a figure. It was blurry at first, like a shadow in the periphery of my vision. But when I turned my full gaze upon it, it vanished, just as quickly as it had appeared. My heart skipped a beat. "I didn't see anything," I said, trying to sound calm, though my voice cracked. "There's nothing there, buddy. Just your imagination." But the laughter didn't stop. It continued to echo through the house, soft and taunting, the kind of laugh that sent a chill down your spine. That evening, we all gathered in the living room once more, trying to salvage what was left of the holiday. But as we settled in, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A set of footprints in the snow outside the front door, leading from the house toward the woods. I hadn't heard anyone leave. The footprints were fresh, crisp in the fresh snow, and they led away from the house, toward the dense forest behind the property. Julie noticed them too, her face drained of color as she slowly turned to look at me. "What's going on?" she asked. "This isn't right, John." I couldn't argue with that. That night, as we huddled together under blankets on the couch, we heard it again. The soft giggling came from upstairs this time, faint and eerie, as if it was just beyond the walls, lingering in the shadows. We didn't sleep. We couldn't. The sounds continued all night long. The soft creak of footsteps on the floor above, the echo of laughter that would die just as quickly as it had begun. We kept the lights on, but the darkness outside pressed in, feeling closer, tighter. as if the house itself was closing in on us. The next morning, we were gone, packed up and out before sunrise. I don't know if Julie even remembered to grab her coat. I certainly didn't remember mine. We didn't look back as we drove away, the house fading behind us like a forgotten memory. Weeks later, I did some digging. The house had a history, a dark one. It had been abandoned for years before we moved in. But before that, it had been the site of a tragedy. A family had lived there, a mother and father, with their 2 children. They had vanished without a trace one snowy Christmas Eve. Just like us, leaving nothing behind but footprints in the snow. The locals had always whispered about the house, about the strange things that happened there. Now, I wonder, did we experience it all because of the tragedy that had occurred there before? Or was there something else? All I know is, I'll never set foot in Michigan again, and I'll never spend another Christmas anywhere near that damned house. Story number 59. The Christmas Eve Shadows. It was the kind of winter night that made you want to stay inside, nestled by a fire with a mug of hot chocolate. A thick blanket of snow had settled over the small house in rural Canada. The world outside muffled and still. The gray sky hung low, but inside, warmth radiated from the crackling hearth, and the faint scent of pine from the Christmas tree drifted through the air. It was the perfect setting for a family to gather together and celebrate the holiday season. Maggie Sinclair smiled as she watched her family settle into their familiar routines. Her husband, Jonathan, carved the roast, while their teenage son, Ethan, grumbled as he fiddled with his phone at the table. Their daughter, Clara, was enthusiastically recounting her school's Christmas play, her words tumbling out as she spoke of the excitement she'd felt standing in front of the audience. It was a scene Maggie had seen 100 times before, yet tonight there was something different, something that she couldn't quite shake. The first time it happened was when Jonathan lifted the roast from the oven, a soft hiss of steam rising into the air. Maggie glanced toward the window and caught sight of something moving outside, just past the frosted panes. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light, perhaps a stray animal crossing the yard, or the wind playing tricks on the snow. But as she watched, she saw it again, dark shapes shifting in and out of view, moving quickly past the window. "John," she said, her voice a little too sharp. "Did you see that?" Jonathan looked up from the counter, his brow furrowing. "See what?" "There's something outside," she said, standing up from the table. Her heart began to beat faster. It was moving by the window. Jonathan wiped his hands on a towel and walked over to her. "I don't see anything. Probably just the wind or the branches. You know how those trees can look strange at night." Maggie nodded, but she wasn't convinced. She looked out the window again, but the yard was empty, just the soft gleam of the snow reflecting the dim light from inside the house. "Probably nothing," she muttered, returning to her seat. Dinner resumed with little more mention of the strange sight. The conversation turned to other things, holiday plans, family jokes, and the usual holiday chatter. But Maggie couldn't help herself. Her gaze kept drifting to the window. The shadows outside seemed to flicker at the edge of her vision, just out of reach. She could swear they were moving again. When the meal was done and the last remnants of pie were eaten, the family settled in front of the fireplace. Ethan put his phone down, and Clara curled up on the couch, her face bathed in the golden glow of the firelight. Jonathan had a book in hand, but Maggie couldn't focus. She kept seeing those shadows, like dark figures moving around the house. Every time she looked, they seemed to grow more defined, more deliberate in their movement. "Clara, would you mind checking the back door?" Jonathan asked. "I thought I heard something banging out there earlier." Clara, eager for something to do, immediately jumped up and headed toward the back of the house. Maggie couldn't help but follow her with her eyes, noticing the way the girl's figure seemed to blend with the shadows as she passed into the hallway. It was a silly thing to think, but Maggie felt a cold shiver ripple down her spine. There was something not right about tonight. The air felt heavier than usual, and even the fire seemed to crackle with a strange intensity. Just as Clara was about to open the door, Maggie heard it, a low creak from upstairs, the kind of creak that old wood makes when someone is walking across the floor. Maggie's heart skipped a beat. She had the sudden, inexplicable feeling that someone else was in the house, someone who wasn't supposed to be. "Clara?" Maggie called out, her voice tighter than usual. The girl paused, then glanced over her shoulder. "Yeah, Mom. Did you hear that?" Clara tilted her head. "Hear what?" But before Maggie could respond, a loud thud echoed through the house from above, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone moving around upstairs. The noise was unmistakable now. A heavy footstep, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. Jonathan dropped the book in his lap and stood up. "What the hell is that?" he muttered. Maggie's pulse quickened. I don't know. I'll check it out," Jonathan said, already heading toward the stairs. "No," Maggie said quickly, rising from her seat. "We should all check it out together. Could be a burglar." Clara moved toward the stairs reluctantly, but Maggie felt her heart race as they ascended, the house seeming eerily quiet now, the only sound their footsteps echoing in the darkened hallway. They reached the top of the stairs and stood in the hallway. The bedroom doors were all shut, but the bathroom door was slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling out into the darkness. Jonathan reached for the door, and just as his hand touched the handle, a loud crash came from inside the room. The family jumped back in shock. And then, the unmistakable sound of footsteps from inside the room, began to move toward them. "Who's there?" Jonathan shouted, his voice shaking. The footsteps stopped. Then, a low whisper, so faint that Maggie wasn't sure if she imagined it, seemed to crawl through the air. "Go away." Maggie felt her throat tighten. It wasn't her imagination. Something was in this house, something that shouldn't be. Jonathan swung open the door. The room was empty. They rushed in, searching every corner. Under the bed, in the closet. Nothing. The room was untouched. The air inside was thick and heavy, but there was no sign of anyone. No intruder. No one. Then, Maggie's breath caught in her throat as she looked down. The rug by the door had been moved, just slightly, but enough to reveal an old, faded footprint in the dust. The footprint, clearly too small to be Jonathan's or Clara's, was almost like a child's. "Who's been in here?" Maggie whispered, her voice shaking. Jonathan grabbed her arm. "We need to leave. Now." They rushed downstairs, but as they passed the front window, they saw something that froze them in place. Outside, in the snow, were dozens of dark figures, shadows moving in and out of view, each one darting around the house, circling it. Some were even peering in through the windows, their faces hidden in the dark. Maggie's breath caught in her chest as she turned back toward the door. "No. This isn't happening. This can't be real." But it was. The shadows continued to move, slow and deliberate, until finally, as if responding to an unspoken command, they all stopped, and in the deep, oppressive silence that followed, the shadows seemed to turn toward them, and then, just as quickly as they had appeared, the figures vanished into the night. By morning, the family had left. The car was packed, and they didn't look back. No one spoke of it again. But as Maggie sat at the kitchen table a week later, sipping her coffee, she saw something out of the corner of her eye, a fleeting shadow darting past the window. And for the rest of her life, every Christmas Eve, the shadows returned. Story number 60. The Christmas Ghost. It was a cold, crisp Christmas Eve in a small, remote village in Scotland. Snow fell in soft flakes from the sky, dusting the windowsill and the cobblestone streets outside. The scent of pine mixed with the smell of roasting turkey and cinnamon wafted through the old stone house of the MacLeod family. For generations, this house had stood as a symbol of family unity, with every Christmas Eve being spent together except this year was different. Clara McLeod had always loved Christmas. The tradition, the warmth of family, the festive meals, they all held a special place in her heart. But this year, a certain heaviness lingered in the air. It had been 2 years since her mother, Margaret McLeod, passed away on Christmas Day. The holidays had lost their magic since then, leaving Clara with a gnawing emptiness. Tonight, the family was gathered once again, trying to keep the spirits alive for the sake of the younger children. Clara's father, Malcolm, a stout man with graying hair, was carving the turkey at the kitchen table, while her younger sister, Fiona, and her husband, Kevin, decorated the table with holly and candles. The children were in the living room, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Santa Claus. Clara, however, was distant. She had been lost in thought, staring into the crackling fire. Every year, she felt her mother's absence more deeply. Margaret had always been the heart of their home, the one who ensured that Christmas was perfect, no matter what. Now, there was only an echo of her laughter in the walls, a distant hum of memories. As Clara absent-mindedly stared at the fire, she felt a strange tug in her chest. Something was off. She glanced around the room. The familiar shadows cast by the fire seemed more oppressive than usual. The air had turned cold, unnaturally so, as if the warmth had been sucked out of the room. The lights of the Christmas tree flickered for a brief second, and she heard a sound, like a faint rustle of fabric. Then, she saw it, the figure, standing in the far corner of the room near the window. At first, Clara thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the movement of the flames. But as she looked more closely, she realized with a sudden chill that it wasn't just a shadow. It was a figure, a woman, standing still as stone, her face obscured by the darkness. The figure's outline was indistinct, like smoke caught in a beam of light, and Clara's heart began to race. She blinked, trying to make sense of it, but the figure didn't move. It stood there, silent and unmoving. A heavy silence filled the room, suffocating in its intensity. "Mom," Clara whispered, her voice cracking. The figure shifted slightly, as if it had heard her. A faint chill swept through the room, and Clara's breath caught in her throat. She could feel the weight of the presence in the room, like a cold hand had just brushed against the nape of her neck. "Mom," Clara repeated, louder this time, her voice trembling. The figure's head turned ever so slightly, but Clara couldn't see its face. There was only an empty void where eyes should be, an absence that seemed to stretch into nothingness. And then, as if responding to her voice, the figure slowly began to dissipate, fading into the air, leaving nothing but the cold. Clara froze, her breath shallow, her chest tight, her heart thudded in her ears. She stumbled backward, her hands gripping the back of the chair for support. "Clara?" Her father's voice called from the kitchen. Clara blinked, and when she opened her eyes, the room was normal again. No figure in the corner, no chill in the air, just the warmth of the fire and the soft crackling of the logs. She looked toward the corner again, but it was empty. She tried to steady herself, but the memory of what she had just seen gripped her. "Clara, are you all right?" Malcolm asked, stepping into the living room, his brow furrowed with concern. He noticed her pale face, her wide eyes, and his concern deepened. "You look as though you've seen a ghost." I think I have," Clara whispered, her voice barely audible. Her father looked at her with skepticism. "What are you talking about?" Clara's gaze drifted to the corner of the room once more, as if she were hoping to catch a glimpse of the figure again. But there was nothing, just the ordinary trappings of Christmas. The tree, the garlands, the lights, and the scent of pine. "I saw her, Dad. I saw Mom. She was here, standing right there," Clara said, her voice breaking as she gestured toward the corner where the figure had been. Malcolm's expression softened, but he shook his head. "Clara, it's been 2 years. You know how grief can play tricks on the mind. It's just a memory, a shadow. You miss her. I know you do. But..." "No," Clara snapped. her voice sharp, her hands trembling. No, it wasn't a shadow. It wasn't just a memory. She was here. I swear to God. She was here. Standing right there. Malcolm stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Shoo, calm down. It's all right. But Clara could not calm down. The image of her mother, standing in the corner of the room, was burned into her mind. The absence of her face, the hollow eyes, and the way the figure had vanished before her eyes, they haunted her, gnawing at her sanity. She couldn't explain it, couldn't understand it, but the presence was unmistakable. Her mother had returned. Clara tried to shake off the feeling, but it clung to her like a shadow. The dinner went on as usual, though Clara was distant, her mind trapped in that moment. The sounds of laughter and holiday cheer felt distant to her, like she was no longer part of it. The shadow of the ghost hung over the night. Later that evening, as the family gathered around the table for dinner, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. Every time she looked up, she expected to see the figure of her mother standing at the edge of the room, silently observing. But the room was empty. It wasn't until after dessert, when Clara was alone in the living room, that she finally let the tears fall. The grief, the confusion, the overwhelming need to believe that her mother had somehow come back to her. It all washed over her in a rush. She sank to her knees by the fireplace, her sobs echoing through the empty house. And then, as if in answer to her pain, she heard a soft whisper in the air, a familiar voice, so faint, so fragile. It was her mother's voice. "Clara, darling." The voice said, barely audible, "I never left." Clara's heart stopped. She looked around the room, but there was no one there. The air was heavy, thick with an unspoken presence. And then, in the corner of her eye, she saw it once more, the faintest shadow, hovering in the darkness. For a moment, Clara felt a sense of peace, of closure. Her mother hadn't gone. She was still there, watching over her, even if just in spirit. And as the clock struck midnight, Clara whispered into the empty room, her voice barely a breath. "Happy Christmas, Mom." The wind outside howled through the trees, but inside, Clara knew that the Christmas ghost, her mother, was never truly gone. Story number 61. The Christmas Haunting. The town of St. Pierre was blanketed in snow, its cobblestone streets slick with ice beneath the ghostly glow of the street lamps. The distant clang of church bells echoed through the night air, signaling the arrival of Christmas Eve. It was the kind of small, forgotten place in the French countryside where nothing ever really changed, where the world seemed to stand still, as if caught in a perpetual winter. Julien and Isabelle Durand had heard about this place only recently, a centuries-old manor house hidden away in the hills, far from the bustle of Paris, far from the complications of modern life. They had planned the perfect getaway, a Christmas holiday free from the stresses of city life. They imagined long walks in the snow-covered woods, cozy fireside chats, and slow, intimate dinners in the ancient house. The innkeeper had greeted them warmly upon arrival, leading them through creaking wooden halls filled with the scent of aged wood and dust. It was the kind of house that made you feel as though you were stepping back in time, a place where the present seemed to lose its grip, where every corner whispered of history long past. "We've had many guests over the years," the innkeeper had said with a knowing smile, "but some prefer to keep to themselves. And you should, too. Some parts of the house are best left undisturbed." Isabelle laughed it off, squeezing Julien's hand. "It sounds like the perfect place for a peaceful holiday." That first night, as the wind howled outside, they sat in the large, dimly lit dining room, the table set with fine china and candles flickering in their holders. The flames from the fire danced in the hearth, casting long shadows on the walls. The silence of the night seemed almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional crack of the fire or the wind whistling through the cracks in the old walls. They ate their meal slowly, savoring the taste of duck and roasted vegetables. their conversation quiet and pleasant. But as they lingered over dessert, a strange sound cut through the stillness. Faint laughter. It was distant at first, just a soft echo that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the house. Julian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Isabel. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Isabel nodded slowly, her heart starting to beat faster. It sounded like laughter. But where's it coming from? They both stood, walking cautiously to the doorway. The house felt unusually cold, as if the walls themselves were absorbing the warmth of the fire. The laughter continued, growing louder now, and the unmistakable sound of footsteps could be heard, soft but deliberate, echoing through the halls above them. "Who's up there?" Julian called, but his voice fell flat against the silence that followed. Isabel's face was pale, her hand tightening around his. "I don't like this, Julian. We should check it out." They moved cautiously toward the staircase, their footsteps muffled against the thick carpet. As they reached the top, the sound of footsteps ceased. The air felt thick, oppressive, as though the house itself were holding its breath. They moved slowly down the corridor, the floorboards creaking underfoot. A door stood slightly ajar at the end of the hall. It was the only door in the house that had been locked when they arrived. The only door the innkeeper had told them never to open. But tonight, that door was wide open. The light from the hallway flickered faintly against the darkened room. Inside, the air was frigid, and the shadows in the corners seemed to shift with a mind of their own. It took a moment for their eyes to adjust, but when they did, they saw it. The grand piano, a dust-covered relic of a bygone era, sat silently in the corner of the room. Yet, despite its stillness, the keys seemed to move of their own accord, as if invisible hands were pressing them down, creating a soft, haunting melody. Isabel gasped, stepping back. "What is happening here?" Julian, too stunned to speak, reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her away from the door. They ran back down the hallway, only to stop dead in their tracks when they saw the hallway light flicker and dim. Someone, was there with them, presence, cold and suffocating, that seemed to fill the entire space. "Isabel," Julian's voice cracked. "We need to leave, now." But as they turned to flee, the door at the end of the hall slammed shut, as if of its own accord. The laughter they had heard earlier was now unmistakable, louder and closer than ever, ringing in their ears. "Who is there?" Julian shouted, his voice trembling. "What do you want?" But no answer came. Instead, the sound of footsteps resumed, this time coming from all around them, from the corners of the hall, from beneath the floorboards, from the very walls themselves. The temperature dropped further, frost creeping along the edges of the windows, and the faint scent of perfume, old and musty, filled the air. Isabel stumbled backward, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "This place, it's not right. We have to go." But before they could move, the door to the room creaked open again, and a figure appeared in the doorway. It was a woman, but not a woman as they knew her. Her face was obscured by shadows, her features indistinct, as if she were made of smoke and fog. She stood still, her presence filling the space with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. In the soft light, they could see a faint shimmer in the air around her, a spectral glow that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. The woman did not speak. She did not move. But as Isabel and Julian stood frozen in place, the house seemed to groan and shift around them, the laughter and footsteps now merging into a cacophony of disembodied voices. Then, in an instant, the woman was gone, leaving only the lingering echo of her presence. The room was silent once more, the piano no longer playing, the footsteps and laughter vanishing into the void. With a trembling hand, Isabel reached for Julian, and they ran as fast as they could, down the staircase and out into the snow. The cold outside was nothing compared to the chill that had gripped them inside. They didn't stop until they reached the village, where the innkeeper was waiting, a knowing expression on his face. "You were not supposed to open that door," he said softly, almost apologetically. "Some things are better left forgotten." The Durans never spoke of that night again. They left the village, never to return, and the house on the hill stood empty for many years. The innkeeper was right. Some things, especially on Christmas Eve, are better left undisturbed. And in the silence of the cold, empty rooms, the ghost still waited not to harm, but to be remembered, to be seen once more, on the longest night of the year. Story number 62. The Haunted Christmas Tree. The tree was beautiful. At least, that's what they told themselves. It was Christmas Eve when the Roberts family decided to buy it, an innocent enough decision. Nothing more than a last-minute dash to the local market for a tree. Christmas had crept up on them that year, as it so often does when life is too busy, too chaotic, and too filled with the grind of things that matter far less than they should. Helen and David, the parents, wanted something to bring the holiday spirit back into their home, something that would lift their spirits. After the last few years of difficulty, loss, and quiet distance, they found the tree at a tiny, run-down shop near the edge of town, tucked between a bakery and a second-hand store. The old man who ran the place, Mr. Ambrose, as the sign outside read, didn't say much as they wandered through the dark aisles of trees. The whole shop smelled of wood, resin, and a faint trace of mildew, but there was something oddly comforting about the place. Even if the air felt thick with memories long forgotten, it was the kind of shop you only found in small towns, and Helen thought that was what made it special. It reminded her of the trees her parents used to pick out when she was a little girl. When she saw the tree, it seemed perfect, tall and bushy, with dark green needles that almost shimmered in the soft light of the shop. There were no glaring imperfections in its shape, nothing too crooked or uneven. Its deep green branches swayed in the breeze when the door opened, sending a cool, fresh scent of pine into the air. It looked like it belonged in a Christmas card, the kind you'd see on store shelves. David had his doubts at first. "You're sure this is the one?" he asked, eyeing the tree nervously. But Helen was sure. "It's perfect," she said. "It'll bring some cheer into this house." And so they bought it. When they brought the tree home, they wasted no time decorating it. They were behind on everything decorations, shopping, the Christmas dinner. The kids, Tommy and Lucy, helped hang baubles and silver tinsel. The air filled with the rustling of wrapping paper and the smell of the freshly cut pine. They weren't particularly close-knit anymore. Not the way they used to be. There were always distractions, always reasons for the family to be apart. But tonight, there was something about the tree. It almost seemed to draw them all closer together. As they finished, Tommy ran over to the window, tapping at the glass. "Look, it's snowing," he shouted, his face pressed up against the cold surface. Lucy giggled, her small hand reaching up to tug on the Christmas lights. "Let's leave the lights on all night," she exclaimed, as if the tree were the most magical thing in the world. But it was then that the first strange noise came, a soft scuffling sound, like a small child dragging their feet across the floor. It came from the hallway, just beyond the living room. Helen and David exchanged a glance. "It's probably just the kids playing," David said, dismissing it. But even as he said the words, there was a strange sense of unease in the air. Helen smiled, trying to reassure herself. "Let's sit down by the tree. Enjoy the holiday." But she could feel a tightness in her chest, something she couldn't explain, and she knew it wasn't just the rush of the season. That night, after they'd all gone to bed, the noises returned. It started softly at first, little footsteps pacing around the tree, the creaking of floorboards under something light. Then it grew louder, a soft, high-pitched giggling, just faint enough to make her wonder if she was hearing things. Helen lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening. The giggling continued, drifting through the house, echoing from somewhere far off, as if it came from a place beyond the walls themselves. David, already asleep beside her, didn't stir. But Helen couldn't ignore the sound anymore. She got up, her bare feet cold on the wooden floor. When she walked into the living room, the tree was exactly as they had left it. Lights twinkling softly in the darkness, ornaments glittering like stars. But there, on the edge of her vision, was something strange, a faint, shadowy figure, just beyond the tree's branches. It was a silhouette, a little girl, hunched over, her face hidden in the shadows. Helen blinked, and when her eyes cleared, the figure was gone. Over the next few days, the odd occurrences grew more frequent. It started with small things, stray ornaments lying on the floor in the morning, the odd rustle of something moving behind the walls, flickers of light in the corner of her eye. But then it escalated. One night, after Helen and David had gone to bed, Lucy screamed from her room. Rushing in, they found her wide-eyed, pointing at the Christmas tree. "The angel is moving," she cried, trembling. Helen rushed to the tree, only to find that the angel perched atop it had, in fact, shifted from its original position. "Lucy, it's just the wind," Helen said, trying to calm her daughter, but her hands shook as she reached for the angel, feeling a strange chill that wasn't caused by the cold night air. The next morning, when they woke up, Tommy found something even stranger. A string of pearls that had been draped across the tree, curling around the branches as if they had been placed there overnight. But none of them had done it. It wasn't long before Helen began to feel an overwhelming sense of dread in the house. Constant, heavy feeling that weighed down her chest. It was as if something was watching them, something old and angry. The giggling grew louder, and sometimes, Helen swore she heard soft footsteps behind her as she moved around the house. One night, she could stand it no longer. She pulled David aside, her face pale and drawn. "We need to get rid of the tree," she whispered urgently. But David wouldn't hear it. He laughed it off. "It's just a Christmas tree. Helen, you're imagining things." But that night, the events reached their peak. Helen woke up to the sound of a child's laughter, clear, bright, and unmistakable. It was no longer in the distance. It was right next to her, beside her bed. The temperature in the room dropped so fast it left her breath visible in the air. As she turned to her side, her heart stopped. The figure of a child stood at the foot of her bed, small, wearing an old-fashioned dress with a singed hem. Her face was burned and blackened, her eyes hollow. Helen screamed, and the figure vanished in a puff of smoke. The next morning, they went to the shop where they had bought the tree. The old man behind the counter greeted them with a slow, knowing smile. "Ah, you found the tree," he said, his voice raspy and dry. David frowned. "What's going on with it?" "It's haunted. The tree is haunted. We need to know what's going on." The old man's eyes grew distant, and he sighed. "That tree belonged to a family. Long ago, they lost everything in a fire, everything except that tree. The fire claimed their lives, but the spirit of their daughter remained, still trapped in that tree. The fire took them all, but their souls, well, they never left." Helen and David were silent. Their hearts sank in their chests. "You should have never brought it home," the old man muttered, almost to himself. "You can't leave. Once you take it in, it doesn't let go." They never celebrated Christmas in that house again. The tree was taken back, and the house felt empty, as if the spirit of something lost had left with it. And yet, every year when Christmas approached, Helen could still hear that same soft, distant giggling in the house, the giggling of a child who had no place to go, the giggling of a child who was never going to leave. Story number 63. The Mysterious Christmas Eve Caller. The night was silent, save for the soft hum of the Christmas tree lights and the distant sound of the wind rustling through the California pines. It was one of those rare December evenings where the air, though crisp, held a certain warmth, a holiday warmth that made the whole house feel like it was wrapped in a blanket. For the Hanley family, it was the perfect Christmas Eve. Riley Hanley, A man in his late 40s with a salt and pepper beard sat in his favorite chair by the fireplace. His wife, Julia, was in the kitchen, humming a tune as she prepared their Christmas dinner. Their two children, Henry and Lily, were upstairs, playing with the toys they had gotten earlier that day. There was a sense of comfort in the quietness of the evening, a peace that only the holidays could bring. At 10:34 p.m., the phone rang. It wasn't unusual. There were plenty of people who called on Christmas Eve, especially relatives who lived far away. But there was something off about this call, something that didn't sit right from the moment Riley picked up the receiver. "Hello?" he said, his voice thick with the warmth of the wine he'd been sipping earlier. For a long moment, there was nothing but a breath, a slow, labored inhale that echoed through the line. Riley's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. He pulled the receiver away from his ear for a second, then pressed it back. "Hello?" he repeated, a little louder this time, but still no answer. The breath on the other end was shallow, like someone struggling to catch their breath. But there was no other sound. Then, a voice, quiet at first, low and distorted, as if it was coming from far away. "Riley." His heart skipped a beat. The voice sounded like his brother, Patrick, who had passed away 2 years ago in a car accident. "Patrick," Riley said, his voice tight. His hand gripped the phone harder. But there was no response, only the rasping breath and the faint whisper that sent a shiver up his spine. Riley's mind raced. Patrick had been gone for so long. How could it be him? Could it be a prank? Some sick joke from a friend? No, the voice was too real, too familiar. "Riley, help me." The words hung in the air, jagged, desperate. Then, suddenly, there was a crackling noise, as if the line was about to break. Riley leaned forward in his chair, his pulse quickening. "I don't understand. What do you mean? Help you?" he asked, his voice now laced with concern. But the words were already gone. Instead, there was a sound, a scraping, faint but unmistakable, like fingernails dragging across a chalkboard. The noise was so sharp, so jarring, it made his teeth ache. His heart pounded in his chest. And then, just as suddenly as the call had begun, it ended. The line went silent. Riley sat there, the phone pressed to his ear, not moving, not breathing. His thoughts whirled in a chaotic spiral. He tried to shake the image of Patrick's face out of his mind, but it lingered. How could it have been him? Patrick had died in a car crash, the kind of crash that left no room for any afterlife, no lingering presence. He glanced at the clock. 10:39 p.m. The call had lasted a mere 5 minutes, but the echo of it would haunt him for much longer. Julia walked into the living room, holding a steaming cup of tea. She took one look at her husband's pale face, his hand still gripping the phone, and raised an eyebrow. "Riley? What happened?" He stared at the phone, his lips dry, but he couldn't find the words. He knew he should tell her, but he was still trying to make sense of it. Could it have been a prank? But why was the voice so real? Why had it sounded like Patrick? I think I just got a call from Patrick," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Julia's brow furrowed in confusion. "Patrick? But he died 2 years ago. Riley, you're not saying—" "I don't know," Riley muttered, shaking his head. It couldn't have been him, but it sounded just like him. And the words, "Help me." She reached out, placing her hand gently on his arm. Maybe it was a mistake, a glitch in the system. There's no way. But Riley wasn't listening anymore. He had stood up, walking toward the window, staring into the dark night. He could feel it now, the weight of something watching him, something waiting. Julia watched him for a moment, then turned to the phone on the table. The silence that followed seemed too heavy, too final. "Do you think it was really Patrick?" she asked, her voice quiet. Riley couldn't answer. He just kept staring into the night, his thoughts dark and jumbled. Outside, the Christmas lights blinked cheerily, casting their soft glow against the snow. But something had changed. Something that Riley couldn't explain. The air felt colder, denser, as though the world had tilted just a little, making him feel like he was standing on the edge of something he didn't want to face. And then, the phone rang again. This time, there was no mistaking it. Riley knew exactly who it was. But it wasn't Patrick. The voice that came through the receiver was different. Softer, quieter, but still distinctly human. And yet, it sent a chill through his bones. One that froze his heart in its tracks. "Riley," the voice whispered. His hand dropped the phone as his eyes darted around the room. He turned to Julia, who had now noticed the odd expression on his face. "What is it?" she asked, looking frightened. He didn't answer. Instead, he walked slowly to the door, staring at it, as if he could feel the presence outside. He didn't know how he knew, but he could sense it, hear it, a faint tapping on the window. The phone calls stopped after that night, but the unease remained, the feeling of being watched, the sensation of something lingering just out of sight. The presence that had first revealed itself on Christmas Eve would not be so easily shaken off. Riley never answered the phone again when it rang on Christmas Eve, and no one in the family ever spoke of it again, though they all knew, somewhere, deep inside, they knew that the spirit of Patrick had returned, not for a reunion, but to remind them that some people never really leave, that some souls can't find peace, and that no matter how hard we try to forget, the dead always have their way of calling us home. And on every Christmas Eve thereafter, Riley would always check the phone, knowing that the caller would be waiting, always waiting. Story number 64. Santa's haunting at Blackwood Manor. The Texas winter is a deceptive thing. While most of the state basks in mild temperatures, the nights can plunge into biting cold, especially in the rural stretches where the wind whispers through barren trees and abandoned structures. Our group of friends, Lily, Mark, Jenna, and me, had always been thrill seekers, drawn to the macabre and mysterious. So, when we heard about Blackwood Manor, an old, abandoned house deep in the countryside, it was irresistible. The stories surrounding it were enough to send shivers down even the bravest spine. Tales of unexplained noises, ghostly apparitions, and a sinister presence that seemed to linger every Christmas season. I'm Ethan, and as we drove down the winding dirt roads towards Blackwood Manor, excitement buzzed through the air. The manor stood isolated, its once grand facade now cloaked in ivy and shadowed by towering oak trees. The windows were boarded up, and the gate creaked ominously in the wind as we pushed it open. Felt like stepping back in time, the house exuding a sense of forgotten grandeur and untold secrets. We arrived just as dusk began to settle, the sky painted in hues of orange and pink before giving way to the deepening blue of night. Our plan was simple: spend the night exploring the manor, documenting any paranormal activity, and capturing evidence of the supernatural. Armed with flashlights, cameras, and a healthy dose of skepticism, we stepped into the grand entryway. The interior was cold and damp, the air thick with the scent of mold and decay. Our footsteps echoed through the vast, empty halls as we made our way to the main living area. The fireplace stood cold, the hearth long and used, and the once opulent furniture lay covered in dust and cobwebs. We set up our equipment, the silence of the house amplifying every creak and groan of the old structure. As midnight approached, we settled into the living room, the only light coming from the flickering candles we had lit to ward off the darkness. We shared stories and laughed nervously, the tension of being alone in the haunted manor slowly dissipating. But as the clock struck 12, the atmosphere shifted. A chill swept through the room, and the temperature seemed to drop drastically. My breath became visible in the cold air, and an uneasy silence settled over us. Then, we heard it, the faint sound of bells jingling, like those of a sleigh, followed by the unmistakable thud of footsteps approaching the front door. We exchanged startled glances, our hearts pounding in our chests. The windows were tightly sealed, no breeze to explain the movement of curtains or the sounds outside. Yet, the noises persisted, growing louder and more distinct. "Did you guys hear that?" Jenna whispered, her voice barely audible. "Yes," Lily replied, clutching her flashlight tightly. It sounded like Santa Claus. We approached the front door cautiously, the lights from our flashlights casting long, wavering shadows on the walls. I reached out to open the door, my hand trembling with a mix of fear and adrenaline. As the door creaked open, we peered outside, expecting to see a prankster in a Santa suit or maybe an animal rummaging through the yard. Instead, we were met with the chilling sight of a man dressed as Santa Claus standing in the snow-covered front yard. His costume was tattered and dirty, the red fabric faded and stained. His face was obscured by a thick, unkempt beard, and his eyes seemed hollow, devoid of the jolly warmth we typically associate with Santa. He stood motionless, staring directly at us with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "Santa?" Mark asked, his voice wavering. "Are you Santa Claus?" Before any of us could respond, the figure began to dissolve, his form fading into the cold night air until there was nothing left but the lingering sense of dread and the smudged handprints he had left on the windowpane. We stood there, frozen, the eerie silence enveloping us once more. "What was that?" Jenna demanded, trying to mask her fear with a shaky laugh. "Probably just a guy in a costume," Mark suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. But as we turned to retreat back into the safety of the living room, the atmosphere grew heavier, the shadows seemed to lengthen and twist, and the sound of soft whispers filled the air, barely audible but undeniably present. It was as if the house itself was alive, reacting to the presence of the spectral Santa. We decided to continue our exploration, hoping to uncover more about the manor's haunted history. As we ventured through the darkened halls, the whispers followed us, growing louder and more insistent. Strange, fleeting images darted at the edges of our vision, shadowy figures that disappeared when we turned to look directly at them. In the dining room, we found a long table set for a Christmas feast, the dishes still in place as if waiting for guests long gone. The candles were half burned, their flames flickering erratically. As we examined the room, the whispers crescendoed into a cacophony of voices, each one overlapping the other, creating a disorienting and unnerving soundscape. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us, plunging the room into darkness as the candles extinguished themselves. Panic set in as we fumbled for our flashlights, the beams of light cutting through the blackness only to reveal the same haunted Santa standing at the far end of the table, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. "You should not be here," he intoned, his voice echoing unnaturally through the room. "Leave now, before it's too late." We backed away, but the room seemed to close in around us, the walls moving inwards as if the house was trying to trap us inside. The whispers transformed into guttural growls, and the temperature plummeted further, our breaths visible in the freezing air. Mark tried to rationalize. "It's just our imagination. Let's get out of here." But as we turned to flee, the door wouldn't budge. The haunted Santa advanced toward us, each step sending waves of fear through our bodies. Desperate, I remembered an old legend my grandmother had told me about restless spirits and how strong family bonds could appease them. "Maybe we need to honor the spirit," I suggested, my voice barely a whisper. Lily nodded, her eyes filled with tears. "We need to show respect." Gathering our courage, we formed a circle around the table. Holding hands tightly, I began to speak softly, reciting prayers and sharing heartfelt words of peace and remembrance. The haunted Santa paused, his form flickering as the energy in the room shifted. The whispers softened, becoming harmonious and soothing, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as the temperature began to rise. Slowly, the figure of Santa began to fade, his eyes losing their malevolent glow. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice now gentle and sorrowful. "Remember the true spirit of Christmas." With those final words, he vanished, the room returning to its former state of calm. The candles relit themselves, their flames steady and warm, and the door swung open freely. Exhausted but relieved, we stepped out of the dining room, the oppressive presence lifting as we made our way back to the living room. The night had taken a dark turn, but through our unity and respect, we had managed to quell the restless spirit that haunted Blackwood Manor. As dawn broke, the first light of Christmas morning filtered through the broken windows, casting a hopeful glow on the snow-covered landscape. We left Blackwood Manor that day with a newfound appreciation for the bonds that held us together and the true meaning of the holiday season. The experience had been harrowing, but it reinforced the importance of family, love, and the enduring spirit of Christmas that transcends even the darkest of nights. In the years that followed, we never spoke of that night again, but the memory lingered, a silent testament to the power of unity in the face of the unknown. Blackwood Manor remains abandoned, a place of mystery and legend, but for us, it holds a special place in our hearts as the site where we confronted fear and emerged stronger together. Sometimes, during quiet moments, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure in the corner of my eye or hear the faint sound of bells jingling in the distance. But now, instead of fear, those moments bring a sense of peace and gratitude, a reminder of the night we faced the haunting Santa and triumphed through the strength of our family bond. And so, each Christmas, as we gather around our own tree, the spirit of that night lives on in our hearts. We honor the memory of Blackwood Manor and the lessons it taught us, ensuring that the true meaning of Christmas remains at the forefront of our celebrations. Love, unity, and the enduring power of family. Epilogue. Years have passed since that unforgettable Christmas Eve at Blackwood Manor. Yet the lessons learned remain etched in our lives. Our family grew closer, each member cherishing the bonds that were strengthened in the face of supernatural adversity. We moved forward with a deeper understanding of the importance of honoring traditions and respecting the spirits that watch over us. Whether seen or unseen, the legend of the haunted Santa became a family tale, a story shared with new generations as a reminder of that magical yet terrifying night. Each Christmas, as we decorate the tree and exchange gifts, we remember the courage it took to face our fears and the love that held us together when darkness threatened to consume us. Blackwood Manor stands as a silent sentinel in the countryside, its secrets preserved within its decaying walls. Visitors who dare to venture near speak of strange lights and eerie sounds during the holiday season, perpetuating the legend that my family and I helped to dispel, or perhaps understand a little better. We respect the manor's history, knowing that some stories are meant to be honored rather than solved. In quiet moments, when the snow falls softly and the world is hushed under a blanket of white, I reflect on that Christmas night. The echoes of the haunted Santa's words resonate within me, a perpetual reminder to cherish the present, honor the past, and hold dear the family that stands beside me. The true spirit of Christmas, I've learned, lies not in the decorations or the feast, but in the love and unity that bind us together, transcending time and the shadows of fear. As I share this story, I hope it serves as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the unbreakable bonds of family. May it remind us all to embrace the light of the holiday season, to face our fears with courage, and to celebrate the enduring power of love that can overcome even the darkest of nights. Story number 65. Santa's Shadow on the Midnight Road. The Alaskan winter is a relentless force, a vast expanse of white that swallows sound and sight alike. My name is Michael Reynolds, and that Christmas night remains etched in my memory, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between reality and the unknown. I had always found solace in the solitude that Alaska offered. As a wildlife photographer, my job often took me deep into the wilderness, capturing the untouched beauty of nature. But that Christmas Eve, my solitude was shattered by an encounter that defied explanation. I was driving home after a long day in the field, the sun having set hours ago, leaving the landscape cloaked in darkness. The road stretched endlessly ahead, flanked by dense forests that seemed to close in as night deepened. The snow had fallen steadily throughout the day, creating a pristine blanket that muffled the usual sounds of nocturnal wildlife. My truck's heater was working overtime, battling the biting cold that seeped through every crevice. I glanced at the clock, 11:45 p.m., just a few miles more, and I'd be home, enveloped in the warmth of my family's Christmas celebration. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, the day's fatigue pressing against my eyelids. As I navigated the winding road, my headlights illuminated the path ahead, cutting through the thick darkness. That's when I saw him. A man dressed in the traditional red and white garb of Santa Claus, standing motionless in the middle of the road. His figure was stark against the snowy backdrop, his presence both jarring and surreal. I slowed the truck to a stop, my heart pounding in my chest. The man stood there, holding a large sack slung over his shoulder, his face partially obscured by a bushy white beard. There was something unsettling about him. His eyes seemed too hollow, his smile too fixed. "Santa," I called out, my voice wavering between skepticism and genuine concern. "Do you need help?" He didn't respond. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze locking onto mine with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, the only sound the distant howl of the wind through the trees. I reached for my phone, intending to call for assistance, but it was dead, no signal. Just the blank screen mocking my desperation. Summoning my courage, I stepped out of the truck, the cold air biting at my skin as I approached the mysterious figure. As I drew closer, the man began to fade, his form becoming translucent, the edges blurring until he was nothing more than a ghostly apparition. I stopped inches away, feeling an inexplicable pull, a mix of fear and pity swirling within me. "Santa," I whispered again, reaching out a hand that met only air. The man's smile widened unnaturally before he vanished completely, leaving behind only smudged handprints on the glass of my truck and an overwhelming sense of dread. I stood there, frozen, the cold settling into my bones as I tried to comprehend what had just happened. The snow continued to fall, the silence oppressive in its intensity. My mind raced with questions. Was it a trick of the light? A hallucination from exhaustion? But deep down, I knew something far more sinister was at play. As I turned to get back into the truck, the faint noise caught my attention. It was a rhythmic tapping, soft yet persistent, coming from behind me. My pulse quickened as I glanced over my shoulder, the headlights casting long, eerie shadows across the snow. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely steady. The tapping continued, growing louder, more insistent. I took a hesitant step forward, the crunch of snow under my boots the only sound breaking the tension. There, at the edge of the light, stood another figure, this one more menacing, shrouded in darkness. His form was indistinct, a shadowy presence that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. The tapping turned into a slow, deliberate knocking, echoing through the stillness of the night. I backed away, my mind racing to find a logical explanation. Panic set in as the realization dawned that I was not alone, and whatever was out there, it was not human. The temperature dropped further, my breath visible in the frigid air as fear clawed at my throat. Desperate to escape, I fumbled with the truck door, my fingers numb from the cold. As I finally managed to unlock it, the shadowy figure began to advance, each step deliberate and threatening. My heart pounded in my chest as I sprinted towards the vehicle, the maniacal tapping now a cacophony of sounds that seemed to echo from the depths of the forest. I dove into the truck, slamming the door shut and fumbling for the keys. As I started the engine, the heater roared to life, battling the icy grip that held the night. I accelerated, the truck surging forward as the shadowy figure reached the doorway, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Behind me, the tapping ceased abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air. The road ahead twisted and turned, the headlights revealing only more snow-covered wilderness as I sped away from the haunting presence that had stalked me through the night. Breathing heavily, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the ghostly Santa chasing after me. But there was nothing, only the endless expanse of snow and darkness. Relief washed over me, tempered by the lingering fear of what I had encountered on that desolate Alaskan road. I didn't speak for the rest of the drive. The memory of that night etched into my mind like a permanent scar. The encounter left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the legends and myths that haunted the vast wilderness of Alaska. Was it a manifestation of lost souls seeking redemption? A warning of some ancient curse tied to the land? Or something entirely beyond comprehension? When I finally pulled into my driveway, the first light of dawn was breaking over the horizon, casting a pale glow on the snow-covered landscape. My family greeted me with warm embraces and concerned questions, unaware of the terror that had unfolded in the quiet of the night. That Christmas remained a somber reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, the known and the unknown. I often find myself staring out into the snowy expanse, wondering if I'll ever encounter those ghostly figures again, or if the shadows will remain silent, guarding their secrets in the heart of the Alaskan wilderness. Story number 66. Shadows of Christmas Night. The first snowfall in Ohio had transformed our rented farmhouse into a picturesque winter scene. My family and I had decided to escape the chaos of city life and spend Christmas in this secluded retreat. Nestled on the outskirts of a small town surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills, the house, an old Victorian with creaky floors and ornate woodwork, held a charm that promised a perfect holiday until that fateful Christmas Eve. A Michael Anderson, the eldest of 3 siblings, and as we drove up the winding gravel path, the twinkling lights of the farmhouse welcomed us like a beacon of warmth against the cold December night. My parents, Laura and David, had found the house online, a beautiful, albeit slightly run-down, property that seemed perfect for our family gathering. The excitement was palpable as we unpacked and began decorating the grand Christmas tree in the spacious living room. The scent of pine and cinnamon filled the air, mingling with the aroma of my mother's famous mulled cider. Laughter echoed through the rooms as we hung ornaments and placed stockings by the fireplace. Despite the house's age, it exuded a cozy atmosphere, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. It was a scene straight out of a holiday card, one that I cherished deeply. As night fell, we gathered around the tree, exchanging gifts and sharing stories from the past year. The warmth from the fire contrasted sharply with the biting cold outside, creating a sanctuary where love and joy thrived. My younger sister, Emma, was busy setting up her new dollhouse, while my brother, Jake, entertained us with his latest joke. Everything seemed perfect until the clock struck midnight. A heavy silence settled over the house, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the occasional pop of the logs. It was then that we heard it, a series of deliberate, heavy footsteps echoing from the upstairs hallway. First, we dismissed it as the house settling or perhaps an animal wandering through. But as the footsteps grew louder and more distinct, unease began to creep into our festive gathering. "Did you guys hear that?" Emma asked, her voice tinged with worry. "Probably just the wind," my father replied, trying to maintain his composure. "Old houses make a lot of noises." But the footsteps continued, rhythmic and purposeful, as if someone was walking up and down the hallway. My mother exchanged a worried glance with my father, her usually steady demeanor faltering for the first time. "Maybe we should check it out," she suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. Reluctantly, we all agreed. Jake and I grabbed flashlights, the beams cutting through the darkness as we ascended the creaky staircase. The air grew colder with each step, the chill seeping into our bones. As we reached the top of the stairs, the footsteps abruptly stopped, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. We moved cautiously toward the end of the hallway, the flashlight beams sweeping across the faded wallpaper and dusty portraits that adorned the walls. It was then that we saw him, a figure dressed in a traditional Santa Claus suit, standing motionless in the corner of the room. His red coat was slightly tattered, and his white beard was unkempt, giving him a disheveled appearance. His eyes, however, were piercing and lifeless, staring directly at us with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "Santa," Jake whispered, his bravado replaced by genuine fear. Before any of us could react, the figure began to move toward us, each step slow and deliberate. My heart pounded in my chest as we backed away. But as we did, the Santa figure began to fade, his form dissolving into thin air until there was nothing left but the empty corner of the room. We stood there, breathless and trembling, trying to make sense of what we had just witnessed. "We need to leave," my mother insisted, her voice trembling. "Something's not right here." We hurried back downstairs, the festive atmosphere now tainted by the eerie encounter. The living room felt different, the shadows longer and more menacing. As we settled back around the tree, the temperature seemed to drop even further, our breaths visible in the frigid air. The oppressive silence was broken once more by the faint sound of whispers, barely audible but unmistakably present. That night, sleep eluded us all. Each of us lay in our separate bedrooms, haunted by the image of the spectral Santa and the unsettling presence that lingered in the house. Morning brought little relief, as we found the same Santa figure standing once again in the upstairs hallway, his eyes fixed on us with an unholy determination. Attempts to approach him resulted in the figure vanishing, leaving behind only smeared handprints on the window, large, dirty prints that seemed to mock our attempts to uncover the truth. Desperate for answers, we delved into the house's history, uncovering stories of previous occupants who had reported similar sightings during the holiday season. It became clear that the house was plagued by restless spirits, entities unable to find peace amidst the joy and celebration that Christmas brought. The cursed Santa was a manifestation of their unresolved anger and sorrow, a dark reflection of the holiday's true meaning gone awry. As the days progressed, the haunting intensified. Objects moved on their own, lights flickered without cause, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. My brother Jake, ever the skeptic, began to waver in his disbelief, while Emma's once playful spirit was crushed under the weight of our nightly terrors. My parents, too, struggled to maintain their composure, their love for each other and for us keeping us together amidst the chaos. One particularly stormy night, as thunder rumbled outside and lightning illuminated the dark corners of the house, the presence became undeniable. The spectral Santa appeared once more, his form solidifying into a grotesque parody of the jolly figure we had once adored. His eyes burned with malice, and his smile twisted into a sinister grin. "You shouldn't have come here," he growled, his voice echoing through the halls like the tolling of a death knell. "This is not a place for your kind." Terrified, we huddled together, trying to find solace in each other's presence. But the cursed Santa was relentless, his presence filling the house with an oppressive darkness that threatened to consume us. Desperate to end the nightmare, my father recalled an old family ritual meant to ward off evil spirits, an ancient prayer passed down through generations, meant to restore peace and harmony. Gathering our courage, we joined hands and began to recite the prayer, our voices trembling but united in purpose. The house seemed to tremble in response, the shadows recoiling as if the light of our combined voices was pushing them back. The cursed Santa let out a final, anguished scream before dissolving into the ether, his presence banished by the strength of our unity and faith. Exhausted but relieved, we collapsed into each other's arms, the weight of the ordeal finally lifting. The house, once a sanctuary of joy, had been transformed into a battleground between light and darkness, love and sorrow. But through it all, our family had stood strong, bound together by the love that no spirit could ever hope to break. That Christmas, we left the old farmhouse with a newfound appreciation for the bonds that held us together and the traditions that defined us. The memory of the cursed Santa lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the importance of cherishing the moments we have with those we love. In the years that followed, We never returned to that old house. The shadows of that Christmas night forever etched into our hearts. But the lessons learned stayed with us, lessons of resilience, unity, and the enduring power of family. And every Christmas, as we gather around our own tree, we do so with a deeper understanding of the true meaning of the holiday, honoring the love and light that bind us together, no matter the darkness that may sometimes surround us. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the snow falls gently outside, I can still feel the presence of that Christmas Eve. A whisper in the wind, a shadow at the corner of my eye. But now, instead of fear, it serves as a reminder of the strength we found in each other and the love that can overcome even the darkest of shadows. The cursed Santa of Ohio is no longer a figure of terror, but a symbol of the resilience and unity that define our family, ensuring that our bonds remain unbroken, now and forever. Story number 67. The Haunting of Christmas Eve. The snow had begun to fall softly over our quiet suburban neighborhood in Chicago, blanketing the streets and homes in a serene white silence. It was Christmas Eve, a night my family had always cherished with warmth and togetherness. This year, however, an unsettling event would forever change our perception of the holiday season. I'm Daniel Matthews, the eldest of 3 siblings in a family that prides itself on maintaining Christmas traditions. My parents, Linda and Robert, and my younger sister, Emily, had always embraced the magic of the season, decorating the tree, baking cookies, and exchanging heartfelt gifts were rituals that bound us together, creating memories that felt almost sacred. As the day progressed, the excitement built up to the evening when my parents decided to surprise us with a gift. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than a jewelry case, wrapped in simple brown paper with no name or indication of who it might be from. The box sat atop the mantel in our living room, an enigma amidst the familiar decorations. "Where did this come from?" Emily asked, her curiosity piqued as she reached for the box. My father shrugged, a puzzled expression on his face. "I have no idea. We didn't order anything recently." Intrigued, we gathered around the mantel, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows on the walls. My mother carefully untied the ribbon and lifted the lid, revealing an old Santa Claus costume nestled inside. The fabric was worn and faded, the red velvet dulled with age, and a foul odor emanated from it, a stark contrast to the sweet sense of cinnamon and pine that filled the room. "Who would send us this?" Robert muttered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Before anyone could respond, a cold chill swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging us into darkness. The only light now came from the soft glow of the Christmas tree, its ornaments shimmering eerily in the dimness. We exchanged uneasy glances, the festive atmosphere now tainted by an inexplicable tension. As we sat in silence, the first signs of something amiss began to surface. Faint footsteps echoed from within the walls, a rhythmic tapping that seemed to grow louder with each passing minute. My heart raced as I glanced around, feeling the weight of unseen eyes watching us. "Did you hear that?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. "Probably just the house settling," my father replied, though his tone lacked conviction. But the noises persisted, evolving into indistinct whispers that filled the room with a sense of foreboding. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, and a pervasive feeling of being watched settled over us like a heavy blanket. Unable to ignore the mounting unease, Robert stood up and approached the walls, pressing his ear against the cold plaster. "There's something here," he declared, though his voice wavered. "I can hear something." Before anyone could react, the Santa costume began to move on its own, the limbs stiff and unnatural. It sat upright on the mantel, its head tilting as if observing us with malevolent intent. The foul smell intensified, the odor now overpowering the room with its decay. A sudden gust of wind howled through the house, slamming the doors shut and rattling the windows. The temperature dropped further, our breaths visible in the icy air as the whispers morphed into anguished cries that reverberated through the halls. Emily clutched my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "We need to get out of here," she pleaded, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of sounds. But the house seemed to resist our attempts to leave. Doors wouldn't budge, windows remained sealed tight, and the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier with each passing second. It was as if the very structure of our home was conspiring against us, trapping us within its haunted confines. Desperate for answers, I grabbed the wooden box, feeling its unsettling energy pulsing through my fingers. "Maybe there's something inside that can help us understand what's happening," I suggested, my voice steady despite the fear gripping my heart. With trembling hands, I reopened the box, revealing the old Santa costume once more. As I lifted the headpiece, a piercing scream echoed through the house, the sound of torment and rage that sent shivers down my spine. The costume began to glow with an unnatural light, the fabric twisting and contorting into a grotesque semblance of the jolly figure it once represented. A shadowy apparition materialized before us, its form indistinct and shifting. It stood tall, the outlines of the old Santa suit now warped and sinister, eyes burning with a malevolent fire that seemed to pierce our very souls. The room grew colder still, the air thick with the presence of something ancient and vengeful. "You dare to disturb my slumber," the apparition intoned, its voice a chilling blend of sorrow and wrath. "You have forgotten the true spirit of Christmas, the sacrifice that must be made." My father stepped forward, his voice trembling but resolute. "We honor Christmas with love and unity. We would never forget your legacy." The apparition laughed, a sound devoid of joy and filled with bitterness. "Legacy? You squandered the true meaning, lost in the trappings of modernity and neglect." As the words hung heavy in the air, the house seemed to come alive with the anguish of forgotten traditions and broken promises. The whispers returned, now a chorus of lost souls crying out for remembrance and respect, determined to put an end to the haunting. My mother joined me in the kitchen, where she had gathered a bundle of herbs and incense from our gardening supplies. "Maybe we can cleanse the house, restore the balance," she suggested, her voice steady despite the chaos around us. Together, we began to perform a cleansing ritual, lighting the incense and spreading the herbs around the rooms, chanting prayers that my father had learned from his own childhood. The air grew thick with the scent of burning herbs, the oppressive chill gradually lifting as the candles were reignited by an unseen hand. The apparition watched us, its eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Why do you seek to cleanse what has already been tainted?" it demanded, the rage in its voice softening to a sorrowful lament. "We seek to honor the true spirit of Christmas," I replied, my voice unwavering, "to remember the love and unity that define this season." As we continued the ritual, the whispers transformed into gentle hums, the anguished cries giving way to a soothing melody that filled the house with a sense of peace. The apparition began to fade, its form dissolving into the light of the candles as the darkness receded. "Remember us," the spirit whispered one final time, a plea for remembrance and respect. "Honor the traditions that bind us together." With those words, the presence lifted, the house returning to its former state of warmth and tranquility. The oppressive atmosphere was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace that settled over us like a comforting embrace. Exhausted but relieved, we gathered around the mantel, the old Santa costume now just a lifeless piece of fabric. The foul odor dissipated. The wooden box lay empty, the mystery of its origin still unresolved. But the haunting presence that had threatened our Christmas had been quelled by our unity and respect for tradition. That Christmas Eve remains etched in our memories, a testament to the importance of honoring our past and the traditions that define us. We left our suburban home in Chicago with a renewed appreciation for the true spirit of the season, the love and unity that bind us together even in the face of the unknown. In the years that followed, the mysterious wooden box never found its way back into our lives. and the old Santa costume remained a silent reminder of that harrowing night. We continued our Christmas traditions with a deeper sense of gratitude, knowing that the love and unity we shared could overcome even the darkest of forces. Sometimes, late at night, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure in the corner of my eye or hear the faint sound of bells jingling in the distance. But now, instead of fear, those moments bring a sense of peace and reverence, a reminder of the night we faced the haunting Santa and emerged stronger together. The legacy of that Christmas Eve lives on in our hearts, ensuring that the true meaning of the holiday remains at the forefront of our celebrations. Love, unity, and the enduring power of family. Epilogue. Years have passed since that unforgettable Christmas Eve. Yet the lessons learned remain a cornerstone of our family's traditions. We've rebuilt our lives with a newfound respect for the past and a deeper appreciation for the bonds that hold us together. The memory of the haunted night serves as a reminder to cherish each other and honor the traditions that define us. The wooden box and the old Santa costume are now locked away in the attic, symbols of a night when faith and unity triumphed over darkness. They serve as a silent testament to the strength of our family and the enduring spirit of Christmas that continues to guide us through life's challenges. As I recount this story to my own children, I emphasize the importance of love, respect, and unity, ensuring that the true spirit of Christmas remains alive in our hearts. The haunting Santa of our Christmas Eve is no longer a figure of fear, but a guardian of our traditions, reminding us to honor the past while embracing the future. And so, each Christmas, as the snow begins to fall and the lights adorn our home, we gather together with hearts full of gratitude and spirits lifted by the love that binds us. The legacy of that haunted night lives on, ensuring that our family remains united, forever bound by the true meaning of Christmas. Story number 68. The Haunting of West Virginia's Santa. The first snowfall of December had transformed our small West Virginia town into a picturesque winter wonderland. Our house, an old Victorian with creaky floors and ornate woodwork, stood proudly at the end of Maple Street. Every year, my family and I eagerly anticipated Christmas, embracing the warmth and joy that the holiday season brought. This year, however, an unsettling presence loomed over our festivities, casting a shadow that none of us could explain. I'm Emily Thompson, the middle child in a family of 4. My parents, Sarah and David, and my older brother, Jake, had always instilled in us a deep love for Christmas traditions. Decorating the tree, baking cookies, and singing carols were rituals that bound us together, creating memories that lasted a lifetime. But this year felt different from the start, an undercurrent of tension that I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was a chilly December evening when the first sign of something amiss appeared. We were gathered in the living room, stringing lights on the tree and hanging ornaments passed down through generations. The scent of pine and cinnamon filled the air, mingling with the soft glow of candlelight. Laughter echoed through the rooms, masking the unease that had settled over us like a heavy blanket. As my father carefully placed the star atop the tree, my mother was in the kitchen, preparing our traditional Christmas dinner. Jake and I were busy with the decorations, chatting about our plans for the holidays. The house was alive with the spirit of Christmas, but there was an unspoken tension that none of us addressed directly. Around 7 p.m., as twilight gave way to the deepening night, we decided to take a break and gather around the fireplace with mugs of hot cocoa. The warmth from the fire was comforting, and the flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls. It was then that we noticed him, a man dressed in a traditional Santa Claus outfit, standing outside our window. At first, we thought it was just a neighbor, perhaps returning late from a holiday event. But as we watched, the man remained still, his face hidden beneath the red velvet hat and white beard. His eyes, however, seemed to pierce through the darkness, fixed intently on our house. There was an eerie stillness about him, an unsettling presence that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Did you see that?" Jake asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," I replied, feeling a chill despite the warmth of the room. It's probably just someone in a Santa suit. My father, always the skeptic, stood up and walked over to the window. He looked out, scrutinizing the figure. Santa? He mused, a hint of doubt in his voice. That's odd. There's no event tonight. Curiosity piqued. My mother joined him at the window. Together, we watched as the man remained motionless, his presence unervingly silent. After a few tense moments, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the night as swiftly as he had appeared. Relieved, we turned back to our gathering. But the unease lingered. Moments later, my father approached the window once more, this time holding a cloth to wipe away the condensation. As he did, we noticed something disturbing. Dirty handprints smeared across the glass, large and messy, as if someone had forcefully grabbed the window before fleeing. What the hell was that? Jake exclaimed, his earlier skepticism replaced by fear. We exchanged nervous glances, the festive atmosphere now tainted by the inexplicable event. My father tried to rationalize it, suggesting it might have been a prank or an unfortunate accident. But deep down, we all knew something more sinister was at play. That night, as we sat in our rooms, the house seemed to come alive with an unseen presence. Doors creaked open and shut on their own, and faint whispers echoed through the halls. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the man in the Santa suit was still lurking in the shadows of our home. The next morning, the events of the previous night were still fresh in our minds. We decided to investigate, hoping to find a logical explanation. But as we searched the house, we found nothing out of the ordinary, no signs of forced entry, no footprints leading away from the window, and no clue as to who the mysterious Santa might have been. Days passed, and the strange occurrences continued. Objects moved on their own, lights flickered without reason, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. The air in the house felt heavy, charged with a malevolent energy that left us all on edge. It was clear that whatever had entered our home was not going to leave peacefully. One night, as Christmas approached, the disturbances reached a fever pitch. We were preparing for our traditional Christmas dinner, the aroma of roasting turkey filling the house. As we set the table, I glanced out the window and saw him again, the same man in the Santa suit, standing in the snow-covered yard, his eyes fixed on our house with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "Stay inside," my father warned, sensing the danger. "We need to protect ourselves." But before we could react, the man vanished, leaving behind only the dirty handprints on the window. Panic set in as the house began to shake, windows rattling violently and the ground beneath us trembling. The whispers turned into anguished cries, filling the air with a sense of impending doom. Desperate to end the nightmare, we gathered in the living room, clutching each other for support. My father, determined to find answers, pulled out an old family Bible, hoping to invoke some form of protection. "We need to stand together," he declared, his voice steady despite the chaos around us. "We won't let this entity harm us." As he began to pray, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, our breaths visible in the icy air. The spirit of the cursed Santa seemed to materialize before us, his form twisted and menacing, a far cry from the jolly figure we had seen. His eyes burned with rage and sorrow, and his presence filled the room with a palpable sense of fear. "You dare defy us?" he growled, his voice echoing through the sanctuary. "You forgot the true meaning of Christmas, the sacrifice that must be made." Tears welled in my mother's eyes as she stepped forward, her voice trembling. "We honor Christmas with love and unity. We would never forget your legacy." The cursed Santa let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound that seemed to pierce through our very souls. The room shook violently, the walls closing in as the spirit advanced toward us. Desperation took hold, and we joined hands, forming a circle of protection around our family. In a last-ditch effort to appease the vengeful spirit, my father began to recite passages from the Bible, his voice rising above the chaos. "We seek peace and forgiveness. Let go of your anger and find rest." The cursed Santa paused, his form wavering as if struggling against an unseen force. The whispers softened, becoming more harmonious, a stark contrast to the torment they had once been. Slowly, the spirit began to dissipate, his form dissolving into the ether as the room returned to its previous state of calm. Exhausted but relieved, we stood together. The oppressive energy lifted from our home. The dirty handprints on the window seemed to fade, leaving no trace of the malevolent presence that had plagued us. We had faced the darkness and emerged united, our family's bond stronger than ever. That Christmas Eve remains etched in our memories, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. We never returned to St. Michael's Church, the abandoned sanctuary now a place of fear rather than solace. The Cursed Santa of West Virginia became a cautionary tale, a story we shared with each generation to honor the importance of unity, love, and the true spirit of Christmas. In the years that followed, our home remained a haven of warmth and joy, the shadows of that haunting night slowly fading into the background. Yet, sometimes, late at night, I still hear faint whispers and catch glimpses of a shadowy figure near the window, a subtle reminder of the cursed Santa who once sought revenge for forgotten traditions. As I recount this story to my own children, I emphasize the lessons learned from that terrifying experience, the importance of cherishing our loved ones, honoring our traditions, and standing together in the face of adversity are values that have become even more significant to us. The haunting of our Christmas dinner taught us that the true meaning of the holiday lies not in the decorations or the feast, but in the bonds we share and the love that unites us. And so, as each Christmas approaches, we gather together with gratitude and reverence, knowing that the legacy of the cursed Santa lives on in our hearts. The spirit of that haunted night serves as a reminder to never take our traditions for granted, to honor the past while embracing the future, and to hold dear the family ties that bind us together through the darkest of times. Epilogue. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and life in our small West Virginia town has returned to its peaceful rhythm. The memory of the cursed Santa remains a haunting echo in our family history, a story of fear and resilience that continues to shape our traditions. We have rebuilt our faith in the true spirit of Christmas, fostering an environment of love, understanding, and unwavering unity. Occasionally, visitors to our home remark on the warmth and harmony that fills our rooms. Unaware of the dark secrets that once threatened to tear us apart, we smile, sharing only a knowing glance, protecting our children from the full extent of our past. The cursed Santa of West Virginia is no longer a figure of terror, but a symbol of the strength we found in each other when faced with the unknown. As I watch my children decorate their own Christmas trees, I am reminded of the importance of passing down our stories and lessons. The haunting presence that once lurked in our home has been transformed into a legacy of love and resilience, ensuring that the true meaning of Christmas endures for generations to come. And so, as snowflakes continue to fall softly outside our window, blanketing the world in a serene embrace, we sit together, hearts full and spirits lifted. The Cursed Santa of West Virginia is no longer a tale of horror, but a story of redemption and the enduring power of family bonds, forever etched into the fabric of our lives and the spirit of Christmas. Story number 69. The Vanishing Santa of Cedar Ridge. The Alaskan winter is a relentless force, a vast expanse of white that swallows sound and sight alike. Nestled in the rugged mountains of Oregon, Cedar Ridge stood as a silent sentinel, its snow-covered slopes hiding secrets that the cold night kept hidden from prying eyes. I'm Jake Peterson, a lifelong resident of the nearby town of Pine Ridge. Growing up in these mountains, I'd heard countless stories of strange happenings, of spirits that roamed the wilderness, but nothing had ever felt real until that Christmas Eve. It was December 24th, just 2 days before Christmas. The snow had been falling steadily for weeks, turning the landscape into a serene, almost magical winter wonderland. My wife, Laura, and our teenage son, Ben, decided to take a drive up to Cedar Ridge, seeking the peace and solitude that only the mountains could provide. We'd heard about a remote cabin for rent, a perfect getaway from the hustle and bustle of city life. The drive was long, the roads treacherous with ice and snow. As we approached the summit, the view was breathtaking, majestic pines draped in snow, the moonlight reflecting off the ice-covered ground, creating a tapestry of shimmering light and shadows. The cabin was quaint, an old wooden structure that had clearly seen better days. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the windows were frosted over, obscuring the view inside. We unpacked quickly, the anticipation of a quiet night settling in. Ben was excited to explore the area, while Laura busied herself with lighting the fireplace and preparing a simple dinner. After a hearty meal, we settled into the living room, the fire crackling and casting a warm glow over the room. Ben was restless, yearning to explore the snowy wilderness. I suggested a walk. The idea met with eager approval from both Laura and Ben. Bundling up once more, we ventured out into the night, the snow crunching under our boots as we made our way down the trail that led away from the cabin. The air was crisp, the silence of the night broken only by the distant howl of an owl and the soft rustling of the trees. The moon hung low, its light casting eerie shadows across the snow-covered ground. We walked in comfortable silence, the peace of the moment soothing our souls. About an hour into our hike, Ben suddenly stopped, pointing toward the middle of the empty road ahead. There, standing in the snow, was a man dressed in a Santa Claus suit. His red coat was slightly tattered, and his beard looked unkempt, giving him a disheveled appearance. He stood motionless, holding a large sack slung over his shoulder, staring intently at us. "Santa," Ben whispered, his eyes wide with confusion and awe. I slowed my pace, exchanging a puzzled glance with Laura. "That's odd," I murmured. "There's no one else out here. Maybe he's lost," Laura suggested gently, approaching cautiously. I nodded, walking up to the figure. "Hi, Santa. Do you need any help?" He didn't respond. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his eyes meeting mine with an unsettling intensity. "Ho ho ho," he said softly, a hollow echo that sent a chill down my spine. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he began to fade, his form dissolving into the air like mist in the morning sun. We stood there, stunned, the cold wind picking up around us. Ben looked back toward the cabin, expecting to see someone waiting, but there was no one. The only evidence of his presence was the set of fresh footprints that trailed off into the distance, disappearing into the snow without a trace. "Did you see that?" Ben asked, his voice shaky. I nodded, feeling a knot of unease form in my stomach. Yeah, that was strange. We decided to head back, the encounter leaving an uneasy tension between us. As we walked, the silence of the night seemed to close in around us, the snow-covered trees whispering secrets we couldn't understand. When we reached the cabin, the warm glow from the fireplace greeted us, a stark contrast to the cold and darkness outside. We settled in, the memory of the ghostly Santa lingering in our minds. Laura tried to reassure us, but there was something unshakable about that encounter. Hours passed, and we drifted into an uneasy sleep, the fire burning low. It wasn't long before the peace was shattered by a series of strange noises, whispers that seemed to emanate from within the walls, the sound of footsteps echoing in the empty halls, and the soft jingle of bells that filled the room with an otherworldly ambience. I woke with a start, the whispers still faint but growing louder, pressing against my consciousness. Ben was awake too, his eyes darting around the room, while Laura sat up, her face pale with fear. "Did you hear that?" Ben asked, his voice trembling. "Yes," I replied, getting out of bed. "I think something's wrong." We followed the sound, the whispers guiding us towards the hallway. The soft jingle of bells grew louder, more distinct, as if someone was walking around the house. The air felt thick with a presence we couldn't see, a malevolent force that seemed to be watching us. As we turned a corner, the sight that greeted us was both terrifying and mesmerizing. Standing in the middle of the hallway was the same man in the Santa suit, his form flickering like a candle in the wind. But this time, there was no fading. He stood solidly before us, his eyes dark and hollow, his smile twisted into something sinister. "Ho ho ho," he repeated, the sound now carrying a note of malice. "Merry Christmas." I stepped forward, trying to muster the courage to confront him. "What do you want?" He didn't respond, merely standing there, the air around him growing colder, the temperature dropping to an unbearable level. The whispers became a cacophony, the voices of lost souls crying out for help, their anguish filling the room. Ben clutched my arm, pulling me back. "We need to leave," he urged, his voice barely above a whisper. But as we turned to flee, the man began to move, gliding effortlessly towards us, the jingle of his bells echoing ominously through the hallway. The walls seemed to stretch and warp, the floor beneath our feet turning slippery and treacherous. I could feel the malevolent energy closing in, the presence pressing down on us with an unbearable force. Desperate to escape, I grabbed my phone to call for help, but it was dead, no signal, just the blank screen mocking my desperation, summoning every ounce of bravery. I tried to move, but the room resisted our efforts. The door wouldn't budge, the knob refusing to turn no matter how hard we tried. The Santa figure loomed closer, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light, his presence suffocating. "Remember us," he intoned, his voice a hollow echo. "Honor the traditions that bind us together." With that, the room began to distort, the walls closing in as shadows danced menacingly around us. The whispers intensified, overlapping with the jingle of bells and the chilling laughter that seemed to emanate from every corner. The temperature plummeted further, our breaths visible in the frigid air as fear clawed at our hearts. I reached out, trying to grasp hold of something, anything, to anchor myself, but my hands met only empty air. The oppressive atmosphere pressed down on us, the weight of unseen eyes watching our every move. Ben and Laura stood beside me, their faces etched with terror as the Santa figure advanced, the lines between reality and nightmare blurring into a nightmarish tableau. "Please, let us go," Laura pleaded, her voice quivering with fear. "We mean no harm." But the cursed Santa only laughed, a sound devoid of joy and filled with bitterness. "You took from us, forgot our legacy. Now, you must remember." As he reached out a hand, the room exploded with light and sound, the chaos overwhelming our senses. The walls seemed to dissolve, the ground beneath us shifting and breaking apart as we fell into darkness. The last thing I saw was the twisted smile of the ghostly Santa before everything went black. Story number 70. Whispers of the Forgotten. The snow had started to fall the moment we arrived in Colorado, blanketing the landscape in a pristine white that seemed to hush the world around us. My family, my wife, Laura, my teenage son, Jake, and my younger daughter, Emma, had decided to escape the hustle and bustle of city life for a quiet Christmas getaway. We booked a room at the old Blackwood Hotel, a relic from a bygone era nestled deep in the Rockies, promising solitude and a touch of old-world charm. The hotel stood at the end of a long, winding road, its grand facade partially obscured by towering pine trees heavy with snow. The building, once bustling with holiday cheer and lively guests, now exuded an air of abandonment. The windows were dark, some boarded up, and the entranceway was framed by ornate carvings that had dulled over the years. Despite its eerie appearance, the price was right, and the promise of an authentic, quiet retreat was too tempting to pass up. As we pulled up to the entrance, the heavy wooden doors creaked open, revealing a dimly lit lobby. The scent of aged wood and a faint hint of something floral, perhaps dried flowers from long ago, filled the air. The lobby was sparsely furnished, with a grand chandelier hanging precariously from the ceiling and a large, dusty fireplace that once must have been the heart of the hotel. An old-fashioned receptionist's desk stood against one wall, manned by a solitary figure hunched over a stack of papers. "Welcome to the Blackwood Hotel," the man said without looking up, his voice gravelly and distant. "How can I help you?" "We have a reservation under Thompson," I replied, handing him the confirmation slip. He glanced up, his eyes meeting mine for a brief moment before returning to his paperwork. "Ah, yes. Room 217. You'll find the elevator just to your left. Enjoy your stay." We made our way to the elevator, the wooden floorboards groaning under our feet. The ride-up felt interminable, the flickering lights casting unsettling shadows on the walls. When the doors finally opened, we found ourselves in a long, narrow corridor lined with closed doors on either side. The wallpaper, once vibrant with intricate patterns, was now peeling and yellowed, and the carpet was thick with dust. Our room was at the far end of the hallway, a spacious suite with high ceilings and large windows overlooking the snowy landscape. The bed was grand, with a thick, heavy comforter and numerous pillows, and a large chandelier hung above, still glittering despite the years of neglect. We unpacked and settled in, the quiet of the night wrapping around us like a warm blanket. Dinner was a simple affair, consisting of takeout from a nearby diner. We ate in the cozy sitting area, the only sound the crackling of the fireplace and our occasional conversation. As midnight approached, a sense of tranquility settled over the room. We decided to retire for the night, eager to rest after our long journey. The first sign that something was wrong came shortly after we drifted off to sleep. I awoke to the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty corridor outside our room. Blinking groggily, I glanced at the clock on the nightstand. 12:15 a.m. Confused, I nudged Laura awake. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. She stirred, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of concern and confusion. "Hear what?" "Footsteps. Someone's walking down the hallway." We sat up, the room bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains. Jake and Emma were asleep, their breathing steady and calm. I reached for the remote to turn on the light, but it wouldn't respond. Laura stood up, her expression resolute. "Stay here," she instructed gently. "I'll check it out." I hesitated, unsure of how to explain what I had just witnessed. "I think there's something strange happening with the turkey," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. She grabbed her coat and stepped out of the room, the door closing behind her with a faint click. I listened intently, the sound of footsteps growing louder, more deliberate, as if someone was pacing back and forth in the hallway. Minutes felt like hours until Laura returned, her face pale and eyes wide with unease. "It's nothing," she said softly. "Probably just the building settling." But as the night wore on, strange occurrences became more frequent. The sound of laughter echoed through the halls, followed by the distant jingle of bells. Shadows seemed to move on their own, dancing just beyond the edge of my vision. Emma woke me, her voice trembling. "Daddy, I heard something, like Santa Claus laughing." I tried to reassure her, but the fear in her eyes mirrored my own. We huddled together, the atmosphere in the room growing colder despite the roaring fire. The whispers returned, more insistent this time, filling the room with an eerie, almost pleading tone. Around 2 a.m., the final straw came. I awoke to the sound of jingling bells and footsteps outside our room once again. Heart pounding, I got out of bed and approached the window, pulling back the curtains to peer into the darkness. There, standing in the middle of the hallway, was a man dressed as Santa Claus. He stood motionless, a sack of gifts slung over his shoulder, his face partially obscured by a bushy white beard and a red velvet hat. "Santa," I called out, my voice shaking. He turned his head slowly, his eyes meeting mine. There was a haunting sadness in his gaze, a depth of sorrow that contradicted the jolly facade of his costume. Before I could respond, he began to walk down the hallway, each step deliberate and heavy. I felt a chill run down my spine as he approached the door, pausing just before it. I reached out, my hand trembling as I grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. The corridor was empty, the snow-covered landscape outside untouched by any signs of life. The Santa figure had vanished, leaving behind only smudged handprints on the windowpane and a lingering sense of dread. "What do you want?" I demanded, stepping back into the room. The air felt thick with an unseen presence, the temperature dropping even further. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of children laughing, their voices echoing through the space. Jake and Emma stirred in their beds, confused by the noise. I turned to see shadows swirling around us, taking on the shapes of ghostly children playing in the snow. "Leave us alone," Laura whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of sounds filling the room. But the manifestations persisted, the laughter growing louder, more frantic. Objects began to move on their own. The gifts from our sack rearranged themselves on the table, and the Christmas tree lights flickered uncontrollably. The atmosphere was oppressive, suffocating us with an invisible force. "We need to leave," I insisted, trying to regain control. "This isn't safe." But every attempt to leave was thwarted by the malevolent presence that now dominated the room. The Santa figure reappeared, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light, his voice a hollow echo. "Remember us?" The spirit whispered one final time, a plea for remembrance and respect. "Honor the traditions that bind us together." With those words, the presence lifted, the house returning to its former state of warmth and tranquility. The oppressive atmosphere was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace that settled over us like a comforting embrace.